Literary Outlaw. The Life and Times of William S. Burroughs. Ted. Morgan. Note on method. In the course of this book, the author uses techniques such as inner monologues and stream of consciousness. The reader may well ask how the author got inside his subject's head. The answer is that the author interviewed the subject exhaustively, over a period of 4 years, for more than 100 hours, and that the subject has an unusually retentive memory. He remembers, for instance, entire passages of Shakespeare which he learned in Mr. Kittredge's course at Harvard, and he also remembers his state of mind at a given moment in the past. In this way, the author is able to reconstruct what the subject was thinking, in the sometimes rambling and associative style that reproduces the process of thought. The subject has been given the opportunity to go over such passages to check their accuracy. In other instances, when the author quotes from the subject's work without identifying it, those passages are rendered in italics. Finally, when a name has been changed to protect someone's identity, the reader will be notified when the character is introduced. Preface. When William Burroughs asked me to write his biography in 1985, he mentioned the rumor that Truman Capote had failed to intervene when his 2 convicted killers were hanged, so that he could bring out in cold blood with a death scene. He hated to think that I would hope for his death so that my book could be published. I promised that there would be no morbid waiting by his sickbed. The book was published in 1988. He died in 1997, 9 years after its publication. Now, finally, I am completing a life that I left unfinished. The story behind this book begins in 1968, when I was in Paris covering the student worker uprising for the New York Times magazine. I also had a contract with Putnam to write a book on the French. Perhaps because I live too much in the moment, I've rarely had ideas for books. It was my friend Luigi Bartini who told me, "I'm an Americanized Italian who wrote about the Italians, and you're an Americanized Frenchman, why don't you write about the French?" Toward the end of 1968 I had finished my research, and I was looking for a cheap place to write the book. My friend Michael Wolford, who was on leave from his high-powered job at UNESCO, had gone to Tangier to write a novel, and told me, "There's no cheaper place than Tangier. You can rent a house for $100 a month and find servants for $20 a week. I can get you a scholarship for Gabriel at the American school, where I used to teach. Plus there's a KIP-fueled Anglo-American writers' colony." So I took my pregnant wife and 6-year-old son to Tangier, intending to stay a year. I found a house near the tennis club on a Jacaranda-lined street, and I hired a nurse when our daughter Ember was born in April, and also a maid. We ended up staying 4 years. One reason was the laissez-faire attitude of the Moroccan government toward the expat community. No forms to fill out, no taxes to pay, no visas to renew. The atmosphere of a once independent Tangier had survived the monarchy we were now under. I took it as a sign of non-interference that there was not a single traffic light in downtown Tangier. Another sign was that in 4 years I never encountered a government official, except when leaving or arriving through customs. Oh, and except for the traffic cop on the main boulevard overlooking the Mediterranean, who stopped my VW with Gibraltar plates once a year to ask me to buy 2 tickets for the police department lottery. Having always been an agnostic where God and government are concerned, I felt a great sense of personal freedom under the king in Rabat. But the primary reason I stayed in Tangier was the chance to meet writers I would not have met otherwise, writers who quickly became friends, like Paul Bowles and Brian Geeson. Paul was in some ways penny-pinching and in other ways extravagant. He didn't have a phone, but he kept a car and chauffeur. To supplement his income from royalties, he caught scorpions, which he sold at the local Institut Pasteur for their venom. He took me on one of his hunts, and we drove to a grove of palmetto trees a few miles outside Tangier. I carried the canister and he carried a thin branch and explained as he went, "Scorpions build holes in the roots of palmetto trees. I'll wet the end of this rod with saliva and stick it in a hole," as he did so. You can tell when the scorpion takes hold and you pull the rod out quickly, pulling it out with a scorpion at the end. Now, with these nail clippers, I snip the tiny barbed stinger of the furled tail, again suiting deeds to words. We spent an hour catching scorpions. He caught about 20, and asked me not to disclose the location of the grove. He didn't want any competition. Born in 1916 to a Swiss father and a Canadian mother, Brian Geeson gravitated to Paris when he was 18, in 1934. Like other rebellious young men, he felt a kinship with the Surrealist movement. He found ways to meet Max Ernst and Henri Michaud, and showed them his pen and ink drawings, disassembled figures in empty landscapes, to which he gave appropriately surrealist titles, such as Sex Secret of a Locomotive. In December 1935, Brian was asked to contribute some drawings to a group show of surrealists at the Gallery Auxiliary Cotter Chemins. Among the others in the show were René Magritte, Salvador Dali, and Pablo Picasso. To amuse himself, Brian had made a street poster intended to celebrate the execution of King Louis XVI, showing a huge calf's head with a periwig, sitting on a bench. The head bore a marked resemblance to the irascible leader of the Surrealist movement, André Breton. Since tête de veau is French slang for fool, Breton was not amused. When Brian came to the gallery for the opening, he found the Surrealist writer Paul Eluard removing his drawings from the wall. Banished at the age of 19, Brian donned the mantle of outcast. All his life he remained suspicious of galleries, and of those who professed to admire his art. As he wrote Paul Bowles from Paris in 1960, he had produced dozens of paintings, but I can't say I have been deluged with offers from picture dealers, and I have been too busy to kiss their asses. He did, however, take from the Surrealists a liking for the game called Exquisite Corpse, in which a sheet of paper is folded in four, and four artists draw on one fold each without seeing what the others have done. The resulting figure was the Exquisite Corpse, which depended on chance and multiple authorship. Several are on view at New York's Museum of Modern Art. Brian first came to Tangier in 1950, after a decade in New York interrupted by service in the Canadian Army, during which he was posted to the Japanese language school in Vancouver in 1944 and studied Japanese script. In Tangier, he made calligraphic paintings, of which I own 3, and also ran a restaurant called the 1001 Nights, complete with dancing waiters who balanced trays on their heads. Burroughs was also in Tangier then, writing Naked Lunch, but he was put off by Brian's dancing boys. With their ferret faces and narrow shoulders and bad teeth, he said, they resembled a bowling team from Newark. As Burroughs wrote in the foreword to the 1962 American edition of Naked Lunch, in Tangier, I lived in one room in the native quarter. I had not taken a bath in a year nor changed my clothes or removed them except to stick a needle every hour in the fibrous gray woolen flesh of terminal addiction. I never cleaned or dusted my room. Empty ampoule boxes and garbage piled to the ceiling. I could look at the end of my shoe for 8 hours. Brian and Burroughs were back in Paris in 1958 and ran into each other on the Place Saint-Michel. This time they hit it off, and since Brian was broke and looking for a cheap hotel room, Burroughs found him one at the Beat Hotel on Rue Get-le-Coeur. Brian painted and Burroughs wrote, and when they met they fed each other ideas. One day in 1959, while cutting a mount for a drawing, Brian sliced through a pile of newspapers under his Stanley blade, picked up the strips and made a mosaic at random. He showed the result to Burroughs, saying it reminded him of the Exquisite Corpse drawings. Brian told Burroughs that writing is 50 years behind painting, and that the surrealist use of chance in drawings could be adapted to prose. They began experimenting with what they called the cut-up method, trying it out first on a poem by Rimbaud, and then using whatever was handy, such as old newspapers and letters from home, to make new texts. For Burroughs, the time was right. He had published Naked Lunch, which was pigeonholed by reviewers as experimental and unintelligible. The London Times Literary Supplement, in a review entitled Ugh, called it grey porridge. Disgusting. Pure verbal masturbation. Dame Edith Sitwell, the 76-year-old dowager of English poetry, applauded the review. I do not wish to spend the rest of my life with my nose nailed to other people's lavatories. I prefer Chanel No. 5. Burroughs' response to the critics was to become more unintelligible. Cut UPS were the next step in escaping conventional narrative. The cut-up method was truer to everyday experience. Every time you walk out the door or look out the window, your consciousness is being cut by these random factors, he said. He also liked the way Cut UPS did away with possessive authorial egos and could be made by anyone with a partner. Again, with Cut UPS, Burroughs could use obsessive personal material in a way that seemed impersonal. Though to his critics the Cut UPS were no more than a party trick, for Burroughs they were like some sort of guru magic, making alternative dimensions visible. Cut up meant the removal of constraints and control systems, a way for outsiders to get their innings in. He relied heavily on Brian. Their minds came together to form a third mind, the unseen collaborator. Brian spent 4 years at the Beat Hotel with Burroughs, acting as his co-pilot and fellow explorer, the one he could bounce ideas off. Their reply to the biblical in the beginning was rub out the word. However, Allen Ginsberg and Gregory Corso, who were also in and out of the Beat Hotel, rejected the cut-up method, saying it took away their poetic voice. What was the point of slicing through a stack of newspapers and creating long strips of newsprint to be rearranged? To which Burroughs replied that newspapers were themselves cut UPS, with the lead on page 1 and the rest on the jump. Corso said his poems came from the soul, not from dictionaries. I don't want poems created by a pair of scissors. Ginsberg insisted that cut UPS threatened the loss of hope and love. Thus the cut UPS split the Beats into factions. Burroughs kept trying in vain to convert his old friend, writing to Ginsberg from London, where he had moved after being busted for drugs in Paris in 1960, tried more than once to communicate what I know. You did not or could not listen. Listen now. Take the enclosed copy of this letter. Cut along the lines. Rearrange by placing section 1 by section 3 and section 2 by section 4. Don't think about it. Try it. Do the same with your poems. One byproduct of the cut UPS was that Burroughs became convinced he could target people he had a grudge against and get results. There was an old lady in a kiosk down the street from the hotel whom he felt gave him dirty looks when he bought his Herald Tribune. He made a cut-up of the papers she sold him, and soon after, her kiosk burned down. Burroughs told Brian he was quite satisfied with his method. When Burroughs moved to London, Brian returned to Morocco, but eventually moved back to Paris for good. In a journal entry on December 13, 1985, a year before his death, his debut as a rejected prodigy still rankled. I was unhung on the orders of André Breton. I was 19 years old, sexually unstable, and penniless. 50 years later, he was still waiting for recognition from the art world. His had been a life of adventure leading nowhere. The publishers said he was a painter, and the galleries said he was a writer. When I went to see him in 1986, months before his death, he said, I made every mistake in the book. I told him he sounded paranoid, and maybe it was the kiff that he never stopped smoking. He said, the lesson of the 60s was that the paranoids turned out to be right. He said he was feeling despairy, a mixture of despair and disappearance. It's certainly a mistake to do more than one thing, Brian said. Not everyone can be a decathlon hero. The cut UPS were an accident. It seemed a marvelous thing to give to William, who had a body of work to which it could be applied. I didn't have that body of work to cut and produce something new with. But William was doing good with it, so I let him have it. I was always telling William, who had abandoned his manuscripts practically everywhere, that they were selling by the page in the parade bar in Tangier. I told him hang on to it. Suffering from emphysema and lung cancer, Brian was chained to an oxygen tank, from which he repeatedly detached himself to smoke a joint. He had found a pad on the Rue Saint-Martin, across from the construction site for the Centre Pompidou Museum. The rising skeletal structure reminded him of his grids for the cut UPS, and he was inspired to make new cut UPS, which he called the Last Museum. Despite his illness, he rented a studio and produced a 10-foot-long painting, a single line of calligraphy streaking across 10 canvases. In 1986 he was named a Commander of the Order of Arts and Letters by the French government. It was also the year of his death, in July at the age of 70. His friend John Giorno saw Brian as a great figure in other people's lives, a courtier in one of the princely German courts, a great something else. With the years, a generation of young artists cited Brian's influence, among them Keith Haring, George Condo, and Andy Warhol, who bought 2 of Brian's drawings. In 2010, he had a spectacular retrospective at the new museum on the Bowery, from cut UPS to his magisterial calligraphy of fire. The catalogue concluded that only now, more than 20 years after his death, had his work found a peculiar resonance, thanks to his multi-pronged assault on all accepted methods of isms, when the looming presence of what Geeson and Burroughs called control, with all its implications, seems a more pressing issue than ever before. Banned from his first exhibit, Brian was unable to attend his retrospective. "Just my luck," he would have said. Today the cut-up method is alive and well. What is the internet but the ultimate cut-up, with its competing versions of the news and its Twitter chatter? It's again a way for outsiders to get their innings in. Today, both Burroughs and Brian have reached cult status in reshaping how we see things. As one of Brian's admirers put it, he was the light that flickers on a closed eyelid. It was thanks to Brian Geeson that I met Burroughs. Since I was living in Tangier, I wanted to do some traveling in Africa south of the Sahara. I decided to write a book about the discovery of the Niger River, the strong brown god. Many years later it won the highest compliment a book can receive. It was plagiarized, and I was paid a cash settlement. In the fall of 1972 I went to London to research the proceedings of the African Association, which had sent the first explorers to search for the Niger. Brian suggested that I look up Burroughs, who was living in a flat on Duke Street, not far from Trafalgar Square. I did, and as the friends of a friend we got along effortlessly with our overlapping frames of reference. He wanted news of Brian, and I was much taken with his outsider persona, which he concealed by being always well dressed and polite. He was also, as I learned, completely honest in his dealings with others. He paid his bills, never passed a bad check, and did not dodge his share of the tab in restaurants. There was something Keaton-esque in his blank expressionless face, his flat and nasal Midwestern drawl, and his gallows humor. When he arrived in London, the passport control at Heathrow asked, "What is the purpose of your trip to England, Mr. Burroughs?" "I've come for the food and the climate," he replied. At his flat on Duke Street, Burroughs rose and leaned against a window ledge. "Those birds," he said, pointing at a passing flock, "in the morning they fly one way and in the evening they fly the other way." He was fed up with London and missed Tangier, where he could write and smoke dope. I said that, largely because of his reputation, a good many would-be writers had arrived, hoping the weed would give a lift to their prose, only to find that they were writing gibberish. Burroughs said that hashish and majoun sharpened his synapses and produced the strange images that ran through his prose. In London, he had gone off dope but was drinking heavily. I gave a dinner for him at the Hungry Horse, and I invited a woman that he liked, Felicity Mason, who wrote novels under the name and Coming based on her sexual conquests. William ordered a bottle of 100 proof Absolut vodka and seemed to be enjoying it, though his expression never changed and his speech remained even. Then I noticed that he was wiping his glasses with a slice of bread. I asked Felicity, who lived in his neighborhood, to drop him off at Duke Street. She called me later and said, "He was so silent I thought he was dead." Then she added, "But he was a very gentle corpse." In London, William had become something of a recluse. He had no instinct for self-promotion, and he couldn't handle the nuts and bolts of daily life, such as making appointments, or getting his driver's license renewed, or picking up the phone when it rang. All that changed when he returned to New York in 1974. Allen Ginsberg had gotten him a gig teaching a class at City College, to which he applied himself. I returned to New York from Tangier at about the same time, and at one of the classes I attended, he described, as an example of what could be done with language, a beast with the radar of a bat, the reptilian gift of regrowing limbs, and the sharp hearing of a whale over miles of ocean. He was unable, however, to divert the class from their comic books. He had better luck when he met a young admirer from Coffeyville, Kansas. James Grauerholtz was something of a misfit himself, having spent time as a boy in a home for emotionally disturbed children. But he was a highly efficient misfit. James became William's impresario, telling him, "We can form a really powerful partnership." Grauerholtz was a networker who arranged a series of readings on college campuses, and it turned out that Burroughs was a natural performer, with his gravelly doomsday voice and routines like the talking asshole that made his young audience howl. William figured that between 1974 and 1981 he did 150 readings. James became the indispensable man, building Burroughs into a certified celebrity, a media star, the grand old man of the counterculture. At the bunker, the windowless loft where Burroughs lived, Grauerholtz brought around rock stars like Lou Reed and Frank Zappa. Burroughs had no interest in their music. He liked Hoagy Carmichael and Johnny Mercer. But he got along well with Patti Smith and David Bowie, saying at least they were pretty. Another status symbol came when rock bands named themselves after lines in his work, such as Soft Machine and Steely Dan. Many of his young fans had never read Burroughs but knew him as a figure on the jacket of the Beatles record Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. The bunker was in a former YMCA building on the Bowery, and William's space had been the locker room, which still smelled faintly of sweat. The floors and walls were painted white and the big main room led to a bathroom with a long row of porcelain urinals under narrow windows. I remember one drugged-out evening when someone called William an impeccable warrior, after Carlos Castaneda's term for those who conquer their egos and consider most emotions a waste of energy. The trouble with the bunker was that everyone was having too good a time, and William developed a habit again. To remove him from temptation and cut down on overhead, Grauerholtz packed him off to Lawrence, Kansas, in 1981 and put him on the methadone program. For Burroughs, Lawrence was a homecoming after half a century of wandering, back to the Midwest of his birth with its silos and shotguns, to a quiet, tree-lined street, where he bought a two-bedroom, white-clapboard house with a porch and a backyard on an acre of land. I visited regularly, at a time when I was writing biographies of famous men Churchill, FDR, and Somerset Maugham. In 1995, William asked me to write his. I agreed, for I was sure he would not want a Baudelaireized work. I knew he would be candid about matters that anyone else would have tried to hide. As a writer who denounced hypocrites and frauds, he was incapable of being either. Having read some of my work, he knew that I wrote warts and all biographies. The one thing he asked me not to write on was the methadone maintenance, which he thought would damage his reputation. Since I was sneezing from a cold, he asked me to try some of his methadone, which he said was a sure cure, but the result was negative. There was another element besides friendship to William's picking me. In spite of being an impeccable warrior, he was status conscious. Even though he made fun of the Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters when he was inducted in 1983 thanks to the lobbying of Allen Ginsberg, he took pride in belonging to the August Assembly and hobnobbing with those writers he liked, such as Kurt Vonnegut and Norman Mailer. Then, long after the 1965 obscenity trial over Naked Lunch, he was asked to come to a symposium in Washington on obscenity and literature. One of the participants was Supreme Court Justice John Paul Stevens. When they met, Burroughs told me, "He came to me, I didn't go to him," a remark that demonstrated the attention William paid to matters of rank. In the same way, he was impressed that I had written about famous men and was pleased to be in their company validated by association. In the 50s, Burroughs, Ginsberg, and Kerouac were labeled the leaders of the Beat movement. Though their writing styles had nothing in common, they shared a disconnect with post-World War II American values and virtues, expressed in their voluminous correspondence. They saw themselves as outcasts in a hostile culture, rejected and freakish, the soothsayers of a coming apocalypse. Each of the three wrote a groundbreaking work of lasting value: Naked Lunch, Howl, and On the Road, in which they expressed their responses to the disorders of the age. As a junkie and a queer, Burroughs went into exile, since at home he was a despised citizen, like a Jew in Nazi Germany, as Ginsberg put it. Eventually Burroughs returned and found a growing degree of acceptance in a changed America, without witch hunts or censorship. The inflexible mental barriers had come down, partly because of the Beat's common protest. The literary outlaws were brought into the mainstream, which delivered acclaim and wealth. The American system may have been cancerous, but it was in constant flux and capable of assimilation. It was harder to write out of despair and disgust when your papers were bought for $1 million by a prominent university. In 1986, William, back in Lawrence, told me, "I cannot express myself in writing anymore." Western Lands was published in 1987. He then started experimenting with what he called blast paintings. He'd prop up a sheet of plywood with bags of paint hanging down and fire away with a shotgun, causing the paint to splatter over the pockmarked plywood, which resulted in an explosion of color. Here also was a random element, as in cut UPS, for you could not know beforehand what the result would be. Despite his demurral, however, William continued to write. In his last years he published in Terzone, 1989, largely material left over from Naked Lunch and Ghost of Chance, 1991, a reprise of Cities of the Red Night. He also began to keep a diary. Writing for him was not a profession, but a necessity. Behind his inscrutable facade, there was a self-loathing that only writing could mitigate. He could not forgive himself for what he had done to his wife and son, and believed that he was possessed by an evil spirit. I often heard him say, "My life is an evil river." He was like a flagellant who uses whips to rid himself of a malignant intruder. As he wrote to Ginsberg after the appearance of Queer, an early book that he had refused to publish until 1985, "I am forced to the appalling conclusion that I would never have become a writer but for Joan's death, and to a realization of the extent to which this event has motivated and formulated my writing. The death of Joan brought me in contact with the invader, the ugly spirit, and maneuvered me into a lifelong struggle, in which I have no choice but to write my way out." He didn't just write, he wrote his way out of what he saw as the horror of his life, and in his writing he found what he told me was a magical universe of my own making. Strange as it may seem, Burroughs was a moralist, and his need to write is what makes him one of the true originals in American literature. He didn't write to amuse, or to instruct, or to enthrall. He wrote to stay alive. Prologue. The Induction. 1983. Some of the faces could be recognized from their likeness on the dust jackets or reviews of their books, or, in some cases, on the cover of Time. There was Erskine Caldwell, who many thought was dead. There were the elongated granitic features of John Kenneth Galbraith. There was Malcolm Cowley, his face crumpled by age, who had known Hart Crane. There were the husband and wife teams, seated apart, as at a dinner party, Eleanor Clark and Robert Penn Warren, Shirley Hazard and Francis Steegmuller. Some notable faces were missing, either because they lived too far away, or were ailing, or were busy elsewhere, or couldn't be bothered: Mary McCarthy, Saul Bellow, John Updike, Norman Mailer, Philip Roth, Arthur Miller, James Baldwin, James Dickey, Paul Bowles, Kurt Vonnegut, William Starrin, Allen Ginsberg. The occasion was the annual ceremonial of the American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters, which was being held this Wednesday afternoon, May 18, 1983, in the auditorium at 632 West 156th Street in New York City. Seated on the stage in 6 rising tiers divided by an aisle were 128 of the 250 members, in the 3 disciplines of art, literature, and music. The members gathered at noon for cocktails, and as they basked in the warm glow of springtime and inclusion, a few of them made the first mistake of the day by over-imbibing, perhaps from conviviality or anxiety, if they were scheduled to speak, or a mixture of both. Drinks were downed as waiters passed trays of smoked salmon canapés and escargots en croûte. At 1, the refreshed members repaired to the great terrace for lunch at round tables under a vast yellow and white striped tent, the lunch being complemented by a missalt and a Beaujolais picked by the eminent composer and francophile Virgil Thomson. What an august assembly, to have Virgil Thomson as its sommelier. At 3, the ceremonial proper would begin, to induct new members and hand out cash prizes. The afternoon's highlight would be the awarding of the gold medal for fiction to Bernard Malamud, by Ralph Ellison. Malcolm Cowley could remember when William Faulkner had given the gold medal to John Dos Passos. Faulkner got more and more restless as the afternoon and the speeches wore on, and started crossing out lines from his talk, until, when his turn came, he got up and said, "Here it is, Dos, take it," handing him the medal. Faulkner would be hard to beat for the shortest speech on record. Cowley had been a member for 35 years, nearly half the life of the Institute, which went back to 1898. It was followed 6 years later by the Academy, an inner sanctum of 50, so that even when a writer or painter or composer thought he had arrived by being elected to the Institute, there was still a pecking order. What Cowley had not seen firsthand in those 35 years he had found out for himself. How Robert Underwood Johnson, a magazine editor and third-rate rhetorical poet, who was secretary of the Institute, was so protocol conscious that when he was named permanent secretary of the Academy, he wrote himself an "I have the honor to inform you" letter, which he answered with an "I am happy to accept" letter. Johnson found a benefactor for the Academy in the person of Archer M. Huntington, who combined great wealth inherited from his railroad magnate stepfather with an interest in Spanish literature. Huntington gave the Academy a plot of land between Upper Broadway and the Hudson River, a stately Venetian Renaissance building, and an endowment. From the start, there were quarrels between ancients, known as stalwarts, and moderns, known as locofocos. Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson were the stalwarts' idea of acceptable members, as presidents who also wrote books, while avant-garde poets like Stephen Vincent Bennett and Carl Sandburg were not. As leader of the stalwarts, Robert Underwood Johnson lobbied hard to keep eccentrics out. He thought John Brown's body was crude, and at an Institute dinner in 1933, he read aloud a poem by Sandburg, whom he called Sandbag, on shaving in a Pullman car, as a shocking example of his vulgarity. When H. L. Mencken was proposed, Johnson wrote 40 letters to keep him out, which he was unable to do, any more than he could keep out Bennett and Sandburg. The level of his indignation may have affected his health, and he died in 1933, at the age of 83. Cowley remembered most of the little tempests that had shaken the Academy. He remembered John O'Hara, who felt that many lesser writers had been admitted ahead of him, breaking down and weeping on the stage when he was awarded the gold medal, and the fracas when Lewis Mumford, who had lost a son in World War II, resigned from the Academy when the gold medal was awarded to the isolationist historian Charles Beard. He remembered the only member ever to have been expelled, the painter of German descent Hunt Diedrich, who had mailed his anti-war appeals on Academy letterheads. Ezra Pound, although charged with treason, was not expelled. More recently, Graham Greene had resigned as an honorary member because the Institute would not speak up against the Vietnam War, and Mumford, who had been readmitted, had again walked out in 1966 over Vietnam. There was quite a lot of dissension in the ranks over that one, but Cowley did not think the Institute should take a stand. It was not, after all, a political club, and taking a stand would only stir up trouble and lead to the loss of valuable members. With the passage of the years, he had seen former locofocos turn stalwart, and campaign against abstract expressionists and free verse poets. He had seen major writers wait 15 years before being elevated from the Institute to the Academy. Ralph Ellison's election had been held up because he had published only one novel, Invisible Man. Cowley had once asked him, "Ralph, when are you going to finish your next book?" Another strange case was that of Glenway Westcott, who had not brought out a book in nearly 40 years but was working on his memoirs. He did not want them published in his lifetime because they included a frank account of his homosexuality, a subject on which he had old-fashioned qualms, but he did read an excerpt at an institute dinner. Then there was the question of women, for in the old days of stalwart supremacy, there had been long years with not a single woman member, but those days were over, and now there were women of every description, from outstanding fiction writers like Eudora Welty and Shirley Hazard to Susan Sontag, the well-known panelist. Cowley remembered Caroline Gordon blaming her ex-husband Alan Tate for keeping her out, while in fact he was working hard to get her in, but she simply wasn't known enough as a writer. As far as Cowley was concerned, the decisive question of literary merit was not does it menstruate. Once Arthur Miller had brought his wife Marilyn Monroe to the ceremonial, and Cowley, watching her in the audience from his chair on the stage, found himself absorbed by the depth of her décolleté, which seemed to descend from her neck right into the orchestra pit. After the ceremonial, the poet Phyllis McGinley said, "No one noticed my new hat." The Institute cast a pretty fine net, but some of the biggest fish got away. Sinclair Lewis had refused membership in 1925, not wanting to become safe, polite, obedient, and sterile, and attacked the Institute in his Nobel Prize speech in Stockholm, but in 1935 he had second thoughts and joined. Hemingway turned it down, not wanting to be just another fish in the aquarium. Edmund Wilson and James Thurber did not think it was a writer's business to join the establishment. Cowley felt that refusing to join was a mistake. The Academy could do some good. There was an Artists and Writers Revolving Fund, which gave cash to down-and-out practitioners of the arts, and if you were a member you could help direct the flow. The dinners were companionable, some of your colleagues became your friends, and once you were in the Academy, your hotel bills were paid if you were in town on Academy business. In recent years there had been 3 other famous refuseniks: J.D. Salinger, who had sent a wire saying "I do not feel free," Gore Vidal, who had said something snippy to the effect that he was not quite ready for the geriatric ward, and Vladimir Nabokov, who wrote, in his persona of permanent exile, "Socially, I am a cripple. Therefore all my thinking life I have decided not to belong." But over the years, Cowley thought, the Institute had done a pretty good job of collecting the best talent from the different schools of American writing. They had kept up with the avant-garde, bringing in banned writers like Henry Miller, difficult writers like John Barth, William Gass, and John Hawkes, relatively young poets like John Ashbery and Galway Kinnell, and counterculture figures like Allen Ginsberg, who had spent his entire adult life railing at the establishment. Cowley liked Ginsberg, whom he had first met in San Francisco in the 50s, when he and his friends wore jeans and drank beer out of cans. Perhaps the Institute had a civilizing influence, for now he was drinking tea out of bone china and wearing vested suits. The trouble with Ginsberg was that he was always pushing to get his friends in. At one point he had tried to get his boyfriend Peter Orlovsky in, which Cowley found appalling. Cowley usually supported the election of controversial figures. He was after all an old bohemian who had championed new writers from Hart Crane to Jack Kerouac. But among the 5 writers being inducted into the Institute that afternoon, there was one whom he had opposed, and that was William S. Burroughs, author of Naked Lunch and many other works of an advanced or experimental nature. Cowley did not often feel that someone ought to be kept out, but he was lukewarm or even cool to the merit of Burroughs' work. Replete with homosexual sex scenes, hanging ejaculation scenes, and scatology, much of it was frankly disgusting. At the November meeting, when new members were discussed, the Burroughs case had been pretty stormy, with some members speaking out quite violently against him. The members had a very high boiling point. Oddly enough, there had not been much trouble over Henry Miller, but with Burroughs it was reached. Cowley was reminded of the storm over the composer John Cage in earlier years. There were allusions to Burroughs' personal life. He came from a socially registered St. Louis family, and his grandfather had invented a model of adding machine widely adopted by American business. but after graduating from Harvard he had rebelled against the values of his family and class, and had professed and written about his homosexuality and addiction to heroin and other drugs. He had engaged in various criminal activities, being arrested on several occasions. Despite his homosexuality, he had married and had a son, but in Mexico City he had, in what was supposedly an accident, shot and killed his wife. His work had been declared obscene and had been banned by U.S. Customs. Was this the sort of person one wanted in the Institute? Cowley did not think that a man's personal life should be a determining factor in membership, but in Burroughs' case, he could not see any literary value to the work. The election of Burroughs once again drew the line between the stalwarts and the locofocos, and took 6 years. He was first nominated in 1977, and did not get in until 1983. The chief locofoco this time was Allen Ginsberg, who lobbied for Burroughs as tirelessly as Robert Underwood Johnson had lobbied against Mencken, writing letters, buttonholing sympathetic members, finding seconders, drafting citations, and going through the paperwork year after year. Ginsberg had been elected in 1974, in belated acknowledgement of the changes of the 60s, so that there might be some kind of balance in the Institute between the Coombs poets and the Shaggy poets. But aside from himself, there was still a Harvard East Coast axis heavily weighted toward the conservatives. Among the poets there was Howard Nemerov, an establishment type, and Howard Moss, who as poetry editor of The New Yorker passed on his own work, which he published with predictable regularity, and William J. Smith, who was basically a government type, thought Ginsberg, sent abroad by the USIA. They had their little network and got their friends in. Well, Ginsberg would push to get his friends in, too. He would promote the kind of writer who wasn't normally asked into the academy. What was the point of joining unless he could shake things up? His first success came in 1975, when he managed to obtain for Burroughs a $3,000 award in recognition of his creative work. The citation, written by Ginsberg, read, "To William Burroughs, Invisible Man, explorer of souls and cities, whose literary exploration of dense worlds of international consciousness, amounts to homemade, individualistic, self-invented Yankee Tantra." But when it came to getting Burroughs elected, there seemed to be nothing but hurdles. One hurdle was the method of election. The number of vacancies depended on the number of deaths that year in the literature department. Then Ginsberg had to find a nominator and at least 2 seconders. Then there was a departmental ballot that weeded out the nominees from 25 or so to a few more than the number of vacancies. Then there was a ballot for all 3 branches, who voted for as many candidates as there were vacancies. One problem was that the people in the other branches often didn't know who the writers were, they only knew the people in their own fields, so they had to trust the nominator and see the name reappear a few times until they became familiar with it. Now Burroughs had a number of admirers in the Institute, among them Mary McCarthy and Christopher Isherwood, whom Ginsberg recruited as seconders in 1977, the year of his first attempt. He was so discouraged when Burroughs was turned down that he sent the Institute an angry letter. By some mischance the bulk of poets and prose writers nominated for election this year are men of talent but not men of genius. Something has gone completely wrong with the Academy and Institute by my lights, and I want that opinion registered forthrightly. We have a mediocrity scandal. The writers elected that year were Hortense Kalischer, Elizabeth Hardwick, Joseph Heller, and Ada Louise Huxtable. What am I doing here? The disappointed Ginsberg asked himself. Why should I lend my name to this club of fakes? The only advantage he could see was that from time to time he pried some money loose from the fund for his needy friends. Other than that, he wouldn't even have stayed in. When the poet Gregory Corso was so severely beaten in January 1983 by the San Francisco police that he had to be hospitalized, the fund sent him $1,500 to pay his hospital bill. But the Burroughs election seemed stalled, and one day in a meeting Ginsberg lost his temper and said, "There's nothing but a bunch of New Yorker writers here." Howard Moss got up and said he objected to that, and Ginsberg mumbled a sort of apology, "No, it's not just that, It's true, but on the other hand. Then it got to the point where they were nominating John Hollander and Richard Howard, who to Ginsberg were just kids who had never contributed anything real to the advancement of poetry. So at another meeting, speaking out of long frustration, Ginsberg said, "I'm not sure I belong here." And the venerable Glenway Westcott, who had been there forever and was the chairman of a major committee, said, "Perhaps you don't." Ginsberg shuddered when he heard those words, because Westcott had spent years in Paris and known Gertrude Stein, and you would think he would have a soft spot for modernism, but in his dotage he seemed possessed by the stalwart spirit of Robert Underwood Johnson. Ginsberg had been saying that the Academy should bring in what was alive and valuable rather than collect fossils, and Westcott had countered that an academy was an academy and not a school for creative writers, which Ginsberg thought was bullshit. Westcott's attitude was part of another snag in the Burroughs election, which Ginsberg called the snooty gays versus the scruffy gays. He had hoped to count on the gay vote, but even here there were divisions, for the snooty gays detested Burroughs. It was as though they felt he had given homosexuality a bad name. Glenway Westcott referred to him as that awful man, Ned Rorem as that dreadful fellow, and Virgil Thomson said his work was pornography for queers. Ginsberg felt very much alone. In 1981, however, an unexpected ally joined the Burroughs camp. This was Leon Edel, known among some of his colleagues as Leon Idle for his worshipful and overprotective biography of Henry James. Ginsberg had sat next to him at meetings and found him congenial, and on August 24, 1981, Edel wrote Ginsberg from his home in Honolulu, agreeing to second Burroughs. "I am not sufficiently familiar with the writings of Burroughs to write a new citation, but have made a few suggestions on yours. One doesn't need to push too hard. I doubt whether Burroughs has been passed over for any other reason than that there are few vacancies at any time and it is always a slow process. I am willing to second him. I don't think I should be the nominator when I simply have not read him except in small bits and pieces. One just has to persist." Ginsberg was beginning to understand the log rolling that went on in the Institute. Edel was willing to second a writer whose work he knew only in small bits and pieces as a favor to Ginsberg, which would presumably be returned when Edel nominated someone. At last Ginsberg was making headway. He enlisted fresh supporters, among them Norman Mailer, Peter Matheson, with whom he had a connection through their both being Buddhists, John Ashbery, Galway Kinnell, and the novelist Hortense Kalischer, who overlooked Burroughs' reputation as a woman-hater, seeing herself as an ally of offbeat people. As for John Ashbery, he thought Naked Lunch was an important work and wanted to help out in a difficult election, while Galway Kinnell, another admirer of Naked Lunch, agreed with Ginsberg that Burroughs was the kind of writer who should be a member. Ginsberg also saw the importance of making deals with members in other branches. He traded off with the sculptor Marisol. She would vote for his nomination in literature and he would vote for hers in art. He realized that he had to tone down the wording of his citation. He had been writing extravagant paragraphs. "Mr. Burroughs has influenced the world from Buenos Aires to Helsinki," but that didn't work. You had to be laconic and write, "It is time the Academy recognized Mr. Burroughs' merit," or, "It would be to the Academy's advantage to have Mr. Burroughs as a member." So Ginsberg wrote a citation which was, by his standards, laconic. "Burroughs is original genius, prose poet with extraordinary ear for assonance and speech styles, naked eye for hypnotic detail, penetrating mind, innovator of forms, ideas, moods, and cultural symbols, master influence on several generations of poets and theater music performers. He improves with age, as do his books." Nominated by Ginsberg in 1982, and seconded by Hortense Kalischer, Leon Edel, Christopher Isherwood, Galway Kinnell, and Peter Matheson, Burroughs was at last elected in 1983. Ginsberg, a believer in the old Jewish message, "Today the world is created in you," had done it. The renegade, the pariah, the outsider, the literary outlaw was brought into the fold of his more conventional peers. The first inkling the Institute had that Burroughs was different was when he was asked to send some material for an exhibit of manuscripts by new members. Rather than a manuscript, he offered to send a work of art entitled Gun Door. Burroughs is a gun nut, and there is nothing he likes better than to go out into a field and fire away at targets. At that time he was experimenting with bags of paint attached to plywood panels. He would fire a shotgun blast at this assemblage, which would pockmark the plywood and splatter paint all over it, creating a unique artistic effect. The startled librarian, Casandania P. Eaton, replied that although Gun Door sounded like a most interesting object, Burroughs had been elected to the Department of Literature, not to the Department of Art, so that we shall not be able to use it at this time. Burroughs sent a few manuscript pages instead. Burroughs was pleased to accept membership in the Institute. He did not at all feel that, having drawn a bead on the establishment in his writing, a major theme of which was the denunciation of all control systems, he was now, at the age of 69, being co-opted by that very establishment. After all, Henry Miller had been a member, and Norman Mailer, who was a member, had once knifed his wife and been placed under psychiatric observation. Had they been co-opted? Had Ginsberg? As a known drug user who had sometimes been held up by interminable searches at borders, his attitude was, listen, I want all the medals on my chest I can get. Gets you respect from customs agents. There was in fact a purple and gold Institute rosette worn on the suit lapel, but no one knew what it was, and people jocularly inquired of Burroughs when he wore it, does that thing mean your forefathers came over on the Mayflower? So, as the members took their seats on the afternoon of May 18, 1983, there was Burroughs on the same stage as such eminent figures of the literary academic political complex as John Hersey, George Kennan, John Kenneth Galbraith, and Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., who, as president of the Academy and Institute, opened the ceremonial with brief remarks about the future of art in the nuclear age. The distinguished historian of the ages of Jackson and the Second Roosevelt had not voted for Burroughs, who had been 2 years ahead of him at Harvard, not because of his lifestyle but because he felt the work was too disconnected and random and self-promoting and lacking literary merit. But the Burroughs thing was good for the Institute, Schlesinger thought, in the sense that no one could say it was a citadel of reaction. And then came the induction of new members, and Hortense Kalischer read the brief citation for Burroughs. William Burroughs' Naked Lunch marked him as an innovator in the form and content of the novel, and as a cultural symbol. He is a prose poet with an ear for assonance and speech style and an eye for hypnotic detail. Burroughs stood up and took a little bow. Thank God he didn't have to give a speech, he thought. It was all quite painless. He was sorry Allen Ginsberg couldn't be there, because of a poetry reading commitment. He didn't see it as a consecration of his work but just as something that happens if you live long enough. The applause was scattered. Some of the stalwarts, including Schlesinger and Barbara Tuchman, who were seated side by side, front row center, quite obviously sat on their hands. Although, thought Hortense Kalischer, you couldn't read too much into the lack of applause. Some of the members were old and deaf, the acoustics were bad, and it was an exhausting day, with drinks and lunch and the race to the toilet, and all the speeches you had to gear yourself just to get through it. In the audience, James Grauerholtz, who had been Burroughs' secretary for 10 years, was overjoyed to see him on stage, because in terms of his critical standing it was a tremendous boost. It was something the critics couldn't argue with. It wasn't just that Burroughs was an outcast in the sociological sense, as an addict and a homosexual, it was that he stood for a whole counterculture movement that the critics hated with vehemence. It reminded Grauerholtz of the line in the movie Terms of Endearment, where Jack Nicholson offers Shirley MacLaine a drink, and she asks why she should accept, and he says, to kill the bug that is up your ass. And then, after the awards had been handed out, came the high point of the day, the gold medal for fiction to Bernard Malamud, which was to provide yet another small tempest in the history of the Institute, a tempest that was quite illuminating in terms of Burroughs' induction. For in the Institute were many writers who had known each other for years, who had taught at the same universities, shared houses and meals, gone to the same parties, and dedicated books to one another. Hemingway had once described this hothouse phenomenon as angleworms in a jar. It was a literary cronyism from which Burroughs was excluded. His only close friend in the institute was Allen Ginsberg. So that in what was about to happen Burroughs was like an observer of some curious tribal rite to which he was totally foreign, and only half comprehending, underlining once again that even though he was now a member of the institute, he was still, and always would be, an outsider. Ralph Ellison, who was presenting the gold medal, had made his reputation as an outsider, but had long been part of the inside coterie. He came from Oklahoma City, where as a boy he shined shoes and picked cotton. Oklahoma, the 46th state, had no tradition of slavery. Ellison grew up in a white neighborhood, where his mother was the custodian for some apartments. He felt the stigma of race somewhat differently from a young black growing up in the 20s in the South, but perhaps for that reason he felt it all the more deeply, and with all the more clarity, for being less oppressed. In 1945 he began writing Invisible Man, published in 1952 and immediately recognized as one of the important American novels of the 20th century. A word often used to describe it was seminal. It was in any case a hard act to follow. For the next 30 years, Ellison taught and lectured and received honors and gave readings on his work in progress. But the long-promised novel, And Hickman Comes, was still unfinished. Along the way, Ellison had made friends with Malamud, who taught at Bennington, where Ellison sometimes came to read or visit. But in 1971, there was a crack in the friendship when Malamud published his novel The Tenant, the story of a Jewish novelist named Harry Lesser, who refuses to leave a building that is due for demolition. A black squatter, Willie Spearmint, also a writer, moves into an abandoned apartment and starts showing his work to Lesser. Willie says things like "I'm gon' win the fucking Nobel Prize. They gon' gimme $1 million of cash." Willie has a white girlfriend whom Harry takes away from him. In revenge, Willie steals the manuscript Harry has been working on for years and destroys it. When the book came out, friends of Ellison's told him that the jive-talking, paranoid, violence-prone Willie Spearmint was based on him. His friend Byrne had exploited him, as Jews were forever exploiting blacks, by modeling this despicable character on him. For years, although he said nothing to Malamud, he had chafed under the suspicion that Willie Spearmint was an injurious caricature of Ralph Ellison. In spite of all this, they had remained friends. A few days before the ceremonial, they had seen each other, and Malamud, alluding to the gold medal, had said, "Ralph, you'll be getting one, to your next." And Ellison, who had for decades been struggling with a second novel that he could not part with, had replied, "No, Byrne, I'm finished." And now, in front of 127 of his peers on stage and 700 guests in the audience, Ellison was about to make public his rancor over The Tenant, even as he awarded his old friend one of the highest honors in American literature. In an evident state of animation after the cocktails and the wine at lunch, Ellison said, reading from a typed text, that the presentation was in a certain way my pleasure, although an agony. He then went on at some length about Malamud's emergence from anonymity and his Jewish tradition, and the shared experience of novelists of minority background. It was clear that he was wound up, and that it would take some time for him to unwind, and as he rambled on, the audience, weary from hours of speeches, became restive. Sitting next to Grauerholtz was Terry Southern, the irreverent author of Candy, who scribbled coarsely humorous notes as Ellison resolutely swam against the tide, "He certainly isn't invisible now." And 10 minutes later, "A mind destroyed by SYPH. And later yet, give them an inch." On stage, Barbara Tuchman turned to Arthur Schlesinger and whispered, "You've got to stop this." Schlesinger knew that Ellison's talk was going on too long, but did not feel that he could do him, and his wife, Fanny, who was in the audience, the discourtesy of cutting him short. So Mrs. Tuckman took matters into her own hands and began to applaud, and the audience picked it up and applauded, too, which prompted another Terry Southern comment, "This really is the march to folly." "I hope you're not telling me to shut up," Ellison said. Come on, the best is yet to come." A few minutes later, there was more applause, and again Ellison said, "I told you, the best is yet to come." And now, he announced, the biographical aspect. 12 years ago, when The Tenant, Malamud's sixth novel, was published, I felt trapped. People insisted that I was the model for the Negro writer who appeared in that work under the name of Willie Spearmint. Ellison said he had a conversation with a friend who was sure he was Willie. "Do you think," Ellison replied, "that I once lived in a tenement and became so vicious that I destroyed one of Malamud's manuscripts?" "Why are you being so literal?" the friend asked. "I wouldn't want you to think I was capable of destroying another writer's work," Ellison said. As Malamud in astonishment listened to Ellison pour out his long-buried resentment, he grimaced inwardly and reflected on the dilemma between life and art. He thought of himself as an inventive novelist, able to give form to a character through the power of imagination. And now he was being accused of having simply copied from life. It was something he talked to his students about, which was more real, what was true or what was imagined. The imaginative novelist could outguess you, he was one step ahead of you, having made up what you might mistake as real. Impatient for the proceedings to be over, since he had foregone cocktails and wine at lunch and wanted his late afternoon drink, Burroughs was bored to death by Ellison's speech. Ellison seemed quite deliberately determined to be annoying. It was remarkable how someone could talk for half an hour and say absolutely nothing. Like Burroughs, most of the audience was unaware of the psychodrama taking place on stage. There was ever louder applause, to which Ellison responded defiantly with, "You just won the right to listen to the rest of it." Finally, however, he came to the task at hand, contrasting my lingering annoyance at being elected the model for Willie Spearmint with my pleasure at this moment. He said, "I will get on with my assignment." Ear-splitting applause. "Burn, will you approach me?" Everyone was grateful for the brevity of Malamud's acceptance speech, and soon members and their guests were threading their way through congested exits from the auditorium to the reception on the terrace. There was considerable head-shaking and tongue-wagging over Ellison's remarks, which some saw as washing dirty laundry in public, while others said that such incidents were bound to take place in the climate of cronyism that so many institute writers shared. In 20 years of attending ceremonials, Richard Hayes, an editor and collaborator of Jerzy Kosinski, had never seen anything like it. Rolling his eyes heavenward, he intoned, "I have heard the chimes at midnight." After a festive dinner with friends, Burroughs got back to the apartment on the Bowery he stays in when he is in New York, which, being windowless, is known as the Bunker. Stuart Meyer, an old friend, was waiting up for him. "William, did you make a speech?" Meyer asked. "Yes," said Burroughs, "I said thank you for your paltry ribbons." "You didn't really say that, did you?" Meyer asked. "No, Stu," Burroughs said, "I just said thanks. These people, 20 years ago, they were saying I belonged in jail. Now they're saying I belong in their club. I didn't listen to them then, and I don't listen to them now." 1. St. Louis. 1914 to 1931. Pershing Avenue, an elm-lined residential thoroughfare of plain-fronted brick houses in St. Louis, owes its name to World War I, having been rechristened from Berlin Avenue not long after the outbreak of hostilities. On Pershing Avenue, named after the American commander in the war, you can tell the seasons by the ways of tidying up. In the summer, the freshly mowed lawns; in the autumn, the bags in driveways filled with dead leaves. The avenue, in the middle of Middle America, is a monument to hard work, conventional behavior, proper values, shared assumptions, and sedentary, rooted, community-minded lives. Its houses, not immoderate or ostentatious, indicate a satisfactory level of affluence. The three-story house at 4664 Pershing Avenue had a slate roof, a 50-foot front lawn, and a large backyard with a garden and a fish pond, separated from the neighbors by high wooden fences overgrown with morning glories and rose vines. The windows were leaded, a fire burned in the living room on chilly evenings, the dining room and study were commodious, and cheerful bedrooms occupied the other two floors. It was in one of those bedrooms, on February 5, 1914, that William Seward Burroughs II was born. His heritage combined two familiar American types, the Yankee inventor and the Southern preacher. The inventor was his paternal grandfather, William Seward Burroughs, born in 1857 in Rochester, New York, then known as the Flower City because of its mills. The Seward, after Lincoln's far-sighted Secretary of State, who bought Alaska from the Russians, was an expression of hope that the boy would make something of himself. William Seward's father, Edmund Burroughs, was a mechanic and an inventor in his own right. He took out patents on a railroad jack and on sliding knives to cut paper, but never made any money and was in fact often unemployed. As a result, he discouraged his son from following in his footsteps, wanting him to take a steady, white-collar job. When William graduated from high school at the age of 18, he found employment as a clerk in the Cayuga County National Bank, in nearby Auburn. A bank clerk in those days spent his time writing columns of figures in black and red ink in cloth-bound ledgers and tallying them by hand. If the columns didn't balance, he was in trouble. Every morning, he came into the office, removed his detachable cuffs, adjusted his green eyes hade, perched on a high stool next to the other clerks, and put in 8 hours or more of unimaginable drudgery, until the numbers blurred his vision, until the battalions of dollars and cents melted and liquefied in his brain pan in a puddle of tedium. William Seward Burroughs stayed at the bank for 7 years. He married when he was 21. During those years of scratchy nib pens, endless rows of figures, and the anxiety of error, the sensible idea occurred to him that there must be a better way. And the better way was a machine that would replace all the burned-out bank clerks across the nation. Born of his own 7 years of frustration in the salt mines of clerking, the idea of a machine that could add and tally and spit out the error-free results on a strip of paper became an obsession. The work had ruined his health. He was in the early stages of tuberculosis, and doctors recommended a warmer climate. His father had moved to St. Louis, and William Seward decided to follow there. His life from then on becomes a parable of entrepreneurial capitalism in the land of limitless opportunity, where anything was possible, where a poor young man, hard-working and inventive, could, in a decade, make a fortune and found a great corporation. In an inventive age, examples abounded: the typewriter in 1868, the telephone in 1876, the cash register in 1879, the fountain pen in 1884, and the Kodak camera in 1888. It was easy. All you needed was the streak of genius to make something that had never been thought of before, plenty of cash to develop your invention, self-confidence bordering on megalomania, and a nod from the patent office. Of course there had been calculating machines since the abacus, but no one had come up with a machine that could, with one stroke of the handle, add a column of figures and print the operation on paper at the same time. Burroughs later added a wide carriage so bookkeeping journals could be printed, and the now familiar cash register tape became the tally of the day's transactions. In 1882, at the age of 25, William Seward Burroughs arrived in St. Louis, a city of foundries, with an ample supply of toolmakers, still largely German in its ethnic stock. It was his good fortune soon after he got there to meet a kindred spirit, a young Canadian named Joseph Boyer, who was like him an inventor, and who like him had migrated to St. Louis in search of opportunity. Boyer, who ran a little machine shop at 244 Dixon Street making mostly bottle molds for dairies and breweries, had patented a pneumatic hammer, and was working on a device to record the speed of trains. Burroughs rented bench space from Boyer, along with equipment and an assistant. Having been around inventors, Boyer knew that most of them were big talking dreamers whose schemes never hatched, and it was with a healthy dose of skepticism that he listened to Burroughs boast that someday there will be one of my machines in every city bank in the land, and that means over 8,000 machines. And yet, Boyer had to admit, Burroughs approached his task with the fervor of a religious fanatic. He would be at his bench making drawings when Boyer left the shop in the evening, and he would be there still when he returned the next morning. When the St. Louis damp stretched his drawing paper, he switched to polished copper plates, striking a center or drawing a line under a magnifying glass. Burroughs found a couple of backers who put up $700 in exchange for 14 shares of stock in a non-existent company. Boyer was impressed and invested some of his own money. There was no doubt Burroughs had a knack. Boyer had seen him once, in a couple of hours, design a collapsible chicken coop that folded up when it was not being used. Burroughs called his machine the arithmometer, and in 1886, the American Arithmometer Company was incorporated under a Missouri charter with a capital stock of $100,000 divided into 1,000 shares among Burroughs and 3 investors. The company was founded mainly on hope, for he did not yet have a patent and had not yet produced any machines. By this time he had a growing family: Mortimer, born in 1885, and Horace, born a year later, who would be followed by 2 daughters, Jenny and Helen. 2 years later, however, the great day came. Burroughs was granted the first patent for a key-operated recording and adding machine. The stockholders voted to increase the capital stock to $200,000. By this time, in St. Louis investment circles, the Mad Mechanic's adding machine had become something of a joke. It was customary to say, instead of "he has money to burn," "he has money to buy adding machine stock." Under pressure from stockholders to come up with the goods, Burroughs produced 50 machines in 1889. There was only one problem: they didn't work. Depending on how hard you pulled the handle, the machines came up with different sums. Operating the handle correctly required a magic touch. Complaints poured in from the banks where the machines had been sent, and they had to be recalled. Banks lost interest, stockholders were discouraged, the company faced failure. Burroughs hated failure, which in puritanical Darwinian fashion he equated with evil. If you failed, it was your fault, it was because of some moral taint. One day, in an alcoholic pique, he paid a stealthy visit to his workroom, where the 50 recalled machines were stored. He sat there for a long time staring at them, a vision of failure, of hopes delayed, of having his judgment and ability doubted. The chorus of complaints rang in his ears: "I tried to list 4 figures and your machine came up with a row of zeros." Suddenly he rose, picked up one of the machines, and threw it out the window. And then another and another. The machines were evil and had to be destroyed. Then he called Boyer over and, pointing to the pile of mangled metal on the pavement, said, "There, I have ended the last of my troubles." Pluck his only asset, an obituary subhead would later read. The little drama of persistence was played out in a matter of days, with Burroughs experiencing the eureka moment, when lightning strikes. The solution to variations in the handle pulling force was a dashpot, an oil-filled metal cylinder drilled from solid bar steel, about 2 inches in diameter and 5 inches long, with a piston punctured by 2 small holes to regulate the flow of oil. This gave a uniform motion to the shaft mechanism whatever the force applied to the handle. The dashpot, a device also used to keep heavy doors from slamming, buffered the variations. The new machines went out in 1891, and they worked. In fact, they were the answer to every bookkeeper's dream. The bank snapped them up at $425 apiece. At last they had attained the dignity of a marketable commodity. As Burroughs noted in his demonstrations, let me say that there is no halfway point in the mechanical world. A machine of this nature is either a complete success or a complete failure. The product was launched in the midst of that glowing late 19th century era of business optimism and the we-can-do-it spirit. How long will a Burroughs last? Frankly, we don't know. We have never seen one wear out. Satisfied customers are saying, the Burroughs pays for itself many times over. Salesmen imbued with absolute faith that their product was a humanitarian blessing fanned across the nation, stalking the P.B. the prospective buyer. William H. Mason traveled 1,200 miles, including several hundred miles seated next to a stagecoach driver, to sell a single machine to a bank in Sonora, Texas, for a $10 commission. Another salesman summed up, in his own way, the ethics of free enterprise capitalism. Each time I find a new PB, I add to my prosperity. So conscience-free, I give true worth. I sell the best machine on earth. I'll show you, as well as I can, just why I am a Burroughs man. Burroughs kept improving his brainchild, with duplicate copies on the paper strip, and a ribbon reverse that later became standard on typewriters. Rival machines like the Comtograph were developed, but quickly went out of business. As his fortune improved, his tuberculosis grew worse. For years, he had worked until exhaustion under the handicap of TB, and was a heavy user of alcohol to keep him going. Single-minded and obsessive, it was up to his wife, Helen, to remind him to eat and wear clean clothes. She sometimes said that she had 5 children, 2 boys, 2 girls, and a husband. Not that Burroughs was much of a family man. He had that "don't let the children come near me when I am working" look. In 1896 Burroughs moved to Citronelle, Alabama, with his family. Citronelle was situated in a pine forest, 320 feet above sea level, near the Gulf of Mexico, and was highly recommended for tuberculars. When his wife died, he married his nurse, Mrs. White, who helped him raise the children. They were good children, Jenny and Helen and Horace and Mortimer. Mortimer was a sociable lad if a bit ineffectual. One day he was eating a candy bar in the living room, which he hid under the couch when he saw his father approach. Burroughs, who could not stand anything sticky to the touch, reached under the couch and withdrew his fingers smudged with chocolate, which made him so irate that he spanked his son. In Citronelle, Burroughs worked about 4 hours a day on his experiments and spent the rest of the day walking in the woods. His appetite returned and he felt that he was improving. In 1897 he resigned from the company, feeling too far removed to keep up with its operations. He kept tinkering, helping out a neighbor who sold firewood in bundles with a device that did the bundling automatically. In fact, however, he was getting worse, and he died on September 14, 1898, at the age of 41. At that same age, his grandson and namesake was just getting started on his writing career, having published his first book at the age of 39. Burroughs was buried in St. Louis, and a stained glass window dedicated to his memory was installed in the Presbyterian Church in Citronelle, bearing the inscription, "As the hare panteth after the water brooks, so panteth my soul for thee, O God." It was not long after his death that Burroughs' dream of selling 8,000 machines was realized. So many machines were sold that in 1904 Boyer moved the entire company and its 465 employees aboard the Clover Leaf Limited to a new and spacious factory in Detroit. He had never liked the hot St. Louis summers anyway. A year later, Boyer, by now president of the American Arithmometer Company, renamed it the Burroughs Adding Machine Company. That year, 7,800 machines were sold, as many as Burroughs had predicted the entire U.S. market could absorb. Burroughs was the father of the adding machine, but Joe Boyer was the father of the Burroughs Company. He ran it after Burroughs resigned, and remained its president for 19 years. He lived exactly twice as long as Burroughs, until the age of 82. He saw the company grow from assets of $5 million in 1905 to assets of $430 million in 1920, and profited far more than did the Burroughs family, for Burroughs was as indifferent to money as to food and clothing. When he moved to Citronelle he sold quite a bit of his stock and put the rest in trust for his children with the Mississippi Valley Trust Company in St. Louis. So that when he died his children held in trust 485 shares, compared to the 16,380 shares that Boyer held. Over the years, there were stock splits, which made the Burroughs family holdings worth quite a bit, but it was still only a fraction of what Boyer was worth. The company was founded by Burroughs and bore his name, but the Burroughs millions were a fable. Burroughs put his energy into inventing the adding machine, and his partners put their energy into capital formation. Other entrepreneurs of the period, such as the Fords and the Rockefellers, amassed enormous wealth and founded dynasties. But Burroughs was a shooting star, who left his children little more than a bright afterglow. In contrast and complement to the strain of Yankee ingenuity handed down by one grandfather, William Seward Burroughs too had on his mother's side the strain of the Bible-thumping, fire-and-brimstone Southern clergyman. His other grandfather, James Weidman Lee, born in 1849 in Rockbridge, Georgia, was a Methodist circuit-riding minister, a God-fearing moralizer who spread the gospel through the Georgia backwoods. Lee is, of course, one of the most common family names in the South, and thousands of the clan claim kinship to Robert E. Lee. But there was nothing very grand about these particular Lees, who traced their origins back to dispossessed 18th-century tenant farmers, a jump ahead of being sharecroppers. In 1875, when he was 26, James Weidman Lee married 13-year-old Eufaula Ledbetter. 2 years later, she gave birth to the first of 12 children, of whom only 6 survived to adulthood, including Laura Lee, the mother of William S. Burroughs II, and Ivy Lee, his uncle. It was through Eufaula's firstborn, Ivy Ledbetter Lee, that her husband's ministerial message, "If you want to win the game of life and honor the God who made you, work hard and save," found its application in the business world. For Ivy used the nimbleness with words inherited from his father to realize his ambition of corporate success. William Seward Burroughs did it with an invention, and Ivy Ledbetter Lee did it with language. One was the father of the adding machine and the other was the father of public relations. Ivy Lee made the robber barons look like nice guys, and lied so often on their behalf that he became known as Poison Ivy. He graduated from Princeton in 1898, and the possibility that modesty was not his outstanding trait can be inferred from the class prophecy in the Nassau Herald. Under his arm he carried a book entitled Great Men Who Have Met Me. He hummed to himself a little tune of his own composition, entitled, "Only Me, Ivy Lee." After a few years spent working for New York City newspapers, he found his true calling, as a press agent for big business. At a time when corporations were seen as greedy and arrogant and indifferent to the public good, Ivy Lee pushed the notion of the public be informed rather than the public be damned. It was better to tell the truth, even if the truth was damaging, than to have your enemy catch you concealing it. If the Pennsylvania Railroad, one of his clients, had a train wreck, he put out the facts on the accident, even if the railroad was to blame. If the railroad wanted to lobby Congress for a rate increase, it could make a better case if it had clubhouses for workers, college scholarships for their children, and a pension plan. You conveyed an image of candor and public service, while in fact you continued to cover up when you could. Around 1913, when Ivy Lee's name was on the rise, it happened that the Rockefeller name was at a low. In Colorado, 9,000 miners had walked off the job at coal mines where the Rockefellers were the principal owners. The workmen lived in company houses and shopped in company stores and voted for company candidates. The United Mine Workers came in to organize them and moved them out of the company houses and into a tent city. On October 17, 1913, deputy sheriffs shot up the tent city with a machine gun, and the state militia was called out. In April 1914 there was another battle, which became known as the Ludlow Massacre, in which 2 women and 11 children were killed. President Wilson sent in federal troops. The Rockefellers were branded as killers in newspapers across the country. In May 1914, Ivy Lee was invited to the office of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., who said, "I feel that my father and I are much misunderstood by the press and the people of this country. I should like to know what your advice would be about how to make our position clear." Here was the new Machiavelli being consulted by the 20th century prince. Ivy Lee advised that management should give plausible accounts of the strike, to make it acceptable to public opinion. He advised an end to ivory tower seclusion. Personal contact between employer and employee was desirable. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., was dispatched to Colorado to visit the mines. He chatted with the workers, heard their grievances, and danced with their wives at a social. It did more good than a dozen speeches, and the strike was settled that December. But it later came out that Ivy Lee's candid press handouts had been based on cooked data from the coal operators, which he hadn't bothered to check. It wasn't so much the truth that Ivy Lee was selling, but a shell game. And where was the P? Under Ivy Lee's hat. His services were appreciated, and in 1915 he resigned from his other accounts to devote himself full-time to the Rockefellers. His next assignment was to transform John D. Rockefeller, Sr., who had always shunned the press, from monster into humanoid. He soon had old John D. skipping through his PR hoops, distributing shiny dimes to newsboys, cutting his 90th birthday cake in public, playing golf with a reporter, gnarled and weasel-faced, in knickers. After all these years typecast as the villain, old John D. became a media darling. Instead of Rockefeller, man or demon, it was Rockefeller gives another $1 million to unemployment fund, philanthropy being the cornerstone of a better image. Ivy Lee, who called himself an adjuster of relationships, refused to take credit for the change. "I just raised the curtain and let the people look in," he said. Like the Burroughs man, who added to his prosperity by finding a new PB, Ivy Lee did all right for himself. He had a townhouse at 4 East 66th Street in New York, a list of clubs as long as your arm, and friends in high places. He was in the social register, and his daughter Alice was presented at the court of St. James's. A song of the period had the line, "Even Romania has Ivy Lee, mania, gosh how the money rolls in." A 6-footer with a round, fleshy face, he conveyed a sense of prosperity and well-being, and his half-smile was that of a man who knows more than he lets on. But after rising to a position of eminence in the American business community, Ivy Lee self-destructed because of blind faith in his own procedures. He really did believe that every problem was an image problem that would go away with a little PR. If he could sell Rockefeller to the American public, why not sell Hitler? When the Nazis came to power in 1933, he was paid a $33,000 a year retainer by IG Farben to make the new German government and its leaders popular in the United States. Visiting Germany that year, he met Hitler and Goebbels and returned full of admiration. These were the men who would restore German confidence, he said, and was not a confident and healthy Germany essential for Europe? Ivy Lee saw international affairs and the rise of fascist ideologies as matters that could be handled like corporate strategy. His advice to Nazi leaders was essentially what he had told Rockefeller. People had to be reassured so they didn't think you were a monster. Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop should say that Germany did not want to rearm. Vice-Chancellor von Papen should say that Germany did not want the Saar Basin. Hitler should say that the stormtroopers were organized for the sole purpose of preventing a return to communism. When William E. Dodd, the American ambassador to Germany, met Ivy Lee on his second trip to Berlin in January 1934, he wrote in his diary that Ivy Lee has shown himself at once a capitalist and an advocate of fascism. Ivy Lee realized too late that the Third Reich was not the clone of Standard Oil. You could have Hitler hand out dimes until the Rhine froze over and the Nazis still wouldn't be nice guys. Ivy Lee now had his own image problem. He was seen as Hitler's press agent, and his reputation hit bottom. In the Senate, Robert La Follette called his work a monument of shame. In the House, the Un-American Activities Committee asked him in May 1934 to testify, and it came out that he was being paid to present Hitler in a favorable light. The turmoil affected his health, and a cerebral hemorrhage felled him that October, at the age of 57. Billy Burroughs, then 20, saw him in New York shortly before his death. He spoke of his many talks with Hitler. "The last time I saw him," he said, "Hitler told me, 'I have nothing against the Jews.' This is all exaggerated. He had just bought a new car, and there was something wrong with it, and he said, "I didn't dream it would fall apart like this," which seemed to Billy an unconscious reference to his own situation. He had demonstrated the power, but also the limitations, of public relations. He had helped Rockefeller and other business leaders to find acceptance. But in so doing he had believed that acceptance depended on image rather than substance. As Robert Benchley put it, Mr. Lee has devoted his energies to proving, by insidious leaflets and gentle epistles, that the present capitalist system is really a branch of the Quaker Church, carrying on the work begun by St. Francis of Assisi. Through his inventor grandfather, and through his preacher grandfather, by way of his Uncle Ivy, William Seward Burroughs too was offered two examples of laissez-faire capitalism in its purest form. The inventor made something that could be said to advance progress, in that a machine took over dull clerical work, and got rich in the bargain. The press agent borrowed the style and sermonizing of the preacher to get his message across. What was good for the Rockefellers was good for the country. These examples had a bearing on Burroughs' vocation as a writer. He was like a son whose father has embezzled a fortune, and who promises to pay back every cent on the dollar. He had a sense of mission. His uncle had debased the language, turned it to purposes of trickery and deceit. He would, in his own writing, restore integrity to language. To use language honestly, or to expose the ways language was used dishonestly, was a sacred trust, not to be taken lightly, which helps explain why it took Burroughs so long to get started. He knew early on that he was a writer, but did not start work on his first book until he was in his late 30s, as though paralyzed by the magnitude of his task. At the same time his inventor grandfather had lost what should have been his, the corporation that bore his name. Burroughs the grandson was in the position of a disowned heir. He was like El Desticado in Gerard de Nerval's sonnet, quoted by another St. Louis writer, T.S. Eliot, in The Waste Land, Le Prince d'Aquitaine à la tour aboli, the prince whose tower has been destroyed. Desticado means brought down, overthrown, disinherited. Burroughs the writer had to reclaim the name appropriated by the company, and vindicate the inventor who had lost the family birthright, with the help of his children. For when their father died, the children, still in their teens, inherited the stock held in trust for them, which the executors, in collusion with company management, persuaded them to sell. Ahem, I must tell you for your own good, holding on to these shares is basically unsound. Burroughs imagines the scene, adding, "My father could be talked into anything." They were bought out for $100,000 apiece, which in today's dollars would be about $1 million. A tidy sum, but nothing compared with what they would be worth today if they had hung on. Only Mortimer, Burroughs' father, held on to a small number of shares, which he sold in 1929, 3 months before the stock market crashed. Burroughs, then 15, remembers his father coming home with a check for $276,000, the highest balance ever to appear on his bank statement. With a measly $250,000 in the bank, we were not accepted by families with 10, 20, 50 million. No one wanted those ratty Burroughses about. He estimates that his father's small share in the company, had he held onto it, would today be worth about $20 million, adding, 20 million reasons not to write. For it is his conviction that wealth stifles the creative impulse. So that his exclusion from the family fortune was a blessing in disguise, allowing him to carry out the goal of making a name for himself as a writer. It was after James Weidman Lee moved to St. Louis to take over an affluent Methodist parish there, Methodism still being in those days a religion of bankers, that Laura Lee met Mortimer Burroughs. James Weidman Lee was a fine-looking old gentleman with a white mustache who knew everyone in the congregation by name, and wrote a book on how to win the game of life, entitled The Geography of Genius. His wife, Eufaula, was active in the Women's Temperance Union and frequently said she would rather have a son of hers come home dead than drunk. After her husband died from the complications of a broken hip, she took to travel, and once brought home some shawls from India, living on to the age of 89. Laura Lee was a beauty, with thick chestnut hair, a perfect oval face, the highly forehead, a lovely mouth, lovely skin, and a willowy hourglass figure. Mortimer Burroughs was handsome in a clean-cut preppy way. He had a good mind, went to MIT, and was the sensible member of the family. Mortimer invested his money, while Horace used his to make a splash, buying a coach and four. After an illness, Horace began using morphine and speedily went through his inheritance, committing suicide in 1915, at the age of 29, by breaking a window pane in a rooming house in Detroit and cutting his arm on the jagged fragments. Mortimer's sister Jenny was a drunk, and he would sometimes get calls from the desk sergeant at the police precinct, asking him to come and get her or they would have to lock her up. Finally, in exasperation, Mortimer gave her a one-way train ticket to Seattle and she was not heard from again. As for his other sister, Helen, she married a man named Mercer and went to live in Colorado Springs. Laura and Mortimer married in 1910, when she was 22 and he was 25, and went to Detroit, where Mortimer worked briefly as a salesman for the Burroughs Company. It was there that their first son, also Mortimer, was born in 1911. To distinguish them, the father was called Moat and the son was called Mort. Soon after, they returned to St. Louis and moved into the house on Berlin/Pershing Avenue. With the proceeds of his Burroughs shares, Moat started a plate glass company. He and Laura were in the social register but not in the St. Louis Country Club, an important distinction in the stratified society of that city. Their friends were the haute bourgeoisie, like the lawyer Eugene Angert, and O.K. Bovard, editor of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Their next-door neighbor, Rives Skinker Matthews, was a prosperous hardware dealer who always wore a black tie and a high-starched collar, and went to his office in a Packard limousine. Skinker Boulevard, which traced the city limits when the city had limits, was named after his grandfather. The marriage was apparently a happy one. Billy Burroughs never once heard his parents' voices raised in anger or argument, and they remained faithful to each other. His father was a decent man who performed small acts of kindness. When one of Billy's schoolmates broke the glass of a portrait hanging on the auditorium wall with a basketball, Mortimer Burroughs repaired it free of charge. And yet there was in Mortimer a remoteness that his son could never bridge. What was he really like? Billy never found out. There were all too few father-son conversations that he could remember. Mortimer was an atheist, and once told his son, "I know what happens to you when you die." There was a little dog, and his name was Rover, and when he was dead all over. "Well now, Dad," Billy asked, "what about reincarnation and all that?" "If you can't remember, what difference does it make?" replied his father. "Maybe you can remember," Billy said. "Oh, I suppose you know," said his father in irritation. "Well, maybe I do, Dad," Billy said. Billy and Mort had to go to Sunday school as long as their preacher grandfather was alive, but after his death they were let off. One day Mort was spanked for fighting on Sunday, which seemed to Billy sheer hypocrisy, coming from his father. His mother wasn't religious either, but she was psychic. She had a feel about people, like an animal. His father would be about to get involved in some business deal and she would say, "No, no, he's a crook, I can tell," and she would be right. Once his brother was out late and his mother dreamed that he came to her with his face covered with blood and said, "Mother, we've had an accident." In fact that night his brother had been in a car accident and his face had been covered with blood, although his injuries were minor. Billy felt that his mother had been crippled by her Bible Belt upbringing, which imposed, among other things, an abhorrence for bodily functions. She suffered from headaches and backaches, and there was something deeply sad about her, as though she expected doom to arrive at any moment. He also felt that his mother was never really accepted by St. Louis society. The rich St. Louis matrons said, "Let's get together," but rarely did. To others, Laura seemed cold and unaffectionate. "She never kissed me on the cheek in her life," said her daughter-in-law Miggy, who married Mort. "She found it hard to like people. Also, she was an unconsciously tactless woman." She'd walk into a room and say, "This is the ugliest room I've ever seen." Sometimes her behavior verged on the cruel. She asked me to meet her once at Styx, Bear and Fuller to buy nightgowns, Miggy said. I was hoping she would give me one, but no, that wasn't it. She wanted me to admit that my family had no money and that I could not afford one. With her it was always vanity first, Miggy continued. When she was told her boys had to wear glasses, she said, "Don't bother about glasses, just sit them in the front row." But she was smart, with a good sense of humor, Miggy went on. She was good at everything she did, although she was impractical. She was the sort who could cook a French sauce but couldn't bake a potato. Her specialty was flower arranging, and her reputation spread to the point that the Coca-Cola Company commissioned her to write 3 books on the subject, along with helpful hints on interesting ways to serve refreshments. She appears on the cover of the first volume, sitting on a couch in a white silk dress, a pearl choker around her throat, surrounded by flowers, a bottle of Coke in her lap. Billy grew up in a family where displays of affection were considered embarrassing, although he was clearly his mother's favorite. According to Miggy, Laura was crazy about Billy and didn't love Mort. It was always Billy this and Billy that. "He's just the funniest person I know." When he was older, his mother told him, "I worship the ground you walk on." Billy shared a room with his brother as a boy, but they were too dissimilar for there to be much close communication between them. One of Billy's earliest memories is that he was holding a 10-pin to throw one day as he said, "Will you play with me, Mort?" and threw it the instant Mort said no, hitting him in the head. Alerted by the cries, his father came in and Billy got spanked. Mort took after his father. He was sturdy and healthy looking, whereas Billy was thin and long-boned like his mother, and there was no color in his cheeks. Mort became the good son and Billy became the prodigal son. Mort went to Princeton and then to Harvard to study architecture, but he graduated during the Depression, when there was not much demand for architects. So for a while he worked for his father, who by that time had sold his plate glass business and become a landscape gardener. Then when the war came he went to work for Emerson Electric, which was later absorbed by General Electric, as a draftsman, and stayed there until he retired. All his adult life he lived in St. Louis on a different Pershing Avenue, in University City, and was a loyal and dutiful son. And it was perhaps because the place of good son was occupied that Billy was free to go and work out his destiny, living in all sorts of places in all sorts of ways, absent and out of touch, in and out of trouble. And although he was a frequent embarrassment to his parents, they continued to support him for many years, with amazing patience and devotion, when it would have been so easy to write him off as a bad bet. And Mort, of course, deeply resented his brother's feckless existence, when he, Mort, had been strapped in the straitjacket of family responsibility that Billy had escaped, had been made to play the role of the loyal and upstanding son because of Billy's defection. So the texture of the brotherly relationship was based on the different roads they had taken, and came out in small ways rather than in open hostility. In a dignified WASP St. Louis family, small ways were enough. It was just that Billy and Mort never agreed on any subject. Take the little argument they had about the atom bomb when Billy visited St. Louis in 1965, when both brothers were in their 50s. Mort said, "We were perfectly justified to drop the bomb." Billy said, "Don't you realize the Japs were completely beaten? Look, you got some people over there in a cabin, you got a posse here, they got pistols, you've got rifles. They can't possibly hit you. Are you going to storm that cabin? No, you wait 'em out." That's all we had to do was wait 'em out. Mort said, "That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard." Billy said, "Well, I think the Hiroshima thing was ridiculous." Billy Burroughs grew up in post-World War I St. Louis, a city on the west side of the Mississippi, 10 miles below its juncture with the Missouri. At that time, the subdivisions beyond the city limits, like Clayton and Webster and Groves, were known as the county. On March 9, 1914, a little more than a month after his birth, 39 persons died when the Missouri Athletic Club burned down. It was the worst fire in the city's history. But generally, St. Louis was known as a fun-loving place, a place of joiners and clubs like the Public Questions Club, the Great Books Club, the Toastmasters Club, the 20th Century Club, the Wednesday Club, and the Upper Glenmore Rose Garden Society. There was also the St. Louis Country Club for the upper crust. Rogers Scudder, a childhood friend of Burroughs, remembers his mother saying with horror, "They finally let a German into the country club." For there was a strong German strain in St. Louis. The Anheuser-Busch family had built a brewery there, and from its proceeds a great estate on Gravois Road. Joseph Pulitzer had founded the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, adopting as his own Goethe's maxim, Mut verloren, als verloren, courage lost, all lost. It was a city of odd traditions, such as the Veiled Prophet Ball. Each year, the Veiled Prophet, whose name was never disclosed, but who was supposed to be from the mysterious East, was escorted by Bengal lancers to his throne at the ball, a white tie affair, and crowned the queen who would reign over St. Louis society for the next 12 months. Billy Burroughs' St. Louis was a mix of places appealing for one reason or another to a boy's interests. There was the Winter Garden where you went ice skating, and Joe Garavelli's restaurant on de Bellevere, where you went on Thursday, the cook's day off. There was the 415, where you ordered catfish by the pound, and the Women's Exchange on the corner of Euclid and McPherson, where they sold the best fudge in town. There was the Falk Fur Factory, which gave off a peculiar smell, supposedly from the processing of seals. The story was that the Fox had adopted a French boy, but he showed up with his 2 brothers and they had to take all 3. The old money lived on Portland Place or Vandevonder, while on Lindell Avenue stood the mansions of the new rich, like the Saman soap man, who had started selling his soap in the street from a horse-drawn cart. When the horse died he had it stuffed and stood it in the front hall of his fine new house. In contrast there was Market Street, the Skid Row of Billy's adolescence, with its tattoo parlors and pawn shops, brass knuckles next to a beat-up guitar in a dusty window. T.S. Eliot, recalling his St. Louis childhood, remembered mainly the moods and majesty of the Mississippi, the steamboats blowing in the new year, the river in flood with its floating cargo of dead Negroes and chicken coops, the river tame and sluggish. "I feel that there is something in having passed one's childhood beside the big river which is incommunicable to those who have not," he wrote. Burroughs recalled most vividly another river, the Rivière de Paris, an open sewer 30 feet across that meandered through the city and emptied into the Mississippi. It flowed through some of the better neighborhoods, effluence amid the affluence. With his inseparable companion and first cousin Prine Hoxie, who lived around the corner from Pershing, on McPherson, Billy would stand on the grassy banks of the River of the Fathers as turds shot out into the polluted water from vents along the sides. "Hey, looky! Someone just did it. You smell like the Rivière de Paris," was a common St. Louis saying. With Prine Hoxie also he would sit on his back porch of a summer evening drinking a cold whistle, an orange drink, and watching the misty blue sky darken as the smells of coal gas and the open sewer drifted over the city. Or they would jump off the 10-foot stone pillars linked by a chain at nearby Washington University, or go to Forest Park and catch frogs in the pond. He and Hoxie saw each other every day. They even had an identifying cry, "Woo woo whoop." It is a recurring theme of Burroughs' life that those close to him died violently. This book has more corpses in it than Hamlet, and Prine Hoxie was the first to go. He died at 18 while at Princeton, in a car crash. His jugular was severed by a broken windshield. Mrs. Hoxie, whose husband, Bob, had also died at about that time, went to see a spirit medium in East St. Louis who put her in touch with her son and husband. It seems they were having playful wrestling bouts in the hereafter. When informed of his former playmate's fate, Burroughs was disturbed by the apparent intellectual deterioration that the deceased undergo. The Burroughs family had a gardener, a maid, a nanny, and a cook, who prepared roasts and squab and quail and wild duck. For dessert they sometimes had block ice cream from Delmonico's, orange ice on the outside and another flavor on the inside. Christmas was the time for turkey and Virginia ham, and almond cookies from Germany shaped like stars and half-moons, called Kuchen. In the summer, they went to Harbor Beach, a postcard town on Lake Huron, sloping up from the lake into low hills, a town of neat white frame houses and steep winding streets. The hills were bright green in the summer, surrounded by meadows and fields and streams with stone bridges, and further inland there were woods of oak and pine and birch. It was a seasonal outpost of an idyllic pastoral America. The summer people owned cottages and had the town to themselves. Most of them ate in a communal dining hall and were summoned to meals by a bell. Ringing the bell at the wrong time was a favorite prank of the summer kids, as was raiding the icebox for ginger ale and whistle. On the surface, it seems an idyllic childhood, but there was a dark side, with a suggestible child falling under the influence of servants who had their private undertakings, possibly improper, possibly corrupt. The old Irish cook, Burroughs later reflected, was like one of the witches in Macbeth. She taught him how to call the toads. He made a sort of hooting sound, and the toad that lived under a rock in the pond in his backyard would come out. She taught him the curse of the blinding worm, how to bring the blinding worm out of rotten bread. You took some moldy bread and ran a needle through it in a certain way, and you buried it under a fence post in a pigsty, and you said, needle in thread, needle in bread, eye in needle, needle in eye, bury the bread deep in a sty. And the worm would go into the eye of the person you were cursing and blind that person. To ward off the curse, you had to say, cut the bread and cut the thread, and send the needle back on red. It's a secret, the Irish cook said. Don't tell anyone. Many years later, in the Empress Hotel in London, Burroughs dreamed that a white worm was crawling out of his eye and woke up screaming. The Irish cook awakened in the boy a deep and lingering interest in witchcraft and the occult. One day when he was in Forest Park with his brother in the late afternoon, he looked into a grove of trees and saw a little green reindeer, very delicate, with pale thin legs. Annihilating all that's made / to a green thought in a green shade. The reindeer, he later reflected, was his totem animal, which is revealed to you in a vision, and which you must never kill. Another time, he woke up after having made a house of blocks and saw little men playing in the house, moving very fast. His nanny, Mary Evans, was Welsh, and the Welsh are known to dabble in magic. She taught him another curse. Trip and stumble. Slip and fall. Down the stairs. And hit the wall. She had certain expressions that Burroughs still remembers. Whenever he asked her how they were going to get somewhere, she would say, by Shank's pony. Once when he suggested they light the fire, she said, it will light, and it lit. It was evident to the boy that she had magic powers. Billy formed a hysterical attachment to Mary Evans, to the point that when she went out on Thursday, her day off, he would throw a tantrum, screaming, all I want is Nursey. This indicates that she was using the old nanny trick of sexual stimulation to control the boy. Sometimes she took him along on her day off, when she went to see her boyfriend, who was a veterinarian. He called Billy in to watch once when he put a couple of dogs to sleep. And then one day when he was 4, the trusted and beloved nurse introduced evil into his life. The sense of something gross and improper done to a small helpless child is overpowering, but to this day blocked out. A feeling of something very drastic, very unpleasant, but what? To this day he can't be sure. I hear the dark mutterings of a servant underworld. He knows that it was one of the times he went with Nursey on her day off. It turned on some ride, some expedition with the boyfriend. They were out of doors, perhaps in a wood. He sees the man's grinning face, and hears Nursey saying, come on, Billy, it won't hurt you. He remembers his brother saying later, should we tell on Nursey? He remembers a dream where he is being threatened by Nursey and your eyes will be put out if you tell. And some months afterward his mother said, Nursey is going away, and there was no tantrum, he took it very calmly. Years later, his psychoanalyst, Dr. Federn, who had been a pupil of Freud, lost his patience, What is this that has affected you your whole life? I just don't remember, doctor, I just don't know. He wants to remember, and runs through various scenarios to find the one that fits. A phrase from one of his books springs to mind, The White Defenders. Mary Evans told him to do something bad. The boyfriend had his pants down. Mary pushed him forward and asked him to do it for her. At the last moment he rebelled and the boyfriend screamed in pain. Was it that? Perhaps. He can't be sure. Although he did not tell his mother, he felt a loss of confidence in the family for not responding. They should have known that Mary Evans, despite all her impeccable references, was a bad person. The feeling I get about your parents, a friend told him once, is that they weren't there. On the surface, life went on as usual, and Billy at age 6 started riding the chocolate bus, because it was brown, to the community school, a progressive school with all sorts of interesting ideas. The children were encouraged to express themselves by playing at caveman and making stone axes. They modeled clay and beat out copper ashtrays, and learned the Perlman style of writing where you moved your arm but not your hand, which was supposed to produce a beautiful slanting script, while in fact all it did was wear your elbow out. Miggy, who later married Mort, remembers Billy at the community school as withdrawn, unable to make friends, living in a dream world. He was known for taking books home, she said. Actually, Billy had been very slow to read. His parents thought there was something wrong. Then all at once he started. His father often read to him Treasure Island, Kidnapped, Moby Dick, Victor Hugo's Toilers of the Sea, with its never-to-be-forgotten encounter with the octopus. Already, Billy had formed a feeling of apartness. His father had a workshop in the basement and liked to make things out of wood, like tables and chairs and pirate chests. Mort was down there with him, learning and helping. One day Billy, who was 3 years younger than Mort, came in and picked up a hammer. "Look at the way he hammers," his father said, and then, "Don't touch the tools." Billy was excluded from the workshop, excluded from the closeness between father and oldest son that came from working together and making things. He grew up convinced that he was no good with tools and never would be. It was made abundantly clear to Billy that he was not like the others. The father of a schoolmate said, "That boy looks like a sheep-killing dog." One day he went to the house of Sis Frances, another schoolmate. Her mother was home, sitting on the sofa and reading the Atlantic Monthly. She was a cold woman, who viewed her husband, a nice bumbling guy and a bit of a drunk, with contempt. Burroughs had a revelation about women: they were great wasters of time, content to spend all eternity reading magazines or playing bridge. Women were either evil, like Mary Evans, or useless, like Mrs. Francis. It got back to him that Mrs. Francis's sister, Mrs. Sensony, had said, "That boy looks like a walking corpse." Years later, when she died, his first thought was, "It's not every corpse that can walk." Also years later, he finally understood what it was about him that had put people off. It was the writer's appraising eye, the eye that sees, and that, because it sees, seems ill-intentioned. He also felt ill at ease because he was unsure of his family's position in St. Louis society. To bear the name of a famous company that you didn't own a part of didn't mean much. It was like a Potemkin village made out of cardboard. Audrey was a thin pale boy, his face scarred by festering spiritual wounds. Doormen stopped him when he visited his rich friends. Shopkeepers pushed his change back without a thank you. Audrey was painfully aware of being unwholesome. In 1926, his parents sold the Pershing Avenue house and built a handsome white frame house on a 5-acre lot in the suburb of Ladue, at 700 South Price Road. Set back from the road, the house could dimly be seen through screens of branches. By that time Mortimer Burroughs was fed up with landscape gardening, because the millionaires who hired you would find some quibbling reason not to pay. He and Laura decided to open a gift and antique shop near their new home, at 10036 Conway Road. It was called Cobblestone Gardens, and they sold garden furniture and porcelain birds and snowflake paperweights and that sort of thing. Once a year they went to Chicago for the gift show. There were in those days 2 private high schools in St. Louis where the right people sent their children, John Burroughs, named after the naturalist, which was co-ed, and Country Day, for boys only. The public schools were for riffraff. Billy had started going to the Burroughs School in 1925, when they still lived on Pershing Avenue, taking the Clayton trolley every day, but now that they were on Price Road, the school was only a short walk away. His brother went to Country Day and said to Billy, "Collier's the sissy school and I'll know what you mean." Billy attended the John Burroughs School from the 7th through the 10th grade. He was not a joiner or a team player. He didn't go in for sports and thought the whole idea of school spirit was pointless. He went to class and did his homework without enthusiasm. He hated Latin, and when Mrs. Grossman handed out the assignments, he would ask, "Do we have to do this?" He asked the question once too often, and was sent to see the principal, Wilford M. Aiken, who seemed to Billy a great big fat fraud, like most school principals. The other Latin teacher, Mr. Baker, taught him something he never forgot. This was the lesson of Hannibal's campaign against Caesar. Hannibal defeated the Roman army but stopped short of Rome. He didn't follow up, which Billy thought was the worst sin of all. When you got things going for ya, follow up. There are only 2 rules of gambling: plunge when you're winning and quit when you're losing. Another Mr. Baker taught sociology and was a communist. "They're doing a great experiment over there," he would say. An embittered, sardonic man, he would say, after having asked a question you couldn't answer, "Are you one of those strong, silent types?" And Roos, who was in the 8th grade with Billy, remembers him sitting in the back of the class and aiming an ever-sharp pencil at the other students as though it was a gun. Several times she felt her scalp prickle and turned to see the pencil aimed at her. And was invited in February 1927 to Billy's 13th birthday party. She was spending the night with Sis Francis, and after the party Mrs. Francis was late picking them up, so Mr. Burroughs produced a soccer ball for them to kick around the living room. And, showing off, bounced the ball off her head and broke a cut glass sconce on the wall. Mr. Burroughs vanished, but Mrs. Burroughs appeared, and said in a low, strained voice, "I got it in Italy. I don't know how I can replace it." And Roos was ready to commit suicide. The Burroughs home was so exquisitely furnished. But Mrs. Burroughs, she felt, had no warmth. Mr. Burroughs, it was said, made Billy learn 5 new words a day and use them in sentences. The year he turned 13 was the year of the Great Tornado. Billy was at school, standing in the entrance to the boys' locker room, when he saw the sky turn black and green. Lightning struck a cornice of the main building and knocked off some bricks. When he went over there he found all the girls running down the halls, screaming hysterically. The tornado killed 300 people, though no one the Burroughses knew, and was included in a book about famous disasters. There were entire blocks where the fronts of houses had been sheared off, so that you could see the inside, as in dolls' houses. There were 2 things St. Louis children always heard their elders talk about: the 1903 World's Fair, Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis, and the 1927 tornado. A year later, Billy had a small disaster of his own, almost losing his left hand. He was in the basement playing with his chemistry set in its wooden case, mixing red phosphorus and potassium chlorate, when it blew up in his hand. Luckily, his father was next door in his tool shed and drove Billy to the hospital in University City. The surgeon, Dr. Masters, gave him an adult dose of morphine and operated for 2 hours, getting the wood splinters out. This was before penicillin, and the fear of a secondary infection kept Billy in the hospital for 6 weeks. The accident did not deter him from his interest in explosives. With black powder and a piece of iron, he made a bomb, which he threw through the window of the principal's house on the school grounds. The bomb did not explode, but the principal's wife, Mrs. Aiken, called Billy's mother to tell her what he had done, and he had to apologize. The summer of 1929, when he was 15, his father having inflated his bank account by selling the last of his Burroughs shares, the family toured France with a car and driver the Chateau country, 2 weeks in Caen, the Pyrenees. Billy was sick of chateaux but found wonderful gun shops that carried trick canes. He had developed a fondness for guns and would sometimes go duck shooting with his father. In any case, that summer in France, he bought a sword cane and a shooting cane. His mother was amused when the chauffeur said l'essence n'arrive pas, which meant we're out of gas, but sounded like the essence does not arrive. Billy felt that the other boys at John Burroughs saw him as not quite right. "You're a character," said one, "but you're the wrong kind." Yet it was at school that he formed one of the lasting attachments of his life, with a handsome, brown-eyed, curly-haired boy named Kells Elvins, whose family had a town in the lead mining region of Missouri named after them. The Elvinses lived down Price Road from the Burroughses. Kells's father, Polit Elvins, was a former congressman and a lawyer for the St. Joseph Lead Company. Billy thought Polit was a nasty, crapulous old man. He was a fierce anti-Semite, who would say, "You know what I like about this place, the view over the Jewish cemetery. I like to see it fill up." Polit had syphilis, which affected his mind. The stories about him were endless, and later in life, Burroughs remembered him as an extravagant comic figure, a sort of demented W.C. Fields. He once ordered scrambled eggs, and when they arrived he threw them at the waitress, shouting, "Where are my beans?" When a cyclist rode over his toe, he hooked out his cane and caught the cyclist by the neck, pulled him off his bike, and drubbed him with his cane. He was a terrible driver, and once, going 90 miles an hour, he cut off a woman in a limousine driven by a black chauffeur. The woman caught up alongside him and lowered the window to tell him off, but Polit shouted, "Nigger lover," and gunned the engine. Billy was strongly attracted to Kells. He already knew he was homosexual. Indeed, he was certain that he had been born that way, dismissing psychological explanations having to do with his parents or his nurse. Kells was his first love, but it was a love that could not be admitted or expressed, and was never sexual. He was, however, clearly smitten. His schoolmates saw it and said to Billy, "You're his slave." Billy would walk Kells home with his arm around Kells's shoulder. Kells was friendly but unresponsive, although occasionally there were ambiguously physical games, as when Kells would playfully take Billy on his lap and strum him like a banjo, which gave Billy a hard-on. Kells was everything Billy wasn't. He was athletic and popular, and had great élan. He was a terrific womanizer, which young Burroughs much admired and still remembers. Kells sure had a way with women. He always had 3 or 4 beauties on a string. From the time he was just a kid he was getting all the ass he wanted. The technique was simple. Most people want it too much, but as soon as you sit back as though you don't need it, they'll line up at your door. As Blake said, the lineaments of gratified desire, that's what's most attractive to a woman. If someone's getting it and getting it steady, he's gonna get it more and more. Kells had the trick. As Burroughs tells it, Kells was the classic Don Juan, who needs to seduce one woman after the other while disliking them profoundly. When he'd had about 3 drinks, Burroughs recalls, he'd say, "Show me a good woman in anything." He would beat them down and reduce them to tears. They'd cry on my shoulder and I'd say, "I'm sorry, but if you want to put up with it that's your concern." Burroughs and Kells were lifelong friends, their lives intersecting over and over, at Harvard, in Texas, in Mexico, in Tangier, in Copenhagen. But never in the whole time I knew him did it ever get physical. At school, there was a class where the students composed plays by volunteering lines that were copied on the blackboard, as in, "First woman, I hear there is a tiger roaming about the village. Second woman, one doesn't feel safe with that tiger about. Third woman, it's getting dark. I think we'd better go home." They also wrote compositions that they read before the class. One of Billy's friends, Jean Angert, a gauntly handsome and fragile boy, like a young T.S. Eliot, read a story that ended with the line, "The boat went down and the captain tried to swim but the water was too deep, and he cried help, help, I'm drowning." Burroughs never forgot that line, which in retrospect seemed to sum up Gene's life, for while at Harvard he was institutionalized as a schizophrenic. For Billy, writing was an alternative to the disappointing world around him. At the age of 8, inspired by Ernest Thompson Seton's biography of a grizzly bear, he wrote Autobiography of a Wolf. In Seton's book, the old bear, saddened by the death of his mate, slinks off to die in the animal cemetery. In Billy's 10-page opus, the wolf, saddened by the death of his mate, killed by hunters, was attacked by a grizzly and killed. Billy's mother showed the book to her friends, who asked Billy, "You mean biography, don't you?" And Billy replied, "No, I was right there with the wolf." It was an autobiography because Billy identified with the wolf and became the wolf. When Billy was 13, he came across a book that would have an enormous impact on the unfolding of his life and work. Written by someone calling himself Jack Black, You Can't Win was the memoir of a professional thief and drug addict. Billy immersed himself in the world of gopher men who tunneled under banks, safecrackers, con men, and fences. It was a world with its own code of conduct, an exciting alternative to the humdrum St. Louis environment. Jack Black left school at 14 and went to work in a cigar store that was a front for poker and dice games, running errands for the old cons and relishing their colorful language, "If it was rainin' soup I couldn't buy myself a tin spoon," or "I've got a string of debts longer than a widow's clothesline." Jack became a burglar, which is how he came across Salt Chunk Mary, the fence. Salt Chunk Mary bought or sold anything that was stolen, but she was righter than a gold guinea. She always had a pot of beans and a chunk of salt pork on the stove, and the first thing you heard when you stepped into her house was, "Did you eat yet?" Her hair was the color of sunburned brick and her small blue eyes glinted like ice under a March sun. Salt Chunk Mary could say no quicker than any woman I ever knew, and none of her NOS ever meant yes. She named her price, and she didn't name another. Salt Chunk Mary was a member of the Johnson family, a band of crooks with their own code of ethics. The Johnson family minded their own business. They were loyal and honest with one another, and helped those in trouble. Even though they were outlaws and thieves, they were square in their dealings, and their word was their bond. Billy saw in the Johnsons a model of moral behavior in marked contrast to the hypocrisy, busybodiness, and double-dealing of the right-thinking citizens of the St. Louis establishment. In St. Louis, you were nothing if you didn't own something. St. Louis hummed with tales of loss and chicanery, how so-and-so had been done out of what he had. People actually said, "I can buy and sell that person." He saw that there existed a society of outcasts and misfits, who were, in their own way, decent people, living by their own rules. And who were the real thieves anyway? Jack Black, the safecracker, or the trustees of the Burroughs estate who had conned his father into selling his shares. In the turn-of-the-century period of the book, morphine and opium were as cheap as tobacco. 50 cents worth would last you all day. No fiend is ever at a loss for a sound reason for taking a jolt of hop, wrote Jack Black. If he is feeling bad he takes a jolt so he will feel good. If he is feeling good, he takes one to make him feel better, and if he is feeling neither very bad nor very good he takes a jolt just to get himself straightened around. Jack became an addict, hanging out with other addicts. Their bony arms were gray, like pieces of petrified wood. The skin was pocked with marks, mottled and scarred from the repeated, hourly stabbing of the needle. Their shirt sleeves were encrusted with dried blood from the many punctures. For Billy, who already saw himself as an outsider, You Can't Win was a revelation. He felt somehow that Jack Black and Salt Chunk Mary and Gold Tooth and Foot and a Half George and all the others were his kind of people. He was not alone. The Johnsons became a part of his personal mythology. The world was divided into us and them. In later life, any stranger who did him an act of kindness in a tight situation was a Johnson, like the cop in the paddy wagon after his arrest in New Orleans who slipped him a joint, or the pharmacist in Mexico City who cheerfully filled his prescription for morphine after half a dozen others had snarlingly turned him down. You Can't Win was the blueprint for Burroughs' first book, Junkie. It had the same relation to Junkie as biography of a grizzly bear had to autobiography of a wolf. Just as 8-year-old Billy became the wolf and wrote about the wolf in the first person, the adult Burroughs became a small-time criminal and drug addict and wrote about that, following the example of Jack Black and his thief's memoirs. In You Can't Win, there is a set of values, from Salt Chunk Mary's sense of honor to Jack Black's hatred of cops. I always say a copper is a copper until you cut his head off, that Burroughs would make his own. Increasingly, Billy took refuge in fiction. It had occurred to him that he belonged to another species. He was afraid of others, and felt the need to play it cool and conceal himself. He felt at the same time inferior to others and better than others. It was hopelessly confusing. He was a physical coward, terrified of any kind of fighting. He was slight, only realizing much later, when he saw the muscles of his jock schoolmates turn to fat, that a slight build is an advantage in the long run. He wasn't sickly, though his mother tried to make out that he was. Finding himself inadequate, he imagined himself as a fictional character. He read a pirate book and saw himself as the coldest and nastiest of the pirates, assigning a lesser role to Jean Angert, who said, "I want to be cold and nasty, too." Billy's name was Brundage. He picked a little rat gambler off the floor by the scruff of the neck and ran a cutlass through his throat. The crew was chilled by the cold brutality of the act. They rushed him and he killed 6 of them before they finally killed him. My God, the memory of that high school prose. The flavor returns like the flavor of chicken croquettes and canned peas in the school dining room. Crime stories, inspired by You Can't Win. A murderer tortured by remorse who succumbs to brain fever. A sinister fortune teller, with an inarticulate cry the man leaped to his feet and whipped out an automatic, spitting death at the fortune teller. Blood splattered her crystal ball, and on the table lay a severed human hand. Action-packed westerns, Tom was quick but Joe was quicker. Hanging scenes galore, hardened old sinner that he was, he still experienced a shudder as he looked back at the 3 bodies twisting in the breeze, etched against the beautiful red sunset. The hanging scenes were inspired by pulp westerns and by newspaper articles, since hanging was still the form of capital punishment in Missouri. Then there was an English period. 7 young gentlemen were planning an expedition to the pole. "Why, Reggie, you're as excited as a child," said Lord Cheshire. "I am, and I glory in it." "Let's forget we are gentlemen." "You seem to have done that already," said Lord Cheshire acidly. Some of these stories Billy read in class, and others he thought of selling to magazines, such as this one for true confessions about a decent young man, grieving the loss of a favorite dog, who fell into the hands of a sinister hypnotist who plied him with marijuana injections. The distressed young man walked up to a cop and said, "If you don't lock me up I shall kill you." The cop sapped him without a word, but a wise old street detective took a liking to the boy and set him straight. So the young man opened an antique shop in St. Louis and became prosperous. Billy entertained the idea of becoming a writer. Writers were rich and famous. They lounged around Singapore and Rangoon smoking opium in yellow pongee suits. They sniffed cocaine in Mayfair and penetrated forbidden swamps with a faithful native boy. They lived in the native quarter of some exotic city, languidly caressing a pet gazelle. His first published prose, however, was not one of his blood-curdling stories but a sardonic one-page essay written at the age of 14 and accepted by the school literary magazine, the John Burroughs Review, for its February 1929 issue. Entitled Personal Magnetism, it is worth quoting in full as an example of the consistency of Burroughs' thinking. Are you bashful? Shy? Nervous? Embarrassed? If so, send me $2 and I will show you how to control others at a glance, how to make your face appear 20 years younger, how to use certain Oriental secrets and dozens of other vital topics. I am none of these things, but I would like to know how to control others at a glance, especially my Latin teacher. So I clipped the coupon, beginning to feel more magnetic every minute. In a week, I received an impressive red volume with magnetic rays all over the cover. I opened the book and hopefully began to read. Alas! The book was a mass of scientific drivel cunningly designed to befuddle the reader, and keep him from realizing what a fake it was. I learned that every time one yawns, a cord of magnetism escapes, that it takes 4 months to recuperate from a cigarette. And as for a cocktail, words fail me. Another common exit of magnetism is light literature of any kind, movies, and such unmagnetic foods as cucumbers and eggs. I never realized that a cucumber was so potent. They always impressed me as watery and tasteless. And how is magnetism acquired? So far as I can make out, one must sit perfectly still for hours reading the dictionary or something equally uninteresting, then, laden with magnetism, one should arise with tensed eye, whatever that is, and with slow, steady steps, bear down on one's quarry like a steamroller. Did I find out how to control others at a glance? I certainly did, but never had the nerve to try it. Here is how it is done. I must look my victim squarely in the eye, say in a low, severe voice, "I am talking and you must listen," then, intensify my gaze and say, "You cannot escape me." My victim completely subdued, I was to say, "I am stronger than my enemies. Get thee behind me, Satan." Imagine me trying that on Mr. Baker. I think the book was right in saying that by following its instructions I could make myself the center of interest at every party. Interest is putting it mildly. In this adolescent effort, Burroughs is concerned, as he is in much of his later work, with debunking control systems. He sends away for the little red book and finds that personal magnetism as a method of control is a scam, a humbug, a ripoff. Already, he had adopted the guise of psychic explorer, just as he would later explore psychoanalysis, Scientology, Wilhelm Reich's argon energy, Count Alfred Korzybski's theory of general semantics, and other, more arcane systems. The year of his first appearance in print, 1929, was also his last at the John Burroughs School. His mother was worried about his sinus condition and wanted him to spend his last 2 years of high school in a dry, healthy climate. She enrolled him in the ranch school at Los Alamos, New Mexico. He had already spent a summer at the school's summer camp, where his fellow campers nicknamed him Bull because he was an incessant talker and advancer of improbable theories. He wisely did not object, although disliking the nickname intensely, thinking, the more you ask them not to, the more they'll do it. At the end of the school term, Wilford M. Aiken wrote on Billy's report card, "Capable boy needs to develop more group spirit, good student, and will become better when he has made a place for himself in groups of boys." When Billy's class at John Burroughs, which graduated in 1931, held its 50th reunion, Jean Angert was dead, and Sis Francis had lung cancer, but reported from Pinehurst, North Carolina, "I'm going to beat this goddamned thing." It was amazing, thought Bill Turner, who had broken the glass pane that Mortimer Burroughs fixed for free, how upon seeing classmates after half a century, they shed the slight web of unfamiliarity after only a moment and came right into focus, unchanged. And Roos was the same high-spirited extrovert. Charles Depew, the head of a reunion committee, gave his report in the same clear and concise manner. Alice Frank, who always looked around at whoever was reciting in class with piercing eyes, was still at it. Burroughs sent a telegram regretting that he was unable to attend, and when it was read the response was something between a loud murmur and a soft cheer. Billy had not been the most popular kid in the class, but as N. Roos reminded the others, he was their only claim to fame. But Charlie Depew gave her a regular Jerry Falwell speech about how disgusting Burroughs was. Florence Steinberg said Burroughs had struck her as being dumb, and again N. Roos took his defense, saying that Mort had been the handsome one, but Billy had all the brains. Who else among them had made it into the Encyclopedia Britannica? That might well be, said Bill Turner, a retired big league baseball manager, but he would wait until he was a little older before reading Naked Lunch. 2. Los Alamos. 1929 to 1932. Ashley Pond was a Detroit businessman with a love of the strenuous life. He joined Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders but never got to the war, having contracted an almost fatal case of typhoid at the training base in Florida. He went to New Mexico to recover his health in the early 1900s, and fell in love with the clean beauty of the place, the deep ravines and furrowed mesas, the reddish cliffs of tufa, the forests of ponderosa pine, the pasque flowers among the pine needles in April, the Indian paintbrush in June. With its dry air and sunshine, it was, he felt, a setting that could not be equaled anywhere on earth. Ashley Pond conceived the idea of a school that would turn boys into men by stressing the outdoor life and rugged activities. He noted that the Pueblo Indians segregated the boys of the tribe until they reached manhood. In the same manner, pampered boys from the East would become men when they were separated from over-solicitous mothers and placed on the back of a horse, and taught to camp in the mountains, and to hunt and fish and trap animals. There was no point in boys spending their days with their noses in books. It was an anti-intellectual, survival of the fittest approach to education, designed to prepare the boys for the rough strategies of our laissez-faire system. In 1915, Ashley Pond bought a 900-acre ranch about 40 miles north of Santa Fe. The ranch sat on top of a mesa called the Pajarito, Little Bird, that rose 7,300 feet above the Rio Grande Valley. To the east stood the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, which at sunset glowed with the ruddy light that had once inspired the Spanish padres to compare them to the Redeemer's blood. To the south, the stubbier crests of the Jemez Range. The ranch was planted with pine and juniper and cottonwood, the latter tree providing Pond with a name for his school, Los Alamos. In 1917, Ashley Pond went looking for a school director, someone he could trust with the day-to-day business of running things, and found a man who fit the bill right in his backyard. This was A.J. Connell, a red-haired, florid-faced, blue-eyed Irishman, 35 years of age, who was serving as a ranger in the Panchaula district of the Santa Fe National Forest, and was also active as scoutmaster of the Santa Fe Boy Scout troop. Thus he combined the qualities of outdoorsman and experience with boys that Pond was seeking, even though he had never been to college, which didn't matter much to Pond, who thought most college boys were sissies. A.J. Connell was another of those extravagant characters who periodically entered Burroughs' life, along the lines of Polit Elvins. Originally from New York City, he had worked for Tiffany's in some decorating capacity, but had gone west for his phlebitis, New Mexico being known as Get Well Country. As a forest ranger, he packed a lugger and was known to have gotten the best of some pretty tough hombres. Bossy and short-tempered, his normal manner of speech was to make pronouncements, such as, "Of course there's no such thing as a man-eating shark. As for crocodiles, maybe they take a few pickaninnies, say 20,000 a year." Connell gave the impression of toughness and decisiveness, but at the same time he had an oddly feminine side. His room at the ranch school had so much magenta damask in it that it looked like the madam's parlor in a bordello, and he burned incense and constantly played Ravel's Bolero on his Victrola. His motto was "I know what's best for boys." Usually he referred to the boys as gibbons or tailless apes, and showed a keen interest in their adolescent sexuality. There were no locks on the doors of the rooms, and it was Connell's habit to burst in on the boys to catch them masturbating. "I've caught 'em at it," he could be heard muttering under his breath, "caught 'em at it." "Did you ever play with it till it went off way down deep?" was another of Connell's pet phrases. Arthur Chase, a brawny Harvard man who taught English at the school, also had the duty of measuring the boys 6 times a year to keep track of their physical improvement. They would line up naked as Chase read the numbers out for their necks, chests, and thighs. On these occasions Connell would appear and start feeling the boys' muscles, turning them around and showing a great deal of interest, which the boys called gibboning. "It used to bother me," Chase recalled. "I always preferred it when he wasn't there. In any case, Under Connell's energetic administration, the school began to flourish. Pond's first brochure declared that studying from books is absolutely unnecessary, but that noble principle had to be amended. A headmaster was hired, a curriculum was instituted, including such courses as animals and their habits, and Connell recruited as teachers graduating students of Yale and Harvard, but not of Princeton, whom for some reason he regarded as unreliable wimps. Los Alamos became known as a health school, where the spindly sons of the rich could be transformed into manly specimens. Each spring Connell went on a 6-week promotional tour, concentrating on the Midwest, to convince parents of the ranch school's benefits. The idea, he would explain, was to take city boys and have them regain their American heritage of outdoor wisdom. They would go on cattle drives, and lead an active, robust life on the range, which promoted deep breathing and a strong pulse. In 1929 he came to the Burroughs home on Price Road. He was already on friendly terms with Mr. and Mrs. Burroughs, Billy and Mort, having spent several summers at the Los Alamos camp, and was invited to spend the night. Mother and Dad went out that evening, Burroughs recalls, and I was left in Connell's rather dubious company. They were in the living room listening to Connell's Victrola records when he suddenly said to 15-year-old Billy, "I want to see this Gibbon stripped." Awed by such a figure of authority, Billy obediently complied. "Are you playin' with it, Gibbon?" Connell asked, and Billy shook his head. "Have you ever done it with other boys?" Connell persisted. Billy hadn't, but he had thought about it. Boys seemed to him the most exciting thing, and he found himself physically responding to Connell's suggestion in an embarrassing manner, so he quickly put his clothes back on. Billy was put off by Connell's manner, but at the same time saw that his own desires had been aroused, so he never mentioned the incident to his parents, for he was in a sense an accomplice. Some of the parents, however, did know about Connell's inclinations, and a Texas oil man told his son, "If he ever messes with you, you smack him one." In September 1929, Billy left for New Mexico aboard the Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe, which in fact stopped at Lamy, 20 miles short of Santa Fe. He took a bus the rest of the way. On both sides of the yellow gravel road there were pasture lands and clusters of barns and outbuildings and workers' cottages, and 2 large log buildings. One of these was the big house, where the boys had rooms for studying, but slept on an unheated screen porch, even in winter, in flannel sheets and army blankets. On nights when the snow whipped through the screens, they were given striped canvas bed covers. The other was Fuller Lodge, with its big beamed ceiling, where the boys took their meals at tables of 6. At Los Alamos, Connell said, everybody eats his share of everything, and that applied to strange dishes like calves' brains, unfamiliar fish from the Rio Grande, and baked bananas. The buildings were done in the style of the Southwest, with Indian rugs, rustic furniture, and flagstone floors. At $2,400 a year, $24,000 in today's dollars, Los Alamos was one of the most expensive schools in the country, and those whose families could afford it included the son of General Wood, chairman of Sears, Roebuck, and the Marsden boys, whose father owned Humble Oil in Texas. But the year that Billy arrived was the year of the crash, and some of the families were wiped out in midterm, like the head of Chicago's Board of Trade, and had to be given full scholarships. Billy had arrived in a largely self-sustaining community of 200 in a clearing on the edge of a ponderosa pine forest, with about 40 students, a staff of 20, and the rest consisting of ranch employees and their families. The school had its own water, pumped from a stream in a canyon, and Connell ran a black flag up a pole when the water got scarce. It had its own cows and dairy, run by a Methodist dairyman who pieced out his income with a little preaching. It had 400 acres of crops planted, beans and corn for the boys, and oats and alfalfa for the 65 horses. Adolfo Montoya, the head gardener, grew magnificent vegetables in the volcanic soil, and kept chickens. A trading post, which also operated as a post office, sold the necessities of life, such as candy and cartridges. One of the teachers was a magistrate and once tried a case. It was someone who had shot a deer out of season, for Los Alamos was a game refuge, abounding in deer and wild turkey, and it was said that the ratio of skunks to boys was about 3-1. Upon arrival, each boy was weighed and measured and assigned according to size to one of 4 patrols, from the small pinyon to juniper, fir, and the tall spruce. Billy didn't like the regimentation, and didn't like the silly uniforms, short pants, khaki or flannel, depending on the season, khaki shirts, bandanas, Dakota Stetsons, and leather chaps for riding. Riding was a must, and Billy hated his horse, a sullen strawberry roan. To Billy, the whole place was like a prison. Big house indeed. He thought. My God, they timed you on the John. He was always cold, and the school song began to take on ominous overtones. Far away and high on the mesa's crest. Here's the life that all of us love the best. Los Alamos. Winter days as we skim o'er the ice and snow. Summer days when the balsam breezes blow. Los Alamos. Balsam breezes, shit, thought Billy. You fucking froze. The days were tightly organized, which he didn't like either. At 6:30 a.m. the bell on a pole outside the kitchen rang and each boy had to drink 2 glasses of cold water. Then they went out in all kinds of weather, even if there was snow on the ground, and did 15 minutes of calisthenics, 3 push ups and waddle like a duck, and then draw yourself up to your full height. Breakfast was at 7, then room cleaning and classes until 1:15. In the afternoon they sometimes did community work, which he particularly disliked, considering it arbitrary and pointless. You had to roll the tennis court, or build a trail, or weed Connell's garden, while some crew leader drunk with power was hanging over you. Los Alamos was pretty isolated. There were rare trips to Santa Fe, and that was it. The mail arrived on the Denver and Rio Grande Western, which, since it sometimes took 2 weeks, was known as the dangerous and rapidly growing worse. There was no way to escape Connell and his Reader's Digest homilies, which Billy viewed with skepticism, such as what is the safest place in America? Where you are. In civics class, Billy had the audacity to say he did not believe in capital punishment and was told, why shouldn't the law take its course? The civics teacher kept repeating that if a thing was worth doing it was worth doing well, whereas Billy believed that if a thing was worth doing it was worth doing badly. You didn't have to be a grandmaster to enjoy a game of chess, or Annie Oakley to go target shooting. The civics teacher did not appreciate Burroughs' independence of mind, and for the remainder of the year addressed him as our esteemed woodsman and scout. Burroughs learned that when young people are told to think, it means think like we do. If your thinking is different, you're in trouble. He gradually lost interest in doing well, and in the yearbook put down as his ambition traveling and loafing. Billy thought of Connell as a dictator, which in some ways he was, since he had a terror of anything going wrong, and would say, accidents don't happen, they're caused. Connell was a mass of opposites. He later became a New Deal Democrat, furious that the stand-pat Republican parents of the boys criticized FDR, and yet he much admired Mussolini. He was courtly and charming with the boys' mothers, and yet he was a confirmed misogynist who never married and was convinced that women were the destroyers of boys, by making them soft and sorry for themselves. He didn't want women around, although he did have his sad-eyed spinster sister there teaching the piano. If a boy used his fork in a certain way, Connell said, "Don't be an old lady." If a boy was in the infirmary, and one of his friends asked how he was, Connell would say, "What are you, an old woman? Around here, we don't ask whether we're getting well." That was another of his peculiarities, he could not abide any reference to illness or death. You had to be positive at all times. When a boy's mother brought lilies, Connell came in and said, "Who brought those in? Throw 'em out, I can't stand lilies." And when a group of boys was singing My Grandfather's Clock, he stormed in on the line when the old man died and told them to stop at once. Much later, Burroughs had a dream about Connell in which someone said, he was a very minor prison official. Disliking the school, Billy adopted a contra stance. He did only fair in his studies the first year, dropping algebra, failing his French exam, and failing his English exam after leaving early, which indicates either neglect or carelessness, said his report card. There was a great emphasis on achievement, and grades were put in every week, and the boys were also ranked in terms of leadership ability. The faculty looked at who was able to take charge, Arthur Chase recalled, who could lead a patrol back to civilization and not into the ravine, and you can imagine that Billy was never ranked very high, because we figured if he was leading a patrol he might lead them into some mining camp and we wouldn't see them again for a couple of months. The rule was that you had to stay outdoors between 2:30 and 4:30 every afternoon, and Chase remembers one afternoon when it was raining hard, seeing Billy standing in a doorway, this frail, wet, unhappy boy, just standing there waiting for 4:30 to come around so he could go indoors. There were a few things Billy did like about Los Alamos. He liked the rifle range and became a good marksman, further developing his lifelong fascination with guns. He spent hours throwing knives into posts and trees. You could see him walking down the corral as if he were Pat Garrett, with his arms at his sides and his shoulders hunched up, and suddenly he'd spin on his heels and fling his knife into a tree. He got pretty good at it. One time he hit one of Adolfo Montoya's hens and killed it, which got him further demoted in rank. There was no question, though, thought his English teacher Arthur Chase, that Billy was the most original boy in his class. Already at 15, he had a fine sense of irony. His themes were a little macabre, although that was not so unusual. There's not much happy writing in that age group. But he wondered about Billy's ability to sustain anything for very long. Billy, he would say, I asked for 150 words and you gave me 75, and this little story about a child playing with his brothers and sisters and rolling their skulls around, it has great possibilities, but it has to be built up. Rogers Scudder, a St. Louis friend who went to the ranch school with Billy, also remembers him as wry and sardonic, with a macabre side. He and Billy used to go dig in an old Pueblo Indian ruin, which for Scudder was the start of his interest in archaeology. Billy found an anthill in the ruin and poured gasoline over it and lit it and started dancing a sort of parody of an Indian war dance with maniacal whooping as ants by the thousands fled the pyre, and Scudder was glad they were alone and that no one else had seen him. Then, in March 1930, when he had just turned 16, Billy got into serious trouble. His mother came to visit, and took him and Rogers Scudder into Santa Fe. Billy and Rogers were wandering about, and Billy said, I want to go into the drugstore and get some chloral hydrate. Rogers asked why and Billy said, I want to see what it's like, so they went into the Capitol Pharmacy and Billy asked for some, and the druggist asked why he wanted knockout drops, and Billy, in a sepulchral voice, said, to commit suicide. Glowering, the druggist thrust the bottle into his hand. A few days later, Rogers Scudder was doing calisthenics with the other boys in the early morning chill when he looked up and saw a tottering Billy being half carried across the field by the school nurse. He had taken an almost lethal dose of chloral hydrate. Connell got after Rogers Scudder, saying, God damn it, you had no right not to tell me about this. You should have known he would do something mad. The trouble with that boy is that his mother's made him think he's a genius and he's just a gibbon. Of course, Connell had to inform Billy's father, writing him on March 22, 1930. Bill did a foolish thing last Sunday night. One day when he was in town with his mother he went to a drugstore and bought some chloral hydrate. He took a dose of it Sunday night and was unable to navigate Monday morning, so that I kept him in the infirmary. He claims that he just wanted to see how it worked. I believe he realizes now that it was a fool thing to do and I doubt if he will try anything like it again. I feel that Bill's greatest drawback is that he is not willing to recognize his responsibilities to others. It is very difficult to convince him that an act like that is simply anything more than his own affair. My anxiety, the unnecessary extra work occasioned the staff, or the effect on the other boys in the school, he never takes into consideration. I hope that this is the last of his foolishness. The chloral hydrate episode is worth pausing over for several reasons. It was the first example of Burroughs purchasing a substance that would alter consciousness. It showed him once again, as in his essay Personal Magnetism, in the role of psychic explorer he wanted to see what chloral hydrate was like, at the risk of harming himself. It was the first time he did something that seriously embarrassed his parents, causing his father to receive a stern letter from the school director. Finally, Connell's words, "I doubt if he will ever try anything like it again," must rank as a classic in the famous last words department, for Burroughs would spend the rest of his life trying the same thing, with different substances, over and over. Burroughs has always felt that he has the ability to arouse instant enmity in certain people. They meet him and hate him on sight. At Los Alamos, one of his teachers, Henry Bosworth, seemed to have it in for him. Bosworth, a stocky World War I veteran with penetrating brown eyes, taught mathematics and boxing. Billy was small and thin and didn't like to box, and Bosworth viewed him as a mailing-er. Billy liked to go in his room and sit against the radiator and read the blue books put out by that curious figure in publishing, E. Haldeman Julius, freethinker and benevolent agnostic. In cheap editions not much bigger than playing cards, he published risque writers like Anatole France and Guy de Maupassant, whom Billy devoured. Connell came around periodically to confiscate them, since at Los Alamos being bookish was a sign of decadence. Bosworth was known for playing favorites. Some boys he liked a great deal, others he couldn't stand, and Billy was among the latter. Once when Billy was in charge on the sleeping porch, there was a commotion, and Bosworth came in and said, "All of you shut up. As for you, Billy, you worthless little pup, you're going to get yours." Then another time they went on a hike, and coming down a hill they disturbed a nest of yellow jackets and Billy was bitten 4 times. He knew that Bosworth carried a first aid kit with something for insect bites, but when he complained that it hurt, Bosworth just looked at him blankly and did not offer to help. To Billy, that was a declaration of war, except that there wasn't much he could do to retaliate. One morning, however, when the boys came in to breakfast, hilarity and consternation spread through the ranks. Hanging over the fireplace was the 2-foot-high plaster of Paris Boy Scout figure that usually stood in the foyer of Fuller Lodge, and on the figure's uniform was pinned a sign that said, "Bozzy bitch, God damn him." The identity of the boy who had hanged Henry Bosworth in effigy did not long remain secret, and Billy was summoned to Connell's office. If it had been another boy, Connell said, this might have been cause for dismissal. But why did you have to make it so vulgar? The reason Billy was not more severely punished was that Bosworth himself was under a cloud. He had made improper advances to one of the boys, who had reported it to Connell, and it had been arranged that he would finish out the year and then leave the school. Connell could not, of course, allow a teacher who picked favorites and then propositioned them to remain. But Connell was also losing patience with Billy, who was in one scrape after another. That October he was placed on probation as the result of an incident that landed him in the Santa Fe jail. The boys were allowed occasionally to go in supervised groups to Santa Fe for the weekend, staying at the La Fonda Hotel, and in mid-October Billy was part of such a group. On Saturday night, he sneaked out of the hotel through a fire door to buy some liquor and bring it back to his room. This was during Prohibition, but firewater was available if you knew where to look for it. Billy didn't know, but got into a conversation with a Mexican woman who said she might be helpful. As he was walking down the street with the woman, a policeman, attracted by the oddity of the couple, stopped Billy and questioned him, finally arresting him for vagrancy. When he didn't return to the hotel, his roommate alerted the teacher in charge of the group, Tom Waring, who spent the rest of the night vainly searching for him. The next morning, Billy was able to convince the cops that he was a student at Los Alamos, and they notified Waring, who was sick at the thought of facing Connell with the boy missing. This led, on October 21, to another letter from Connell to Mortimer Burroughs, I hope that the measures that I have had to take, general probation for an indefinite period, will bring Billy a little more to his senses, and that there will be no more violations of our rules. Of course he will not have the opportunity again for another of this nature." Actually, in spite of his errant ways, Connell was fond of Billy, and occasionally picked him to drive into Santa Fe with him on his twice-a-week excursions, an honor that was highly prized. They stayed at the La Fonda, where all the rooms opened on a patio, and a band played at dinner time. On one of these occasions, Billy went to his room and at once masturbated. Later they went down to dinner. The band was playing El Chocolate, and after dinner he went into the bathroom and masturbated again. Ashamed of having masturbated twice in the same day, he decided to start a novel, establishing a curious connection between the sexual and the creative urges, one being used to atone for the excesses of the other. The novel, of which a page or two were completed on hotel stationery, had to do with someone who contacts 4 assassins to have an enemy killed. One was a woman and one was an elderly British gentleman with a hawk-like face. Some of the dialogue went like this. "He told me you would take care of it for a price. Of course we have our regular rates. What do you do when you're 16 years old and you wake up every morning with a hard-on and it takes an event of major proportions, like a flood or a final exam, to get your mind off sex?" Billy didn't know why it was boys instead of girls, boys just seemed to click somehow. In his second year at Los Alamos he became enamored of a boy named Danny Franklin. This name has been changed, and fell into his self-defeating subservient mode. He knew he was doing it, and yet he could not help making himself adoring and submissive to the point that he became an object of contempt to the boy. Every man has inside himself a parasitic being who is acting not at all to his advantage. Why do you spill things? Why do you drop something? You have the equipment there not to drop something. Why isn't that capacity being used? Something is preventing it. And you come down to some sort of basic dualism. There isn't one person out there, but two. Acting against each other. A couple of times, Billy got Danny Franklin to jack off with him under the sheets with a flashlight, but then Danny told him it was all wrong, and said, "I think you're going to be the sort of person who will be revolted by a naked woman." The more Danny Franklin ignored him, the more Billy made himself abject. Danny Franklin was cruel as only teenage boys can be, mocking Billy in front of his friends, whispering something to another boy as he walked by, finding small ways to humiliate him. Billy was in torment. His only relief was to confide his feelings to a diary. His letters home were so forlorn that on March 30, 1931, his alarmed mother sent a telegram to Connell. "Billy's last 2 letters have sounded very blue and depressed. Do you know if anything special is worrying him? If he does not soon feel better, we have considered withdrawing him at Easter vacation." She planned to come out and see for herself what was wrong. Now it was Connell's turn to be alarmed, for Billy, then 17, was due to graduate in June, and it would be a grave mistake for him to leave 2 months short of finishing. He had a talk with Billy, but could not find out anything definite that was troubling him. It was just the fact that he allowed things to accumulate, thought Connell. On March 31, Connell wired back, "Billy is coming out of his blues. Had a satisfactory talk with him this morning. He has selected April 9 as best time for your visit. I would advise going slowly about withdrawing. Believe would be a great mistake." To Billy it was clear. He could not stay at the school, where he had laid himself open to the taunts of his classmates and the rejection of the boy he had so guilelessly admitted caring for. When his mother arrived on April 9, he insisted on returning to St. Louis with her. When she pressed him for a reason, he was forced to admit the truth. Homosexuality was a shocking thing in those days. It was still the love that dares not speak its name, and his mother was terribly upset. They left in such a hurry that Billy didn't even have a chance to pack his things, which would be forwarded to him. Once in St. Louis, it was conveniently discovered that Billy's feet were bothering him, and on April 27 his mother wired Connell, "Have just been to hospital and received final report on Billy's foot. Doctors wish to give him treatments 3 times a week, so all chance of sending him back this year is gone. We are sorry for him not to finish his term. Both feet in bad condition but left much worse. Regards to all. am sorry. Billy never returned to Los Alamos, from which he was honorably dismissed. His final report said, "He has good understanding but not much sense. His interest is in things morbid and abnormal, affects his sense of proportion in his work, making spotty and uneven results. His brain power, if rightly used, seems sufficient to get him to college, but there is doubt about his ability to direct himself." His mother sent him to an elderly psychiatrist named Dr. Schwab, who talked to him a bit about the Greeks, and assured Laura Burroughs that it was a phase he would soon grow out of. When his box arrived from school, he hunted for his diary, turning cold at the thought that his classmates had somehow got hold of it and had read it aloud to one another. He found that the sight of his written words made him physically ill. The diary was so maudlin, so trite, the emotions expressed seemed so false. He could not bear to look at it, and destroyed it. He hoped that with the burning pages would also disappear the other self that revealed his feelings and made him a victim. The act of writing became to Burroughs embarrassing, shameful, false. It was an act he was incapable of attempting again until 1938, when his friend Kells Elvins started him writing once more. Billy left Los Alamos thinking that the only thing he had learned was a hatred of horses. "Horses are a dying artifact," he still likes to say. "They will never make a comeback." Stressing leadership qualities amid surroundings that recaptured frontier days, Los Alamos was designed to turn out captains of industry, which it did. Roy Chapin, president of American Motors, John S. Reed of the Atchison, Topeka and Santa Fe, Arthur Wood, general counsel of Sears, Roebuck. It also turned out a leader of the counterculture, William S. Burroughs. And it might be argued that the same qualities that brought the captains of industry to their paneled offices brought Burroughs to his underground eminence, those qualities being in the main ambition and Emersonian self-reliance. Except that in the case of Burroughs, who was anti-everything at Los Alamos, those qualities were used not to rise within the system but to rise in opposition to it. Also, Connell's sour views on women reinforced Billy's distrust of them, and some of Connell's misogyny may have rubbed off on him. In Connell, Billy had the example of a repressed homosexual who was tough and macho rather than an effeminate dandy in the Oscar Wilde mold. Connell was a homosexual and a frontiersman, a combination that would later appear in Burroughs' fiction. For Burroughs, however, the true significance of his stay at Los Alamos had to do with the school's destiny. For after Pearl Harbor, when President Roosevelt had approved work on the atom bomb, the Army Corps of Engineers began looking for an isolated site to build the secret laboratory where the bomb would be made. It happened that J. Robert Oppenheimer, head of the Manhattan Project, as it was called, had taken a pack trip to Los Alamos as a teenager in 1922, and had been struck by the beauty of the place, a beauty he was about to destroy. For he suggested Los Alamos to General Leslie R. Groves, military director of the project, and they visited the school on November 16, 1942, in an unmarked car. It was cold, and a light snow was falling, but the boys and masters were out on the playing field in shorts, and paid scant attention to the two men huddled over maps. Los Alamos had definite possibilities. It was in the middle of a national forest, 60 miles from the nearest train station, and yet it had its own water and electricity. There were enough buildings to house the team of scientists, who could work on the bomb without fear of snoopers. 2 weeks later, on December 1, Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson wrote Connell the letter that meant the end of the Los Alamos Ranch School. "You are advised that it has been determined necessary to the interests of the United States and the prosecution of the war that the property of Los Alamos Ranch School be acquired for military purposes. Therefore, a condemnation proceeding will be instituted to acquire all the school lands and buildings, together with all personal property owned by the school and used in connection with the operation." The school was closed in February 1943, even as bulldozers were tearing up the frozen ground between the big house and the trading post, and the last diplomas went out that June. Connell, who had known something was up since October, when low-flying planes had surveyed the mesa, had no choice but to comply. There was no appealing a decision made under the War Powers Act. Also, as a patriotic American, he was glad to be of help in the prosecution of the war. Indeed, the prospect of tons of bombs being dropped on thousands of Japanese civilians was one he approved of, saying, "We always said on the frontier, it's better to kill one bitch wolf than 10 male wolves." And yet the school had been Connell's whole life. He did not have any friends or outside interests. His one all-encompassing interest was his gibbons. He did not have the heart to rebuild the school somewhere else. It wouldn't be the same. The ranch school didn't travel, it could only work in its Los Alamos location. Connell outlived the school by exactly 1 year, for in February 1944 he died of pneumonia, at the age of 62. Once the school was closed, the gibbons were replaced by eggheads. In fact, as General Groves put it, the greatest collection of eggheads ever, notably Enrico Fermi, who had been awarded the Nobel Prize in 1938 for his work with neutrons, and the German Jewish scientists just off the boat, courtesy of Hitler. They worked on the mesa top in splendid isolation, with assumed names. Fermi was Eugene Farmer and had the same complaints as the boys: the houses were underheated, there weren't enough bathrooms, they were overworked. Through his attendance at the Los Alamos Ranch School, Burroughs felt personally connected to the dropping of the bomb. Connell's eviction was a parable for the age. The idyllic ranch school, an outpost of the pastoral dream, which trained boys in the values of capitalist leadership, was commandeered by a government agency for a team of foreign-born scientists who gave away their secrets of mass destruction to the generals and the politicians, wrecking the America the school had represented. For Burroughs, the bomb, and not the birth of Christ, was the dividing line of history. The bomb stole the relevance from all that had preceded it, and from its ramifications Burroughs constructed a worldview. It had all begun in the year of his birth, 1914, when Berlin Avenue had been changed to Pershing, and it culminated with the explosion of the bomb. Burroughs was a litmus person, in whom the horrors and perplexities of the age found a personal expression. As the great movements of history unfolded, they were acted out, on a small and private scale, in his own life. T.S. Eliot, another litmus person, was a pre-bomb writer, who shored up fragments of culture against an eventual catastrophe. The wasteland reads like an inventory of mementos buried in a time capsule so that future generations might know us. As a post-bomb writer, Burroughs saw that America had made a Faustian pact, selling its soul for power, and losing its innocence. For America before the bomb, he felt a crushing nostalgia. Before the bomb, America had been a safe and protected place, going its own way, pursuing its own dream. The way America was then comes up regularly in Burroughs' writing and conversation. In a New York restaurant once, when asked what he wanted to order, he replied, "A bass fished in Lake Huron in 1920. After the bomb, Burroughs had a sense of everything going wrong. He had visions of world death and death in life. He saw the survivors envying the dead, which was in the culture, a 60s rock group having called itself the Grateful Dead. His post-bomb humor also entered the culture, as in this bit of graffiti on a New York wall: "If the bomb falls, go up on the roof and get the best suntan of your life." The themes of his work were the themes of the post-bomb age: the individual's powerlessness against state control, the feeling of being manipulated by unknown forces, with tormented characters fearing unidentified dangers, the need to connect sex and violence, the sense of doom relieved by gallows humor, the shattering of conventional narrative, what you might call a nuclear style. His books transcribed the prevailing fear of the second half of the 20th century, when no one really knew whether he would reach the year 2000, the balance of terror practiced by the superpowers having seeped into our daily lives. It was no accident that I went to the Los Alamos Ranch School, where they couldn't wait to make the atom bomb and drop it on the Yellow Peril. 3. Cambridge. 1932 to 1938. Having been rescued by his adoring mother from an unendurable situation, and having failed to graduate from Los Alamos, Billy was enrolled in the fall of 1931 in a small St. Louis tutoring school run by Edgar C. Taylor, at 222 North Central Avenue. Taylor, a Rhodes Scholar and professional Anglophile who took Anglican orders to give himself the proper tone, admitted 10 students a year with the understanding that he would get them into good colleges. A gifted fellow in many ways, he was also a self-advertiser and a poser. Rogers Scudder thought of him as a kind of fascinating charlatan, and Anne Roos, Billy's classmate at John Burroughs, remembers him at a party in 1937, looking elegant in front of a fireplace, and reminiscing about his exploits during his wenching days. Then the conversation turned to the situation in Europe, and Taylor said with great emphasis, as though it was the last word on the subject, "I want war now." With his appraising eye, Billy saw through Taylor's posturing. But he got through the year without incident, largely thanks to a perceptive English teacher named Jelinek, who taught full-time at Washington University and part-time at the Taylor School. Jelinek made him appreciate the classics, and he steeped himself in Milton and Wordsworth and Shakespeare. It was Jelinek who told him once, "I know you despise Taylor. I can see it in your face. But don't despise him. He's got a wife and kids, he's hooked. He's gotta make a living, don't you understand?" Taylor must have been doing something right, for Billy got into Harvard, arriving in Cambridge to start his freshman year in September 1932. It was an interesting time, the height of the Depression, with 25 million unemployed, and the nation in a downward spiral. Franklin D. Roosevelt would be elected that November and launch the New Deal programs to get the country back on its feet. But Harvard was a world of its own. "I didn't see any bond salesmen selling apples," Burroughs recalls. Most of the students were apolitical, though communism was fashionable among the faculty. There were communist bookstores and communist discussion groups and a publication called the Harvard Communist. F. O. Matheson, a noted professor of English literature, was an avowed communist. A philosophy professor named Proll was another. At his urging, Billy read the Communist Manifesto, but he didn't like the sound of it, and told Proll, "Everyone's gonna work, but who's gonna make 'em work?" Proll explained the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but Billy said, "Sounds to me like a lot of old people with beards are gonna be running the country." Billy wasn't rebellious at Harvard, he wasn't placed on probation, and his parents did not receive embarrassing letters from the dean of students. But he soon began to hate the place. There was an in-crowd made up of boys from Eastern prep schools, and they never accepted him. Once again, he had the sense of not belonging and adopted an attitude of passive resistance. "If Harvard doesn't bother me, I won't bother Harvard," he decided. No club wanted him, and he joined nothing. After his name and address, his listing in the senior yearbook is blank. In his freshman year he went out for sculls because you had to take one sport. After that, he went to class, got decent grades, and even enjoyed some of his classes. He liked Whiting's Chaucer course, and George Lyman Kittredge's famous Shakespeare course, which he audited. Kitty was a great Harvard character, white-maned and white-bearded, who always wore a gray suit and a red tie. He didn't have a doctoral degree, and when asked about it would say, "Who could examine me?" Billy remembers his bon mot about sexual intercourse: "The pleasure is momentary, the pains are infinite, and the posture is ridiculous." His classes started on the dot, he did not tolerate sneezing or coughing, and he would finish his lecture by coming down from the platform, still talking, reaching the door, and walking out just as the bell rang. A real showman. Kittredge assigned hundreds of lines of Shakespeare to learn by heart, which Burroughs, with his photographic memory, can still recite. T.S. Eliot gave the Charles Eliot Norton Lectures that year, one of which Billy attended. It was on the Romantic poets, whose excesses Eliot found deplorable. Using the Romantics as an example, he questioned the idea that people should be taught to think for themselves, and quoted someone who had said, "For God's sake, teach them to think like everybody else." Although disagreeing with his thesis, Billy found Eliot's talk humorous and well presented. Eliot gave weekly teas which Billy passed up, having heard that they were awkward affairs, with no one knowing what to say, while Eliot was polite and dunnish. One course that had a permanent influence on him was on Coleridge and taught by John Livingston Lowes, the author of The Road to Xanadu, a study of the genesis of Coleridge's work, in which he established the connection between drugs and creativity. Most of Coleridge's poems, with the possible exception of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, had been composed under the influence of opium, and were in fact opium visions. Lowes called Coleridge's work an abnormal product of an abnormal nature in abnormal conditions. He found in Coleridge's notebooks the signs of a personality haunted by the strange and fantastic, with entries such as these: "A dunghill at a distance sometimes smells like musk, and a dead dog like elderflowers, and sometimes to a gibbet, sometimes to a throne, always to hell." Lowes quoted that other great addict writer, Thomas de Quincey, on the effects of opium: "Opium gives and takes away. It defeats the steady habit of exertion, but it creates spasms of irregular exertion. It ruins the natural power of life. But it develops preternatural paroxysms of intermitting power." All of this Billy absorbed, although in those days there were no drugs on campus to experiment with. More routinely, this being the tail end of the great experiment, he made bathtub gin, mixing over the tub his simples of grain alcohol and Red Lion flavor. In sophomore year he moved into Adams' house, whose master was James Finney Baxter III, later president of Williams College, bald and stern of expression, with a toothbrush mustache not unlike the Führer's, and wire-rim spectacles. Adams' house was near the yard but had no river view. It was not social or athletic, indeed it was sometimes described as a social desert. It did, however, in spite of Baxter, have a vaguely bohemian reputation. A chess tournament was held there in the winter, already a bad sign, and speakers came and held forth on sanctions against Italy and the new age of despots and that sort of thing. Billy was known as mildly eccentric because he kept a ferret in his room. The ferret was called Sredni Vashtar, after a story by Saki in which a 10-year-old boy trains his pet ferret to kill his bossy governess. It was a story likely to appeal to Billy because of his own childhood troubles with his nurse. But some of his friends were afraid to come to his room because ferrets were known to bite. The women who cleaned the rooms, known as biddies, complained about the creature popping up from under the sofa. Another item Billy kept in his room, against house rules, was a .32 revolver, with almost tragic consequences. He had gravitated to a circle of friends from St. Louis like Gene Angert and Rogers Scudder, and one of these was Richard Stern, a student at the business school. One day in Billy's room he and Stern were horsing around, and he pointed the gun, which he was sure was empty, at Stern's stomach. Stern, who was a fencer, made a quick lunge to deflect the barrel, and when Billy pulled the trigger, he blew a hole in the wall. Only then did he remember that the year before in St. Louis he had loaded the gun, thinking he heard an intruder downstairs. Good God, that was a close fucking thing. You must always take it for granted that every gun is loaded. Just remember that and never point a gun at anybody. Unless you mean to use it. Billy and Richard Stern would go to New York on weekends, stay at the Savoy Plaza, and hang out in the Harlem after-hours clubs. There was Jimmy Daniels, who sang Miss Otis Regrets with his elegant, low-key delivery, and Clinton Moore, who ran a club, and gave him a phrase that he liked because it fitted his sense of fatalism. Billy was there one night with a sponge, who let him pick up the tab, and Moore said, "Some people are shits, darling." It was through Richard Stern that Billy met some of the more outlandish characters then at Harvard, among them Graham Ayres Monsell, an upper-class Englishman whose father was First Lord of the Admiralty and who was at the business school. Billy thought he was glamorous because he was a lord and knew all sorts of people, but at heart he disliked him, recalling, "Ayres Monsell sounds like a Brooklyn gangster." He hung out with the undergraduates because he was in the habit of being deferred to and did not want to be with his equals. Like Cato, give his little Senate laws / and sits attentive to his own applause. He was a cat hater, said he'd trained a dog to kill cats. But he was the one who told me vitamin A in large doses kills colds, which I've used a number of times. He was a fascist-minded elitist, not nearly as intelligent as he thought he was. I'm an elitist myself, but I don't want to be in the same lifeboat with him. Another character was James L. E. Baron Boyle, a silver-tongued Irishman who claimed to be related to royalty but was actually the son of a Boston laundress. The lifelong friend of Richard Stern, Boyle drank a lot and was the life of the party. He became a teacher in a boys' school in Pennsylvania. Once a week Billy had dinner with his brother, Mort, who was attending the School of Architecture after graduating from Princeton. Mort was so morose that he was known to Billy's friends as glum Burroughs. But he and Billy talked about books they had read, and discussed the merits of Freud. Kells Elvins was also around, living off campus with his bride and infant son. He had wed a St. Louis girl named Brick Orwig in a shotgun marriage. She had gone to the Veiled Prophet Ball as a pregnant debutante, and no one had noticed, and the marriage was kept secret from St. Louis society. In junior year Billy left Adams' house for rooms in Claverley Hall, once one of the Gold Coast residences, on Mount Auburn Street. He didn't like the food or the master at Adams, and enjoyed the freedom of eating where he wanted to, at Durgin Park, which had sawdust on the floor and long tables with paper coverings, or Loch Ober's, or Bow's Waffle Shop, where he often had lunch with Robert Miller, a shy, introverted young man whose father ran a corset factory near Rochester, New York. In Claverley Hall, Billy began to entertain, holding Sunday afternoon open houses to which he invited all the oddballs he could round up. There was one fellow called William P. Frere von Blomberg, who had gotten himself adopted by two elderly German baronesses, the sisters of the general who had been Hitler's first minister of defense. Von Blomberg wrote a gossip column in the Boston American and ended up as a traveling evangelist. There was also a broken-down actor who had a young attractive kid on a string, and the usual trio of Richard Stern and James L. E. Baron Boyle and Grammaires Monsell. As for Jean Angert, who was so talented and beautiful, he was wandering around the Boston waterfront asking each of the old sea salts if he was the living Christ. Once he gave a party in his room, but by the time the guests got there he had drunk all the punch and was lying under the table. When he rushed up to Rogers Scudder one day and said, "I regard you as my Dr. Johnson," Scudder knew he was crazy. Indeed, he had to be committed to McLean's Sanitarium outside Boston, where Billy visited him a number of times and was dismayed at his bizarre personality changes, from compulsively giggly to morose. He gave off that terrible ozone smell that schizophrenics have. From McLean's, he went to the Menninger Clinic, and then to a place for the terminally ill. It was a lesson in the fragility of human existence and the power of unknown, threatening forces. Billy reflected that he was better off than Jean Angert, but not much. He was terribly unhappy because he was so frustrated sexually. He was in a sexual desert in the years when the sap is rising. Just when you want it most you can't get it. He had such a built-in ineptitude, such a block. He always said the wrong thing. It was as if a being inside him did not want it to happen. He had never had sex with either a man or a woman, and was in fact amazingly ignorant about it. His father, who was very prissy, had never had a man-to-man talk with him. Of the it's time you knew that men are different from women sort. Billy knew nothing about sex and had for some reason convinced himself, and still believed it when he was at Harvard, that children are born through the navel. It was during an evening with James L. E. Baron Boyle, Richard Stern, and Grammaires Monsell that he expressed this theory, which he thought was perfectly sound. They all shouted what, and enlightened him as to the facts of life. He knew about female genitals, he explained, but didn't know the baby came out there. He thought it came out through the navel. Half a century later, when he was writing his novel Western Lands, he invented a mutant species that is born through the navel. Although biology had proved him wrong, he created a woman who corresponded to his early belief the world according to Burroughs, making the female genitals redundant. Whenever Burroughs thought of his persisting naivete, he thought also for some reason of Jack Kerouac telling him, "You gotta be careful. Women have poison juices." Jack, too, had gone through a naive period, telling him, "When I was 13 years old I went to this priest and I told him I had committed sins of impurity, and he said, 'By yourself, my son,' and I said, 'Yes.' And with another boy as well." "And how big was the other boy's thing, my son?" the priest asked. "And that's when I lost my faith." Relief from Harvard came during the summer vacations. In 1934 he went abroad with a St. Louis friend, Rex Wiesenberger, who was fat and jolly and hated his mother. Rex had set up an elaborate electric train in his basement, which she threatened to throw out. "If you do that, mother," he said, "I will cut the legs off your Hepplewhite dining room table." Tit for tat. The ship they crossed on provided for Burroughs one of those small humiliations he never forgets. He asked the steward for a cup of bouillon and the steward said, "Oh, those are for the passengers." What did he think we were, stowaways? His powerful sense of not belonging made him oversensitive to slights. The ship stopped in Malta in early July, and Billy picked up a German newspaper which had an article in it that fascinated him, as it dealt with Hitler's purge of the stormtroopers, whose leader, Ernst Röhm, was a homosexual. Röhm was Hitler's closest friend. They went back to the beer hall putsch of 1923. But on June 30, Hitler personally drove to the hotel near Munich where Röhm and his entourage were staying and arrested his comrade in arms. And a shameful sight greeted the eyes of the Führer, the article said. There was Röhm with his lust-knave, his pleasure boy, and indeed in a disgusting position. Röhm and many of his followers were shot. Visiting Algeria, they went to the pre-Saharan town of Biskra, where they found the heat even worse than in St. Louis. They drank enormous beers called Formidables and told the hotel concierge, "Send everything cold you have up to the room." During the night, a bat flew into their room and Rex wanted to close the window. Billy thought that was ridiculous. "Of course, Rex, a lion might jump in," he said. "It's not funny," Rex said. "If that bat got to me I could die of a heart attack." Billy couldn't understand irrational fears, when there were enough real fears. The following summer, he got a job as a cub reporter on the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. His father knew the managing editor, and every summer the paper hired a few college kids. At Los Alamos he had daydreamed about being a reporter. It sounded like a glamorous, exciting profession. But he soon found that he was grotesquely miscast. You had to have a hide like an elephant. Several times, he was sent out to get a picture of a child who had died in a summer accident, from drowning or by drinking lye. He thought it was an abject and disgusting assignment. Why in hell should the parents give him a picture? Either they were like whipped dogs and just handed it over, or they did not want to give it and he would have to persuade them. He knew that a so-called good reporter would go to any lengths, would say, "Listen, I'll lose my job if I don't come back with a picture." And he would get it, whereas the parents should have said, "I don't give a shit whether you lose your job or not." He just wasn't cut out for this business of going around and trying to bulldoze the poor people. Sometimes he'd cover the courts and police stations. "Have you got anything?" Sometimes he'd have to find out about a disappearance. Was it voluntary? 9 out of 10 times it was. If you're not a shit already, he thought, this job will make you one. In his search for viability, he had found one more thing he wasn't cut out for. His sexual frustration was so great that he was driven to women, and began to patronize a St. Louis whorehouse. The madam was a tough, no-nonsense country woman from the Ozarks who reminded him of Salt Chunk Mary. While he waited for the girl he had asked for, always the same one, he was shunted into a little room so he wouldn't see the judge coming down the stairs closing his fly, or the bank president, or his uncle. The girl was big-breasted, motherly, gentle, and effective. She provided a sense of release and pleasure, and Billy felt he had done a socially acceptable thing. He was like the man in prison who says boys are better than nothing. The girl was alive, she had a warm body, and she was better than nothing. Back at Harvard it was more of the same sexual blockage, a sense of isolation, classes. Billy in his senior year finally got up the courage to pick up a piece of trade and have the kind of sex he wanted, but he paid dearly for it. It took 2 years for the symptoms of syphilis to become apparent: aching bones, a fluctuating rash, a flu-like malaise. This was before penicillin, and the arsenic cure took 18 months. He was later treated in New York by a Dr. Milton Feltenstein, who lectured him on the virtues of communism while giving him intravenous injections of Salvarsan 606, so called because its discoverer had made 605 tests before finding it. Billy responded that Andrei Gide had visited the Soviet Union and pronounced it the god that failed. "That is a vile slander," said Dr. Feltenstein, jabbing the needle into his arm. Billy graduated in June 1936, but didn't attend the commencement. It didn't mean a fucking thing. He had his degree, but felt he had flunked out as a member of the WASP elite. There was something wrong with him. He just didn't belong. Members of the Porcelain and the Fly and the other snotty clubs all but crossed the sidewalk when they saw him coming. Billy's graduation present was a European tour with the shy, round-faced Bob Miller. From Paris, where they stayed in the Hotel Montana and spent most of their time in cafes, they went to Vienna, and were captivated by the splendors of that great Baroque city: the cathedral, the opera, the beaches on the Danube, the famous bath called the Romanesque Baden, which was swarming with beautiful young boys, but they only looked. Nazis were everywhere in evidence. When they went to Salzburg they were caught in a parade of brown shirts. Chancellor Dollfuss had been murdered in 1934, but the putsch had been bungled, and now the anti-Nazi von Schuschnigg was in tenuous control. Billy met an anti-Nazi named Fritz Max Cohen, who said he was steeped in the old German humanism and that he was working on a book called Men Against Hitler. Several years later he arrived in New York and asked Billy to introduce him to wealthy Jews so that he could ask them for contributions to finance his plan to overthrow Hitler. Rubbing his hands, he said, "We will sure take in some thousands of dollars." I realized then that his whole anti-Nazi act was a cheap con. Then it was on to Budapest, where they had an introduction to Baron Jansch Wolfner, the model for a character in Christopher Isherwood's Mr. Norris Changes Trains, who ruled over the homosexual segment of Budapest society. Billy and Bob Miller stayed in a pension in Buda and Wolfner took them to a bar with gypsy music. "Do you see anybody in here that you want?" the Baron asked. Billy pointed to a boy and the Baron snapped his fingers and the boy came over. There was something to be said for old world methods. Budapest boasted a homosexual hotel called the King of Hungary, Wolfner informed them. One of the guests had brought back a transvestite, and the outraged concierge had said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot bring a woman into this hotel." Someone had told Bob Miller that the Yugoslav city of Dubrovnik, on the Adriatic, was worth seeing, with its medieval walls, its partly Muslim population, and its uncrowded beaches, and he suggested they go there. Billy was willing. That was what Bob liked about Billy: he was placid, good-natured, even-tempered, and entertaining with his dry wit. In short, an ideal traveling companion. They had a letter of introduction to Ilse Clapper, the person everyone looked up in Dubrovnik, and she took them around. Ilse was a small-boned woman of about 35, with a shrewd bird-like face and brown eyes that glinted like agate. She was straightforward and slightly mannish and wore a monocle, and Billy liked her at once, liked her humor and her lack of pretense. She saw through every phony. Born Ilse Hertfeld to a Jewish merchant family in Hamburg, she had married a doctor named Clapper, who, although he was as Aryan as you could get, was fiercely anti-Nazi. They had fled Germany in 1934 when the playing of Mendelssohn's music was banned. This was true madness, and had settled in Dubrovnik, where they were amiably divorced. Clapper practiced medicine illegally on an island near the harbor. Ilse was living precariously on English lessons and on playing hostess to visiting foreigners. She amused Billy with the story of her affair with a married white Russian taxi driver. She had a tiny room in a hotel, and one day he referred to it as our little room, and she thought at once, I must get rid of this man. She had a dream that he came to her in women's clothes, and the next day she got a begging letter from his wife, and she wrote her lover, can't you write your own begging letters instead of hiding behind a woman's skirts? She took them around to the beaches and the gypsy cafes, and introduced them to a man who had written a book about Mount Athos, where no women were allowed, not even hens, which Billy thought was a fine idea. One evening they were having dinner in a garden restaurant with a couple of English friends of Ilse's, one of them a famous hat maker, when who should drop in but King Edward VIII and Wally Simpson. This was the year before his abdication. The royal yacht was in the harbor. Everyone stood up, and the waiters bowed and said, Guten Abend, Guten Abend. The English hat maker made one of his terribly amusing English jokes, saying to the other Brit, you should have gotten up and said, very softly, good evening, sire. Made me sick, this royalty nonsense. After Dubrovnik, they were due to head back to the States, but Billy made a startling announcement. He was returning to Vienna to enroll in the medical school at the university. He had decided to be a doctor but could not get into an American school, not having taken the required pre-med courses, since he was hopeless at math. But in Vienna they didn't have all these prerequisites. Anyone could enroll, although the attrition rate was high. His parents, upon his graduation, had decided to give him a monthly allowance of $200 out of their earnings from Cobblestone Gardens, a tidy sum in those days. It was enough to keep him going, and indeed it guaranteed his survival for the next 25 years, arriving with welcome regularity. The allowance was a ticket to freedom, it allowed him to live where he wanted to and to forego employment. And when there was an emergency, his parents were always there. Like the song said, now some write home / to the old folks for coin, / and that's their ace in the hole. It sure was the time he was fined $273 or 6 months in jail in Beeville, Texas, for drunken driving, and his mother wired the money. Or when he was stranded in Algiers during the war with the French, his bed alive with bedbugs, and his father wired the money. My name'd be mud / like a chump playing stud / if I lost that old ace in the hole. The fall of 1936 found Billy living in the Diyanabad Hotel, a combination hotel and Turkish bath, which was also used for sexual assignations, but not by him, for the syphilis contracted at Harvard had declared itself, and he had to go once a week to the doctors for his intravenous arsenic shot, which nauseated him. His 6 months in Vienna were spent in syphilis-induced depression. He felt unclean and afraid of passing on his contagion, and his old-fashioned doctor didn't seem to know what the risk was. In any case, he felt no desire, and his days were inactive and lonely. Sometimes he took his meals with Dr. Frankel, a middle-aged man at the hotel. Sometimes he went to the Prater, the big amusement park. Sometimes he went to his classes in anatomy and materia medica. He was able to follow, having boned up on his German by reading a book in English side by side with the German, a trick he had picked up in one of Somerset Maugham's short stories. Austria in 1937 was 1 year away from the Anschluss, but you could see it coming. Nearly every day in Vienna there were bombings and demonstrations. The students Billy talked to were Nazis, and if anyone was anti-Hitler, they sure weren't speaking up about it. In the newspapers there was a rising note of anti-Semitic hysteria. In the Völkischer Beobachter, Billy saw the emergence of a fiendish archetype. He saw a drawing of a Jew's head on a spider's body. He saw a photograph of a Jew accused of a crime, with the caption, "From his horrible Jew eyes speaks the criminal world of the Talmud." As a homosexual, he felt himself to be a member of another persecuted group. The manipulation of archetypes applied also to queers. There were also articles about the criminal world of the international homosexual. As he could see on a daily basis, a collective madness could seize a society, aimed at any outsider group. It was a bad situation, getting worse, and on top of everything, in the spring of 1937 Billy came down with acute appendicitis. "We can't wait a single day," the doctor said. After the operation, he decided to go back to Dubrovnik for a couple of weeks to recuperate, and saw Ilse again. She was in a state of panic because her Yugoslav visa was about to expire, and as a Jew she could not renew it. Where could she go? Time was running out. The Nazis were making war noises and were likely to invade the Balkans. Ilse felt that her salvation lay in finding an American who was willing to marry her. With an American husband, she could escape to the United States. She kept bringing the subject up with Billy, an older and experienced woman exerting pressure on a suggestible 23-year-old. He was fond of Ilse, and he saw the chance to follow William Blake's precept, "He who would do good to another must do it in minute particulars." She was pushed by a desperate need, and he was malleable and willing to help, and agreed to marry her. But when he informed his family of his plans, there was great agitation. His mother saw a grasping European femme fatale pursuing her gullible son in the mistaken belief that he was a rich American. There were heated transatlantic phone calls, entreaties, telegrams. "Let's see if we can get her into the country without your marrying her," his mother said. But Billy did not back down. He took Ilse to Athens, where he had an introduction to the American consul, Henry Beck, who put through the paperwork. Then he went looking for a Greek Orthodox priest to perform the ceremony. The first priest refused this naive, submissive boy with this mannish, monocled, worldly woman in her late 30s. It looked fishy. "To hell with his fucking scruples, we'll get another one. All we need is a priest with no scruples who'll take $10 to get us hitched." With Henry Beck as a witness, the ceremony was performed in July 1937. It had its farcical aspects. Billy didn't have a ring, and Ilse had to peel the ring from her first marriage off her finger and hand it to him, and he stuck it back on. They were now man and wife, but in name only, for Ilse went back to Dubrovnik, and Billy, in response to the pleas of his alarmed parents, went home. The question was, what to do next? Staying in St. Louis was out of the question. Medical school was out of the question. He thought psychology might have some answers, and enrolled in the graduate school at Columbia, but the statistics courses stopped him cold. Then he heard that Kells was at Harvard in graduate school and decided to join him there and take courses in archaeology. Kells was separated from his wife, and for most of 1938, he and Billy shared a small frame house on a quiet street in Cambridge near the Commodore Hotel. A black manservant did the cooking and cleaning. Billy took courses in the Navajo language and in Mayan archaeology, and he had an ethnology teacher who said, "I'm not interested in why people do things, I'm interested in what they do." That made sense to Billy, who began to think of a career as an ethnologist. But the more he saw of academic life, the less he liked it. The intrigues, the faculty teas, doing all the right things. It was worth your job to be seen in a queer bar. There was always someone you had to be on good terms with if you were going to get anywhere in the department. It was a little closed circle feeding on itself, a little whirlpool going round and round. He realized that he could never be an academic. The faculty life didn't suit his personality. If you had a negative attitude, it would be picked up immediately by the prickly egos in the department, and they would all say, "We'll fix him." The year was not a total loss, however, for thanks to Kells, Burroughs broke the writing block that went back to his Los Alamos diaries. It was the act of collaboration that did it. Writing with another person released him from embarrassment. He and Kells were fooling around with a humorous routine about the captain of a sinking ship who dresses up like a woman to get into a lifeboat. It was based on the Titanic and the Morro Castle, which caught fire and burned off the Jersey coast in 1935, with a loss of 200 lives. The first mate was in the first lifeboat. On the Titanic, someone actually did get into women's clothes. They acted things out, which Burroughs found to be a very good practice. Lots of times what's wrong with a scene is that it couldn't possibly have happened. You've got people coming through the wall. Where was so-and-so when so-and-so came in? What door did he come in from? Burroughs would write a paragraph and Kells would write a paragraph, or together they would work up the dialogue, splitting their sides with laughter. Burroughs introduced a character he would use often, Dr. Benway, the irresponsible surgeon, who says, "Get me another scalpel, this one has no edge to it." As the jukebox plays a Fats Waller rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, the passengers scramble for the lifeboats. Captain Kramer dons a kimono and wig and smears his face with cold cream. As drowning passengers grab for the gunwales, a lisping, knife-wielding paretic lops off their fingers. The routine, called Twilight's Last Gleaming, is the genesis for much of Burroughs' later work, with its combination of slapstick and surrealism, its cartoon characters and black humor. They sent it to Esquire, and got back a note saying, "Too screwy, and not effectively so for us." The discouragement of rejection put Burroughs off writing for another 6 years. 4. New York. 1939 to 1941. In the spring of 1939, the Burroughs-Elvins household in Cambridge broke up. Kells, who was working on a master's in psychology, landed a job as a prison psychologist in Huntsville, Texas. There he could write his thesis on incest, based on interviews with convicts, one of whom had been sentenced to 20 years for knocking up his daughter, who had given birth to a girl. On the eve of his release, with 6 years off for good behavior, he went to see Kells and said, "Well, I guess the other one's about right now. Hell, I don't see nothin' wrong with raisin' your own tail." Burroughs paid Kells a visit in Huntsville, where he was busy classifying convicts. One of them, a huge man, at least 300 pounds, complained that he could not adjust to prison life because he did not get enough to eat. Kells classified him as a psychopathic eater, so that he was allowed to come to the dining room half an hour early and get a head start on meals. Kells studied the convicts' backgrounds. Most of the swindlers, he found, were the sons of ministers. "That's where they get their gift of gab," he told Burroughs. From Huntsville, Burroughs went to New York, where there was a matter requiring his attention. His wife, Ilse Clapper Burroughs, was still trying to get out of Yugoslavia. As the wife of an American citizen, she had a right to a visa, and Burroughs testified at some sort of immigration hearing, before a distinguished white-haired gentleman with a flag on the wall behind him, who looked as though he was impersonating all the presidents at once. "Young man," he asked, "was this a perfectly sincere marriage, rather than a marriage of convenience?" "Yes, it was," Burroughs replied less than candidly. "I love my wife and I want to have her in the United States with me." He must have made a good impression, for 3 weeks later Ilse had her visa and arrived in New York. They lived apart, but saw each other regularly. "She never asked me for 1 cent, Burroughs recalls. Ilse joined a growing Jewish refugee community in New York, and found a job as secretary to a fellow refugee, the German left-wing dramatist Ernst Toller, author of Man and the Masses. Toller, then 45, was a good example of a generation that could be described as defeated by history. Wanting to prove that he was a real German, he had volunteered for army service in World War I, and was 13 months at the front before his health broke down and he was discharged as unfit. The meaningless slaughter he had witnessed, and the feeling that Germany had been betrayed by its leaders, made of him a communist revolutionary, and he was a leader of the 1919 Bavarian Soviet Republic. Arrested and jailed, he was sentenced to death, but the firing squad refused the order to fire, and his sentence was commuted to 5 years, which he spent industriously turning out plays. Toller went from defeat to defeat. In Germany, as an anti-Nazi. In Spain, as an anti-Franco loyalist. Having to flee to America only intensified his sense of uselessness, even though he went on lecture tours and published his memoirs. Through Ilse's reports, Burroughs was connected with the political diaspora of the 30s, when men who had fought on the losing side, whose beliefs and ideals had been stamped underfoot, were evicted from their homeland. Ilse did not think much of Toller, who seemed a shell of a man, a windbag, and a physical coward who was always talking about fighting fascism, she said, whereas he'd shit himself if he heard a gunshot. Toller sat around feeling sorry for himself. His young wife had left him, and he was no longer in demand as a lecturer. One day when she returned to his hotel suite from lunch, always on the dot of 1, she found him trying to cut his wrists with a kitchen knife. She was sure he had timed the suicide attempt with her return. On May 22, 1939, Burroughs took Ilse to lunch. As usual, the conversation was peppered with Ilse's caustic comments on Toller. "You can't imagine what he said this morning," she said. "Oh, for a great task." On her way back from lunch, she ran into someone who had just arrived from Europe, and stopped to chat what happened to so-and-so and got back about 10 minutes late. She sat down and started typing up some notes when a prickly sensation started up the back of her neck. She got up and pushed open the bathroom door. Toller was on the other side. He had hanged himself with his bathrobe cord. This time he has done it, Ilse thought. Even if she had gotten back on time it would not have helped, for his neck was broken. Burroughs understood what had happened to Toller. He had died of bad news. He had read somewhere that there are two things a rat hates: to be thrown in the water and to have its whiskers cut. If it is thrown in the water it will manage to swim, but if in addition its whiskers are cut, it will drown. Toller had his whiskers cut and was thrown in the water. Too much bad news. At the funeral, he was eulogized. He was as direct a martyr of the Nazi regime as if he had been murdered in a concentration camp, the rabbi conducting the ceremony said. The Austrian actor Kurt Kasner, a friend and admirer of Toller's who had married a wealthy American woman, was at the funeral, and asked Ilse to be his secretary. Once again, she reported on her employer to Burroughs, on his drunken wife and their disorderly household. "It is passing all the frontiers," she said. "It is not to believe." The Kasnars gave lavish parties, to which Ilse invited her husband. There Burroughs met John Latouche, who had written the lyrics for the musical Cabin in the Sky. Touche had a reputation as the funniest fellow around. He introduced everyone as the Duke of so-and-so and the Prince of so-and-so, and signed his letters loads of apples. He was famous for his skits, and did one on Burroughs: "I'm Bill Burroughs and I've got a gun. Don't come near me." Ilse reported that Touche was writing a musical based on the life of Byron, which he was tying into the Greek resistance. "He can write this shit by the yard," she said. When the alcoholic Mrs. Kasner expired from liver failure, the maid accused her husband of having poisoned her. In the ensuing tumult, Ilse had to move on, and found a job in a travel agency. Burroughs continued to see her until 1945, when she returned to Europe. In August 1939, Burroughs went to Chicago to attend 5 lectures by Count Alfred Korzybski, the author of a book he much admired, Science and Sanity. Korzybski was a Polish nobleman who had grown up on an estate near Warsaw but had come to the United States in 1915. A post-World War I utopian, he hoped that the wreckage of Europe would be the dawn of a new age. He foresaw a government headed by a biologist, an engineer, a mathematician, and a sociologist, to develop human engineering. Human nature could be made to change, since man was the only creature with the capacity to improve. The beaver kept making the same dam over and over again, and the bee its honeycomb, but man could build on past achievement. Man's mind was a storage house which could create a new ethics. Burroughs was drawn to Korzybski's theory of general semantics, which showed the errors of either / or Aristotelian thinking. Was an act instinctive or intellectual? Of course it was both. Was man the product of heredity or environment? It was simply mistaken to think this way. Either / or thinking created a gap between reality and the words used. In 1938, for instance, when Korzybski founded the Institute of General Semantics in Chicago, the words were peace in our time and democratic appeasement, but the facts were war and dictatorship. When Burroughs arrived in Chicago, he saw a heavy, bald, vigorous man of 60 with gleaming black eyes, who looked a little like Picasso. Korzybski's hopes for a new dawn were being scuttled by the dictators. Foreseeing the invasion of his beloved Poland, he was in a somber mood, telling his audience, "All you young men will be slaughtered. Hitler will invade Poland, but he will not call it a war, and then the conflict will spread." A month later it happened. Korzybski still hoped to make reason prevail through his teachings. To demonstrate the gap between the word and the reality, he banged on a table and said, "Whatever this is, it is not a table." Emotions such as love, hate, and anger, he explained, occurred on a nonverbal level, so that what we called them had nothing to do with what they were. "You think as much with your big toe as with your brain," Korzybski said, "and probably more effectively. Thought was not a tiny conscious area but the reaction of the whole organism to the whole environment. Words were inadequate to describe certain silent human processes, and Korzybski proposed the idea of thinking in pictures, which Burroughs adopted, as he did his ideas on language and either/or thinking. Korzybski helped him clarify his own views. When the lectures were over, Burroughs went back to New York. He looked up a friend from Harvard, Bill Gilmore, who had literary ambitions but in the meantime was working as a fundraiser for the Quakers. Gilmore knew W. H. Auden, who was living in Brooklyn, and took Burroughs over to meet him. Burroughs thought Auden was insufferable. He talked incessantly, and at dinner, disapproving of the conversation, he rapped on a glass and said, "It's time to change the subject." He would say, "As a Christian my opinion is." The point being that he was always talking as something, a tiresome way of buttressing his views. As for his poetry, Burroughs felt, it was almost profound. It went just so far and you waited for it to go further and it never did. It was also thanks to Gilmore that Burroughs met Jack Anderson, who looked like the man in the Arrow shirt ad but had the mentality of a shop girl. Gilmore, who had already made it with him, said, "He's very pretty and very willing." When they met at Tony's bar on 52nd Street, Burroughs had that terrible sinking feeling of being smitten again, a feeling that distressed him because there was no way to control it. Jack's lack of education gave him a chip-on-the-shoulder attitude toward anything that was remotely intellectual. Whenever Burroughs ventured an idea, he would sneeringly ask, "Is that what Count Korzybski says?" Jack was completely oriented toward money. He had an office boy job and hustled on the side, with both men and women. Burroughs, who by this time was over his syphilis, had a room at the Taft Hotel on 7th Avenue and brought Jack up there one night. He left the door unlocked and some hotel employee came through checking the rooms and saw them in bed together naked. 10 minutes later the house detective and the hotel manager barged in. "What's going on here?" Burroughs asked in the most convincing tone of offended propriety he could summon up under the circumstances. "That's what we want to know," the hotel manager said. "You're about the wisest prick I ever walked in on," the house dick said, which Burroughs thought was quite a compliment. "Didn't anyone ever kick the shit out of you?" "You've got 10 minutes to get your stuff packed," the manager said. "Then come downstairs, go over to the cashier's window, and we'll give you a refund." Jack lived in a red brick rooming house on Jane Street in the Village, and Burroughs went back there with him and took a room. He felt so little in control of his life and emotions that he decided to go into analysis with Dr. Herbert Wiggers, a tall, melancholy Freudian who had had rheumatic fever as a child. The Freudians insisted that the patient must provide all the information, and the analyst must not attempt any interpretation. Vaster than empires, and more slow, this vegetable analysis may grow. Over the years, he would try them all, the Freudians, the Jungians, the Adlerians, the Reichians, the Washington School, the Karen Horney School, the whole psychoanalytical panoply. He tried narcoanalysis, which used nitrous oxide to stimulate the subconscious. This was the stuff they gave during the war to shell-shocked amnesiac soldiers and put you in a state between sleeping and waking. Burroughs began to talk in accents and take on different identities, a titled Englishman, an old Southern farmer. He came to know enough about analysis so that he thought of entering the profession, except that you needed a medical degree. After 10 years of it, he ended up thinking, what is this nonsense? He did not feel that much further advanced in any understanding of himself. Where it could lead it had led. Very few people really benefited from it, he felt. They mistook the dependence they built up on their analyst with the success of the treatment. The poor man tried to get away for a 2-week vacation and his patients tracked him down. "Oh, my God, doctor, I have to see you, I have to see you." Sometimes there were odd, telepathic signals. Burroughs dreamed that another of his analysts, Dr. Federn, the pupil of Freud, was offering candy to little girls, and thought, this poor naive European doesn't realize that people will think he's a dirty old man. Federn said it had actually happened, that he had offered candy to children and then worried what people would think. Over the years Federn had recorded 1,300 instances of telepathic contact with patients. In any case, it was helpful on some level for Burroughs to discuss with Dr. Wiggers the problems he was having with Jack Anderson. By being too open about his attraction to Jack, Burroughs had once again fallen into the trap of making himself vulnerable to contempt. It was as if he deliberately picked hustlers like Anderson, who were sure to treat him shabbily. He was next door, and at night he could hear Jack bring men or women back to his room, could hear the sound of laughter and glasses clinking, and then the voices getting lower and more intermittent and turning to sounds of love-making. Night after night he lived through it, hearing the muffled moans of pleasure and the cries of orgasm through the thin walls, and it was tearing him apart. One day he was walking up 6th Avenue from 42nd Street, looking in pawn shop windows, when he came upon a cutlery store. In the window he saw knives and scissors and pocket microscopes and air pistols and toolkits that folded into small leather packets. He had as a child been given one for Christmas. Saying to himself, I must do it, he walked into the store and asked to see some poultry shears, the kind with one smooth and one sawtooth blade, the kind his father had used on the Thanksgiving turkey. That's stainless steel, sir. Never rusts or tarnishes. How much? $2.79 plus tax. Okay. The clerk wrapped the shears in brown paper, and Burroughs paid with a $5 bill. Back in his room on Jane Street, he unwrapped the shears and put them down on the dresser in front of the oval mirror that turned on a pivot. He looked at himself in the mirror and thought of Jack Anderson, who was so stupid and shallow that it was impossible to make any impression on him. He picked up the shears and placed the sawtooth lower blade against the end joint of his left little finger. Then he lowered the cutting blade until it rested against the flesh of his finger. Again he looked into the mirror, composing his face in an expression of impassiveness. He took a deep breath, and pressed the handle quick and hard. The tip of his finger fell on the dresser. He felt a deep sorrow for the severed finger joint, lying there alone and lifeless, a few drops of blood clinging to the white bone. Tears welled in his eyes. When he turned his hand over to look at the stub, blood spurted up and splashed his face, which he cleaned with a towel. He bandaged his finger as best he could, and in a few minutes the bleeding stopped. He picked up the finger joint, wrapped it in Kleenex, put it in his vest pocket, and walked out of the hotel, saying to himself, I've done it. He had performed his Van Gogh act, although Jack Anderson was a piss-poor go-gone. Waves of euphoria swept over him, and he stopped in a bar and knocked back a double brandy. Goodwill flowed out of him for the whole world. A lifetime of defensive hostility seemed to have dropped away. The finger incident is in some ways like a replay of the childhood trauma with the nurse. In that still confused and dimly remembered event, with its ugly sexual context, he had been the victim, betrayed by a loved one. Now, once again, he was betrayed by Jack Anderson. Once again he was the victim, by turning his suffering and jealousy against himself. The cutting of the finger was a symbolic castration, an echo of the incident with the nurse and her boyfriend, when he had, perhaps, for he could never be sure, bitten the boyfriend's penis, his teeth the white defenders. The sequence in both cases was confusion, betrayal, and pain. And now he took the severed fingertip to his analyst Dr. Wiggers, as he had wanted but had been unable to take the story of the nurse to his father, for he might not have been believed. What was the credibility of a 4-year-old? This time he had the evidence in his vest pocket. Wiggers was horrified when the memento was displayed. He was sure Burroughs was going through a psychotic episode. In his own interest he should be placed under observation. He might do more harm to himself. Wiggers proposed to take him to Bellevue, but Burroughs shook his head. Really, Bill, you're doing yourself a great disservice. When you realize what you've done you'll need psychiatric care. Your ego will be overwhelmed. All I need is to have the finger sewed up. I've got a date tonight. Really, Bill, I don't see how I can continue as your psychiatrist if you don't follow my advice in this matter. Why don't you fix it yourself? I haven't practiced since my internship, and I don't have the necessary materials in any case. This has to be sewed up right or it could get infected right on up the arm. Fearing infection and weary of argument, Burroughs agreed to go to Bellevue for medical treatment only. While an intern sewed up his finger and put on a dressing, Wiggers urged him to commit himself overnight. Feeling overcome by a sudden faintness, Burroughs decided to place himself in the care of his psychiatrist, whom he trusted. All right, he said, I'll do what you say. Wiggers went off to sign some papers and returned quite pleased with himself, saying, I'm cutting red tape by the yard. The next thing he knew Wiggers was gone, and he was in a dressing gown in a ward with other men. My God, he thought, the lousy bastard shanghaied me into the nothus. On top of everything, his finger joint, which he had wanted to keep, had disappeared. Once again, as in the case of the nurse, he was doubly betrayed. Just as his parents had neglected to take action against the evil nurse, his psychiatrist had tricked him into commitment to the psycho ward. The following day, Burroughs was interviewed by a lady psychiatrist. Do you hear voices? She asked. When people talk to me, I can hear them talking, yes. No, I mean do you hear voices talking inside your head? I suppose you could say I have a vivid imagination. Now, what about this self-mutilation? Oh, that. Well, that's part of an initiation ceremony into the Crow Indian tribe. Squinting, the lady psychiatrist asked, Mr. Burroughs, why do you have mannerisms? Well, I guess everyone has mannerisms. Not mannerisms like yours, Mr. Burroughs. The lady psychiatrist diagnosed Burroughs as a schizophrenic, paranoid type. When Wiggers called to see how he was, Burroughs said, What in hell have you done, you son of a bitch? Did you think I was going crazy or something? I was afraid your ego would be overwhelmed, Wiggers said. Burroughs called his father, who came at once to New York, saw the head psychiatrist at Bellevue, and arranged to have his son transferred to a private psychiatric hospital, Payne Whitney. My name'd be mud / like a chump playing stud / if I lost that old ace in the hole. Mortimer Burroughs was his usual taciturn self. He didn't even ask his son why he had cut off his finger. Suffer in silence was his motto. After about a month, Burroughs was released from Payne Whitney in the custody of his parents. He spent most of 1940 in St. Louis, living at home and working as a driver and delivery boy for Cobblestone Gardens. It was a low point in his life, like a return to childhood. He was bored and sullen, barely speaking to his parents. He hated the work, felt that he was doing penance. Once he had a delivery at the home of a wealthy Jewish couple. The wife answered the door and sent him around to the servants' entrance. Burroughs drove away clashing the gears and muttering, Hitler is perfectly right. Since his sense of his own status was so fragile, Any episode that linked him with the underclass was sure to make him seethe. But even in St. Louis, under the supervision of his parents, he managed to get into trouble. Jack Anderson, with whom he had stayed in touch, and who had been apologetic after the finger episode, came to visit. One night Burroughs took his father's car and went out drinking with Jack in the red light district in East St. Louis. Above the bar was a picture of Custer's Last Stand, distributed by Anheuser-Busch, which Burroughs was trying to convince the bartender was a rare and valuable object. "Yeah," the bartender said, "you already told me that 10 times. Anything else?" He walked to the other end of the bar and studied a racing form. Jack picked up $1 of Burroughs' money off the bar and said, "I want to go into one of these houses." "All right," Burroughs said as he watched Jack leave through the swinging doors. "Enjoy yourself." On the way home, Burroughs asked, "Want to try driving a bit?" "Only way to learn." "Could you learn to play the piano by reading a book about it?" He took Jack's chin in his hand and kissed him lightly on the mouth. Jack laughed, showing sharp little eye teeth. "I always say, people have more fun than anybody," Jack said. Burroughs shuddered in the summer night. He really did have the mind of a chorus girl. "I suppose they do," he said. Jack slid under the wheel, looking dubiously at the dashboard, for he had only driven twice in his life. With a grinding of gears the car lurched forward, bucked, almost stalled, then proceeded at a crawl. "You'll never learn this way," Burroughs said. "Let's see a little speed." It was 3 in the morning, with not a car on the road. "A little speed, Jackie. That thing under your foot. Push it into the floor, Jackie." Equating speed with the sex that he wanted but was not getting from Anderson, Burroughs went on, in an odd, disembodied voice, "Push it all the way down, Jackie, all the way in. All the way, Jackie." The car gathered speed, tires humming on the asphalt, the city spinning under them in the summer night. Burroughs felt that he was in a sealed capsule, beyond contact with the outside world. The light from the dashboard played on the two faces, one weak and handsome, the other thin and intense, a bookworm aspiring to be a man of action. "You're learning fast, Jackie. Just keep your right foot on the floor." The speedometer had climbed to 60. Jack swerved to avoid the metal mounds of a safety zone. The car hit a wet spot where the street had been watered and went into a long skid. There was the sickening crash of metal, and Burroughs flew out of the car door and slid across the asphalt. He picked himself up and ran his hands over his body. Nothing broken. Someone was holding his arm. A wrecker was towing away the car, its front wheels off the ground. He saw Jack between two cops, looking dazed, an ugly bruise on his forehead. A police car took them to the hospital, where the doctor patched Jack's forehead and swabbed a cut on Burroughs' leg with mercurochrome. Then they went to the police station, where Burroughs asked to call his father, who seemed to appear as he hung up the phone, conjured by an alcoholic trick of time, cool and distant as always. It appeared that they had hit a parked car, whose owner had arrived. "So I met my wife at the train and took her to see the new car, and there wasn't any car. All four wheels knocked off." "That will be all taken care of," Mortimer Burroughs told him. "Well, I should think so. That car can't be fixed. There's nothing left of it?" "In that case you will get a new car." "Well, I should think so. People driving like that should be in jail. Endangering people's lives." Mortimer Burroughs was huddled with the desk sergeant. They shook hands, and the sergeant accepted one of his cigars. No charges would be filed against Burroughs and Jack. Jack was dropped off at his hotel, and Burroughs and his father drove in silence to the house on Price Road. Finally, Burroughs said, "I'm sorry, Dad." "So am I," his father said. "It's all right, Mother," Mortimer Burroughs called out upstairs as they entered the house. "Nobody hurt?" "Want some milk, Bill?" he asked, starting toward the pantry. "No thanks, Dad," Burroughs said, and went upstairs to bed. Burroughs had to get out of St. Louis and his parents' house, and began to see the war as the solution to his dilemma. He wanted to serve his country and do some fighting. America was bound to get into it soon. He could live out some of his childhood fantasies, becoming Mr. Brundage, the coldest and most brutal of the pirates. He liked the idea of danger, and saw himself volunteering for risky assignments, parachuted behind enemy lines. He tried to enlist in the Navy, but flunked the physical. The Navy doctor said, "He is nearsighted and flat-footed. Put down that he is a poor physical specimen." Turning to Burroughs, he added, "You might get your commission if you can throw some weight around." Then he tried the American Field Service, but a snotty young English public school type asked, "Oh, by the way, Burroughs, what were your clubs at Harvard?" "No clubs." Burroughs could feel the temperature drop. "And what was your house?" "Adams." "I see. We'll consider your application." Burroughs tried again, enrolling toward the end of 1940 in the Lewis School of Aviation in Lockport, Illinois, near Joliet, where the big prison was. He was hoping to get a pilot's license so that he could enlist in the glider corps. He knew that his eyesight was not good enough but figured that the demand for men would make them relax the standards. The school was Catholic run, and the first night he was there a priest came by and said, "It's kinda hard to swing right into it, isn't it?" Burroughs asked him what it was like to be a priest. "I do what I'm told," he said. Burroughs caught from those words the eerie feeling that the priest had the weight of great power behind him. Flying was not much harder than driving. He did his 100 hours in Piper Cubs and got his license. The exam was easy, since the instructor knew the questions that were coming up. But when he tried to join the glider corps he was turned down because of his eyes. So the only thing he got out of the aviation school, since he didn't pilot again, was jaundice from the food. He was back in St. Louis in June 1941, still looking for an outfit he could join. Through his father, he heard that a Colonel Donovan was setting up some sort of spy outfit in Washington. Donovan had recruited various eggheads for his board of analysts, which he called his College of Cardinals, and was looking for young Ivy Leaguers to serve as agents in the field. Armed with a letter of introduction from his well-connected uncle Weidman Lee, Ivy's brother, Burroughs went to the OSS office in Washington that July and had an interview with Donovan. They seemed to get on fine, Burroughs thought. Then Donovan said, "Now I'd like you to meet my Director of Research and Analysis, who turned out to be none other than his former Harvard housemaster, James Finney Baxter, who had disliked Burroughs from the days when he kept a ferret in his room." As soon as Burroughs saw Baxter's purple-jowled face and officious expression, he knew the jig was up. He wanted to do his duty as a patriotic American, but everywhere he turned, he was rejected. He was a misfit, a washout, a discard. There was a functioning elite of officers' schools and intelligence outfits which recruited among his kind, but they vetoed him on sight. Barring active service, Burroughs was looking for a way to migrate to New York. His father, anticipating more trouble, also wanted him to find something to do, and called up an old friend in New York who owed him a favor, Colonel Masek. He had once loaned Masek $5,000 to start an advertising agency, and now he told him on the phone, "My boy here can't get a job. He's got such an awful personality, I don't know what he's good for. He can't add a column of figures. He sounds terrible over the phone." "Okay," Masek said, "I'll hire him at $30 a week." The agency, Van Dolen, Giverden, and Masek, was a nickel and dime, hole-in-the-wall outfit, staggering along with third-rate accounts. Van Dolen was brash and overconfident. Giverden was a nasty little shrimp who had apoplexy if you sat in his chair, but Burroughs liked Masek, a sort of W.C. Fields type with an eccentric sense of humor and a gamesman's view of life. As the junior copywriter, Burroughs was given the accounts no one else would touch. One was Endo Cream, which contained female sex hormones that made women look younger instantly, and had Egyptian motifs on the box. Another was Cascade, a hycalonic. The mixture was added to water and placed in a bag with a nipple in the middle, that was applied like an enema. Burroughs reached new heights of lyricism in his ad copy for Cascade. "It is no more like an enema than a kite is like an airplane," he wrote. "Well done, thou true and faithful servant." That is how many people feel about their Cascade. Immeasurable relief sweeps over them. The waste matter that has accumulated for years is often swept away without a trace. You feel as if reborn. Unfortunately, several overweight women who sat down on the bag a little too vigorously reported colon inflammation and sued the company, which at that point had a spot of trouble with the Interstate Commerce Commission. All in all, this was a fairly happy time for Burroughs, who was living with Jack Anderson in an apartment on West 11th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues. With Jack, life was at best a series of sexual compromises, but at least Burroughs wasn't cutting off any more fingers. In fact, whether due to analysis or a more stable relationship, he was able to vent his hostility against others rather than himself, which might be seen as a healthy development. Anderson had a wildly jealous girlfriend, who came around one evening to object that he was living with Burroughs. "I happen to love Jack," she drunkenly repeated. Since Burroughs wasn't responding, she took a swipe at him, knocking off his glasses. To his great surprise, since he hated quarrels, Burroughs found himself hauling off and whamming her one that sent her sprawling across the room and onto the couch. After that, the girl was more subdued. Jack as usual did nothing, and Burroughs was amazed that he had struck someone. The war was everywhere, on the radio when you woke up, in the street when you went to work, at the office, on the newsreels. Middle-aged men came up to you at cocktail parties and wanted to demonstrate the stranglehold they had learned in their unarmed combat course. The songs were a reminder of his own situation. He would never come in on a wing and a prayer. Would he ever be the eager beaver with a 2-day pass, given her that here it is Sunday shavin' off Monday line? Look at that sad sack, wooing her much too fast. She's sore, slammin' the door, and it's 22 miles to town. No matter, you had to accentuate the positive. Then came December 7, 1941, which upset everybody's plans. Upon hearing the news in Hollywood, where he was having lunch with John Barrymore, W.C. Fields at once went to the phone and ordered 40 cases of gin. "Why only 40 cases, W.C., queried Barrymore. "Because I think it's going to be a short war," Fields said. At the ad agency, Colonel Masek, a hero of World War I, tried to join up, but was turned down because of diabetes. Jack Anderson was drafted and sent to a base in Chicago for basic training. At the start of 1942, Burroughs was drafted and told to report to Jefferson Barracks outside St. Louis. 5. Chicago and New York. 1942 to 1944. In Jefferson Barracks in the spring of 1942 there was one unhappy William Burroughs. He had volunteered his services in a number of quarters that he felt were commensurate with his intellect and abilities and had been rejected by them all. And now all of a sudden he was classified 1A in the infantry. Brimming over with resentment, Burroughs thought, if I'm going into this thing, I'm going in as an officer, not as a fucking private. He liked the idea of danger and combat, but he wanted to be giving the orders, not taking them. He wanted to be wearing stripes and getting a lot of respect. Once again, his mother came to the rescue. She knew David Ryak, a Washington neurologist involved in behavior modification studies for the government who had good connections with the military, and told him a little about Billy's psychiatric history. Ryak studied his Bellevue file and concluded, "I don't think that boy belongs in the military." He used his contacts to get Burroughs out on a civilian disability discharge, that is, he never should have been drafted in the first place because of mental instability. Burroughs went to Chestnut Lodge, a psychiatric treatment center outside Washington, with which Ryak was connected, for a 3-day evaluation. He knew that there was something wrong with him. He was aware of a deep psychic wound. There was a basic wrongness somewhere, and he thought at the time that it might be helped by analysis. He was impressed by the people at Chestnut Lodge, but he balked when he was told the treatment would probably take at least a year. As he thought of it later, it was the road not taken. Had he been treated, the wound might have healed, but who knows? Benefits are not always benefits. He might never have become a writer. In the meantime, while waiting for Ryaka's application to go through channels, which took 4 or 5 months, Burroughs sat around the barracks and read the complete works of Marcel Proust. Every evening at 6 his parents would drive out to bring him food packages. He was still the pampered younger brother. In the barracks, Burroughs met a young man from Chicago named Ray Masterson, a short, thin, wiry, black-haired Irishman who was also awaiting discharge. Masterson told Burroughs that with so many men being drafted, jobs in Chicago were plentiful, and he decided to give it a try. Discharged in September 1942, Burroughs left for Chicago and took a room on the north side, across the hall from a drunken osteopath, a bear of a man who treated mostly athletes and had signed snapshots of big league ball players. It was his custom to knock on Burroughs' door and say, "Bill, if you say one word I'll knock your block off." Burroughs saw a lot of Ray Masterson, whose jealous wife was sure they were having an affair, which was not the case. "She's driving me crazy," Ray would say. "I wish she'd take the gas pipe." He'd stay at Burroughs' place to avoid scenes, and she would call up and say, "You're keeping him there living with you." "He's a grown man," Burroughs said. "He can walk out of here anytime he wants. If he stays over it's probably because he can't stand you." Then she insisted he put Ray on, and she screamed at Ray, "I hope he dies, I hope he gets torn to pieces. I'm coming over there with the cops." The significance of the Chicago interlude in Burroughs' development is that it was his first deliberate attempt to live outside his class. Rejected by the WASP elite, he sought out lowlifes, characters like those in Jack Black's You Can't Win, and found acceptance among them. He lived in a poor neighborhood, where almost every kid on the block had a criminal record. They were Studs Lonergan types, unsuccessful burglars, penny ante thieves, small-time gamblers, and grifters. They weren't misfits, Burroughs decided, they just fitted into a different slot. That's what appealed to him, they formed a society of their own. He joined their Sunday afternoon crap games on the stoop. Invariably, this big fat cop would swoop down on them, and they would scatter and see the cop with his ass in the air grabbing all the change. Until one day somebody said, "Listen, the next time he runs up we'll just stand there, even if we spend the night in jail, why should we have this asshole grabbing our money?" They stood their ground, and there were no arrests. Masterson was right about jobs in Chicago. Burroughs found work in a factory, but 3 days was all he could stand, taking bolts from here, and carrying them over there. Then he signed on with Merit Incorporated, a detective agency that sent out teams to catch crooked store employees. This also palled, and Burroughs found a job with A.J. Cohen, Exterminators. He liked it because he could make his own hours. He drove around Chicago in his own Ford the 5.8, in those days, they made Fords in any color you wanted, as long as it was black, and he got to meet all sorts of people. Chekhov said the reason he became a doctor was because of the house calls, which gave him access into the lives of families. Burroughs' new métier also involved house calls. He was assigned to apartment buildings which were required to have exterminator service, and rang doorbells, "Exterminator. You got any bugs, lady?" He had to get 10 signatures a day, which he could usually manage in 2 hours, so that he had the rest of the day free to bet on the horses and lose the money he earned. Then he'd go to the office at 5 o'clock and check in with his 10 signatures. Some people didn't want the service, and they'd say, "Why should I sign if you haven't done anything?" "Well, I've come here and I've offered the service," Burroughs would reply. He worked alone, carrying his kerosene spray for bed bugs, his pyrethrum powder and fluoride for roaches, his phosphorus paste for water bugs, his arsenic for rats, his bulbs and bellows. The fluoride did not work too well, for as a Southern defense worker told him, they eat it and run around here fat as hogs. Some customers complained that the city exterminators had been around and left some white powder that draws roaches the way whiskey will draw a priest. The pay wasn't bad, $50 a week plus knockdowns. He'd go to a warehouse for a fumigation job and the manager would say, "We don't worry about the company, they make too much money, what will you take for the job?" And he'd go back on his day off and pick up $10, $20. Or a housewife would say, offering him a glass of sweet wine, "I am so bothered mit bed bugs. We're not allowed to spray beds, lady. Board of Health Regulations. ACH, so the wine is not enough." She would disappear for a moment and return with a crumpled dollar bill. Burroughs became an expert on bed bugs. He'd seen thousands of them. They weren't in the mattress, they were in the ticking. When you turned the mattress back you'd see great clusters of them. Another place you found them was in the springs, and if you had a wooden bedstead they went into the screw holes. He knew just where to find them, they might even be hiding in the wallpaper, you could see the little specks. Bed bugs were amazing survivors. They could live in an empty house for years in a state of suspended animation. Then, when the house was inhabited, they came out almost transparent, and the next thing you knew they were running around fat and red and gorged with blood. People thought it was smart to put the legs of their bed in cups of kerosene, but the bedbugs were smarter, they went up on the ceiling and dropped down. Burroughs kept the job for 8 months, longer than any other. A distant cry echoes down cobblestone streets through all the gray basements up the outside stairs to a windy blue sky. Exterminator. That fall 2 of Burroughs' St. Louis friends, Lucien Carr and David Kammerer, arrived in Chicago. Carr, a handsome blonde 17-year-old with slanting gray eyes and well-proportioned features, was a freshman at the University of Chicago. His mother, born Marian Gratz, was the daughter of a jute and hemp magnate. His father, Russell, left his wife when Lucien was an infant and went west, working as a sheep herder in Wyoming and a bank guard in Denver. He died in Denver when Lucien was a child. Lucien flew out for the funeral, looked down into his father's coffin, and said, "I don't know you, old man." David Kammerer, who at 31 was 3 years older than Burroughs, came from a respected St. Louis family. His father was an engineer. Tall and thin with red hair, a big nose, and a high, squeaky voice, he was a punch figure come to life. Burroughs liked him because he was a fellow outcast from St. Louis society, funny and unconventional. He had a friendly, open, and exuberant manner. When he dropped in on you, you were glad to see him. When Lucien was in grade school, he joined a play group for boys run by Kammerer, who was then an instructor in English at Washington University. One afternoon a week, they drove out to St. Charles County in Dave's Model A and horsed around in the countryside. Once there was some rough and tumble in a hayloft, and Kammerer had to be taken to the doctor because he had broken a blood vessel in his penis. Boys aroused him sexually, and with one boy in particular, Lucien Carr, he became obsessed. Lucien Carr, the perfect example of the handsome upper-class boy that Kammerer could never be. Lucien Carr, presenting an image of idealized graceful blondness in contrast to Kammerer's clumsy manner and disorderly red hair. Burroughs also liked Lucien, who made him think of Keats's line, "Two witches' eyes above a cherub's mouth." Once in St. Louis he was in an unheated house with Dave and Lucien, and he and Lucien curled up under a rug and Burroughs was sort of feeling Lucien up, and Dave was standing across the room and wringing his hands and saying, "What's this fruit stuff between you and Carr?" Lucien was fond of Burroughs because he was funny and non-judgmental. The story was that Burroughs had taken out this girl, Jane, who was supposed to be an easy lay, for a drive along the Missouri River, and that he had ripped open his shirt and started thumping his chest and saying, "Jane, there is a thunder in my chest." Thereafter, Lucien thought of him as Thunder in My Chest Burroughs. Another time, Lucien borrowed Burroughs' '36 Ford and went on a drunken spree in East St. Louis and blew the head off the engine. He waited 4 days and then called Burroughs, "You know, your car, it's over across the river and I don't think it's worth going over there to pick it up." "All right, fine," was all Burroughs said. Lucien did not offer an apology, and Burroughs did not ask for one. As someone who had been in his share of trouble, once involving a car, Burroughs was not in a position to lecture others. But Lucien appreciated his attitude, and that was the start of their friendship. Kammerer made Lucien the focus of his existence. One summer, with Mrs. Carr's blessing, he took Lucien to Mexico, and reported to Burroughs that his advances had been rejected. But the more he was rejected, the more obsessed he became. It was a contest of wills. Beyond the fact that Lucien was not homosexual, Kammerer wanted him with such intensity that he created in Lucien an equally intense resistance. And yet Lucien was flattered by Kammerer's slavish and single-minded pursuit. When Mrs. Carr caught on, after finding letters from Kammerer, and sent Lucien to Andover, Kammerer followed him there, having been fired from Washington University for his part in a prank involving mock combat with fire extinguishers. And when Lucien later went to Bowdoin College in Maine, Kammerer tagged along and was still tagging along, now that Lucien had transferred to the University of Chicago. The story was that Lucien was trying to get away from Kammerer, but when you saw them together, they seemed to be the best of friends, drinking and horsing around. In Chicago, the high-spirited Carr Kammerer team got Burroughs thrown out of Mrs. Murphy's rooming house by tearing up a Gideon Bible and pissing out the window. "Joe college stuff, 1910 style," Burroughs grumbled. Burroughs at that time was cultivating his persona as a criminal in the making. He kept a gun in a sock in the back of his closet, and was dreaming up schemes to rob the world of its money. One plan was to blow up a Brinks truck as it went over a manhole. He had obtained street maps from City Hall showing manhole locations. The idea was to install a bomb under a manhole and detonate it as the armored truck drove over it. But the Brinks job never went beyond the planning stage. Then he decided to hold up a Turkish bath where he was a regular customer. He cased the joint and found out where the safe was, but on the appointed day he was drinking in a bar to get his courage up, and by the time he got to the baths the day's receipts had been collected. Then there was some trouble between Carr and Kammerer. They went on a spree, and Carr wound up in the Cook County Hospital mental ward. Apparently, a distraught Lucien attempted suicide by putting his head in an oven, but failed to kill himself. Another version was that the whole thing was arranged to get Lucien a 4F classification. In any event, Lucien's mother arrived, and in the spring of 1943 Lucien moved to New York, transferring to Columbia as a second-term freshman. Soon after, Burroughs and Kammerer followed. Burroughs found a place in the Village, at 69 Bedford Street. Kammerer lived around the corner, at 48 Morton Street, where he worked American Samoa, a janitor, in exchange for a room. Kammerer also found a job teaching in a high school, but he had grown a beard and was told to shave it. He did, but when he went to get his first paycheck they made him come back twice, and he got fed up and quit, grew his beard back, and supported himself as a window washer. His co-workers called him the professor. On his first job, he lost his balance and dove through an open window into a ribbon maker's office, and found himself lying on the floor, coiled in ribbons, like an Egyptian mummy. Burroughs saw a lot of Kammerer. They went for dinner to Chumley's and the Minetta Tavern, and for drinks to the San Remo, where on occasion that Village character Joe Gould would turn up. He was purportedly writing the oral history of the world, and smelled as though he hadn't taken a bath in 20 years. If you bought him a drink he'd do his seagull act, flapping his arms and making strange sounds. Burroughs was friendly with a 21-year-old talk of the town reporter for the New Yorker named Chandler Broussard, who lived in Kammerer's building, and took them to a French restaurant, Au Bon Pinard, where the prix-fixe dinner cost $1.50. Burroughs introduced him to eating calf's liver rare. Broussard, who was not homosexual, was fascinated by the elegant provincial style of the two St. Louis men. They were literate and charming and had interesting speech patterns. He told them about a strangely beautiful boy working as a checker at the New Yorker who seemed to have some literary talent. His name was Truman Capote, but Broussard said, "I can't introduce him to you vultures." When he did arrange a meeting, Burroughs didn't think he was beautiful at all. He had a squeaky voice and looked like a wizened, prematurely aged albino. Lucien Carr came around often to see Kammerer, particularly when he needed a term paper in a hurry. Broussard thought he was a shallow little prick, and couldn't understand Kammerer's infatuation. "What's the matter with you anyway?" he asked Dave. "If he doesn't love me," Dave said, "why is he always around me?" On Jane Street, when Lucien jumped up to touch an overhanging branch, Dave said, "Isn't he wonderful?" In Dave's room, Carr and Kammerer were always wrestling on the floor, like the two men in D.H. Lawrence's Women in Love. It seemed to Broussard that men who spent so much time wrestling must like each other, even though Dave was kind of cuckoo, and Lucien was like some funny inauthentic soap opera ingenue. Burroughs also tried to reason with Kammerer, saying, "This is silly, Dave, what you're doing is selfish, you're not really interested in him, you're interested in yourself, and what you're trying to accomplish is not at all to his advantage." Because naval cadets known as V-12s, who had to do 90 days of college to become officers, were occupying the student dorms at Columbia, Lucien had a room in Union Theological Seminary. One afternoon in December 1943, he was in his room playing records, and put on the Brahms Trio No. 1. There was a knock on the door, and a thin young man with horn-rimmed glasses and jug ears asked what the music was. The young man introduced himself. His name was Allen Ginsberg. He was 17 years old, from Paterson, New Jersey, and was attending Columbia thanks to a stipend from the YMHA there. As he rattled on, Ginsberg was struck by Lucien's blonde good looks, and he was reminded of Rimbaud in the famous photograph with the tousled hair. Lucien had the same cat's eyes. Allen's father Louis was a schoolteacher and old-fashioned poet whose rhymed and metered verse appeared occasionally on the editorial page of the New York Times. He loved jokes and wordplay and was known as the Paterson pundit or the Paterson punny man. "Is life worth living? It depends on the liver," was one of his expressions. "I've got no axiom to grind" was another. His mother, Naomi, was a communist who idolized Stalin and the party line. At the age of 7, Allen began accompanying her to party meetings off River Street in New York, where she sold little bags of garbanzos to raise money for worthy causes. Naomi was in and out of mental institutions. At one point, her doctor recommended a prefrontal lobotomy, which was performed. From the hospital, Naomi wrote Allen, "The wire is still on my head, and the sunshine is trying to help me. It has a wire department, but the wire that's outside my head, the sun doesn't touch." Some of his mother's radicalism rubbed off on Allen, who at the age of 15 began writing letters to the editor of the New York Times. "The chief cause of World War II," he wrote on December 28, 1941, "was that the United States had not joined the League of Nations, which he blamed on the mental impotence and political infirmity on the part of a handful of U.S. congressmen. One can gather infinite consolation by speculation as to what will happen to those congressmen when they go to hell. The devil has prepared a nice hot bath ready for many more senators." Another letter protested the announced deportation of the West Coast labor leader Harry Bridges, for Allen was a student of labor history and his ambition was to become a labor lawyer. Indeed, one day on the ferry between Hoboken and New York, he had dropped to his knees and prayed that if he was admitted to Columbia he would devote his life to saving the working class in America. Much taken with Lucien, Allen started hanging out with him at the West End. Lucien was very literary, and talked about such and such a scene in Dostoevsky and such a scene in Flaubert. There were all-night rap sessions about art and truth. Their literary mentors were renegades of culture like Rimbaud and Baudelaire. Lucien himself was Rimbaud-like, a combination of intellect and mischief, of heavy thoughts and unpredictable acts. When he had been drinking, which was often, he would chew broken glass or throw a plate of food on the floor. He was the master of the gratuitous act. Know these words: Allen wrote in his journal, and you speak the car language, fruit, phallus, prurience, clitoris, cacoeth's a bad habit or itch, as in itch for writing, feces, foetus, womb, Rambo. One day, around Christmas 1943, Lucien asked Allen to come with him to see a friend who lived on Morton Street. On the subway downtown, they had an argument about art. The question was, if someone on the moon carved a walking stick, and no one saw it, was it art? In other words, did art have to be seen, or was it self-justifying? Upon arriving, they found Kammerer at home with a thin, gray, cadaverous-looking man who introduced himself to Allen as William Burroughs. They were talking about a fight that had taken place in a lesbian bar, during which one woman had bitten another's ear, and Burroughs commented, in the words of the immortal bard, "'Tis too starved an argument for my sword." Allen was impressed. He had never heard Shakespeare quoted before in an ordinary conversation. Then, commenting on a young lesbian who lived in his building, Burroughs described her as straightforward, manly, and reliable. Allen was struck by the originality of his mind, the sharpness of his comments, his sardonic humor. To the 17-year-old college freshman, Burroughs seemed to be a fount of wisdom. Going back to the discussion on the subway, Allen asked Burroughs what he thought art was. "Art is a three-letter word," Burroughs replied, trotting out Korzybski. Didn't they know anything about general semantics? Didn't they know that a word was not the thing it represented? To Allen, he seemed to be cutting through the intellectual miasma so widespread at Columbia, the sophomoric attachment to concepts as if they had some ultimate meaning. Burroughs, Allen thought, was remarkable. Here was this distinguished Harvard man and member of the University Club, always correctly dressed in a three-piece suit and snap-brim hat, who had theories on everything and rattled off page after page of Shakespeare. Allen began to jot down things he said, such as "I like disreputable characters. They amuse me." He noted that when Burroughs said, "I am glad to see you," he looked away, and that he washed his hands after receiving visitors. Burroughs at that time was living a rather desultory life, collecting his monthly $200 allowance check at the University Club, which was sent on condition that he continue to see a psychiatrist, and working odd jobs. He was a bartender in Times Square for about 2 weeks, and he worked for the Shorten Detective Agency, mostly serving papers on people. He mentioned to Lucien Carr that he might try to join the Merchant Marine while the war was still on, but he didn't know how to go about getting papers. Carr said he had a friend named Jack Kerouac who had shipped out a couple of times and would give him advice. Kerouac was a Canuck, raised in a Catholic blue-collar family in Lowell, Massachusetts. French was his first language. He didn't speak English until he was 6, and had an accent well into his teens. His father, Leo, a fat and balding Archie Bunker type, was a linotypist. His mother, Gabrielle, played the piano and sang French-Canadian ditties when she wasn't quarreling with her husband. Jack won a football scholarship to the Horace Mann School, which brought him to New York and to the attention of Columbia coach Lou Little. He entered Columbia in the fall of 1940, playing halfback on the freshman team, but in his second game he cracked his right tibia and was out of action for the rest of the season. In sophomore year, there was a personality conflict with Little, who made fun of him and said he was too small to be a back. Kerouac quit school, and signed on the SS. Dorchester to Murmansk in mid-1942. When he got back in October, Columbia still wanted him, but Lou Little benched him because he had lost weight at sea. So he enlisted in the Navy, but found that he could not handle the discipline, and got himself discharged as schizoid in May 1943. A month later, he signed on the SS. George Weems, which was carrying 500-pound bombs to Liverpool, as an ordinary seaman on the 4-8 watch. He was back in October, and moved into the apartment of his girlfriend, Edie Parker, at 421 West 118th Street. It was there that Lucien brought Burroughs in February 1944. "Not in the service?" Jack asked. "Oh, no," said Burroughs, "just 4F, fnunk." Fnunk was the noise he made when he blew out his sinuses. To Kerouac, Burroughs appeared inscrutable because ordinary looking. Like a shy bank clerk with a patrician thin-lipped cold blue-lipped face, blue eyes saying nothing behind steel rims and glass, sandy hair, a little wispy, a little of the wistful German Nazi youth as his soft hair fluffles in the breeze. Burroughs did not at that time pursue the merchant marine option, but the connection was made, with Kerouac on the one hand, and Ginsberg on the other, and this basic triangular friendship would be at the heart of a literary movement. Lucien Carr's role was as go-between, or introducer. There were visits back and forth. Burroughs gave parties on Bedford Street, emerging on one occasion from the kitchen with a plate of razor blades and light bulbs, and saying, "I've got something real nice in the way of delicacies my mother sent me this week, HMF HMF HMF. He gave Kerouac a 2-volume edition of Spengler's Decline of the West, saying, "Edify your mind, my boy, with the grand actuality of fact." Burroughs thought Jack should make the most of his merchant marine experience, and told him one day on a park bench on Broadway, "Why don't you wear a merchant seaman uniform like you said you wore in London for your visit there, and get a lot of soft entries into things? It's wartime, isn't it? And here you go around in t-shirt and chino pants, and nobody knows you're a serviceman proud, should we say?" "It's a finkaish thing to do," Jack said. "It's a finkaish world," Burroughs replied. Edie Parker, Jack's girl, came from a wealthy family in the Detroit suburb of Grosse Pointe. Her father was a playboy who had a yacht on Lake St. Clair and sold packets, and her mother operated a chain of shoe stores. In the fall of 1941, Edie arrived in New York to take evening classes at Columbia. She lived with her grandparents, who had an apartment on West 116th Street. Edie was a lovely high-spirited girl who looked like the young Barbara Stanwyck. She was interested in boys, not books, and practically had her private platoon of V-12s. Edie's grandfather wanted her in by 10:30, but fortunately he was a sound sleeper, and her grandmother was deaf, so she would go to bed with her clothes on and wait until she heard snoring, and then she'd stay out until all hours. She was dating a big, good-looking guy called Henry Crew, who was in the Merchant Marine, and that October, Henry introduced her to his pal Kerouac. Jack was shorter than Henry, but so handsome, with warm brown eyes and hair that fell into his eyes, and a shy manner. When he wrote her a love letter and called her his little lost sparrow, she was hooked. Then came December 7th, and they all felt as if they had stuck their finger in an electric socket. One of Edie's cousins had a Cadillac delivered on December 8th. It was the last car to come off the assembly line with 5 tires. The order had come down to hold the spare. Henry Crew shipped out and left Edie in Jack's care, which was like having an ice cream cone put into your hand and being told not to eat it. Jack had quit Columbia and was working the switchboard at the Hotel Bates on 115th Street, where he had a room. She spent many happy hours in that room. Neither of them used anything, and Edie soon found herself pregnant, but she didn't know whether it was by Jack or by Henry Crew. Terrified, she told her grandmother, who took her to see a doctor in the Bronx, on the Grand Concourse. By this time she was in her 5th month, and the doctor force-labored her, and the child came out stillborn but fully formed, a boy, which the doctor dropped in a bucket. In the summer of 1942, Jack shipped out for Murmansk. Then Henry Crew came back and presented Edie with a 3-carat diamond engagement ring, but she told him about the baby and said, "I don't know if it was yours, I slept with Jack more than you." In October, Jack was back from his Murmansk trip, and she and Henry Crew met him at the popular Columbia Hangout, the West End Bar at Broadway and 114th. "I have some very bad news," Crew said. "When you and I were gone, Edith had an abortion. And she thinks it was your child." Jack downed his drink in silence, slammed his fist on the table, got up, and walked out. At 2 in the morning he knocked on Edie's door and told her he loved her and that they would live together. By this time, Edie was sharing an apartment with an 18-year-old Barnard girl she had met at the West End, Joan Vollmer Adams. Joan was from Loudonville, a suburb of Albany, where her father, David W. Vollmer, managed a plant belonging to the German filmmaker Geweiert, which was seized by the Alien Property Custodian in 1942, so that Vollmer operated the plant for the government. Joan was 5'6", with a heart-shaped face, a small, turned-up nose, soft brown eyes that were set wide apart, and shoulder-length light brown hair with short bangs. She had a lovely complexion and a nice figure, with legs a little on the heavy side. When she walked her calves wiggled. Joan's beauty was more than the sum of its parts. She was soft and feminine, and wore silky clinging clothes and small bandanas tied close to her head. In her reserve, in her achievement of a personal style, she reminded Edie of Garbo. "You should always cook eggs slowly," was Joan's advice in the kitchen on 118th Street. Joan did everything slowly, Edie reflected. She spoke, walked, dressed, and read slowly, as if savoring every moment. She read everything, every newspaper and magazine. In the New Yorker, she liked the cartoons of William Steig, particularly the one of the dejected fellow saying, "My mother loved me but she died." Joan didn't get along with her mother, and felt that she had nothing in common with her parents' country club existence. She had rebelled against her background by living the New York bohemian life. Edie thought Joan was the most intelligent girl she had ever met. She had an independent mind, always questioning what anyone said, including her teachers at Barnard. In one of her marginal notes in her copy of Marx's Capital and Other Writings, there are echoes of Burroughs' thinking: maybe Marxism is dynamic and optimistic, and Freudianism is not. Is one more serviceable than the other? Why does it always have to be either/or? Joan's idea of a good time was to go to Childs at 110th Street and Broadway and sip Kummel and have deep conversations about Plato and Kant while listening to classical music. Or she would spend the entire morning in the bathtub, with bubble bath up to her chin, reading Proust. If you wanted to talk to her you had to do it in the bathroom. At that time she was married to a tall, curly-haired law student named Paul Adams, who had been drafted in the infantry and was stationed in Tennessee. But like Edie, Joan had an eye for the boys. She was the first girl Edie knew who had a diaphragm. Joan made sexual appraisals of men, of the sort men usually make about women, evaluating them as coxmen. When Kerouac returned from Liverpool in October 1943 and went straight to Edie's, he said, "The first thing I'm going to do." And Joan said, "Oh, ho, Edie's going to get screwed tonight." And that was the first night Edie gave him a blowjob, because Joan had advised, "Blow Jack." That old sea dog Joan, Jack reflected, had already been instructing her all summer, while I was at sea, how to please me at love. In 1942, Joan had an affair with a Columbia student, and became pregnant. She decided to convince her husband that the baby was his, but to do that she had to get him to New York on leave in a hurry. Wondering with Edie what to do, she decided that she would pull an Ophelia act and get sent to Bellevue. Edie took her down to Times Square one rainy evening, and Joan walked in the rain with one foot in the gutter and the other on the sidewalk, and then sat in front of the Horn and Hard-On, as they called the Horn and Hardart cafeteria, acting goofy, talking to herself and playing with strands of wet hair. In those innocent times, that was enough to get you committed. An ambulance arrived and took her to Bellevue, as Edie watched from across the street. Paul was summoned from his army base and got Joan out of the hospital and took her home. She told him she had flipped out because she missed him so much. 7 months later, in early 1943, Joan gave birth to a daughter, Julie. Edie and Joan found a 4-bedroom, 6th-floor apartment at 420 West 119th Street at $43 a month, in the rear, with a big, well-lit living room. There was plenty of room for guests, and at the start of 1944 a precocious, 16-year-old Columbia freshman named John Kingsland moved in. He was another of Joan's lovers, who had been thrown out of his dorm for bringing Joan up there. Kingsland still had baby fat on his face, but wore three-piece Brooks Brothers suits and acted like a cross between Oscar Wilde and Noel Coward. He liked to tell stories of how he had put the employees of the department stores he patronized in their place. He looked like a juvenile version of the English actor Alan Mowbray, and one of his idols was Tallulah Bankhead, whose languid delivery he emulated, with the emphasis on certain words, saying things like "We've just come from the most strikingly putrid picture I've ever had the misfortune to see." Joan and John Kingsland were updating the situation described in Raymond Radiguet's World War I novel, Le Diable au Corps. A married woman, with her husband away in the army, takes a boy as a lover. The real-life situation was just as dramatic as the novel, for Kingsland's parents, who lived in Brooklyn, got wind of the affair. One day the outraged parents appeared on Joan's doorstep and told her they were going to have her arrested for corrupting the morals of a minor. Kingsland held them off by promising to look for another room. In the meantime, Joan was his tutor in matters of love. She also helped him with his term papers, writing one for his course on Dryden and the 18th century in the manner of a Dryden poem, which the professor, Joseph Wood Crutch, liked well enough to give him an A. His papers were in fact so brilliant that Kingsland worried that his teachers would get suspicious. Joan had a healthy appetite for sex, and the problem was that she would take her diaphragm out at night, and forget to reinsert it in the morning, and as a result she had to have 2 abortions. The abortions were a strain on her finances, and she found a job in a nursery school. Kingsland arranged to take all his classes in the afternoon, and spent the mornings in the apartment minding Julie. Then when Joan came home he went to class and to his evening job in the library. Joan asked her husband for a divorce, but he refused, which was just as well, because she continued to get his allotment. Since they needed the money and had the space, they took in a boarder, Hal Chase, a graduate student from Denver studying anthropology. Hal was blond and handsome in an angular way and had that Colorado white Indian look. He thought of life on 119th Street as a psychodrama. No one went to class. People came and went like actors in a play, delivering soliloquies. When Jack was around, he wrote, talked, drank beer, and fucked Edie. When he shipped out, Edie was always flanked by at least 2 V12s, flicking her cigarettes a la Barbara Stanwyck. The V12s, or 90-day wonders, had taken over Columbia, marching in groups up Broadway and Amsterdam Avenue. The streets and classrooms were filled with white-hat blue uniforms. Lucien Carr came around with his beautiful long-haired blonde girlfriend, Celine Young. Celine was a flirt, and one evening when Lucien was in the bathroom, she began to neck with Kingsland. This got back to Lucien via the talkative Allen Ginsberg, who wondered whether she had done it as a gesture of defiance or because she was cooling toward Lucien. As a matter of fact, Lucien said, that night we copulated for the first time. Bon Dieu, said Allen, who had secret hankerings for Lucien. At last. Well. Then Celine was pregnant, and took female hormones to force a miscarriage, and miscarried in the bathtub on 119th Street, with Joan mopping up the blood. Another frequent visitor was the bushy-haired David Kammerer, who was jealous of Celine and always looking for Lucien. I must find Lucien, I have a message for him. Edie didn't like Dave, because he dominated the conversation, and all he could talk about was Lucien. She and Joan had to clean up the mess these guys made. When Hal Chase heard Joan sweeping the floor with a whisk broom, he sometimes felt that she was trying to whisk him out. Joan was in fact annoyed with Hal, who raided the icebox daily, not even sparing Julie's milk, so that she finally had to bolt and lock it. From time to time Burroughs would show up. He was older and more worldly, and would take them to a Chinese restaurant and teach them to use chopsticks, or to the Russian tea room for borscht. One night at the West End they were sitting with a fellow who started bragging that he had flown for Loyalist Spain, and went into graphic descriptions of dogfights over Madrid and Barcelona. Burroughs called his bluff, saying, well, I flew for Franco, and asking the fellow whether he had flown a Spad or a Heinkel, and discussing the merits of various planes, and recalling details of battles, deflating the fellow completely and pushing the gag to the point where he said that on such and such a day they had fought in a dogfight on opposite sides, but could shake hands now that the war was over. All in all, it was a carefree time, a time of free-form discussion groups, and watching the dawn come up after a night of listening to jazz, and evenings drinking in the West End, with the heavy oak booths that could seat 6 comfortably, or 8 squeezing, and the sawdust on the floor, and Johnny the bartender in his white apron. Life had an almost stately pace. There were streetcars in the middle of Broadway then. They were an extended family, a pre-60s commune, with Joan and Edie as den mothers. It seemed to Hal Chase that in all the books he later wrote, Kerouac had tried to duplicate the marathon discussions they had on 119th Street. Hal's only complaint was that with all the talking and carousing, he didn't have time for normal activities. These people didn't want to learn, they wanted to emote, to soak up the world. As in all families, there were little crises. One weekend when John Kingsland had to attend a family function in Brooklyn, Joan was so annoyed at being left alone that she slept with Jack Kerouac. When Kingsland got back, she announced what she had done, which did not overjoy him, or Edie for that matter. But they all stayed friends in spite of it. A quarter of a century later, on October 24, 1969, at the funeral service for Jack in Lowell's St. Jean Baptiste Church, Edie reflected that those days on 119th Street had been the best of times. Looking around, she saw that Lucien was not there. The news had so upset him that he had bitten his tongue, so badly that he had to be hospitalized. Burroughs was out of the country, as usual. Alan was there, saying that Jack looked like a painted Buddha doll. Jack had on a black and white plaid sports jacket, white shirt, and bow tie. Edie was reminded of the time she and Lucien had taken him to Brooks Brothers and bought his first black and white sports jacket, after convincing him that the natural tailoring and understated shoulders would be to his advantage. When she saw the position of Jack's coffin, she thought of a little secret she and Jack had shared. He had lost his virginity about 3 feet to the left from where he was now lying, having brought a girl into the church one afternoon and fucked her in a confessional. 6. And the hippos were boiled in their tanks. 1944. In the summer of 1944, victory in Europe seemed within the grasp of the Allies as thousands of troops successfully landed on defended beaches in Normandy, and after weeks of fighting, began to enlarge the pocket. On the home front, the Commune had moved to 421 West 118th Street and was going full blast. There was an interminable discussion about Wolfians versus non-Wolfians, with Kerouac arguing the merits of Thomas Wolfe's confessional discursiveness, and Burroughs putting it down as hogwash. With Hal Chase, Burroughs and Kerouac acted out scenes from André Gide's novel The Counterfeiters, the story of a motiveless murder. With Ginsberg, they improvised comic skits. In one of these, Kerouac, wearing a straw hat, played the innocent American, while Ginsberg was the oily Hungarian who had escaped from the Nazis with his family heirlooms, and Burroughs was the unscrupulous Contessa who was leading the innocent American into the arms of the oily Hungarian. To make his performance more convincing, Burroughs wore a bonnet and spoke in a squeaky accented voice. The charade in retrospect might be seen as a timely parable on the loss of American innocence through involvement in world affairs. Or, as Kerouac was later to write, sure did love America as America in those days. Another topic of conversation was the Carcammerer dilemma. As Burroughs put it, when they get together, something happens, and they form a combination that gets on everybody's nerves. Now that Lucien had a steady girlfriend, Kammerer was frantic. He explained at length to Burroughs that making it with Lucien was not what he was after, he wanted affection, a permanent attachment. Kammerer constantly rehashed the Lucien question. What had Lucien meant when he said this, and when he said that? Was Lucien really in love with Celine? Was Celine good for him? He didn't look well, she seemed to be sucking the life out of him, like a vampire. Burroughs was fed up with Kammerer, and was also getting fed up with Lucien and his philosophizing. Lucien went on about the new vision, which he had lifted from Yeats, and which had to do with a society of artist citizens. Rimbaud thought he was God, Lucien said. Maybe that's the primary requisite. In Kabbalah, man stands on the threshold of vegetable life, and between him and God remains only a misty shroud. But suppose you actually projected yourself as God, as the Son, then what would you see and know? As far as Burroughs was concerned, it was all in the "I don't want to hear about it" department. Kammerer was so fixated that on one occasion he climbed up the fire escape of Lucien's dormitory, Warren Hall, in the middle of the night, went in the open window, and sat there for hours, just watching Lucien as he slept. "My God," said Burroughs when Dave told him, "suppose Dave found the wrong room and hovered over a perfect stranger." Then he would go to the other extreme, after seeing Lucien neck with Celine on 118th Street, and vow that he would never see him again. One such time, he was with a friend on Morton Street when Lucien arrived, and he barred the door and said, "Stay out of here. I told you never to come here again." Lucien barged in and Kammerer slugged him, and Lucien fell on the floor, and said in amazement, "You never hit me before." Kammerer threw him out and locked the door, and then said to the friend, "You're welcome to stay. And come any time you want. But don't ever bring that little bastard here, I don't want him around." Then he added with a laugh, "I suppose he wants me to write a term paper for him." For a variety of reasons, Lucien felt he needed to get away, away from Dave, away from Celine, away from school. One night at the West End, he said to Jack, "Let's you and me ship out. Don't tell a soul about this. Let's try to get a ship to France. We'll walk to Paris. I'll be a deaf mute and you speak country French, and we'll pretend we're peasants. When we get to Paris it will probably be on the verge of being liberated. I feel like I'm in a pond that's drying up and I'm about to suffocate." "Paris," Jack said. "All we have is a strip of the Normandy Peninsula." But he thought, why not? He wouldn't mind getting out of the city for a while, and he needed the money, because Edie was bugging him about getting married. Jack had shipped out a couple of times already, he loved the sea, and had written something called "The Sea Is My Brother." With Lucien along, he wouldn't be so much of a loner, which had caused problems on his previous voyages. In a larger sense, both men felt the need to involve themselves in an epic situation, an adventure that would bring them to Europe at a historic time. Force-fed with literature, they saw themselves as akin to the heroes in novels. There were precedents in the books they had read for going away to sea and leaving friends and loved ones behind, which somehow validated their action. Jack, who already had his papers, explained that Lucien would need a Coast Guard pass, a War Shipping Administration waiver, and membership in the National Maritime Union. When Lucien was set, they went down to the NMU Hall on West 17th Street, one day in late July. The long, low hiring hall was crowded with seamen sitting in folding chairs, or playing ping-pong, or thumbing through magazines at racks stocked with The Pilot, The Union Weekly, The Daily Worker, and PM. A dispatcher called the jobs over the mic, most of them for Liberty ships carrying war material to Europe, Barber Line Liberty on Line 8. "We need 2 A.Bs, 2 ordinaries, a fireman water tender, 3 wipers, and 2 messmen. This ship is going far, far away on a long cold trip. You better bring your long underwear." Jack and Lucien put in their cards. The idea was to get on the same ship, but Lucien had no seniority and his card was sent back, so was Jack's for that matter, for he was in arrears on his dues. So they went down day after day, having great trouble finding a ship, but finally they signed on the SS. Robert Hayes, Kerouac as an able-bodied and Lucien as an ordinary. "Report tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the dispatcher said, "and bring all your gear." When Jack got home and told Edie he was shipping out, she was furious. "You know why Lucien wants to ship out with you, don't you?" she said. "No, why?" Jack asked, throwing his pants on the chair. Because he's a queer and wants to make you. What? Jack said. Don't what me? Some night at sea when he jumps on you you'll know what I'm talking about. You're nuts, Jack said. You've been living with me for a whole year, you've been promising to marry me, I've been giving you money, now you start hanging around with a bunch of queers and don't come home at night. Oh, for Christ's sake, Jack said. Then he felt Edie's knee ramming his balls, and her knuckles punching his head. So he slapped her in the face and she went down, capsizing a bedside table that had talcum powder and an ashtray heaped with cigarette butts on it, and she lay there spitting out ashes, with talcum all over her face and her dress up over her knees, screaming, "You bastard! You're trying to mar my beauty." But a few minutes later she was fine, and joined Jack on the bed, and said, "When you get back from this trip we'll get a new apartment." That night, Burroughs gave a party, and Kammerer and Jack and Lucien were there, and Lucien said, "Well, we're shipping out tomorrow. We been assigned to a ship and report at the pier tomorrow morning." "Can I count on that?" Burroughs asked. "I'm getting sick of these abortive departures." Burroughs had on an old seersucker jacket with a hole in the elbow no bigger than a dime, and suddenly Lucien stuck a finger in the elbow and ripped the sleeve. Kammerer joined the fun and ripped the back, and soon the jacket was hanging on him in shreds. Burroughs took the shreds and tied them together in a long rope, which he strung around the room like a festoon. Kammerer was in high spirits, not seeming to mind Lucien's departure. The next morning, Jack and Lucien arrived at Pier 15 in Brooklyn, and Jack asked the guard, "Is the Robert Hayes here?" "She sure is, son," he replied. "She's all yours." They walked through a cool warehouse that smelled of coffee beans. Hundreds of longshoremen were loading ships on both sides of the wharf. Foremen yelled, winches creaked, a huge crane was lifting a 20mm anti-aircraft gun to the flying bridge of a ship. A little truck trailing a string of wagons darted around a corner and almost ran them down. To the right, they saw the great hull of the Robert Hayes streaked with oil and rust, water pouring from her scuppers. Several men carrying sea bags came toward them, whom Jack recognized from the Union Hall. "I'm supposed to be goin' on as bosun," one of them said. "What about you?" "A.B. an ordinary," Jack said. "Well, listen," the bosun said. "I shipped out with the mate on this one before and he is a bastard, let me tell you. The work's never good enough for him. None of us guys intend to sign on because the mate is a prick and we gotta see he acts right with us." They went aboard, and Jack led Lucien to an empty forecastle where they picked out 2 lower bunks. Then he took him up to the bow and had him lean over and look at the anchor and the anchor chain. Pointing out the jumbo block, he said, "This thing weighs over 100 pounds, and it's just one of the little gadgets you work with on deck." He took Lucien topside and showed him the wheelhouse, and below decks to the refrigerator storage. The door was open, and they walked in and helped themselves to roast beef and cold milk from gallon cans. Then they went back to the forecastle, got some towels from the linen locker, and took showers. Jack stretched out on his bunk, turned on the bulkhead light over his pillow, and started to read a book, saying, "See? This is the way you do at sea, just lie down in your bunk and read." Lucien took a gas mask and a steel helmet from the top of his locker, put on the helmet, and said, "We're going to see action." At this point, a 6'4", red-haired man wearing a dirty officer's cap and some old khakis stepped into the forecastle, yelling, "Did you sign on yet?" "Are they signing on?" Jack asked innocently. "Yeah, we're signing on." "Well," Jack said, "the bosun and the other guys told us to wait until later." "Yeah," said the red-haired giant, who Jack had realized was the bastard chief mate. "Get off the ship." "Why?" "Ask me once more and I'll throw you off myself." "But..." "Never mind buts. Who do you guys think you are anyway? You come on a ship, you sign on. If you don't want to sign, get off. And drop a couple of quarters in the kitty for using the shower. Jack and Lucien were too stunned to move. Did you hear what I said? The chief mate shouted. Get off. I don't want anybody in my crew that won't cooperate. All right, don't get your water hot, Jack said. Turning to Lucien, he said, get your stuff. We're not staying on this damn ship. He picked up his bags, started for the gangplank, and hollered, fuck you all down the alleyway. In front of the gangplank, they saw the bosun who had told them not to sign on. Listen, he said, you guys want to sign on and they won't let you? Okay. That means you go down to the beef window at the union hall and collect a month's pay from the company, see? Union rules say a seaman can't be turned away once he's assigned to a ship. Do you follow me? Jack borrowed a quarter from the bosun so they could get home and said to the disconsolate-looking Lucien, who already saw himself marching on Paris with his steel helmet, don't worry, Monday we'll go to the beef window and get another ship. Allen Ginsberg could not get over that this amazing group of people liked him and accepted him. He wasn't sure that he was likable. They liked him even though Jack and Lucien made fun of his ambition to be a labor lawyer, saying, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you've never set foot in a factory. It was a topic of some hilarity. Uncertain about himself, about his sexual orientation, about what to do after college, Allen drew comfort from his new friends. Their world was certainly more real than the world of the university. What a group! Jack with his unrestrained pursuit of experience, his appreciation of the beauty and ugliness of life, and his compassionate perception. Burroughs, with all his cynical humor and English lord mannerisms, had a melancholy strain. He saw that things would never be the same again. Partly it was the war, which gave one an apprehension of one's mortality. Partly it was something in the air, a feeling of transience. We are such stuff as dreams are made of. And Kammerer, who was so brilliant on Meredith and Hardy, and so obtuse on Lucien. Kammerer, who could sit cross-legged on the floor and go on for 2 hours on some arcane facet of Buddhism, was also a secret cripple, an intruder, lurking about unwanted. And yet one had to understand Kammerer, because Lucien was unstable, withdrawing the little he gave. Lucien was the intriguing bad boy, hard to resist. Even Professor Lionel Trilling liked him. Allen had a semi-humorous sparring relationship with Lucien. Their talks were justs, or fencing matches, in which the winner could claim touché. Allen jotted them down in his journal. Really, Ginsberg, you bore me. Ginsberg, perhaps that shows a limitation on your part. Now, Ginsberg, don't take refuge in insult. Ginsberg, you're hypersensitive to insult. First you tell me I'm limited, then you tell me I'm hypersensitive. Really, Ginsberg, you bore me. In his journal, Allen wrote this assessment of Lucien. He said he could not write, he was a perfectionist. He compared himself not with those around him but with a high imagined self. He feared that he was not creative, that he could not achieve his imagined potential. He rationalized his failures, but adopted the postures and attitudes of the intellectual for recognition. And his scarred ego. He had to be a genius or nothing, and since he couldn't be creative he turned to bohemianism, eccentricity, social versatility, conquests. After the Brooklyn fiasco, there had been no further attempt on the part of Lucien and Jack to ship out. The problem with Kammerer remained unsolved, and on August 13, 1944, Dave met Allen on a traffic island on Broadway to go over his predicament once again. He described his desperate affection. Should he give Lucien up or not? Allen saw a man with all defenses down, open and disarmed. He was like Verlaine in Pursuit of Rimbaud, ungainly and ugly and obsessed. He needed advice, but Allen did not know what to tell him. Finally, Kammerer said he was shipping out, and suggested Allen do the same. Oh, Ginsberg, heed the call of the artist, he said. Reverend Sybarite, forsake thy calling. Art waits on humanity for the moment, Ginsberg said. That's right, Kammerer replied. Burroughs called you the bourgeois Rambo last night. Later that day, Alan ran into Lucien, who said he had been to his room looking for him, and had found instead the journal entry Alan had written about him. With mock sorrow, Lucien said he had written a note in the margin, "Notice the tears in your most definitive work." That night Alan went to the West End. Lucien arrived drunk after having had dinner with his mother, who had moved to New York, at her apartment on East 57th Street. "I'll tell you about the fight I had with my mother," Lucien said. "I had a time with the old girl tonight. She's good in an argument. A good Phi Beta baby." "What was it about?" Alan asked. "My insanity record from the mental hospital in Chicago. She finally got me to burn it." "No? Oh, what a misfortune. You've lost the only family heirloom. How did she get you to?" "She just asked me. So I argued. I told her to put a $20 bill in it and I'd do it. She said okay, but with my money. I offered to put 10 in if she put 10, so she smiled and said no, either all your money or none at all. Then I offered to burn it free, only on the carpet. She said no, so I gave in, and we put a big ashtray on the table, lit the paper, and giggled while it burned. We even turned the lights out. It's symbolic, I suppose." "Yes, of her little Lucien's normalcy," Alan said. He asked Lucien where Celine was. "Oh, up in Pelham," Lucien said. "She asked me up tonight. I don't know why I didn't go. I should have. There's nothing doing here." Just then Kammerer walked in and came up to their booth, his long red face leering. Well, fighting as usual," he said. Lucien rose and went to the bar with Dave, and Alan could see them knocking back drinks and arguing heatedly. Eventually they left, carrying a bottle. At dawn the next morning, August 14, 1944, Burroughs was awakened by a knock on his door. He got up, put on his bathrobe, and answered. It was Lucien, wild-eyed and distraught. "I just killed the old man," he said. "What?" Lucien handed Burroughs a blood-stained pack of Lucky Strikes and said, "Have the last cigarette." "So this is how Dave Kammerer ends," Burroughs said, half to himself. "We were standing on the bank of the river and I stabbed him and threw him in the water." "You'd better turn yourself in," Burroughs said. "You could plead some sort of self-defense." "I'll get the hot seat," Lucien said. "Don't be absurd. Get a good lawyer and do what he tells you to do. Say what he tells you to say. Make a case for self-defense. It's pretty preposterous, but juries have swallowed bigger ones than that." Lucien left, and Burroughs thought, so this is the way it ends. It had a sort of inevitability, going back to the early days in St. Louis. When he thought of Dave, he thought of what Toots Shor had said about Jimmy Walker at his coffin. Jimmy, when you walked in, you brightened up the joint." Burroughs tore the pack of Luckies into tiny pieces and flushed it down the toilet. Not long after, around 6 that morning, Edie and Jack were asleep in their bedroom on 118th Street when Lucien barged in, threw Kammerer's glasses on the table, and said, "I just got rid of the old man." "What'd you really do?" Jack asked. "I stabbed him in the heart with my Boy Scout knife." "What for?" "He jumped me. He said I love you and all that stuff, and couldn't live without me, and was going to kill me, kill both of us." They had gone down to the Hudson with a bottle after leaving the West End and gotten into this drunken argument. Kammerer had threatened to do something to Celine. "I stripped off his white shirt," Lucien went on, "tore it into strips, tied rocks with the strips and tied the strips to his arms and legs, then took all my clothes off and pushed him in. He wouldn't sink, that's why I had to take my clothes off. After, I had to wade into my chin level and give him a push. Then he floated off somewhere. Upside down. Then my clothes were there on the grass, dry, it's hot as you know. I put them on, hailed a cab on Riverside Drive, and went to ask Burroughs what to do. Jack got dressed and went to Morningside Park with Lucien to help him get rid of the evidence. As early as it was already hot. He pretended to piss to draw attention as Lucien buried the glasses in the park. Then Lucien dropped the Boy Scout knife down a sewer grating, the knife he had owned since joining the Scouts at the age of 12. Then Jack and Lucien went out drinking, and after that to the movies, to see Four Feathers. It took Lucien 2 days to decide to go to the police. On the morning of August 16, he walked into the Manhattan District Attorney's office with a lawyer, and told Jacob Grummet, the head of the Homicide Bureau, about the killing. Grummet was skeptical there was no body. Was this kid some kind of nut? But Lucien was detained and spent his time reading poetry. On August 17, the front page banner in the New York Times said, "Invaders drive 8 miles inland on Riviera." Amid the invasion news was a story headlined "Columbia Student Kills Friend and Sinks Body in Hudson River." A fantastic story of a homicide, the story began, first revealed to the authorities by the voluntary confession of a 19-year-old Columbia sophomore, was converted yesterday from a nightmarish fantasy into a horrible reality by the discovery of the bound and stabbed body of the victim in the murky waters of the Hudson River. The Coast Guard had found Kammerer's body floating off 108th Street. Lucien had led police to the spot where he had buried Dave's glasses. In the Daily News, Lucien was shown pointing at the river, where he had dumped the body. Lucien told the police that on Monday morning, August 14, between 3 o'clock and 4 a.m., while sitting on the grassy bank below Riverside Drive at the foot of 115th Street, Kammerer had made an indecent proposal, and a fight had ensued. Carr was 5 feet 9 and 140 pounds, while Kammerer was 6 feet and 185 pounds. Carr was getting the worst of it and took out his Boy Scout knife and stabbed Kammerer. When Chandler Broussard, who had been so fond of Kammerer, picked up the Daily News and saw Lucien on the front page, he thought, "This is the stuff of tragedy." He could see what had happened. They'd had a drunken fight, and Lucien had snapped and killed Dave. But these cries of total innocence were lousy. All you had to say was that a guy made a pass at you and everything was okay, including murder. There was more to it than that, as Broussard well knew from having watched Lucien in action. When Allen Ginsberg saw the news, he thought of a song Lucien liked to sing. My friend was an honest cowpuncher. Honest, straightforward, and true. He still would be riding the ranges. If it weren't for a girl named Lou. For Lucien, it hadn't been a girl named Lou but Dave Kammerer. So this is where the experimentation had led, the thirst for experience, the new vision, the long conversations, the inquiries on the nature of art, the attraction to the gratuitous act. Lucien had crossed the boundary from literary games to reality. He was like the precocious child who reads all the books, and whose mother says, "But if my little darling reads books like that at his age, what will he do when he grows up?" and who replies, "I shall act them out." If Lucien could kill, it had not been just talk. To what extent, Allen wondered, was Lucien's deed the logical outcome of their fondness for the doomed figures of literature? And of their smiling approval of his many extravagances? It was as though they had all done it together, as though they had instructed Lucien. He always said, "I'm going out to invoke Mephisto," and that night he found him. At the same time, Allen knew that alcohol was to blame. Drink had made Lucien go berserk. Drink made people do things they didn't understand, it made unconscious motives surface. Allen wrote in his journal, "The libertine circle is destroyed with the death of Kammerer." He went back to the bench on the traffic island where they used to sit and thought, "I am quick, he is dead." In the meantime, Burroughs and Kerouac had been arrested as material witnesses, for not reporting a homicide. So, Burroughs thought, he was supposed to rush to the nearest phone like a decent citizen, who is supposed to be a stool pigeon according to official ruling. The Kammerer killing was significant in that he and Jack were made to choose between their loyalty to a friend and their duty as citizens, and were punished for choosing their friend, which further alienated them from officialdom and its demands. Burroughs was held in lieu of $2,500 bail, but his father arrived right on cue and posted the bond. When Burroughs went to the district attorney's office to give his deposition, Grummet was saying to Detective Sergeant O'Toole, a big Irishman with a shoulder holster, "That Carr is a very good-looking boy, wouldn't you say so?" "A sickly-looking bum," the detective replied. "Ha ha ha," laughed Grummet, "well, a comment from the police department." Grummet asked Burroughs about the Carr-Kammerer relationship, and Burroughs said, "I don't think there was any sexual relationship." "Did you know Kammerer was homosexual?" "Yes, I frequently remonstrated with him but in vain." "Did he ever make a pass at you?" "Certainly not." In contrast to Mortimer Burroughs, Leo Kerouac told Jack he had disgraced the family name and refused to bail out his son, who was invited to be a guest in the Bronx jail, known as the Bronx Opera House, where the stool pigeons sang arias. At his arraignment, he was told, "You came close to being an accessory." "I watched him get rid of the knife, I didn't help him get rid of the knife," Jack said. He was taken to the morgue in the basement of Bellevue to identify Kammerer's bloated blue body, red-bearded, his shirt torn, sandals on his feet. In Grummet's office, Detective O'Toole asked, "What would you do if a queer made a grab for your cock?" "Why, I'd canork him," Jack said. O'Toole took Jack back to Grummet, saying, "He's okay, he's a swordsman." "We've got the case here," Grummet told Jack, "of how the guy followed him around the country from one school to another, getting him into trouble and getting him expelled." "The case hinged on whether Carr was a homosexual," Grummet said. Jack said he wasn't. The banner headline in the August 25 New York Times said, "De Gaulle reported leading smash into Paris." Inside was the story that Lucien Carr had been indicted for second-degree murder and was being held without bail. The Daily News reported that the books Lucien was carrying as he entered the tombs were Rimbaud's A Season in Hell and Yeats's A Vision. Allen Ginsberg was struck by the divergence between the court system and the actual event. What did the lawyers, the regulations, and the paperwork have to do with reality? Lucien had come to the attention of the state, that was all. You could not attempt to convey an honest explanation of the situation, involving the reasons of the heart and the tragic overtones that had nothing to do with what society had decided was standard procedure. The entire social apparatus that was brought into play was irrelevant to the main Dostoevskian theme. Lucien was not taking it too badly. On September 30, he wrote Allen from the tombs that although he missed their polemics and did not enjoy the inflexible discipline of prison life, one could learn much under Duras, an amazingly strong animal, man. Lucien was in a sanguine state of mind, reading Thomas Hardy's Jude the Obscure, and doing crossword puzzles, at which I am a past master. If you knew what a wattled honey-eater was, or the Walloon name of a province in southern Belgium, or the name of the Anatolian goddess of fertility, you had it made. The presidential election was 2 months off, and among his upstanding fellow inmates there was many an admirer of the racket-busting former district attorney Thomas E. Dewey. From Pelham, Celine Young wrote Kerouac that had Lucien felt less pride in having Dave dog his footsteps, he might have gotten rid of Kammerer before this in a socially acceptable manner. If he persists in the idea that he has done a messianic service by ridding the world of Dave, he is becoming too presumptuous a judge. Celine in a sense admired Dave's devotion to Lucien, risky and uncalculating as it was. Now that Lucien was in jail, Celine was breaking off with him. It was an ideal time. She had tried before and couldn't. Soon she would be dating Hal Chase, who bore a resemblance to Lucien. Lucien's lawyer, Vincent J. Malone, could have asked for a jury trial, and might have gotten him off by pleading self-defense, because of the homosexual angle. But it was risky, because Detective O'Toole was unsympathetic, saying, "They traveled around, he says they didn't have sex, I don't believe it." I think this had something to do with jealousy. Malone also felt that it would be wrong for Lucien to get away with murder. He should do a little time. The second-degree murder charge against Lucien could fetch life. But because District Attorney Grummet was agreeable, Malone plea bargained. Lucien would plead guilty to the reduced charge of first-degree manslaughter, and be sentenced at a hearing before a judge. It seemed fair, and it would save the taxpayers money. At the hearing, Lucien's mother described Kammerer as a veritable Iago, who had at every turn dissuaded him from the proper course, purely for the love of evil. Lucien, wearing a clean and pressed brown suit, gave the judge his honorable look. District Attorney Grummet said, "Your Honor, we're not pushing for a stiff sentence. Anything that could be done to rehabilitate this young man will be appreciated." Lucien was sentenced to an indeterminate term of up to 20 years to be served in the Elmira Reformatory rather than Sing Sing, in view of his age. There is nothing like a prison sentence to order one's thoughts, and he came out of Elmira after 2 years a changed man. It was as if by killing Kammerer he had sought to bring his life to a premature climax, so that the rest of it would be tranquil. Lucien stopped drinking and smoking and put on weight and grew a mustache and beard. When Burroughs saw him after his release, he thought, he has deliberately unbeautified himself. The arrogant jeunesse dorée element had vanished. Lucien dropped out of the 118th Street group and found a job with a news agency. Allen grudgingly acknowledged that the social application had been right. It had been good for Lucien to go to jail for a short period. He had lost his "the world owes me a living" side. Now Lucien described himself as a petit bourgeois, and did not want to be reminded of the past. In 1956, he complained about being in the dedication of Allen's book Howl, "I value a certain anonymity in life and it always jars me when my friends, of all people, find it desirable to include mention of me in their works. I hope you bear that idiosyncrasy in mind in your next book, Moan." Again in 1962, he complained about the dig-up of the past, "Roll in your own shit poetry. Can't you word bandy or stick to your own ghosts and leave mine alone? I'm being trapped annually into your broken record gyrations." Burroughs felt that the whole thing had been mainly Kammerer's doing. Kammerer's obsession had brought matters to a head. There was something in Dave that had provoked Lucien to kill him. Dave saw death as the solution to his obsession, Mayerling style. In death, he would live eternally with Lucien. Burroughs told Lucien, "You shouldn't blame yourself at all, because he asked for it, he demanded it." It was too complicated to explain to the police. They saw things in primary colors. Had Carr been homosexual? Had Kammerer made advances? It was like trying to explain that Othello had not murdered Desdemona because she was unfaithful but because she was Venetian. The Columbia Spectator was close to the truth when it said in an editorial, "We only know that there is a complexity to the background of the case that will defy ordinary police and legal investigations. The search for motive will dig deep into the more hidden areas of the intellectual world." One byproduct of the Carr-Kammerer drama was that it started Burroughs writing again. As with Kells Elvins in 1938, he needed a collaborator to prod him into activity. Kerouac suggested that they write a novel about the killing. Each of them would write alternate chapters based on the part of the story he knew best. They would write it in a deadpan, Dashiell Hammett style, but it would be more than a detective story. It would be the first American existential novel. The working title, "I Wish I Were You," indicating Kammerer's compulsion to transform himself into Lucien, was changed to "The Absurdist and the Hippos Were Boiled in Their Tanks," a phrase Burroughs had heard a radio announcer use when in mellifluous tones he reported a fire in a traveling circus. Burroughs liked that kind of off-the-wall remark, which in this case was also literally true. Kerouac signed his chapters Mike Rico and Burroughs used the name Will Dennison for his. The novel is a more or less factual account of the 118th Street Circle and the events leading up to the murder, with Kerouac contributing some good descriptions of his attempts with Lucien to find a ship, and Burroughs walking away with the best lines, as in, "People in bars are always claiming to be boxers, hoping thereby to ward off attack, like a black snake will vibrate its tail in leaves and try to impersonate a rattlesnake. Hippos is an intriguing example of the early work of two writers who would become famous, who at the time were subduing their individual voices to attain a uniformity of style. The literary agents Ingersoll and Brennan agreed to handle it, but it was turned down by every publisher it was sent to. In 1952 Kerouac, who had by that time published his first novel, The Town and the City, was still trying to get Hippos published, and wrote Carl Solomon, an editor interested in his work. On April 7, Burroughs and I wrote a sensational 200-page novel about Lucien's murder in 1945 that shocked all publishers in town and also agents. Allen remembers it. If you want it, go to my mother's house with Allen and find it in my maze of boxes and suitcases. Bill himself would approve of this move. We spent a year on it. Lucien was mad, wanted us to bury it under a floorboard. For Burroughs, Hippos was another false start, tending to confirm that he had no future as a writer. He would have to find some other form of activity. 7. Junk. 1945 to 1946. The Libertine Circle was not destroyed, as Allen had predicted, but for the moment it disbanded. Kammerer was dead, Lucien was in jail, Burroughs was visiting his parents in St. Louis, and Joan Vollmer took her daughter upstate to stay with her parents. Jack Kerouac arranged with Edie that if she put up the $100 in bail money they would get married, which they did on August 22, 1944, at City Hall. Celine Young was the maid of honor. On September 1, Jack wrote Edie's mother that the tragic events of the last few weeks catapulted us into a badly timed union. He and Edie were arriving in Grosse Pointe under circumstances highly embarrassing to me. At any rate, he went on, in a world where death is rampant, as today, marriage is the least evil that much is certain. Edie agreed. She had what she wanted, which was Jack, who was so handsome and smelled so good, like the deep woods of Lowell. He had high body heat, and slept on his stomach with an arm above his head, so there wasn't much room for spread-out ski, as she put it. Edie's father found Jack a job as an inspector in the Fruhoff trailer factory, but Jack didn't take to Grosse Pointe, or to Edie's mother asking him, when she saw him writing in notebooks, "Will you ever be as good as Pearl Buck?" Edie felt that to please Jack she should be well read, and she wrote Allen asking for a book list, in exchange for which she promised to keep their secret, which was that one night at 118th Street, Allen had jumped into her bed naked, in a state of arousal. But he was a wet kisser and she pushed him away. Jack lasted about a month in Grosse Pointe, and the one thing he managed to accomplish there was to catch the mumps, which affected both of his testicles. They shriveled up to the size of filberts, so that he became convinced that he was sterile, though not impotent. Later, when his second wife gave birth to a daughter, he was sure the child was not his. In October, he left for New York and shipped out as an able-bodied seaman, but jumped ship in Norfolk to escape the advances of a hulking boatswain who called him pretty boy and baby face. Back in New York, and thinking of himself as being like one of Balzac's provincials observing the big evil city, Jack got in touch with Allen, who was still at Columbia. Hearing that Burroughs was back, in an apartment on Riverside Drive, they decided to go see him. "We were like ambassadors to the Chinese emperor," Allen recalled, "making a delegation of ourselves to inquire into the nature of his soul. Quite literally and directly. Who is Burroughs? Why is he so intelligent? Will he be friendly or unfriendly?" Burroughs was friendly, and loaned them books from his library, Kafka, Blake, Cocteau's Opium, the cyclical historians Vico and Pareto, Hart Crane's collected works. Allen had never heard of Hart Crane, and thought of Burroughs as an essential supplement to the education he was getting at Columbia. For his part, Burroughs was gratified to find two young disciples so eager to learn. He pointed out a passage in the preface of Spengler's Decline of the West, which said that with the culture declining, therefore, young man, take to the slide rule rather than the pen, take to the microscope rather than the brush. Soon Allen and Jack were making regular visits, and Burroughs suggested that since he was back in analysis, and was familiar with the methods, he might try analyzing them for an hour a day. Flattered that he would take the time, they agreed. This went on for some months, and Allen, trusting Burroughs, revealed himself, dropping his defenses completely. One day he broke down sobbing and repeating, "Nobody loves me, nobody loves me, nobody loves me." Burroughs felt that the outburst did not ring true, it was sheer histrionics. He wanted to say, but held his tongue, "Why should anyone love you?" Jack talked about his father, who had developed cancer of the spleen, and his mother, who was overbearing and critical of his friends. During one of their sessions, in the spring of 1945, Burroughs said, "Trouble with you, Jack, is you're too hung up on your mother's apron strings. You're going around in circles. Are you man enough to break away?" Jack was shaken. This was one of the first character critiques he had ever gotten, and it scared him a little. He went over to Hamilton Hall to tell Allen what Burroughs had said. Allen agreed with Burroughs, since Jack's mother didn't like him. They kept talking until 2 a.m., and Jack stayed the night in Allen's room, for Allen's roommate, Bill Lancaster, whose father was chairman of the National City Bank, was away. Now it happened that on the previous day, to draw the attention of the Irish cleaning woman to the fact that his windows were dirty, Allen had scrawled in the grime, "Butler has no balls," referring to Nicholas Murray Butler, the formidably stuffy president of Columbia, over a cock and balls, and "Fuck the Jews," over a skull and crossbones. Instead of erasing the graffiti with a shrug, the cleaning woman had reported Allen to the dean's office. The next morning, Allen was in his room with Jack when Dean Ralph Fury, the director of student-faculty relations, barged in and saw the offending messages on the window pane. "Wipe that off," he ordered Allen in a cop voice. Then he spotted Jack, whom he already disliked for quitting the football team when Fury was an assistant coach. Jack had been banned from the Columbia campus and officially designated an unwholesome influence on the students as a result of being a material witness in the car case. But the only result of Jack's being there was that Allen was charged $2.63 for having an overnight guest. Allen was sent in to see Dean Nicholas McKnight, known to the students as Woodrow Wilson, who said, "Mr. Ginsburg, I hope you realize the enormity of what you have done." He was told that he would have to take a leave of absence, and that he must not return until he could show a psychiatrist's letter stating that he was in a proper frame of mind to take on academic responsibilities. The incident was a turning point for Ginsburg. He was a model student, with a busy curriculum, getting A's, editing the humor magazine, The Jester, running the Phil election, literary society, active on the debating team. He had lost to West Point on should armies and navies be permanently abandoned, and now he was suspended for what was basically a harmless undergraduate prank. That the university chose to make a big deal out of it only underlined the hidebound and narrow-minded nature of the academic community. The university was more and more an annex of government, with the V-12s and their special course in naval history, with the G.I. Bill, which amounted to open admissions and eroded standards, and with government grants ushering in an era of increasing interference. Build us this, build us that, build us a nuclear reactor. Military funding was gobbling up university research. These so-called distinguished academics had done nothing to help Lucien when he was arrested, and now they were on Allen's case for some small thing. They were merely an arm of the establishment, enforcers of the status quo, part of the whole syndrome of shutdown. Even the best of them were conventional, thought Allen. Mark Van Doren was a fine teacher, but his verse was boring. He would write a line like "Time's tooth devours," and never worry about a new way of expressing it, and he seemed not to have heard of Walt Whitman or Hart Crane. As for Lionel Trilling, he wanted to shape the best students for academic careers, to turn them into copies of himself. In Allen's treatment by the powers at Columbia, in his friendship with two other troublemakers, Burroughs and Kerouac, there was the germ of an anti-establishment, counterculture program. He was beginning to divide the world into us and them. but for the moment, Alan went to Sheepshead Bay and enrolled in the Maritime Service Training Center to become a merchant seaman. From the center that July, he wrote Burroughs, to whom in the hours of analysis he had admitted his homosexuality, "I feel more guilty and inferior for reasons of faggishness that intellectualization will admit is proper. Mountains of homosexuality, Matterhorns of cock, Grand Canyons of asshole were a weight on my melancholy head." By that time, Burroughs was also trying to get into the merchant marine. He still wanted to take an active part in the war and thought that being a seaman would be glamorous and exciting. He wrote Jack on July 24, 1945, to congratulate him on returning to the sea, maker and mother of men. He had to go to St. Louis to get his Army medical survey from the Office of Demobilized Personnel, but by the time he got it the war was over. On August 6, just before 8 a.m., the Enola Gay dropped Little Boy from 32,000 feet and turned Hiroshima into an earthwork. On August 9, the Flying Fortress boxcar dropped Big Boy over Nagasaki. On August 10, Japan sued for peace, and on August 14, President Truman proclaimed VJ Day. The Sheepshead Bay Training Center was closed down, and Burroughs never did get his papers. Burroughs was back in New York on VJ Day, and he and Jack went out to celebrate what Jack called Surrender Night. There was much drinking and madness. Thousands of servicemen roamed the streets, parlaying military victory into sexual conquest. Burroughs and Kerouac went to Times Square to pick up women but had no luck. It was Burroughs' appearance, Jack thought. He looked like Lucifer's emissary, charged d'affaires de l'enfer, and perhaps women caught a flash of red lining inside his coat. What was certain was that after Little Boy and Big Boy, nothing would ever be the same. It seemed to Burroughs that the end of classical culture, predicted by Spengler and Korzybski, had now come about, the end of culture and religion and the traditional values of society. After Hiroshima, the human species existed in a world where everything was permitted. Where was that bearded and verifiable divinity who is filled with wrath at man's transgressions? He was not in strict attendance. Like the servicemen on VJ Day, he was off on a bat himself. That June, Joan was back in town with Julie and found a big apartment at 419 West 115th Street. Replying to a gloomy letter from Edie, whom Jack had abandoned in Grosse Pointe, Joan wrote on June 8, "You sound almost as bad as me in Albany. Haven't you met any coxmen out there yet?" Joan had asked her husband for a divorce, and he had written back and didn't seem too upset, and asked what I wanted to do. Don't know quite what to answer. He didn't suggest divorce but said we might separate and begin courting again. Poor little soul. But honestly, I think he might be just a little relieved. The libertine circle began to reform in Joan's apartment. Alan, still suspended from Columbia, moved in, and so did Jack and Hal Chase, who to Alan represented the hero of the snowy West. Hal had served in the ski troops and had trained in the Rockies and had reorganized the Indian artifacts in the Denver Museum. Alan admired his subtle, snaky-headed mind, and was strongly attracted, but Hal did not reciprocate. Jack in the meantime was after Celine, whom he described as ineffable, beautiful, self-corroding, doomed, a bit mad, but Celine said she loved him like a brother. Then Edie turned up and moved in with her long-absent husband. Edie got a job in the Zanzibar nightclub as a cigarette girl and would feed Jack and the others steak sandwiches from the kitchen when they came around. But eventually she was fired when she nestled a $5 tip a sailor had given her in the bra of her little red costume. The tips went to the house. Joan was introduced by Jack to Benzedrine, which you could buy over the counter as inhalers at drugstores, removing the accordion folded paper strips inside. One strip in a cup of coffee could send you spinning for the rest of the day. She and Jack were zonked out a lot of the time. Burroughs was a frequent visitor at 115th Street at that time. He had a small apartment near Columbus Circle and it was easy to see that Joan liked him. She invited him to dinner and they talked about books. They liked the same stories, such as Conrad Aiken's Silent Snow, Secret Snow. Jack and Alan thought Joan and Bill would make a great match, and Jack asked Burroughs, "Why don't you move in with that college widow?" On September 10, Joan wrote Edie, who was in Asbury Park with her grandparents, that Jack and Burroughs came up. "We had dinner, met Ginsberg, and spent the evening in fruity men's bars in the village." The group fell into its former ways, with endless verbalizing and Dostoevskian confrontations. They were together constantly. It was like a marathon encounter session. As Hal Chase put it, you could dip into the set at any point and stay with it for days on end. It was only a matter of weeks after Joan had taken the apartment that her soldier husband Paul Adams showed up, fresh from the German front, and walked in to find a group of people high on bennies, piled on Joan's vast double bed in sybaritic disarray. Disgusted, he asked, "This is what I fought for. Why don't you get down from your character heights?" mumbled Joan through her Benzedrine haze. Adams left and filed for divorce. Jack's father, who had moved to Queens, was dying, and Burroughs went out to Ozone Park with him in November to visit. The frail old man was lying in bed, hardly able to speak, and Mrs. Kerouac was doing all the talking, sticking out her tongue and saying, "Pretty soon I'm going to be saying yeah 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 to you and you'll be 6 feet underground." She struck Burroughs as a tough French peasant, mean and superstitious. She was always trying to separate Jack from his friends, and told him that Burroughs and Ginsberg were followed everywhere by the FBI. Jack's reaction was to drink another bottle of beer and refuse to face the situation. That was basic to his character. Avoid the issue. He was uneasy in the presence of anything approaching an emotional scene. Jack was writing and drinking and taking Benzedrine. He was a member of the 52 to 20 Club, $20 a week for 52 weeks for the unemployed. On Benzedrine, Jack could stay awake and talk continuously for 35 hours. But it caught up with him, and one day around Christmas time 1945, when he and Alan and Hal were coming back from a walk on the Brooklyn Bridge, and Alan was humming a Bach toccata, suddenly Jack's legs buckled, and the others had to carry him into a cab. He was hospitalized for thrombophlebitis, which was produced by a combination of Benzedrine and drinking. A person is thrown into the water to sink or swim, so he learns something about the water. He learns that when you hit bottom, you are on the way up. Herbert Hunk was born in 1916 in Greenfield, Massachusetts, where his father worked for the Greenfield Tap and Die Company. His father was a German Jew who hated Jews and joined the Bund to establish his Aryan background. His mother was the daughter of a Wyoming cattleman who had a ranch in Laramie. The family moved to Chicago, where Herbert's parents separated. At the age of 12, since his mother was unable to handle him, his father said, "Send him to me." His mother gave him a dime to take the trolley, and he rode it to South Chicago, which became Gary, Indiana, and he hitchhiked all the way to Geneva, New York, where police picked him up and sent him home. Having had his first taste of the road, Hunk vowed that he would never again be trapped by school and family. He hung around Rush Street and Chicago Avenue, picking up odd jobs and running errands for whores. At 15, he started smoking pot, and a year later he tried heroin. At first he was needle shy. The idea of sticking a needle into his arm was terrifying. But over the years, after shooting up thousands of times, he viewed his veins with a friendly detachment, talking about them as if they were old familiars. "That one is a roller," he would say of a vein that slipped the needle. And of a small vein he couldn't hit, he would say, "I'll get you yet, you little bastard." Hunk spent 6 years just floating around the country. A sparrow-like man with bright hazel eyes and sallow skin, there was something furtive and unthreatening about him. He seemed as harmless and ingratiating as a puppy, although his voice had a ring of false plausibility that would put an alert person on guard. He knew how to get by, staying here a week and there a week, alive to small opportunities. In Albuquerque, he helped out a fellow who was promoting a TB sanitarium for Greeks. In Miami he worked as a bellhop in a little hotel whose customers bet the horses. Everywhere he looked for junk. Everywhere he traveled alone, often carrying no more than a cigar box toilet kit, often riding the freight trains, the soot ingrained in his skin. Hunk hit New York around 1940, and started hanging around the Times Square area, where a community of hustlers gathered. Times Square in those days was picturesque without being sleazy. Instead of porn movie houses, it had art houses like the Apollo that showed French films such as Pepe le Moco and Le Jour se lève. Horn and Hardart, where you could get a little pot of baked beans with a strip of bacon over it for a nickel, was open all night, and there were also Chase's and Bickford's and the Dixie Hotel with its arcade. Hunk became a part of the community of homos, dips, paper hangers, and pimps. He didn't mind being known as a hustler, but he didn't want to be known as an open faggot, because faggots were everyone's property. Hunk presided at a table at Bickford's and was known as the mayor. Occasionally he did a little breaking and entering, mainly into cars. When an opportunity arose, he took it. Once in Penn Station, a sailor asked him to watch his duffel while he took a shit, and Hunk walked off with it. Arrested for breaking into a car, he did 6 months on Hart's Island, and fought not to be pegged as a broad. He learned the cliques and classifications of prison life, the nuances of getting along with his fellow inmates. "I've jacked off other inmates under circumstances you wouldn't believe possible," he recalled, like across 2 feet of concrete between cell doors. A year after his first bust he was arrested again while filling a forged prescription, having used the same drugstore too many times. There was a custody battle between plainclothesmen and uniformed cops at the scene. Arguing about who should get the collar, they asked Hunk to arbitrate. "Look, who got here first?" asked a detective. "You guys did," Hunk said, trying to be fair. "Well, that's all there is to it," the detective said. The uniformed cop got mad and said, "You little bastard, I'll get you." Hunk became a chippy junkie, turning on 2 or 3 days, then switching to liquor and Benzedrine, living from hand to mouth, hustling johns, breaking into cars. He met a young Italian named André, who was sharing an apartment on Henry Street with a big slob known as Bozo. Having tried and failed to make the grade in vaudeville, Bozo was now an attendant at the Creedmoor Sanitarium. André invited Hunk, who was always hard-pressed for a place to stay, to come to Henry Street, but Bozo didn't approve and moved out. Bozo was a sort of martyr type, the kind who wants to tell you that he never gets credit for the trouble he takes. He later ODD on Nembutal, of which he had an ample supply through Creedmoor. André then took up with a gorgeous Titian-haired hooker known as Vicky Russell, though her real name was Priscilla Arminger and she was the daughter of a judge in Detroit. Vicky was tall and willowy, with finesse and class, a real knockout. Then André walked out after a fight with Vicky, leaving Hunk alone in the apartment with her, until 2 other underworld characters turned up, Phil White and Bernie Barker, name changed. Phil White, a tall and raw-boned Tennessean, made Hunk think of a traveling preacher on a mule. He was a professional pickpocket and something of a thief. Beneath the con man's smile he was cold-blooded, thought Hunk, and only interested in people to the extent that he could use them. Phil had a habit. He also had a wife, an older woman named Kay, who worked as an editor at McGraw-Hill. A bitch on wheels, thought Hunk, bowing to the almighty dollar, which was his verdict on anyone who held a steady job. Kay was always trying to get Phil to quit drugs, and would say to Hunk, "You've got to do something about Phil. He's been taking this junk, you know, and he can't do any good now, and a woman's got to have her tail." Bernie Barker was a rather dashing fellow from Cleveland, not handsome, but slim and dapper and energetic. His brother Don was active in the NMU, but Bernie's ambition was to become a first-class gangster. In the meantime, he was working as a soda jerk-up around Columbia. He could handle a busy soda fountain. Hunk and Phil White both had seamen's papers through Barker's brother and decided to go to sea in September 1945. It would be a good way to kick their respective habits, and Kay White was all for it. They grabbed a tanker that was carrying high-octane gas to Honolulu and was short 2 messmen, but instead of kicking their habits they got worse habits. They made friends with the seaman in charge of the infirmary, who gave them all the morphine they wanted. So through the Panama Canal and on to Honolulu and back, Phil White and Hunk were in a morphine glow. Now Hunk really had a monkey, of whom he was fond because the monkey was even more irresponsible than he was, and he could lecture the monkey. They were back on Henry Street and desperate for junk, when one day in January 1946 Bernie Barker dropped by and said, "Jesus, good to see you. Man, I've got a guy lined up, going to be down tonight, I want you to tell me what you think of him. He approached me the other day. He's been coming into the drugstore quite regularly, and he's been talking about capers of one sort and another. He just told me that he has a sawed-off Tommy gun with an automatic pistol cartridge and some morphine cigarettes that he wants to get rid of." That sounded good to Phil and Herbert. Morphine cigarettes, the kind that are like little toothpaste tubes with a needle sticking out, were what they'd been using on the ship. The guy with the sawed-off shotgun and the morphine cigarettes was William Burroughs. Increasingly, he felt like an exile in his own country, belonging nowhere. He once dreamed that he was being drafted into the English army. He could not find his passport to prove that he was American. They were checking through, saying, "No, sir, I don't see any passport here, sir." In his search for a viable identity, Burroughs deliberately sought out a criminal life. A community of outlaws, such as he had read about in Jack Black's You Can't Win, was perhaps the only place where a misfit such as he could belong. The incongruity of his choice was what made Burroughs unique. He was the grandson of the inventor of the adding machine and belonged to a good St. Louis family. He had gone to Harvard and was a member of the university club. He was a bourgeoisphobe, retaining some of the attributes of his class. He wore conservative vested suits and snap-brim hats and looked like a junior executive in a brokerage house. His manner was courteous and reserved. His speech, despite its nasal Missouri twang, revealed him as a man of education and intellect. He seemed to have ingested all of Western thought and literature, which he regurgitated willingly. A more unlikely colleague of Hunk's dimwit junkie band would be hard to imagine. Jack Anderson, the boyfriend who had crashed his car, with whom Burroughs had kept up, had a friend named Norman who worked in the Navy Yard. Norman stole a Tommy gun, carrying it out piece by piece, and 16 yellow boxes of morphine tartrate cigarettes. Burroughs bought them as a means of entree into the criminal world. He had met Bernie Barker, who had done some serious stealing. He was part of a gang that had robbed a company in Delaware of a $180,000 payroll. Bernie was not modest about his exploits. In fact, he loved to talk about them, and about the gun he used, "Give me a .38 every time." About how he had cracked some guy's jaw with a roll of nickels in his fist. No one can hang anything on you for carrying U.S. currency. Barker was the real thing, thought Burroughs, a professional criminal, a tough hombre. Bernie doesn't mess around, he told Hal Chase. He decides to do something and he does it. He goes to the West End and orders a drink at the bar and drinks it and turns on his heels and walks out. Never a wasted moment. In imitation of Barker, Burroughs started wearing a trench coat, with his hat brimmed down low over his forehead, walking briskly forward the way Bernie walked. Barker suggested that Burroughs meet him at the Henry Street apartment, where some friends of his might be interested in the cigarettes. Hunk in the meantime had done quite a decorating job on the railroad flat, the kind with a bathtub in the kitchen. He had painted the walls black, with yellow panels, and the ceiling red, with a wheel filled with different colored little squares and triangles. Black and yellow floor-length drapes covered the windows, and the place looked like a cross between a Chinese opium den and Ali Baba's cave. The evening that Burroughs showed up on Henry Street, Hunk saw a tall thin man in the doorway wearing a Chesterfield coat and a gray snap-brim hat, gloves clutched in one hand. He thought Burroughs was the police. He asked Barker to step into the bedroom and said, "Who is this guy? He looks like trouble." Bernie vouched for him, and when they came back into the kitchen, Burroughs and Phil White were discussing the cigarettes. But Hunk was still suspicious and said, "I don't think I want to bother, really." Phil, however, was interested and said he would be in touch. A few days later, Burroughs used one of the cigarettes and had his first experience with junk. He wanted to see what it was like, as he had done with the chloral hydrate at Los Alamos, in a spirit of general inquiry. Also, it seemed to be the thing to do as far as being a criminal was concerned. Using junk made him part of the group, it was a sort of rite of passage. Finally, there was in Burroughs the spirit of the self-mutilating scientist that the opium addict writer Thomas de Quincey described in his Confessions. I have conducted my experiments on this subject with a sort of galvanic battery and have, for the general benefit of the world, inoculated myself with the poison of 800 drops of laudanum a day, just for the same reason that a French surgeon inoculated himself lately with cancer, an English one 20 years ago with plague, and a third, I know not of what nation, with hydrophobia. Burroughs would never say that he was taking junk for the general benefit of the world, but a spirit of scientific curiosity, with the risk of possible harm, was not absent from his experimentation. Morphine was like nothing Burroughs had previously known. He had the feeling of moving off the ground at great speed. He seemed to be floating, as a wave of pleasure spread through his tissues. This was followed by a feeling of fear and the vision of a neon-lit cocktail lounge, and a waitress coming in with a skull on a tray. "I don't want your fucking skull," Burroughs found himself saying. "Take it back." A few days later, when Phil White came to buy, at $4 a box, Burroughs laid out 10 boxes of cigarettes and kept 2, saying, "These are for me." Phil looked up, surprised. "You use it?" "Now and then," Burroughs said. "It's bad stuff," Phil said, shaking his head. "The worst thing that can happen to a man." Soon, Burroughs was buying cigarettes from Phil, but at a higher price. Often, they would shoot up together. Phil would hit a vein in his leg and shoot the morphine in with an air bubble. "If air bubbles could kill you," he said, "there wouldn't be a junkie alive." Phil introduced Burroughs to a doctor on 102nd Street off Broadway, who would fill junk prescriptions. Burroughs also started hanging out at the Angler Bar on 8th Avenue near 42nd Street, where Hunk was often to be found. Overcoming his suspicion, Hunk permitted Burroughs to buy him drinks and meals. He still had him pinned for a mark. Hunk took him back to Henry Street to meet Vicky, who explained her philosophy on how to treat Johns. "Always build a John up," she said. "If he has any sort of body at all, say, 'Oh, don't ever hurt me.' You give him what he pays for. When you're with him you enjoy yourself and you want him to enjoy himself, too. If you really want to bring a man down, light a cigarette in the middle of intercourse." One afternoon in Chase's, a girl carrying some books came over to Hunk's table and asked if she could sit down. "There's someone who wants to meet you," she said, "a Professor Kinsey. He's at Indiana University and he's doing research on sex. He's looking for people to tell about their sex lives, to be as honest about it as possible." Hunk called Kinsey and asked what he was interested in. "All I want you to do is to tell me about your sex life, what experiences you've had, what your interest is, whether you've masturbated, how often, have you had any homosexual experiences, heterosexual. Just a complete record as far back as you can remember." Hunk was willing, for a price. "I don't want to sound crude," he said, "but I think it's only fair to tell you, I do need money." Kinsey promised $10, and Hunk went to his hotel and unburdened himself of a sexual history that must have stood out for its rich variety, from his first experience at the age of 9. Then Kinsey wanted to measure the size of his penis. He had a card with a phallus drawn on it and said he would mark the length when soft and when erect on the card. Well, why not, Hunk thought. As he left, Kinsey said, "Now, if there's anyone else that you think might be interested in being interviewed, by all means send them up. In fact, I'll tell you what. For every person you send me from 42nd Street, I'll give you $2. I know you can use the money." An enterprising recruiter, Hunk sent everyone he could think of up to see Kinsey, including Vicky and Burroughs, who may be the only writer of renown to have his sexual history on file, including his penis size soft and erect, at the Kinsey Institute for Research in Sex, Gender, and Reproduction, in Bloomington, Indiana. Unfortunately for the biographer, the file is closed. Burroughs was the link between the Uptown Columbia group and the Times Square Hunk group, between the students and the thieves, between the book smart and the street smart. He took Jack and Alan downtown to meet Hunk. To Alan, coming as he did from the campus, Times Square seemed like a heroic place. It was marvelous, with a dimension he'd never seen, a whole community, raunchy but not degrading. It was a world with its own charm and character, a more realistic society than Paterson or Lowell or St. Louis. In Paterson, they didn't know nothin' about nothin', thought Alan. His parents and their socialist friends were naive and academic and newspaper-oriented. And here before him was a world that high school teachers didn't have a glimmer about. Alan wanted direct experience, he wanted to get away from the theoretical, like saying he planned to be a labor lawyer when he had never met a working man. Burroughs was offering the chance for a psychosocial exploration of a new world that seemed forbidden and strange. "I'm a seeker after cities and souls," Burroughs said. Hunk was a crucial figure, a sort of Virgilian guide to the lower depths, taking them into a world that provided an alternative to the right-thinking banality of Columbia and its so-called teachers. Hunk was the first hipster, who had been on the street since age 12, and who was basically the victim of police persecution, in and out of jail for drug possession. Hunk was an anti-hero pointing the way to an embryonic counterculture, which would arise from this Times Square world of hustlers and hat-check girls. Alan skin-popped morphine cigarettes and felt he was a part of something intensely real. He also tried Benzedrine, but it tangled up his brain. It was like a spider weaving a web that was very dense on one side but missing filaments on the other. Jack tried morphine, too, but said he was allergic to it, and threw up. He would stick to liquor. At this point, in early 1946, Burroughs moved into Joan's apartment, and they became lovers. Although primarily homosexual and professing a caustic misogyny, Burroughs didn't mind having sex with women, and he must have been proficient at it, because Joan, a woman of wide experience at 22, gave him high marks, saying, "You make love like a pimp." Primarily, however, their relationship was one between two remarkable intellects. Burroughs saw Joan as a woman of unusual insight. She was the smartest member of the group, he thought, certainly as smart as Alan, in many ways smarter, because there were limits to Alan's thinking, but none to Joan's. She started Burroughs thinking in new directions, got him interested in the Mayans, suggested that Mayan priests must have had some sort of telepathic control. She had an odd and original way of looking at things, and a great insight into character. For instance, she said about Jack that he had a natural inborn fear of authority, and that if the cops ever questioned him his mouth would fall open and out would come the name they wanted. Jack and Alan were delighted with their matchmaking. Burroughs would be lying on the couch in shirt sleeves, and Joan with her arms around him would exclaim, "Oh, Bill," when he said something outrageous, while admiring the inventiveness of his mind. Joan was subdued and content when Burroughs was around, and waited on him hand and foot. She was, however, taking more and more Benzedrine, and started hallucinating. She said she could hear this old couple downstairs who were calling her a whore and saying she ran a whorehouse. Then one day they got into a fight, she said, and it sounded like someone was being murdered, so Alan went down and knocked on the door, but there was no one home. Now that Burroughs was living with Joan, her juvenile lover, John Kingsland, abdicated the position while remaining a friend. He was intrigued by Burroughs, whom he saw shooting up in the bathroom and spending his days trying to score from writing doctors. On one occasion he accompanied Burroughs to the University Club, where Burroughs tried to kick his habit by swimming in the pool. Another time, they went to the Hotel Biltmore and sat in steam cabinets for hours. Burroughs also recruited Kingsland to score heroin for him, which got the 18-year-old into hot water. Burroughs sent him to 103rd Street with some money, but the people he was trying to buy from beat him up, thinking he was a rival pusher trying to muscle in. Then the campus police arrested him and took him down to 42nd Street and sat him in the window of Bickford's to see if any users would come in and make a buy. Kingsland was suspended from Columbia, but a petition from his teachers got him reinstated on a parole basis, and he was able to graduate that June of 1946, in 3 years, and said farewell to the libertine circle. Things began to go a little haywire on 115th Street. Hunk was breaking into cars and leaving the stuff he stole at the apartment. Once he was so stoned he stole the car as well and parked it outside. Burroughs was shooting in the main line and having trouble filling scripts. Every day he would meet Phil White to plan the day's junk program. He would have to go through these elaborate scenarios: I'm just in from Detroit, doctor, and I've got a bad back. Joan was on Benzedrine all the time and not making much sense. Hal Chase, thinking the situation was out of control, moved out. He didn't see petty thievery and drug addiction as a valid form of rebellion in post-war America. Burroughs had a real talent for finding things to do that he wasn't suited for. Ginsberg and Kerouac wanted experiences they could write about, but Hal was an anthropologist, not a writer, and he wasn't comfortable with the idea of having experiences and then marketing them. Also, Hal was fed up with the Ginsberg game of let's find your hidden homosexuality. Allen was a social homosexual, Hal thought. He had come out and said that he was becoming homosexual in order to succeed as a poet. Hal had the post-A-bomb feeling that so much of the world was dead and why weren't we dead, but what Burroughs and the others were doing did not seem like remedies, so he split. Trouble was approaching, not as single spies but in battalions. Hunk was involved in various capers. He and Barker cracked a dress shop in Jamaica, and Phil White and Burroughs took one of the hot dresses to give to a doctor's wife in exchange for a scrip. Then Bernie was caught robbing a safe in a theater and was sent away. He had dropped a matchbook with an address on it that the police traced to the Henry Street apartment, and Hunk had to pack up and clear out in a hurry. At that time, Burroughs was keeping a one-room dump, also on Henry Street, which he let Hunk use. Of course it never occurred to him to pay the rent, Burroughs said, which Hunk thought was a nasty crack, since he was down and out, whereas Burroughs had a stipend from his family. Hunk was coming uptown almost daily to deposit his stolen goods in Joan's apartment, even though he didn't feel comfortable around all these college people. Then Hunk, fingered by someone he'd done drugs with, was arrested in Burroughs' Henry Street apartment, and Burroughs figured it wouldn't be long before they came after him. Phil White had talked him into forging the signature of a Dr. Greco on some blank prescriptions he had lifted from the doctor's office, and an inspector spotted the difference in the handwriting. He was easy to catch because he used his real name on the prescription. A state inspector swore out a warrant charging Burroughs with violation of Public Health Law 334, for obtaining narcotics through the use of fraud, and one day in April 1946 two detectives came to the apartment on 115th Street to arrest him. He was taken to the Tombs and mugged and fingerprinted, and was locked up in his cell in a painful state of drug withdrawal, bathed in sweat, too weak to move, hearing voices drifting back and forth from cell to cell. 40 years. Man, I can't do no 40 years. That night, Joan bailed him out and gave him some goofballs to tide him over. But she had to call his psychiatrist, Dr. Wolberg, to sign his surety bond, and Wolberg promptly notified Burroughs' parents, which led to a good deal of unpleasantness. It was the first they knew that he was taking drugs, and they were shocked. It seemed like only yesterday that Mortimer Burroughs had bailed his son out as a material witness in the car case, and now he had to pay for bail again. While waiting for his case to come up, Burroughs had to finance his heroin habit. 3 caps a day at $3 each, bought from various connections, was more than he could afford, so he began working the hole with Phil White. They would ride the subways at night looking for drunks asleep in stations. Phil would spot a flop sleeping on a bench and they would get off, and Burroughs would stand in front of the bench covering Phil with an open newspaper as Phil went through the drunk's pockets looking for his poke. One time a lush woke up and started fighting, and Burroughs and Phil had to make a run for it. The experience was enough to convince Burroughs that working lushes was not his line. In the meantime, Hunk was in Rikers Island for 3 months, in a dormitory with hundreds of beds and a pair of lockers between each bed. It was his first experience in the dorm, and he knew he had to watch himself because he was small and appealing. The first night he had to knock a guy over the head with a work shoe. He had learned never to accept anything. If a guy offered you a cigarette, thanks anyway. Hunk was loaded down with blankets and sheets and a pillow and was looking for his bed, and here on the bed next to his was this tall, cadaverous-looking man with good features and a receding hairline, who introduced himself as Bill Garver, William Maynard Garver, of the Philadelphia Garvers. Garver seemed like an interesting, unthreatening fellow, in his 40s, too old to bother him sexually, and he and Hunk became friendly. He came from a good family. His father was a banker and had been expelled from Annapolis for drunkenness. His skeletal though not undistinguished appearance came from being a junkie, which he had been all his adult life. "Junk is the only thing in my life," he said. During the war he had worked as an orderly in a mental hospital, stealing the morphine and substituting milk sugar. Patients in pain were given milk sugar tablets. "After all, they're crazy anyway, they don't know the difference," Garver said. After getting away with it for 2 years, he was caught by one of the doctors, who said, "There's something wrong here, I think you know what I mean." To finance his habit, Garver was now stealing overcoats, which he called boosting bennies. He would walk into a place for a cup of coffee and walk out with someone's overcoat, which he would pawn for $10 or $12. He had a record of 10 arrests, all for petty larceny. Hunk told Garver to look up Burroughs when he got out, which he did. Still waiting for his case to come up, Burroughs went into pushing heroin with Garver, who introduced him to his contacts in the village. Garver, thought Burroughs, didn't have the nerve to be a real thief, so he stuck to overcoats. He knew the coat room of every restaurant in New York, a rare if penny ante field of expertise. 15 apparitions have I seen / the worst a coat upon a coat hanger, in the words of W.B. Yeats. Every day, Burroughs had to sell enough caps to buy his next quarter ounce, and he was never more than a few dollars ahead, having to contend with unreliable and untrustworthy customers. What a crowd, he thought. Mooches, fags, four-flushers, stool pigeons, bums unwilling to work, unable to steal, always short of money, always whining for credit. Burroughs was a conscientious pusher, punctual and honest. He delivered right to your door, and had a good roster of steady clients. One of these, Mel the waiter, always unshaved and dirty-looking, lived in a rooming house on Jane Street. One time, Burroughs gave him a cap and he shot up as Burroughs looked out the window. He didn't like to watch junkies probing for veins, and when he turned around Mel had passed out, the dropper was hanging in his arm full of blood. His friend Richie pulled the dropper out and slapped his face with a wet towel. Mel came around partly and muttered something. He lay there on the unmade bed, his limp arm stretched out, a drop of blood forming at the elbow. As they walked downstairs, Richie said that Mel had been after him for Burroughs' address. "Listen," Burroughs said, "if you give it to him, you can find yourself a new connection. One thing I don't need is somebody dying in my apartment." With all the hassle, Burroughs was barely scraping by, what with short counts from wholesalers, the constant nibble of credit, customers coming up short, and his own habit, which he had to sustain daily. Garver said it was his own fault, he ought to cut the stuff more. "You're giving a better cap than anybody in New York City," he said. "Nobody sells 16% stuff on the street. If your customers don't like it, they can take their business to Walgreens." Garver lived in a cheap rooming house in the 40s, where Burroughs would sometimes shoot up with him. Once he rummaged around in a bureau and brought out a worn manila envelope, which contained a discharge from Annapolis for the good of the service, a faded letter from my friend, the captain, and membership cards in the Masons and the Knights of Columbus. His claims to reality, Burroughs thought. Every little bit helps, Garver said. He sat silent and reflective for a few minutes, then added, just a victim of circumstances. He handed Burroughs 2 overcoats and said, I've about burned down all the pawn shops in New York. You don't mind pawning these coats for me, do you? By this time, Hunk was out of Rikers Island and was crashing at Phil White's place in Washington Heights. Phil's wife, Kay, had cracked down and refused to give him any more money to support his habit. Phil had borrowed a .32 from Burroughs, and one morning he woke up junk sick and took some goofballs. High as a kite, he told Hunk, come on, I'm going to take this fucking gun out. I won't use it, but I'll stick somebody up. Oh, no, said Hunk, I'm not going out with you with a gun, philosophy. Then fuck you, I'm not going to share with you. Well, that's your business entirely, Hunk said. Phil went out and came back at about 1:30 that afternoon, looking like he'd been dragged out from beneath a rock. Oh, man, I shot a guy, he said, a furrier, the son of a bitch didn't have any money and he started to scream, and I let him have it. Hunk didn't know whether to believe him, but that evening in the late edition of the Journal American there was a banner headline that said, Mad Dog Noonday Killer. Well, thought Hunk, that wasn't Phil, that was Phil on goofballs. Out of consideration for Burroughs, Hunk helped Phil get rid of the gun, taking it apart and wandering over the wilds of Brooklyn, throwing a piece here and a piece there. In June 1946, Burroughs' case came up in special sessions. Since he was a first offender, the charge was a misdemeanor. Burroughs' father was there to provide backup, and the judge gave him a 4-month suspended sentence, saying, Young man, I am going to inflict a terrible punishment on you. I am going to send you home to St. Louis for the summer. The judge could not have known that having to go home and be in the custody of his parents like a misbehaving child was a terrible punishment for Burroughs. He had a pleasant surprise when he arrived in St. Louis, however, for his old friend Kells Elvins was there, after having gone through some of the island battles in the Pacific as a captain in the Marines. A Jap shell had exploded close enough to make him deaf in one ear, and he had also contracted malaria. Burroughs and Kells dreamed up various money-making schemes, one of which was a home dry cleaning machine. Like the Alec Guinness character who invents a white suit that never gets dirty or wears out, therefore confounding the makers of deliberately inferior clothing, Burroughs now saw himself as a crusader for white suit type products that would put the others out of business, concrete houses that would last forever, fluoride mouthwashes that would do away with cavities. He was reverting, in his imagination at least, to the ambitions of his paternal grandfather, and wrote Allen Ginsberg that he was planning to market Death County Bill's tooth and gum tablets, from the county without a toothache, but was being hassled by the Pure Food and Drug Department. Kells's son, Peter, was assigned to type up the patent for the home dry cleaner, and Burroughs teased him on his slowness. Well, Peter, you're supposed to have a little more skill at the typewriter. Noticing that the tip of one of Burroughs' fingers was missing, Peter asked him what had happened. Oh, it's more beautiful that way, Burroughs said. Kells asked his mother if they could use her washing machine to try out their formula, but Mrs. Elvins wanted nothing to do with it, which frustrated the two inventors. What, this dull and unimaginative woman obstructing the brilliant experiments of two young Tom Edisons? Kells, however, had a much better deal going than a dry cleaning machine. He had bought 10 acres of citrus groves for $5,000 in the Rio Grande Valley, 60 miles of the richest farmland in America, in East Texas near the Mexican border, and grew ruby reds, Foster pinks, blood oranges, lemons, and limes. He also had 100 acres of cotton. There was a support price for cotton, and if you had an allotment you couldn't lose. It all seemed like easy money, and Burroughs convinced his parents to advance the funds to buy 50 acres of Rio Grande cottonland. He had washed out as a criminal, he might as well try farming. In late June he went down to far Texas with Kells and rented a house. Every day they drove out past the flimsy houses and the bidet tourist courts to look at their cotton, which was being picked by wetbacks in perfect weather, hot and dry. There was no particular reason for them to look, since neither of them knew the first thing about it. They just did it to pass the time until 5 p.m., when Kells would bang a tin pail in front of his house and yell, "Drinking time," and the neighbors would come in and make martinis with homemade gin. Kells, who cultivated a macho, anti-intellectual manner, liked the farmers and the good old boys. Burroughs soon learned that the economics of farming were not that simple. By the time your crop came in you were up to your ears in debt, because you'd borrowed money on your tractor, which cost thousands of dollars, and there wasn't much left over. If you hit a bad year, a hailstorm or a drought, you were wiped out. The big money was in vegetables, if you hit it right. Everybody read the bulletins the way you'd read a racing sheet, to find out what they were growing in the other winter vegetable areas, which were Louisiana, California, and Florida. Of course, a freeze in Florida was money in the bank in Texas. One year in the Rio Grande they hit it big on onions. The next year, you couldn't give onions away. One year Kells was going to clean up on peas, and another year on tomatoes, but something always went wrong. Everybody was always talking I should have hung on to that 100 acres on the lower lift, I should have took up them oil leases, I should have planted cotton instead of tomatoes. Burroughs wasn't into the vegetable gambit, he put all his land into cotton. He had an allotment, and the land was so good he made 2 bales an acre, whereas 1 bale an acre was considered a good yield, and the support price was $150 a bale. Kells also made some oil investments. He was friends with Sid Murchison, who gave him tips. Murchison's favorite expression was, "When are ya gonna get yourself cured?" Being cured meant being rich. "Hey, Clem, you've only got a couple of million, when are ya gonna get yourself cured?" "Tell me about the man, Burroughs, tell me about Murchison's hands," Kells said. "The man's hands are twisted," Burroughs said, "from being in all that shale." "That's right," Kells said, "the man's got arthritis." Kells was an advocate of the prolongation of life, and took Burroughs over the border into Mexico to take the bogomolette serum, which was illegal in the United States. The theory was that aging was caused by the deterioration of the connective tissue, which the serum could correct. You could tell how old your tissue was by pinching it and seeing if it snapped right back. They went to the Mexican doctor who had the franchise. In his office was a photograph of bogomolettes at the age of 86, with coal black hair and a pretty girl on each arm. In his racket, thought Burroughs, you've got to be your own best advertisement. He took the serum and his arm swelled up alarmingly. Oh, well, he thought, a Mexican doctor will shoot anything into you if you pay him. The stuff was supposed to make you live to the age of 125, which Bogomolette said was man's natural lifespan. Burroughs also took advantage of his visit to get a Mexican divorce from Ilse Clapper Burroughs. Back in New York, in the summer of 1946, the Libertine Circle had once again disintegrated. Hal Chase was gone, Burroughs was gone, Ginsberg had shipped out, Edie Parker was in Grosse Pointe, and Kerouac had no fixed address. Without Borders, Joan had trouble raising the rent. She missed Burroughs, and relieved her unhappiness with Benzedrine. Hunk, who had no place to stay, offered to move in with her, and helped out by robbing parked cars for luggage. Hunk was fond of Joan, but he knew he couldn't make her happy physically. She was much too strong and sexual, and nothing turned Hunk off faster than a woman who wanted to get fucked. Hunk thought of himself as Joan's protector in Burroughs' absence. When he took her down to Times Square, amid all these guys who were basically pimps at heart, he said she was his old lady. But that only annoyed Joan, who said, "Don't be telling people I'm your old lady. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself." Hunk inwardly laughed. He knew those guys, they'd have her turning tricks in no time. Hunk brought around a fellow thief named Whitey, a good-looking blonde, well-built, street-smart and virile, and he developed a crush on Joan, and soon they were having what she referred to as a light affair. Whitey and Hunk brought their loot to 115th Street, and Joan complained that everything in the apartment was hot. Hunk was egalitarian in his lark-and-see, stealing from friends as well as strangers. He took Allen Ginsberg's phonograph and pawned it, and then wrote Allen a letter, apologizing for overstepping the bounds of good fellowship. He advised Allen not to speak of his pilfering to others, as it will place you in the role of being the proverbial sucker if you forgive and continue allowing me parasitical advantages from my contact with you. Such was Hunk advising his victims on the correct reaction to his stealing while hoping to remain on friendly terms with them. He was in more trouble in August, when a valise disappeared from an after-hours joint in the Bronx where he was hanging out, and the consensus was that he was the culprit. One day 2 policemen showed up at Joan's apartment with the owner of the valise. Joan was terrified because of all the stolen goods on the premises. Hunk was arrested when it developed that he had upon his person the keys to a stolen car parked downstairs, and soon found himself in the Bronx jail at 153rd Street and River Avenue. On September 25 he wrote Allen pleading for a little cash, "Seriously, if you can please bring over $4 or $5. I need it. Thus far I am forced to bum fellow inmates for stationery, cig soap and other almost essentials. It becomes slightly rough on all concerned." Joan owed for back rent and couldn't pay, so she and Whitey and Julie were evicted and bounced around from one hotel to another. Then Whitey, who was sweet but stupid, tried to crack a safe in a Howard Johnson's and was immediately arrested. That left Joan alone and broke. She left Julie with an aunt in Long Island and found a place to stay with a black friend of Hunk's called Spence, on West 47th Street. Jack Kerouac went to see her and found her out of her fucking mind on Benzedrine. When he came in, she immediately stripped. "Joan, what are you doing?" Jack asked. "Who are you, strange man?" she said. "Get out of this house." "I'm not a strange man, Joan, I'm Jack," he said. When she started shouting, "Jack is trying to rape me," he left. Joan was in bad shape. John Kingsland, who saw her in October, wrote Edie Parker, "I saw Joan last weekend. She seemed to be losing her mind. It's a shame, don't you think? One day, wandering around Times Square, she was picked up and taken to the Bellevue Psycho Ward. 4 years earlier, she had faked a psychotic episode in order to bring her husband to New York. In retrospect, that was a dress rehearsal for the real thing. While she was in Bellevue, Whitey's trial came up, and she later learned that he had been sentenced to 5 to 10 years in Sing Sing. Her father, David Vollmer, came down from Loudonville to get Julie. It took Joan 10 days to convince the doctors that she wasn't crazy. When she talked about junkies congregating on 103rd Street, they thought she was hallucinating. But she asked the doctors to call in the 2 detectives who had arrested Burroughs, who confirmed what she was saying. When Burroughs heard, via Allen Ginsberg in October, that Joan was in Bellevue, he came to New York to get her. It was a rescue operation. It was not easy to be Burroughs' friend, but once he accepted you, he tried not to let you down. In his criminal persona, he liked the idea of having an old lady, so he could talk to the others about my old lady this and my old lady that. Also, he and Joan were companionable, they had the same interests, from drugs to the Mayan codices. Joan agreed to go to Texas with him. They would find a little spread of their own and grow the best cash crop of all, marijuana. In November, they went to stay with Kells in the Rio Grande Valley while they looked for an isolated place. Finally, they found a broken-down, 99-acre farm about 40 miles north of Houston. Burroughs kept his cotton land in the Rio Grande, which Kells would manage for him. They stayed in their new place the last week of November, starting repairs on the house, then drove to New York for a few days, where they saw Allen, who had been readmitted to Columbia and had a crush on a fellow student named Hees. "Why, you can't even get a Heezerdon," Burroughs joked. Giggling, Joan added, "It's his innate sense of delicacy." On December 8, they went to the Museum of Natural History to look at the Mayan codices, taking the recently sprung hunk along. For 6 nights running, Alan took heroin with Burroughs, and felt no habit and no anxiety when he quit. Burroughs went to St. Louis to spend Christmas with his parents, and Joan went to Londonville to get Julie. She and Julie took the train to Houston on January 2, 1947. Joan wrote Edie, "Although we're not married, Bill got a divorce, but I haven't yet. Let me have your news. Make it Mrs. W. S. Burroughs, New Waverly, Texas." When Joan and Julie got to Houston, Burroughs was there to greet them, and Joan announced that she was pregnant. Burroughs was not surprised. He knew exactly the night that the baby had been conceived, in a Times Square hotel room. They say women always know. Well, I know too. That was it. I just knew. Joan asked him if he wanted her to get an abortion. "Certainly not," Burroughs said, "it was out of the question. Abortion was a form of murder." 8. Texas. 1947 to 1948. New Waverly was a town 5 blocks long, 40 miles north of Houston, with a gas station, a diner, and a post office. From the highway you took a pitted blacktop road for 12 miles, past weather-beaten cabins with elderly blacks sitting on front porches, and then an old logging road back into the pine woods, twisting down to the bayou, with an occasional old cedar dripping Spanish moss, until you came to a ramshackle clapboard house with a porch, in the middle of nowhere. There was a cistern, and a vine-covered old barn about ready to collapse. It was a setting out of Tobacco Road, for the house had no electricity, no hot water or bathtub, and the only heat came from a pot-bellied stove in the kitchen. In this secluded spot, part of a depressed area called Pine Valley, where you could not see your neighbor's roof, Burroughs planned to grow marijuana, which according to Texas law was a felony with an automatic 2-year sentence. But he would not be like the poor cat, the adage, in Shakespeare's words, who wanted fish but was afraid to wet its paws. His first priority was to obtain seeds, and he and Joan agreed that it would be a good idea to invite Hunk, recently released from the Bronx jail, to join them on their rural estate. He could bring some seeds, provide companionship, and score Benzedrine for Joan in Houston. On January 9, 1947, Joan wrote Allen Ginsberg, "Bill really should write this, but it would never be started if I left it to him. Julie and I made it down here all right, and after some confusion managed to connect with Bill. This week we're staying at a tourist camp. We have a Jeep, which while it bounces almost intolerably, is an incredible blessing as it actually navigates over our road, flooded as it is by 5 days of steady rain. So now we can carry loads in, things are looking up. Bill is enclosing $50. Would you, the goat as always, buy Hunk a train ticket as soon as possible? It leaves NY about 4:30 p.m. daily train No. 11, the Southerner, Texas-Mexico section. On top of all the rest, if you could spare the time to see Herbert safely on the train, it might be a sound idea. Not offensively, you understand." Hunk thought it over. He was preparing to sail as second cook on a ship bound for Shanghai, but figured, they're probably surrounded by redneck Texans and will be glad to see a friendly face. He ended up taking the bus rather than the train, so out of his skull on various drugs that he forgot the mason jar of pot seeds he was supposed to bring. By the time they hit the Gulf of Mexico he was going through withdrawal, but fortunately Burroughs met him in Houston with some pantopon, a form of opium which Bill Garver had sent from New York. Disappointed that he hadn't brought the seeds, Burroughs sent Hunk into Houston with some money to buy some. With a dowser's instinct on where to score, Hunk headed straight for the Burroughs Hotel, an old-fashioned Southern-style place with wicker chairs and 2-blade ceiling fans. Around the corner was a stand with black shoeshine boys who made the shine rag snap. Hunk started rapping with one of them and said he was interested in buying some grass. "What I really want are some seeds," he said. "I'm visiting some friends here in Texas. We've got a big spot and we'd like to plant some grass. If I could get just a jar, it's worth $20 to me." "Well, man, I just might be able to do you some good," the shoeshine boy said. "Listen, I can't knock off here until a little later in the day, but if you want to we'll meet. I have a taxi cab and we'll drive out to a couple of spots I know. I'll turn you onto a stick and you can decide if you want some or not. When they clean up, I'll tell them to save the seeds." Mission accomplished, Hunk started back, but remembered that he had also promised to find Joan some inhalers. With the same unerring instinct, he hit on a drugstore that offered him as many as he wanted. He bought them by the dozen, and became such a good customer that the druggist gave him a discount. After that, Hunk did all the scoring for Burroughs, who didn't want to draw attention by patronizing the drugstore in the New Waverly area. Hunk also picked up liquor in Houston, because New Waverly was in a dry county. Aside from scoring, Hunk was kept busy fixing the house. When he thought about it, he couldn't remember ever working so hard. He got yards of screening to enclose the old porch. He dug holes for fence posts. Since there was no well, he carried a water tank in a wheelbarrow down to the stream every day and filled it with a bucket. Now he realized why they'd invited him down. They needed a day laborer and water carrier. Heeding Hunk's complaints, Burroughs brought in a dowser or water witch to find a well. No one in that part of Texas would have dreamed of digging a well without one. This old fellow wearing baggy pants held up by one suspender and leading a one-eared mule came by and walked up and down with his wand until it dipped, and sure enough they found water there. 4-year-old Julie came up and said, "Hey, Bull, what's going on?" She couldn't pronounce Bill, so she said Bull. Burroughs would tell her stories about the gnomes that lived in the cistern. In fact, he had to keep a strainer on the cistern so the frogs didn't get in. All in all, thought Hunk, it wasn't a bad life. He suspected that even Burroughs enjoyed it. With spring coming, the foliage was turning lushly verdant. The oak and persimmon trees were draped in Spanish moss, and everywhere there were armadillos and rosy-throated chameleons. There were also, in multitudes, scorpions, tarantulas, ticks, chiggers, and centipedes. Burroughs fixed a razor blade to the end of a stick to destroy scorpions, and sliced one in 3 pieces. Each piece ran off in a different direction. "That's the ugliest thing I ever saw," Hunk said. Burroughs kept a scorpion count. His record was 10 in one day. The house was overrun with rats as big as possums. One was so fat he got wedged in his hole, and Burroughs shot him. He had a .22 target pistol, and would set up cans and bottles to fire at. Joan was pregnant and wore loose dresses. There were wild berry thickets near the house, and one afternoon Hunk saw Joan with a big crockery bowl in her arms, and Julie trotting along beside her, the two of them picking blackberries, and Joan was wearing a loose blouse that fell off her shoulders. She was really something to see. One morning, Hunk heard some mewing under the house, and Julie called him and said, "Hunk, Hunk, Hunk, cat, cat, cat." Sure enough, there was a tiny white cat, which came out when Hunk put a saucer of milk out. It was covered with ticks, which he pulled off with tweezers, and it became Hunk's cat, the only creature he had ever found that would obey him. If Julie wandered away from the yard, the cat would meow up a storm. There was always plenty to do around the house, aside from shopping trips to Houston. In the evening they smoked grass and listened to music on Burroughs' scratchy old phonograph. Hunk wanted to play Billie Holiday records, but Burroughs asked for Viennese waltzes. "Ah man," Hunk would say, "you don't want to hear that," and Burroughs would reply, "Oh, but I do." Hunk was reading Tales of the South Pacific by a new writer, James Michener, which made him laugh out loud. "You know, Bill," he said, "this book's on the bestseller list. You ought to write something like this, you old fart." But Burroughs had no thought of writing. He was bent on bringing in his marijuana crop, which was speedily growing. One day his neighbor, a grizzled farmer named Arch Ellisor, dropped by and admired the tall cannabis plants. "That's a mighty fine stand, whatever it is," he said. "Oh," explained Joan, "it's some new kind of animal feed." Surrounding the cannabis was a cover crop of tomatoes. Elisor told his wife, "They're growing maters over there. Don't they know you can't grow maters in that soil?" Joan described Elisor as the man with the orphan Annie eyes, two little empty circles. He would arrive on horseback and say, "Well, how is everything today?" waiting to be invited in for a whiskey. His grandmother was dying of cancer, and he provided graphic reports on her condition. "The old woman's about ready to go. Her breast is just literally eaten away," he said, making a scooping gesture in front of his chest. "There ain't nothin' left, poor old girl." A while later, he reported, "She's so bad she's crawlin' around on all fours." When she died, he invited Burroughs and Hunk and Joan to the funeral. The other neighbor, Mr. Gilly, would come by just as often, through the piney woods where armadillos frolicked, pale blue eyes under a black Stetson. "Lord, have you seen my brindle-faced cow?" he would ask. "Guess I'm talking up too much of your time. Must be busy doin' somethin', feller says. Good stand you got, whatever it is. Maybe I'm asking too many questions. Talking too much. You wouldn't have a rope, would you? A hemp rope? Don't know how I'd hold that old brindle-faced cow without a rope if I did come on her." At one point, when Burroughs had a jeep and a car, Gilly said, "Well, I see the rich man has got hisself another car, might give that jeep to a poor man." The strangest thing about the setup to Hunk was Burroughs' apparent indifference to Joan. He never expressed affection. They slept in separate rooms, and there seemed to be no physical contact between them. One night when he was trying to sleep, he heard Joan knock on Burroughs' door. When the door opened, Hunk heard her say, "All I want is to lie in your arms a little while." Hunk didn't think Burroughs was cruel or without feeling. But he found Burroughs' coldness toward Joan hard to take. Once they were walking in the woods and Joan was tiring from carrying Julie, and Hunk said, "Why don't you fucking help her?" and Burroughs responded that the Spartans knew how to deal with the excess baggage of female infants by throwing them off cliffs. That kind of sardonic humor was Burroughs' way of coping with emotions, but Hunk never got used to it. You could never be completely sure whether he was kidding or not. Once, they came on a big hole in a clump of cedars and Burroughs dropped a rock down, saying, "Let's see how deep it is." They waited a long time until they heard it hit, and Burroughs said, "If only we had Kay White here, we could shove her right down." On the other hand, if anyone criticized Joan, Burroughs came to her defense. When Hunk said that she was a little extravagant in her shopping, Burroughs said, "Well, after all, she wants to see that we're fed properly." He never said anything about her Benzedrine habit, which was worse despite her pregnancy. Hunk kept right up with her, and they would spend evenings giggling and having strange conversations. Both of them, in their Benzedrine hallucination, began to see small white filaments coming out of their skin, living organisms, like tiny worms. This to Joan was connected to the post-atomic bomb fear of radiation, which was one of her main obsessions, so that the white filaments took on the relevance of a universal planetary disease, in the sense that atomic contamination was spreading everywhere. Fearing contamination, she took to examining her skin with a handheld mirror, in the light of a kerosene lamp. Amphetamine, reflected Hunk, could lift you into some very strange states of mind. He had seen people dig things out of cracks in the floor, and imagine they were seeing microbes. While Burroughs was working out his version of the American pastoral idyll, Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg in New York found a fresh heroic figure to replace him in Neal Cassady. Here was the Western hipster, a child of the streets like Hunk, but with a manic drive and a genuine lyric dimension. He had grown up on Denver's Skid Row with a wino father, and began stealing cars at the age of 14. By the time he was 18, he'd already been arrested 10 times. But he wasn't a victim like Hunk, he was more of an irrepressible natural force. A creature of Bunyan-esque excess, Cassidy claimed that he could throw a football 70 yards, run 100 yards in under 10 seconds, and broad jump 23 feet. As a child he had been a classroom show-off, skipping third grade by going up to his teacher and spouting facts at her. She was impressed by his fluency, and he found his true calling the inspired rap. Largely self-taught, he had absorbed a vast number of unrelated facts, from the amount of coffee grown in Brazil to the weight of Trotsky's brain. He had grandiose visions where he saw himself confounding senators with his wisdom, and in the meantime used his big talk on the ladies. Basically, what he wanted was for everyone to say, "Neil is great." Cassidy was a friend of Hal Chase, who described him as this unbelievable crazy quixotic man. Hal went to see Lionel Trilling and said that Cassidy was a bright street kid who had done a lot of unconnected reading, a sort of valuable savage who should be given the chance to attend Columbia. Trilling agreed to set up a special admittance exam for him, but on the appointed day, Neil didn't show. Hal thought he had lost his nerve. For once Columbia was willing to try the unorthodox, but Neil copped out. In any case, at the start of 1947, 20-year-old Neil was in New York with his 16-year-old girlfriend Luann Sanderson, a sort of teenage Betty Grable, the daughter of a Denver cop. Jack and Alan took to Neil at once. He fit right into their cast of characters, as a creature of appetite and instinct who hungered after experience and was ready to try anything. Neil was a perpetual motion machine, investing every moment with his own brand of manic intensity. He explained to Alan that the reason for his manic side was that he was conditioned to dealing with people who had to be driven on by his assuming an urgent tone. Words like crude and vulgar didn't seem to apply to Neil, who could get away with describing the heightened sensibility one experiences after a good bomber. Alan could speak about literature as easily as Neil could speak about football. He admired Alan for that. Alan could put things so well that Neil found it hard to formulate. He could certainly profit from Alan's company. There was one slight hitch, which was that Alan was forcing himself on Neil physically, and even when Neil gave in, so as not to interrupt the flow of conviviality, he didn't enjoy it much. Thus in February, in a letter to Burroughs, Alan disclosed his liaison with Neil, but soon after that Neil went back to Denver and wrote Alan that "I don't really know how much I can be satisfied to love you, I mean bodily, you know I, somehow, dislike pricks and men. I'm not sure whether with you. I was forcing a desire for you bodily as a compensation to you for all you were giving me." Alan also informed Burroughs that he was seeing a psychiatrist but had no faith in the treatment. Burroughs, who had gone through half a dozen psychiatrists and was disappointed in all of them, replied that he was not surprised, "These jerks feel that anyone who is with it at all belongs in a nuthus. What they want is some beat clerk who feels with some reason that other people don't like him. In short, someone so scared and whipped down he would never venture to do anything that might disturb the analyst. I think you would do better with the Reichians who sound a good deal more hip." In this letter was Burroughs' first use of the word that would later be used to qualify a generation, the word beat, which he had picked up from Hunk, who used it to signify down and out or pathetic. It was used as well by Joan in a March 23 letter to Alan in which she said, "If you feel like seeing the beatest state in the Union for a while during the summer, we'd all be awfully glad to see you." The reference to Reich was an indication of the new field of psychic investigation that Burroughs was engaged in. He had been very impressed by Reich's book The Cancer Biopathy, in which cancer was seen as the result of sexual repression in a sick society. The connection Reich made between individual illness and the social order was one that fitted Burroughs' own sense of alienation and sexual blockage. He was conditioned by his own experiences to accept the idea that a life-denying, repressive society could produce that alienation and blockage. More specifically, Reich singled out drug addiction as a biopathic phenomenon, writing that addicts are always orgastically impotent. They attempt to get rid of their excitations artificially, but they are never completely successful. Usually, they are sadistic, mystical, vain, homosexual, and are tortured by consuming anxiety, which they attempt to work off by brutal behavior. When Burroughs read Reich, he recognized his own predicament, and became a convert. But Wilhelm Reich was in fact a textbook case of the healer who cannot heal himself, of the reformer whose own life is a mess. He seemed to seek out conflict and difficulty, as though compulsively reenacting a scenario in which he, the holder of the flame, is banished by the established powers. He seemed to go around with a storm cloud over his head. A student of Freud's in Vienna, Reich was repudiated by the master for seeing the cause of neurosis in blocked sexual energy. He developed a theory of sexual politics in which he saw the ills of society recreated in each individual, and joined the German Communist Party. But soon the party expelled him because he tended to substitute sexual blockage for the class struggle. He moved to Denmark and was expelled again, from the Danish Communist Party, and to Norway, where he was again the focus of controversy. In 1939 he came to the United States, in the hope that in a young, dynamic land, still in the midst of its own social experiment, his ideas might find, if not acceptance, at least tolerance. Having dropped communism, Reich developed the idea of a specific kind of energy he called argon energy, which was present in all living matter. The blocking of this good argon energy was a single cause explanation for the devastations of human history and the emotional and physical ailments of individuals. Argon energy was the life force, in contrast to such negative and destructive forms as nuclear energy. Reich designed and built an argon energy accumulator, a box-shaped cubicle made of alternate layers of metallic and non-metallic materials where a person could sit and absorb the healthful argon energy. His proof that the device worked was that he measured different temperatures inside and outside the argon box. In 1941, Reich sent an argon box to Einstein, who determined that the differences in temperature were caused by convection currents of air around the box, and wrote Reich off as a crackpot, thus making him the only man to have been rejected by the three great thinkers of his age, Marx, via the communist parties, Freud and Einstein. The more he was dismissed, the more stridently Reich insisted on the correctness of his views. He claimed that the argon box was an indispensable weapon in the treatment of cancer, which he connected with bad sex. Cancer is living putrefaction of the tissues due to the pleasure starvation of the organism. He bought 280 acres near Rangeley, Maine, and set up a research institute called Argonin, where he treated cancer patients. The year that Burroughs took an interest in Reich, 1947, was also the year that Reich came to the attention of the Food and Drug Administration, which was mandated to protect the public against false medical claims. Reich was renting argon boxes for $10 a month and putting out an argon energy bulletin that made various claims about its benefits. There was a lengthy FDA investigation, which was dropped and then resumed, and it was not until 1954 that the Attorney General of the state of Maine filed an injunction at the request of the FDA against the interstate shipment of argon boxes. Reich went on trial in April 1956 for violating the injunction and was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in jail, a victim less of government persecution than of his own willful mishandling of his case, never having been told that a man who acts as his own lawyer has a fool for a client. He died in prison that November, of heart failure, which he had always insisted was a biophysical manifestation of an emotionally heartbreaking experience. During the time of his investigation and trial, Reich grew increasingly irrational. He refused to appear in court on the grounds that his appearance would lead to possibly national disaster. He threatened to disrupt the weather on the Maine coast with argon energy, to prove that it worked. He told his associates at Argonin to carry firearms against the HIGs, hoodlums in government. He identified UFOs as spaceships powered by negative energy. At a hearing for the reduction of his sentence, he argued that to imprison him would lead to the downfall of the United States as a self-governing society at the hands of a few conniving masterminds, because only he knew the equations concerning space and negative gravity, which he carried in his head. The moral of this dismal tale was that those whom the gods wish to destroy they first drive mad, except that in Reich's case it was not the gods but his own demons. Burroughs in any case did not feel much sympathy for Reich at the time of his downfall. He thought Reich was a goddamn fool who could have stayed out of jail if he'd had any sense. He was, however, interested in some of Reich's ideas, while admitting that in the most charitable view they hovered in a twilight zone between cultist dogma and verifiable scientific truth. But he thought there was something in the idea of pleasurable and unpleasurable orgasms, and of cancer as a disease of sexual decline. Someone with a satisfactory sex life, he thought, would be less likely to get cancer. He was sold on the argon box, and over the years built them and used them in various places. He usually stayed in the box about 20 minutes, reporting an accumulation of energy as manifested in a tingling sensation on the skin. When he came out he felt invigorated, and on several occasions he achieved a spontaneous orgasm. Look, no hands. Part of this may have been that what you got out of the box depended on your degree of receptivity. In any case, it could do no harm to go and sit in a metal and plywood box for 20 minutes, and come out feeling that it was keeping you healthy. Beyond the argon box, Burroughs saw that Reich's vision of society was not scientific but literary, and that he could adapt it to his own purposes. Reich's rejection of ideologies, his ambivalence toward authority, his view of politicians as parasites, were seeds falling on fertile ground. The notion of a stifling bureaucratic structure, of a life-denying social structure, of neurotic symptoms showing up on a national and global scale, would all show up in Burroughs' writing, and in this sense he was Reichian. Indeed, in Naked Lunch there are a number of references to argon energy, as though Burroughs was giving Reich a tip of the hat. They want to suck my arganies, the invisible blue blowtorch of arganies, and the clientele of the meat cafe, including sellers of argon tanks. For Hunk, life in New Waverly was a pleasant interlude, away from the dangers and temptations of New York. The situation, he wrote Allen on March 26, was quite satisfactory. As you know, some absorbing interest exists for Joan, Bill, and Julie. I like them. The house and its location, pine trees and moss-draped oaks and dead trees. Bayou and swamp and semi-tropical growth. Heavy heat and damp, chilling cold on and off during spring. Summer will be hot steadily, with terrific beating rain. Bill is a good friend. He is exceedingly interested in guns. He has allowed me to shoot and I find them much less awe-inspiring. Bill is quite a guy. Joan is splendid. She is amazingly energetic and ingenious. Incidentally, I can do things, too, and Julie is growing rapidly and is beyond the average by far with self-reliance. Spring warmed into summer, lush and green, and at 2 in the morning on July 21, Hunk was awakened by the sound of Joan knocking on Burroughs' door and saying, "Bill, I think it's time." "All right, just a few minutes," he said. As he got his clothes on, Joan turned to Hunk and said, "Well, I'm going to have my baby." They had made no arrangements, but there was a hospital in Conroe, about 15 miles south of New Waverly, where Burroughs drove her. He returned the next morning, laconic as always, and said, "Joan's had her baby. It's a boy." The day after that, she was back, and the boy was named William Burroughs III. Hunk was surprised at how little fuss they made, treating the birth as an event like any other. Life went on as usual, with Bill seeming completely indifferent to Joan's comfort. Joan did not breastfeed the baby, because her system was loaded with amphetamines. Soon after the baby's birth, Burroughs' parents came for a rare visit, to take a look at their new grandson and to check up on their son, who was supposed to be leading a healthy, drug-free life. Hunk thought Mortimer Burroughs looked very distinguished, and Laura was the gushing grandmother, hovering over the baby. She had bought boxes of clothing for Joan and the new arrival. Mr. and Mrs. Burroughs were steered away from the marijuana field in back, and Bill told them he wasn't using any drugs, which was their primary concern, not using any more than what he could get a hold of, thought Hunk, who had to wear a Stetson and pretend to be a local, to hide his New York drug scene origins. Mr. and Mrs. Burroughs left New Waverly thinking that their son had made great progress, and was living a productive life on the farm as a model family man, with his wife and child and talkative little Texas friend. Their visit was followed by the arrival of Allen Ginsberg and Neal Cassady. Allen, still pursuing Neal, had gone to Denver, fantasizing about all the different things he would try with him sexually, but Neal wasn't interested, and Allen wrote in his diary, "I can't keep giving and not getting in return." Allen wanted Neal to meet Burroughs, hoping he would see the quality in him, which was not readily apparent to everyone, and they hitchhiked to Texas, arriving in New Waverly on August 29. It was a bad time, because Burroughs was low on funds, waiting for his monthly check, and they were barely able to buy food. Joan and Hunk were scraping by on 2 tubes of Benzedrine a day. In addition, there was a great deal of sexual tension between Neal and Allen, with his petitionary masochistic lust, as he called it. Hunk tried to play Cupid by turning over his room to the guests and proposing that they take some canvas from an old army cot and stretch it between the 2 sideboards of his bed to make a double bed, but the effort was a failure, and they ended up sleeping on the floor. With the collapse of the double bed idea, Allen's hopes also collapsed, and he resolved to stop making advances that were impossible to gratify, go to Houston, and find a freighter to ship out on. On September 3, Allen went to the Union Hall and found a messman's job on a freighter leaving for France. September 5 was his last night before shipping out, and Neal promised to spend it with him in a Houston hotel, which Allen would pay for with money borrowed from Burroughs. They went in that afternoon with Hunk, who could get a suite for the price of a room in the hotel where he usually stayed, and that evening they hit some black music joints and got high on grass. Then Cassady drove them back to the hotel and took off in the Jeep, saying he would meet them later. He managed to pick up a girl and bring her back to the hotel, but when Allen saw her he protested that Neal had promised to spend the night with him. Neal told the girl to go into the next room while he took care of Allen. At this point, Hunk, who had been out making a connection, came in and saw Neal fucking Allen in the mouth with a kind of vehemence that seemed decidedly unpleasant. It was not for pleasure, he thought, but for humiliation. When he was finished, he went in and fucked the girl, after which he passed out. An infuriated Allen threw the girl out and struggled in vain with Neal's lifeless body. Hunk was annoyed. He had a good reputation at the hotel, they had a certain amount of respect for him as a paying customer, and now here was this wild-eyed maniac dragging in this piece of jailbait and having her wait her turn while he did it to Allen first. It was a bit too much. The next morning when Neal woke up, Allen wanted to discuss matters, and kept postponing his departure, while Hunk warned him that if he didn't hurry up he would lose the job, which was exactly what happened. He lost the job and was in Dutch with the union. Dejected, they went back to New Waverly and a highly displeased Burroughs. But the next day, Neal drove Allen into Houston for the last time, dropping him off at the Union Hall, and left him reading Henry James and musing on his fate. At least, thought Allen, it was an end to his state of sexual supplication. Incidentally, Cassady wrote Jack Kerouac in an account of his Texas visit, "The girl I'd had that night is now in the Nuthus, she was picked up babbling on the street the next morning. Too bad her beautiful body was matched by an idiotic mind." Allen found a boat but Neal stayed on, much to Hunk's annoyance. As much of a hustler as he knew himself to be, he always considered the other person with some respect, and now here came Neal who didn't give a damn, who was a burden but unconscious of being one, who just sat on his ass reading Mesmeros. Really the blues. Hunk could sense that Burroughs wanted him out, too, particularly when he said about Mesmero, "Sure a nigger lover, ain't he?" On top of everything, Hunk fumed, Neal was coming on to Joan, which he was sure Bill sensed. Neal couldn't help himself when there was a woman around. My God, he was even coming on to 4-year-old Julie, and saying that she was already hep to many, many things, and that he would keep an eye on her and check her out when she was 8 or 9 to see how far she'd gone. Neal, however, thought he was making himself useful. While Hunk went into Houston to get bennies for Joan and paregoric, tincture of opium, for Bill, who had a slight habit again, and who got up at 10:30 and started reading the paper and making comments. "Well, I see Peaches Browning got another divorce here," he Neil, was building a fence, laying a cement floor in the garage, and damming up the creek with cement. When he had some time to himself he went to Huntsville to a football game. Then it dawned on Hunk why Burroughs was letting Neil freeload. Winter was coming, the pot had grown and been harvested, and he wanted to take it to New York and sell it, and needed Neil to help him drive the Jeep. Joan also wanted out, she had a baby to take care of, and Billy wasn't a quiet baby, he squalled constantly. Hunk felt he could have done some of the driving, but he knew he made Bill nervous. Bill, trying not to hurt his feelings, said, "Well, Herbert, you know the car is not in the best of condition." The Jeep, in fact, was too small to carry them all, so it was decided that Joan and the children would take the train and wait for them in Grand Central Terminal. There was some talk of making Hunk hitchhike, since he wasn't needed for driving and there wasn't enough money for his train ticket, but in the end, he squeezed into the back seat of the Jeep, surrounded by duffel bags filled with mason jars of pot. They left on September 30th and covered the 1,860 miles to New York in 3 days, driving non-stop. Neil did most of the driving, because Burroughs' sight was poor, and at night, if another car was coming, he'd pull over to the side of the road just like an old woman, thought Neil. They barely stopped for food. Someone would run into a diner and pick up coffee and hamburgers. Once they pulled in off the road and Hunk looked up and saw a state trooper with his visored cap right in Bill's face. All he wanted was a shot of whiskey, Burroughs said. Hunk couldn't help thinking that they had enough pot back there to land them in jail for a couple of years. Also, he was out of Benzedrine and going through withdrawal, but Bill wouldn't even stop at a drugstore. "Wait till we get to New York," he said. When they checked Grand Central, Joan wasn't there. She had been waiting so long that the police had picked her up and taken her to Bellevue for observation. For some reason, they thought she was planning to abandon her children. Burroughs went to Bellevue and explained the situation, adding that he was a member of the University Club, and Joan was released. The next item on the agenda was the marijuana, which turned out to be something of a problem, because it wasn't properly cured. All they had done was cut the plants and hang them upside down in the barn until they dried. They knew nothing about male and female plants, about separating the potent parts or about manicuring, so that when Hunk gave a sample to a hotel bellhop, he made a face and said, "Hey, man, that's awful, that's green tea. Jesus, it's terrible shit, it's not even cured." Pushing the pot was a headache. It was so bulky, thought Burroughs, that if the cops came around it would be like being caught with a bale of alfalfa. Through Hunk's friend Vicky, who was back in town after a stint with a Philadelphia madam, Burroughs was introduced to a tough lesbian jazz pianist who agreed to keep the pot in her apartment until it was sold. But then Vicky told her she was crazy to take the risk, and the next time Burroughs and Hunk came around, she told them to take the stuff and get out, adding, "You're both motherfuckers." Burroughs tried baking it until it achieved the desirable greenish-brown look, but still there were no takers, even though he and Hunk roamed the metropolitan area from the Bronx to Newark. He had been talking about making thousands from his crop, but finally had to wholesale it to some Italians for $100, resolving never to push pot again. By this time he was back on junk, thanks to the good offices of Bill Garver, the overcoat thief. One night in Yonkers he had too much and passed out, as he had seen his customers do when he was pushing. His eyes rolled back and showed the whites. Joan made coffee and walked him around the room to revive him. His parents, unaware that he was back on drugs, came to New York and set them up in a resort hotel in Atlantic Beach, where the off-season rates were reasonable. Joan stayed in her room with the children while Burroughs was out scoring with Garver. Burroughs tried to kick with a reduction schedule, adding distilled water to the junk in increasing amounts, but that didn't work, so he decided in January 1948 to commit himself to the federal narcotics farm in Lexington, Kentucky. The routine involved 7 days of medication on Dolofine, a synthetic morphine, and 7 days of rest, after which they put you to work on the farm or in the cannery. The doctor who examined Burroughs assessed him this way: patient seems secure and states his reason for seeking cure is necessity of providing for his family. By February, Burroughs was back in New Waverly with Joan and the children. Arch Elisor, as a neighborly gesture, gave him 2 young pigs, saying, "You keep feedin' 'em and they'll be worth a heap of money." But Burroughs found that every time he fed them they squealed for more. He didn't have enough garbage, so he had to start buying great bags of feed to shut them up. Finally he called Elisor over and said, "Look, Arch, we've carried the fuckers as far as we can. Take 'em back." Fed up with farming, Burroughs put the New Waverly place up for sale. He still had his cotton land in Far, which he periodically visited. That May, while driving down to the Rio Grande Valley, he was drinking in the car with Joan when they got the itch, and decided to stop outside the town of Beeville and make love by the side of the road. Someone driving by reported this activity to the sheriff's office, and the next thing Burroughs knew, flashing lights were shining in his face and handcuffs were snapping on his wrists. He was placed under arrest for drunken driving and public indecency. As it happened, Vale Enos, the Beeville sheriff who had arrested Burroughs, was a famous Texas lawman in the tradition of Buckshot Frank Leslie and Whispering Tom Mayfield, one of those relics of the Old West around whom legends gather. Tall and thin, with cold gray-blue eyes, Enos was storied in the state of Texas, and revered in Beeville County. Once he arrested 2 men for robbery, handcuffed them together, and went into a phone booth to call his office. One of the men drew a concealed .38 revolver and shot Enos 4 times in the gut. Enos drew his horn-handled, double-action, .44 Colt, put 6 bullets in one of the men, calmly reloaded, and put 6 bullets in the other. With a look of faint disapproval on his face, commented Joan when she heard the tale. Although he didn't mind shooting people in the line of duty, and was credited with killing at least 9, Enos disapproved of drinking and fornicating in public. Actually, Enos was quite cordial when he brought Burroughs before the judge. He saw at once, Burroughs recalls, that I was not a member of what Graham Greene calls the torturable classes. "You should be ashamed of yourself, pullin' a trick like that," he told Burroughs. Enos even managed a bone mot before the judge: "This here feller was disturbin' the peace while tryin' to get a piece." The district attorney asked Burroughs, "Do you do this sort of thing at home?" Burroughs said he did not, and the DA said, "So you come down here to do it, is that it?" Burroughs pleaded guilty, and the DA said, "If you are inclined to let this man off with a fine, Your Honor, I suggest that it be a substantial one." Burroughs was fined $173 and had his license suspended for 6 months. He could not pay the fine, and spent the night in jail. Joan wired his parents for funds. When Enos locked him up, he told Burroughs, "Listen, you did the smart thing. If you'd taken that in front of a jury, you'd be in here for 6 months." He also explained that they would have had to support his wife while he was in jail, so that they much preferred a guilty plea. Later that night, Enos brought in a kid with blood all over his face, and explained that he was charged with robbery and assault. "If I hadn't a known his pappy, I'd a killed this little fuck," he said. "Oh, I didn't do nothin'," he mimed. "Well, it's no good talking what somebody makes honest." So I drove him round the block 3 times, and by the 3rd time he was ready to pick out the money he took. The next morning Burroughs' money order arrived and he paid his fine and was released. "How can I drive out of here with my license suspended?" he asked Enos. "If anyone stops you, just refer them to me," Enos said. He really was a little tin god, Burroughs reflected, and a mean son of a bitch to boot, but there was a certain fairness and integrity about him. Having had enough of frontier justice and marijuana farming, Burroughs sold the New Waverly property and tried to think of the nearest place where there might be a drug scene and a gay scene. He decided on New Orleans, and moved his family there in June 1948. Off he went again, the wandering wasp, at home nowhere, who somehow managed to get the law on his tail wherever he landed. With the money from the sale, Burroughs bought a house at 509 Wagner Street in Algiers, a suburb across the Mississippi from New Orleans, reached by ferry. The house was dilapidated, but there was a screened front porch and a big yard with several good-sized trees, where the children could play. While Joan set up house once again and found druggists who would sell her inhalers, Burroughs was hoping to make a killing in winter vegetables. He had combined his holdings in Far with Kells Elvin's. They had bought equipment together and hired a manager and planted peas, lettuce, and carrots, aside from cotton and Elvin's citrus grove. "If all my crops come in on schedule," he wrote Jack Kerouac, "I will be rolling in dollar by cotton picking time." At the same time, he was worried that the government will put the snatch on a big hunk of what we sons of the soil wring out of the earth. Burroughs' experience as a farmer in the Rio Grande Valley reinforced his conviction that conventional morality was a hoax, and that the line between the criminal and the law-abiding citizen was blurred. As a farmer, he violated the law every day, but his violations were condoned by a corrupt government. The Rio Grande Valley was only a few miles from the Mexican border, and the Border Patrol looked the other way when the illegal aliens arrived, providing cheap labor. The whole deal was handled by labor brokers who contracted to find the workers and get the crops picked. The broker simply backed a truck up to the river and rounded up the wetbacks who had waded or swum across. They worked a 12-hour day for $2, and were sometimes kept on the job at the point of a gun. Some brokers went in for rough stuff, and shot workers who tried to leave the field. You might say that their civil rights had been violated, but no one did anything about it. Anyone wanting to sacrifice himself for a noble cause had only to try and organize farm labor in Texas. In short, Burroughs wrote Allen Ginsberg, "My ethical position now that I am a respectable farmer is probably shakier than when I was pushing junk." In a society where life was nasty, brutish, and short, in the words of Thomas Hobbes, moral attitudes were pointless, and Burroughs determined to adopt a philosophy which he called factualism. "All arguments, all nonsensical condemnations as to what people should do," he wrote, "are irrelevant. Ultimately, there is only fact on all levels, and the more one argues, verbalizes, moralizes, the less he will see and feel of fact." Or, as he put it to Kerouac, "The only possible ethic is to do what one wants to do." Kerouac was in New York, trying to place his first novel with a publisher, and renewing his friendship with Lucien Carr, who had been released from the Elmira Reformatory and had a job with a news agency. One day in September, after staying up all night listening to Lenny Tristano records, they went for a walk down 6th Avenue, and Jack reflected on intention. Did we really understand what we were doing, or was all of life a mystery never to be resolved? They stopped in a bar and drank Pernod in iced glasses. There was the Saison-like light of day, thought Jack, and the light of Lucien's intelligence, and the Pernod brought in another light. Lucien ribbed Jack about being a disreputable writer, and urged him to enter the economic system as he had done, and it seemed to Jack that they were communicating on the surface only, and that this lack of depth was in some manner similar to bad writing, and that if only people could feel love for each other without deviation, if only they could break through the shields and screens. The hours drifted by and soon the sun was sinking, and the sky was reddening, and they wandered into Washington Square, and saw a little girl fall down on her skates and scrape her knee, and stamp up and down because she was hurt, and Lucien said, "It's so wonderful the way children express their pain." He went over and patted the little girl on the head and told her she would be all right, and she pouted and blushed and turned away. Lucien was talking about his days at Elmira, and all the hopes he had nurtured there, and, tripping along on the edge of the fountain, he said, "And you know, Jack, it gets more and more joyous all the time." And it occurred to Jack that Lucien was someone who by losing everything had been saved, and that Burroughs was the same way. He had thrown all his earthly possessions and pride away, and in a deeper sense, had been saved. Jack repeated the words inwardly, "It gets more and more joyous all the time." Spoken in the reddening sun of Washington Square in the early fall of 1948. It all tied in with his writing, in which he was delving into the consciousness of his generation. There was a kind of furtiveness, as though they had an inner knowledge it was pointless to flaunt, a weariness with the conventions society had handed them. Later, they went back to Lucien's place on 12th Street, and his girlfriend Barbara was in bed and said, "What's the big idea of getting Lucien drunk the minute my back is turned?" "Be serious, Barbara," Jack said, as Lucien started dancing with a frying pan, and hitting himself with it softly, bing bong, bing bong. 9. Louisiana. 1948 to 1949. Embracer of marine commerce and purveyor of the lesser deadly sins, New Orleans was known for its tolerance. It was romantic and corrupt and tropical. Amid the smell of gardenias and the intricate ironwork of balconies, people lived in an atmosphere of mildew and lassitude. It was perfect for anyone who wanted to pledge himself, in the words of Lafcadio Hearn, to the worship of the odd, the queer, the strange, the exotic, the monstrous. Crossing the Mississippi on the ferry from Algiers, you went down Morgan Street and hit downtown New Orleans, the Vieux-Carre, Bourbon Street, Rampart Street, the Storyville Red Light District. In the French Quarter, Burroughs found a replica of the Times Square scene, with seedy bars and jazz joints crowded with servicemen, merchant seamen, gamblers, and drifters. By instinct, he sensed that the areas around Lee Circle and Exchange Place were junk neighborhoods. One night in Frank's bar near Exchange Place, he caught the eye of a square-faced man, who looked like one of those terracotta heads you plant grass on, coarse-haired and vacant-eyed. The man's name was Pat Cole, name changed, and he was an old-time New Orleans junkie. After some preliminary conversation to establish their mutual interest in junk, Cole asked Burroughs if he wanted to score, and Burroughs gave him $4 for 2 caps of heroin. One cap led to another, and a week later, Burroughs had a habit again. The problem with New Orleans was that the stuff was so easy to buy. The town was full of pushers underbidding each other for your business. You didn't have to look for it, it came looking for you. At the same time, the state laws were among the stiffest in the country. Possession was a felony, and there was a law making it a crime to be a drug addict, so that you could be arrested for having track marks on your arm. Burroughs fell into a routine of scoring 3 caps a day, mainly through Pat Cole, and filling in the days by working around the house. Manual labor made the time pass. He also started pushing in a small way, to 2 or 3 regular customers like Seltzer Willie and Lonnie the Pimp, and once again came up against the problem of being held up for credit. "You don't mind putting this one on the cuff, do you? You know I'm good for it?" Burroughs thought of kicking but couldn't as long as the stuff was available. He considered leaving New Orleans long enough to get the Chinaman off his back. Maybe on his next trip too far, to see how his crops were doing. On December 15, 1948, Jack Kerouac got a call from Neil Cassidy, who was in San Francisco and had traded in his old Ford and all his savings for a maroon 1949 Hudson. Neil was now married, to a pretty blonde Denver University co-ed named Carolyn Robinson, who had given birth to his daughter on September 6, and had recently left for Hollywood to work as a costume designer. Before joining his wife, Neil proposed to drive to New York, pick up Jack, and drive back out west. "To save you the hitchhiking trip out to the coast, see, I will break in my new car, drive to New York, test it, see, and we will run back to Frisco as soon as possible and then run back to Arizona to work on the railroads. I have jobs for us, see. Do you hear me, man? I hear you, I hear you. See, Al Hinkle is with me in the phone booth. Al is coming with me, he wants to go to New York. I will need him, see, to help me jack up the car in case I get a flat or in case I get stuck, see, a real helper and pal, see." Al Hinkle was a friend from Denver who could have lifted the car single-handed and stood it on its end, being cast in the mold of a jolly giant, 6 feet 6 of muscle and brawn, with a cheerful, boyish manner. A brakeman on the Southern Pacific, he was at that time laid off and suggestible to Neil's schemes, one of which was to find money to finance their cross-country trip. It happened that Hinkle was dating a pretty half-Greek, half-Portuguese San Francisco girl named Helen, who was about 1.5 feet shorter than he was. Neil, sensing that Helen was well-heeled, urged Al to marry her and take her for a honeymoon on the trip, which he expected her largely to subsidize. Al did marry Helen on December 18, but Neil realized she would be hard to con when she vetoed the big jam session he had arranged for a wedding celebration. Now Neil told Al he was marrying a rotten bitch, and made disparaging remarks as he drove them to church. Neil wanted to leave right after the wedding night, and Helen soon realized that the so-called honeymoon would be a nightmare. His idea of traveling was to drive without stopping. When she wanted to go to the bathroom, he said, "Piss out the window." When she suggested that newlyweds might want to stop for the night in a motel, he said, "Bang in the back seat." In addition, he was constantly picking up people and asking them to pay for gas, and entertaining them with his non-stop rap, so that the car was crowded. By the end of the second day, when they arrived in Tucson, and Neil once again refused to stop for the night, Helen said she'd had enough. She was going on no farther. Was Al staying with her? Al was not wanting to lose face with his good friend Neil. He gave her his railroad pass and told her to take the train to New Orleans, where they would arrive shortly with Kerouac to visit Bill Burroughs. Armed with the pass, a little cash, and Burroughs' phone number, just in case, Helen Hinkle arrived in New Orleans and checked into a hotel. In the meantime, Neil and Al had detoured to Denver to pick up Neil's old girlfriend, the ripe and now 18-year-old Luann. Al was glad to have her along, because the Hudson had a radio but no heater. It was cold in Colorado in December, and he warmed his hands between her legs. By Christmas, they reached Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where Jack was vacationing with his mother, and a few days later they were in New York. Neil and the others put up at various places, including Allen Ginsberg's apartment, and were in no hurry to leave, as there was a round of parties, and it was Hinkle's first trip to the city. At one party, Jack confided to Neil that he had told his novelist friend John Cleland Holmes that they were a beat generation, a term he had borrowed from hunk. But where hunk meant wiped out, Kerouac's usage had the connotation of upbeat and of beatific. There was hope for the beat generation, as there was hope for anyone rowing against the current with optimism and ambition. One day Jack and Neil and Luann drove out to Woodmere, Long Island, to visit one of the unlikeliest members of the burgeoning counterculture group. Alan Anson was a Harvard Classics scholar, class of 1942, summa cum laude. He was an expert on almost everything, quoting Latin and Greek by the yard and singing entire operas by heart. He was also an obvious homosexual who had been denied a teaching post at Harvard because of trouble with the law over his proclivities, even though he did his best to be discreet, describing his double life in Long Island as New York Times, wholesome walks in the suburbs, evening music, a perpetual ground base of detective stories, and nights of quick closeting with compliments. A tall, burly man with close-cropped hair, Anson had a slightly asymmetrical face, as if assembled by a police artist from the unreliable reports of witnesses. He was pedantic, but in an acceptably humorous way. When you asked him what his politics were, he said, Whig. He lived with an elderly maiden aunt and a large collection of records and rare books in a fine house. When the aunt answered the bell and at first refused to let Neil and Jack in, Anson screamed, "Get into that room, you stupid old bitch." In no time at all they were loaded, and started acting out a Verdi opera, with Anson singing in falsetto and Luann singing bass. Then, in a burst of drunken generosity, Anson invited them to make long-distance phone calls. When Luann called a boyfriend in San Francisco, Neil got mad and knocked her down, losing his balance and falling on top of her, as Anson shouted, "Oh my God, mayhem, mayhem on my island, oh my God." In New Orleans, Helen Hinkle was about to be evicted from her hotel, because all the rooms were booked for the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day. In desperation, she called Burroughs on December 28. From his voice, he sounded like a man in his 60s. He took her to lunch in a Chinese restaurant and expounded at some length on prefabricated housing that would last 1,000 years and indestructible nylon stockings. He was still in his man in the white suit phase. Painfully thin, thought Helen, and there was something strained in his gait, so that he seemed much older than 34. That day, she sent a telegram to Allen Ginsberg asking him to tell Neil and her husband that she was worried. A couple of days later, when she had to vacate her room, a bellhop gave her the address of a rooming house. The first thing she noticed in her room was a jar of Vaseline on the mantel. Bells rang all night long and there were constant comings and goings in the halls. Realizing she was in a brothel, Helen called Burroughs, who offered to put her up. She was obviously furious with her wayward husband, he thought, and was, in the words of Robert Burns, gathering her brows like the gathering storm, nursing her wrath to keep it warm. As she nursed her wrath, she also observed the Burroughs household, although she tried to absent herself as much as possible, leaving in the morning on the ferry and visiting antique shops and museums in New Orleans. Joan, you could see, had once been pretty, but now looked drab, mousy, unadorned, with straight and lifeless hair, chopped off short. She walked with a slight limp, the result of a mild case of polio contracted since their arrival in Algiers. One way that Helen was able to make herself useful was to buy inhalers for Joan. You can have as many as you like, a druggist told her. I'll sell you up to 10 cause I know you won't misuse them. Misuse them? Helen didn't know what he was talking about. She bought one because it said on the label that it was good up to 6 months. Joan had to explain that she used them with greater frequency. The household seemed to operate on the principle of total permissiveness. The children were allowed to go potty wherever they liked, whether it was on the dining room floor or in the revireware in the kitchen. The little boy, not yet 2, was beautiful, with fine blonde hair, and the 6-year-old girl was thin, with filthy, matted hair. Apparently they washed when they felt like it. She had nightmares and had formed the habit of chewing her left arm, in the crook of which there was a large scar. The state of the children was not negligence on Joan's part, Helen observed, but a deliberate attitude of leaving them largely to themselves. Far from being a sloppy housewife, Joan was forever cleaning the floors with Lysol and had discovered the first liquid detergent on the market, called Glim. She cooked 2 full meals a day, and was proud of the fact that Bill had found a butcher who sold chuck roast so tender you could broil it. Joan was so peppied up by the amphetamines that on occasion, when she couldn't sleep, she did housework at night. There was a dead tree right outside the kitchen that was covered with small lizards, and one night Helen woke up and saw Joan raking the lizards off the tree. You rake them off, they'll only come back, she said. I have all this energy, I have to do something, Joan replied. Once they took a walk to the river, and Joan told Helen she could see fire dancing on the water's surface. Her relationship with Bill struck the newly married Helen as equally curious. They were obviously fond of and amused by each other, and their conversations on all sorts of subjects were witty and well informed. It was only when they talked that Helen saw Joan really come to life. But they slept in separate rooms, and there was no physical contact between them that she could see. As for Bill, he would read, shoot his air gun, and work around the house. He had found a termite-ridden log which he had sanded smooth, leaving the bark on the underside, and was building a table that he said would last 1,000 years. Not realizing he was on heroin, Helen wondered why he spent so much time in the bathroom. His way of relating to the kids was to tease and frighten them. Billy was little beast and he was big old bear, and he would come after them like a lumbering bear and they would scream and run away. There were 6 cats around the house, and Bill had a habit of tying their paws with string and giving them baths. Helen would hear the cats screaming in the bathroom. It was so bizarre she didn't know how to react, although once she asked, "What is it with the cats?" and he mumbled an unintelligible reply. She wasn't sure whether it was some kind of experiment or whether Bill had an ornery streak. He taunted the cats terribly, saying to one, "I'll get you tonight." Later, when Junkie was published, The following paragraph was deleted from the manuscript. When I am on junk, I take pleasure in tormenting and terrorizing cats. I hold a cat out the window or provoke the unfortunate animal into biting or scratching, then slap it across the face with brutal force. I give the cats a bath and hold their bodies underwater. Trying to be helpful, Helen offered to babysit, and one evening Bill and Joan went to the movies, but mostly they just stayed home, with Bill spending his days in New Orleans on various errands. As the days wore on and there was no sign of Al Hinkle, Burroughs lost patience. What kind of character was this Hinkle, to leave his wife without funds and not even let her know where he was? Did Hinkle expect him to billet his wife indefinitely? She was a perfect and conscientious guest, who paid her way as far as she was able, but why didn't he stop fucking around New York and get down there and retrieve her? She had been there 2 weeks. Another pet peeve was that bitch mother of Kerouac's, as Burroughs described her to Helen. She was an evil old woman, domineering, and making Jack feel guilty about everything he owed her. To all these guys, Helen reflected, maybe even to her own husband, a man she barely knew, after all, women were bloodsuckers. You used them but you didn't let them get any power over you. She was reminded of a catchphrase of the period, "Mother, please, I'd rather do it myself." That was Neil, that was Jack, that was Burroughs, all fighting momism. Burroughs' irascibility was compounded by the heroin habit he was trying to kick and by developments in the Rio Grande Valley. His first crop of peas, from which he had been expecting $5,000, had frozen 5 days before harvest. All was not lost, however, for he and Kells had made $2,000 on 8 acres of lettuce, which they would split, and still had 30 acres of carrots, which they hoped to cash in on at $200 to $300 an acre. The California freeze was money in his pocket, and all they needed now was a hurricane in Florida and a hailstorm in Arizona. On January 10, Burroughs sent another telegram, and on the 16th he wrote Allen, "This Hinkle thing has assumed the proportions of a full-blown atrocity." Finally, Hinkle and the others left New York on January 19, and the trip to New Orleans went into on the road, which Kerouac had begun, almost verbatim. The gobbling up of miles, Neil's manic need to crisscross America, the importance of the car as a way to absorb the country, the driving day and night and coasting into gas stations and filling the tank while the attendant slept, the warmest talk about the goodness and joy of life, the appreciation of the land's varied beauty and grandeur, school children waiting for a bus in the Florida Panhandle, a black family in a wagon pulled by a mule in Biloxi, Mississippi. It all had an epic quality. And then, as Jack would remember it, they were driving along the blue waters of the Gulf, and listening to the Chicken Jazz and Gumbo disc jockey show, with the disc jockey saying, "Don't worry 'bout nothin'," and they inhaled the soft air of New Orleans, and the car bounced up on the Algiers ferry, and they crossed the Mississippi, the great brown father of waters rolling down from mid-America bearing Montana logs and Dakota mud and Iowa wheat, and they drove into old sleepy Algiers on a road that ran across a swampy field, and came to a dilapidated old house with sagging porches and weeping willows in the yard, the grass a yard high, a washtub on the back porch. Helen happened to be home that afternoon, and Jack and Neil came in through the kitchen, wearing white mechanic's overalls, followed by her husband. "Who are you, buddy?" she felt like asking. Jack found a recipe for crepe Suzette and at once wanted to make some. It seemed to Helen that all the banter and noise covered up a shyness with each other and a self-consciousness over the impression they made. It was a form of play acting, which was not something she expected men to do. Neil the con man at once began to make excuses for the delay, and when she took Al into Joan's bedroom so they could have a quiet talk, Luann followed them in and asked, "Aren't you going to bang?" That night, Burroughs took them into New Orleans to visit the French Quarter, and showed them the sword cane he carried for self-defense. Although genuinely glad to see Jack, and displaying all the bonhomie he could muster, Burroughs was not sympathetic to the little band's voyage. For sheer compulsive pointlessness, he thought, it compared favorably with the mass migrations of the Mayans. To cross the continent for the purpose of transporting Jack to San Francisco, where he planned to stay 3 days before heading back east, was an exercise in futility. Neil, of course, was the very soul of the journey, and exemplified pure, abstract, meaningless motion. Compulsive and dedicated, he was ready to sacrifice family, friends, even his very car itself to the necessity of careening from place to place. Wife and child might starve, friends existed only to be exploited for gas money, but Neil must move. Burroughs' worst fears were confirmed the next day, when Neil put the bite on him for the continuation of their wretched trip. He said he was broke, which was true enough. Like most inveterate moochers, Neil seemed to feel that others were under some mysterious obligation to support him. Did he have any idea of how he appeared to others? Allen Ginsberg claimed that Neil had charm and a graceful human nature, but Burroughs couldn't see it. In fact, when Neil saw that no money was forthcoming, he grew sullen, and acted as though Burroughs had lured him to New Orleans under false pretenses. Jack, however, seemed much more sensible and self-assured than Burroughs remembered him, which may have had something to do with the fact that his novel was being considered for publication by the editor Robert Giroux at Harcourt Brace. He and Jack played at quick draw in the yard, and went to the races. Burroughs generally put down New Orleans, saying it was a very dull town, the bars were insufferably dreary, and it was against the law to go to the colored section. Joan read the want ads in the Times-Picayune, saying it was the most interesting part of the paper. Her face, once plump and Germanic and pretty, had become stony and red and gaunt. Burroughs tried to talk Jack out of continuing his trip with Neil. "Why don't you stay in New Orleans with me?" he asked. "If you go to California with this madman you'll never make it. We'll play the horses over to Gretna and relax in my yard. I've got a nice set of knives and I'm building a target. Some pretty juicy dolls downtown, too, if that's in your line these days." Then he would retire to the bathroom for his fix, clutching his necktie in his teeth for a tourniquet and jabbing the needle in his arm, hunting for a vein. In the afternoon they went to the bookie joint in Gretna, and Burroughs played the slot machine, missing the $100 jackpot by a hair. "Damn," he said. "They got these things adjusted. You could see it right then. I had the jackpot and the mechanism clicked it back." "Well, what you gonna do?" Back in the yard, Burroughs showed Jack how to disarm someone with a knife. 6-year-old Julie said, "Look at the silly men," and Neil Cassidy said, "Wow. Wait till she grows up. Can you see her cuttin' down Canal Street with her cute eyes?" Neil announced that it was time to get moving. "I'm not going on any more trips with him," Helen Hinkle said. Neil's greatest pleasure, she knew, was to get lots of people into a car and start them fighting with one another. That was pure bliss. So Neil and Jack and Luann drove off into the sunset on January 29. We wheeled through the sultry old light of Algiers, back on the ferry, back toward the mud-splashed, crabbed old ships, across the river, back on canal, and out on a 2-lane highway to Baton Rouge in purple darkness, swung west there, crossed the Mississippi at a place called Port Allen. Reporting to Allen Ginsberg on the visit, Neil wrote that Joan is brittle, blasé brittleness is her forte. With sharpened laughs and dainty oblique statements, she fashions the topic at hand. Julie's hair is matted with dirt. Normal disintegration of continued habit patterns, child raising, has Joan laboring in a bastardized world wherein the supply of benzedrine completely conditions her reaction to everyday life. Al and Helen decided to stay in New Orleans for a while. Al landed a soft job answering the phone and taking orders for a tile company, and was paid in cash while collecting unemployment from the railroad. "Bring plenty to read," the boss told him. They found a place on Rampart Street, finally had a real honeymoon, and are married to this day. But to Burroughs, any job was a mistake. "A regular job drains one's very lifeblood," he wrote Allen Ginsberg. "It's supposed to. They want everything you've got." It was not a particularly pleasant time for Burroughs, who had a showdown with his troublesome Italian neighbors, that termite nest of Dagos, as he called them, shortly after Neil's departure. They had wisest kids who liked to throw rocks and who went around singing glory to the newborn Jew at Christmas time. Now one of them threw a rock into his yard that hit little Billy in the head. Burroughs went over there with his gun in his shoulder holster, looking for the kid's father, who wasn't home, and got into a shouting match with the wife. "Listen, lady, keep your goddamn kids at home," he said, to which she replied, "Go back where you came from." "That's what you ought to do, go back to Italy," Burroughs said. "My husband will come over there and knock your glasses through your face, you four-eyed bastard," she said, and Burroughs answered, "If he does, he won't walk home." The conflict, however, did not go beyond the verbal level. Once again, there was bad news on the agricultural front, when he heard in March that the bottom had fallen out of the carrot market. Instead of the thousands he was hoping for, he was lucky to get $500 for his share. Too bad. He had hoped to spend the carrot money on a 10-day cure in a private sanitarium. Maybe he would just take a train to some strange city with a pint of paregoric and plenty of goofballs, Nembutal tablets, and stay until he kicked. Even more annoying than the carrot fiasco was the lecturing letter he received in March from Allen Ginsberg, who was back in New York after shipping out to Dakar. He had graduated from Columbia in February, 1949. Allen, who seemed to be in a moralizing, holier-than-thou frame of mind, accused him of living a life or staying married to Joan while remaining a homosexual. What about Joan's sexual needs, Allen asked, was he thinking of her at all? With some indignation, Burroughs replied on March 19, "Now this business about Joan and myself is downright insane. I never made any pretensions of permanent heterosexual orientation. What lie are you talking about? Like I say, I never promised or even implied anything. How could I promise something that it is not in my power to give? I am not responsible for Joan's sexual life, never was, never pretended to be. Nor are we in any particular mess. There is, of course, as there was from the beginning, an impasse and cross purposes that are, in all likelihood, not amenable to any solution." Allen was writing poetry, and had gotten his first rejection slip from John Crow Ransom at the Kenyon Review. "I like very much this slow, iterative, organized and reflective poem. At times it's like a sestina. But still I think it's not for us exactly. I guess we need a more compacted thing." As luck would have it, Allen had some compacted things to send him. He was, however, disgusted with his work, which he saw as full of artificial passion, ventriloquism, and fake symbols. In addition, he was seeing an analyst to break away from homosexuality. Generally, he felt lost and unsure of himself. Early in 1949, Herbert Hunk appeared at the door of his small apartment at 1401 York Avenue, having just been released from jail and needing a place to stay. Hunk had a way of taking over. He wore Allen's clothes, took over Allen's bed, and burned incense. Allen, who worked nights as a copyboy at the Associated Press, slept on the couch. Soon he began to think in terms of the Ionesco play in which a giant shoe appears in someone's living room, unbudgeable and growing larger by the day. When he wrote Burroughs about his quandary, the reply was pitiless: "The more obligation Hunk is under to anyone, the more anyone has done to help him, the more certain he is to steal from or otherwise take advantage of his benefactor. It works out like an algebraic equation. Raise, x, benefits, you raise, y, resentment equals everything of value seized and disposed of." But Allen rationalized Hunk's parasitic side by seeing it as the repetition of an early family situation. Cast out by his father, Hunk had to keep testing those who befriended him. He was a wastrel and a criminal because he was rootless and had never owned anything. In addition, Allen admired his knowledge of the underground culture and saw him as a key figure in the formation of his own consciousness. Thus, Allen could not bring himself to throw Hunk out. He kept planning to give him an ultimatum, but Hunk developed a boil on his leg and stayed in bed for 2 weeks. When he got better, Hunk brought around Vicky Russell and little Jack Melody, a son of the Mafia. They were living together in little Jack's family home in Maspeth, Long Island, where his mother had an altar in the basement with votive candles. Alan knew Vicky as a changeable shrew, worldly and irreverent, a naturally bitchy but gorgeous girl who went from over-affection to rejection of men, but always had a lover in tow. As for little Jack, he didn't look like the gangster he was supposed to be, although Alan knew that he had done time for safe cracking. Small and balding, little Jack was elfin, almost doe-like, and unfailingly eager to please. They started coming around every day, making his apartment their second home. Jack brought a Victrola and Billie Holiday records, and the marijuana flowed. Well, thought Alan, he had dreamed of having a pad with a friendly atmosphere, where his pals could come and drink and smoke pot and listen to music, and now he had it. Since he didn't seem able to get rid of Hunk, and since little Jack offered to sublet his place, Alan decided to go to New Orleans and see Bill, who he was worried had reached a stage of intellectual and spiritual failure. With his heroin habit and his marital dilemma, he seemed to be stagnating. Alan wanted to go down there and galvanize him into activity, get him to kick his habit and stop fiddling around with drugs and romanticized quasi-underworld activities. He thought of Bill and Joan almost as a substitute father and mother. But each time he started to leave, something came up. At the end of March, 1949, it was the acceptance of Kerouac's The Town and the City by Harcourt Brace, with a $1,000 advance for Jack, and a round of celebrations. Alan thought it was a great book and was glad that Jack's efforts had been rewarded. In contrast to this good news were the activities of Hunk and his two friends, who had started pulling burglaries and bringing the loot back to Alan's apartment. One day he accompanied them when they were cruising for cars with suitcases and clothes in them to break into, but he insisted that he did not want to get involved, and little Jack deferred to his wish to keep his cherry, as he put it. Alan saw his apartment filling up with stolen goods, clothes, radios, a carved chest and 2 chairs removed from a Park Avenue lobby. One day, he came back from the dentist to find a cigarette machine standing in the kitchen. When he objected, they broke it up into parts and disposed of it. Not knowing what to do, Alan sought out Lucien Carr for counsel. Lucien warned him that his involvement with Hunk and the others could get him into serious trouble. Then Hunk left the apartment in a fit of pique after Vicky called him little Jack's prat boy. Hunk's method, Alan reflected, was to make people feel guilty about him. Alan finally told little Jack and Vicky that he did not want his apartment to be used for burglary operations, but little Jack said he had to pull a few more jobs because of the desperacy of his financial situation. Then, on April 21, a fine spring day, Alan wanted to take some books over to his brother's on the west side, and accepted a ride with little Jack and Vicky, who had a car full of stolen clothes they were taking to a fence. But first they had to go to Maspeth to drop off a few dresses for little Jack's mother. Coming back on Northern Boulevard shortly after noon, as Alan was recounting his trip to Dakar, little Jack missed a turn, and made a U-turn over the center island, at which point a policeman flagged him down. Since little Jack was driving a stolen car and had no driver's license, in addition to which he was out on parole, he stepped on the gas, with a patrol car in pursuit, saying, "We've got to outrun them." Vicky asked him where he was going, and he said, "Someplace where we can abandon the car." Vicky observed that if they abandoned the car they would have to leave the clothes behind, and little Jack said, "Fuck the clothes." Swerving to turn into a side street, he lost control of the car and crashed into a stone stanchion. The car turned over and Alan's glasses were knocked off. He managed to get out and walk away, and heard someone shout, "Turn off the ignition before the car explodes." Little Jack and Vicky had run off, and Alan stumbled to a phone booth and called his apartment, finding Hunk there, and told him to clean the place out. He knew that the police would have his address from the books and papers he had left in the car. When he got back to York Avenue, he saw that Hunk had taken him literally. He was sweeping the floor. Then Vicky arrived, weeping, and saying, "Man, Jackie's been busted." Hunk had some portable radios there that were easy to hawk, and said, "Well, look, let's get a few things together and get the fuck out of here." At that moment there was a knock on the door, and all three of them were arrested and taken to the 68th Street precinct, where the cops slapped Allen around and asked him whether he liked men or women. They had evidently read some of the material he had left behind. He said he liked mostly men. To Hunk, the cops said, "We've got a streamer on you." Hunk could see the years in jail piling up. He and Allen were taken to the Long Island House of Detention, where Allen, behind bars, recited Jewish prayers, while Vicky went to the women's prison in Greenwich Village. The next day in the New York Times, the headlines read "Wrong Way Turn Clears Up Robbery," and "Copy Boy Joins Gang to Get Realism for Story." As it happened, of the four, only Hunk did time. He was sent away for 5 years, having no influence whatever. Vicky's magistrate father got her a suspended sentence. Little Jack's family arranged for him to be sent to Pilgrim State Hospital for observation, even though he had a record of 18 previous arrests, and he was released a year later in the custody of his mother. As for Allen, out on bail, he sought advice from his supposedly wise professors at Columbia, who reacted in various ways. Meyer Scapiro talked about the universe for 2.5 hours and told him about the time he had been jailed for vagrancy in Europe. Mark Van Doren sermonized, "What were you doing with common criminals, Ginsberg? A lot of us around here have been thinking maybe you'd better hear the clank of iron." A dismayed Lionel Trilling took him to see law professor Herbert Wexler, who suggested he plead insanity, which he did, ending up in the Columbia Psychiatric Institute on 168th Street, and writing in his journal, "All the doctors think I'm crazy. Truth is really that I'm lazy. I had visions to beguile m. till they put me in asylum." When Allen wrote Burroughs that the wrath of God had descended upon him, he got back a testy reply, "Imagine being herded around by a lot of old women like Louis Ginsberg and Van Doren. Besides, I don't see why Van Doren puts in his 2 cents worth. Sniveling old liberal fruits. All liberals are weaklings, and all weaklings are vindictive, mean, and petty. I don't see anything to gain from this medical center deal. A lot of New Deal Freudians. I wouldn't let them croakers up there treat my corn, let alone my psyche." In fact, Allen had a way of making every turn taken in his life seem to be the right one. He did find great gain at the Psychiatric Institute, for it was there that he met Carl Solomon, another key figure in his personal and artistic growth. Then 21, Solomon was the son of a smoked fish salesman who had served in the American Expeditionary Force in World War I. Unlike Allen, sent by his mother to communist camps as a boy, Solomon was raised in a patriotic, flag-waving family setting. He was a child prodigy of sorts, who could remember every baseball player and score since the beginning of the game. In 1943, he started City College at the age of 15, and 2 years later he joined the Merchant Marine, having seen movies that romanticized it, such as Action in the North Atlantic, with Humphrey Bogart. In May 1947, he took the Liberty ship Alexander Ramsay to France and jumped ship in the port of La Palisse. Then it was on to Paris, where he hired a French lady to teach him the language. One day in the Rue Jacob, he came upon a gallery where a man with a thin face and shoulder-length hair was reciting a strange text. It was Antonin Artaud, the French poet and playwright, who had been confined for 9 years in an insane asylum, and who proclaimed that a lunatic is a man who prefers to become what is socially understood as mad rather than forfeit a certain superior idea of human honor. If you saw that the society around you was irrational, a retreat into what that society called madness would in fact be the only road to enlightenment. The text that Artaud read was on Van Gogh, who in his view was the perfect example of a man driven to madness and suicide by a loutish and philistine society. Deeply impressed, Carl Solomon nurtured a cult for Artaud. He tried to see life the way Artaud did, and to ask the questions that Artaud might have asked, such as, should I accept reality? Should I have a job? How can I justify this dissipated society? Can I justify it by Lautremont's the marvelous is to be found in the banal? If so, I can find a job and get married. In 1949, while attending Brooklyn College, Solomon's attempt to go beyond the complacency of post-war campus life led him to commit an Artaud-like absurdist act. He stole a peanut butter sandwich from the Brooklyn College cafeteria and showed it to the guard on duty. As a result, he was packed off to the Columbia Psychiatric Institute, where he met Alan. They became allies in a setting that each had entered by choice, Alan to escape a jail term, and Carl as an alternative to his stultifying existence at Brooklyn College. But the consequences for Carl were horrible, as if he were there to confirm Artaud's thesis that asylums are places where you go insane and are driven mad. Carl was given insulin shock treatment, which has since been abandoned as too dangerous. The treatment put him into acute sugar withdrawal, or hypoglycemia, which in turn brought convulsions and amnesia. The doctors determined that his amnesia was the sign of some deeper psychosis and continued the insulin treatment. In the 9 months that he was at the hospital, he went through 50 insulin comas, a parallel to Artaud's experiences in France with electroshock treatment. As Artaud had embraced madness as a heightened sense of artistic awareness, so did Carl Solomon, who explained to Alan that his insulin-packed body was a human pun, readable on several levels. He called Alan a dopey daffodil, a foolish romantic like Wordsworth. He spouted surrealist epigrams which Alan jotted down, and told him about some of the gratuitous acts he had committed, such as pretending he was W. H. Auden and signing autographs. He continued his antics in the hospital, once giving his doctor a handful of marbles in the hope that you might kill yourself. "What do you mean, he might?" Alan asked. "I got my point across," Solomon said. Carl was the most interesting person there, Alan thought. On the first day they had met, Alan told him about some of his mystical experiences, and Carl said, "Oh, well, you're new here. Just wait a while and you'll meet some of the other repentant mystics." Carl amused Alan by telling the nurses that if he ever heard anyone say, "Mr. Solomon, you're raving," he would overturn the ping-pong table. He and Alan shared a hatred of the doctors, pale-lipped, four-eyed, ungainly psych majors, seersucker liberals, bloodless blue-eyed boys who went to proms and debated about socialism, vapid social scientists and rat experimenters. "What? Mr. Solomon won't eat today? Send him down to shock." And so the hospital was the venue for a meeting with another kindred spirit, another character in Alan's cast, which already included Lucien Carr, Jack Kerouac, Burroughs, Hunk, and Neil Cassidy, all rejecting the system and operating under their own impulses and beliefs. In this scheme, Solomon was the artist as outcast, misunderstood, branded a lunatic, punished by psychiatrists for his refusal to conform, an exile in his own country. All these characters helped inspire the poem Howl, but it was to Carl Solomon that the poem was dedicated, and it was of Carl Solomon, and Alan's mother, that Alan was thinking when he wrote the memorable first line, "I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness." It was Carl Solomon he invoked and identified with. "Ah, Carl, while you are not safe I am not safe. I'm with you in Rockland, where we are great writers on the same dreadful typewriter. 50 more shocks will never return your soul to your body again from its pilgrimage to a cross in the void." At about the same time that Alan was busted in New York, gathering material for a realistic story, as he told the police, Burroughs was busted in New Orleans. The chief of police had launched an anti-drug drive, and the cops were stopping addicts on the street and examining their arms for needle marks. On April 6, he was driving near Lee Circle with his addict friend Pat Cole, who was well known to the police. They were driving very slowly, on the lookout for a connection, when a prowl car passed them. The cop at the wheel did a double take when he saw Pat. They were stopped and arrested, and in the glove compartment the police found an unregistered gun that Burroughs had brought into pawn. Also in the car was a letter from Alan mentioning the sale and purchase of marijuana, which made the police think that Burroughs was a big-time pusher. On the strength of the letter, they escorted Burroughs to his house and searched it, finding a jar of marijuana, a small amount of heroin, and half a dozen assorted firearms. Then they took him back to the lockup at the 2nd Precinct, where he was placed in a cell with 4 other men, 3 of them addicts. Burroughs hoped that the case would be thrown out, because the police had searched his house without a warrant, or barring that he would be tried in federal court. If he was tried by the state, it meant a mandatory 2 to 5 year sentence for possession, and a stay in Angola State Prison, which was known not to be a country club. In the meantime, Joan found a clever, well-connected lawyer named Cryle, name changed, who got bail set before Burroughs was arraigned, and came to the lockup to get him released. Cryle looked at Burroughs quite a while before introducing himself, then said, "I can see you don't feel much like talking now. We'll go into the details later on. Did you sign anything?" Burroughs said he had signed a statement to a federal district attorney admitting possession of heroin, and taking the heroin home in his car. "That was to get your car," Cryle said. "You're charged in state. I talked to the federal DA an hour ago on the phone and asked if he was going to take the case. He said, absolutely no. There's an illegal seizure involved, and under no circumstances will this office prosecute the case. I think I can get you over to the hospital for a shot. The man at the desk now is a good friend of mine. I'll go down and talk to him." Within minutes, 2 cops escorted Burroughs to Charity Hospital in the wagon. The nurse at the receiving desk asked what was wrong with him. "Emergency case," one of the cops said. "He fell off a building." Burroughs could hear 2 doctors nearby discussing his case. "After all, doctor," one of them said, "there is the moral question. This man should have thought of all this before he started using narcotics." "Yes," the other one said, "there is the moral question, but there is also the physical question. This man is sick." He turned to a nurse and ordered half a grain of morphine, which Burroughs soon felt sweeping in pleasant waves through his body. The next day, Cryle made arrangements for Burroughs to take a cure in a private sanitarium, where he was driven in a police car with 2 detectives. As Burroughs got out of the car, Cryle handed a wad of bills to one of the detectives and said, "Put this on that horse for me, will you?" "I'm not going to put any money on a horse," the detective replied indignantly, making no move to take the money. Cryle laughed and tossed the money on the seat, saying, "Mac will." The bribe offer was a deliberate tactic, for when the detectives later asked him what in hell he was doing, right there in the police car in front of a witness, he said, "Why, that boy was too sick to notice anything." Cryle wanted witnesses to testify that his client was in bad shape at the time he signed his statement, and could call the 2 detectives to the stand. While Burroughs was in the sanitarium, taking Demerol to kick his habit, and going through the ants crawling under the skin junk sickness for the first 3 days, Joan wrote Allen on April 13 to warn him that the cops had found his letter and might relay the information to New York City police. Hospitalizing Bill had been a good move, she said, as his father was about to swoop down from St. Louis to insist that he be hospitalized somewhere else for 6 months. The problem was, where would they go now? New Orleans seems pretty much out of the question, as a second similar offense, by Louisiana law, would constitute a second felony and automatically draw 7 years in the state pen. Texas is almost as bad, as a second drunken driving conviction there would add up to about the same deal. New York is almost certainly out largely because of family objection. What else is there, really? Maybe Chicago, I don't know. It makes things rather difficult for Bill. As for me, I don't care where I live, so long as it's with him." This was Joan loving, loyal, and unselfish, sticking by a man who was not a husband in the usual sense, who was unable to take care of her in the usual ways, whose life was a tangle of contradictions and failures, and who was incapable of helping her cure her own addiction to amphetamines. The week-long cure was a success. Burroughs felt as good as new, and determined to avoid drugs while his case was pending. 1 stick of marijuana, 1 cap of heroin, could send him away for 7 years as a second offender. He wanted to get out of New Orleans, where the police were still under orders to question known addicts when and wherever encountered, making him subject to a search and a 72-hour stay in a precinct lockup just for standing on a street corner. He went to see Cryle to ask him whether he could leave the state and visit his farm property in the Rio Grande Valley. "You're hot as a firecracker in this town," Cryle said. "I have permission from the judge for you to leave the state. So you can go to Texas anytime you like." "I might want to take a trip to Mexico," Burroughs said. "Would that be okay?" "So long as you come back here when your case comes up," Cryle said. "There are no restrictions on you. One client of mine went to Venezuela. So far as I know, he's still there. He didn't come back." Burroughs wondered whether Cryle was telling him to disappear. He was shrewd and farsighted, and seemed lucky. Criminal law was one of the few professions where the client bought someone else's luck, which usually was not transferable. But a good criminal lawyer could sell all his luck to a client, and the more luck he sold the more he had to sell. In May, Burroughs moved his family to a rented house in Far, where he looked after his crops and built an argon box with Kells Elvins, obtaining unmistakable results. He was immobilized in this valley of heat and boredom, the police having seized his car because heroin had been found in it. "This seizure of property," he wrote Jack Kerouac in June, "is a violation of the Constitution. If I had the money I'd take it to the Supreme Court." Burroughs was fed up with America, seeing government interference everywhere. In Far, Border Patrol agents were deporting his field hands, and Department of Agriculture bureaucrats were telling him what, where, and when to plant. In fact, he was the beneficiary of New Deal programs in that he was paid a support price for his cotton. In New Orleans, and all over the country, there were heavy punitive statutes against the use of marijuana, in spite of the 1944 LaGuardia report on drug use describing marijuana as harmless. The report, of which he had a copy, stated that marijuana is not a drug of addiction and that those who have been smoking marijuana for a period of years showed no mental or physical deterioration which may be attributed to the drug. In most instances, the behavior of the smoker is of a friendly, sociable character. If that was the case, thought Burroughs, why were users sent to jail, any more than people who used alcohol? It didn't make sense. He longed for a return to our glorious frontier heritage of minding your own business. But the frontiersman had been transformed over the years into a wretched, interfering, liberal bureaucrat. He saw the country heading in the direction of a socialist police state, similar to England, and not too different from Russia. Harassed by the police and disappointed by the returns on his crops, Burroughs had the nativist reflex of his class and background, which had been drummed into him at the Los Alamos school. He had the same mentality as the businessmen who wanted an end to government regulations so that they could be left alone to work out their version of laissez-faire capitalism. When Allen Ginsberg wrote that he was still thinking of becoming a labor lawyer, Burroughs was incensed. Allen must have been totally corrupted by those liberal psychiatrists, and was allying himself with a cancerous element that would stifle every vestige of free life in the United States. His opinion of labor leaders and unions, who wanted to put a stop to the cheap wetback labor in the valley, was close to the view expressed by Westbrook Pegler, the only columnist who in his eyes possessed a grain of integrity. The word liberal, he believed, had come to stand for the most damnable tyranny, a smirking, mealy-mouthed tyranny of bureaucrats, social workers, psychiatrists, and union officials. The world of 1984 was not decades away, it was here and now. Burroughs' own farm operation was a disaster, with acres of vegetables plowed under, and he was selling out. By September, his cotton was picked. He had hoped to realize $15,000, but with high operating costs, and rising labor costs, and the $6,000 the government would snatch to pay the salaries of the obscenity bureaucrats, he did not end up with much. His case in New Orleans was coming up on October 27, and there was every indication of an unfavorable outcome, in spite of the illegal seizure. Burroughs decided to leave a country he had come to detest. Wherever he lived, he was hounded by the police. Busted in New York for forging a prescription, he had moved to Texas. Busted in Texas for drunken driving and public indecency, he had gone to New Orleans. Busted in New Orleans for possession, he was not about to stand trial, with the likelihood of spending a minimum of 2 years in Angola State Prison. He would go and live in Mexico, and wait for his case to be cancelled when the statute of limitations ran out after 5 years. At the end of September 1949 he went to Mexico City to look for an apartment before moving his family down, beginning a period of exile that would, with the exception of short visits, last 24 years. 10. Mexico. 1949 to 1952. When Burroughs moved his family to Mexico City in October 1949, it was a city of 1 million people with clean, sparkling air and the sky that special shade of blue that goes so well with circling vultures. A city of lottery ticket vendors crying the numbers, of peso cab drivers signaling one more with their arm out the window, of newspaper boys chasing stray dogs, of yellow streetcars along Rosales, of women with their hair in knots and overweight men in green gabardine suits, of whores puckering their lips in the mirrors of pulquerias, of Indian families eating lemon-sprinkled slices of jicama, of weary mariachis eating pozole on the corner of Salto del Agua, of boys sleeping in the doorways of banks and churches, of smoky bars full of voices and guitars, of ever-honking cars dashing into the broad Reforma from insurgents, and of long lines in front of bus stops and hiring windows. Miguel Alemán was president, and the Mordida was king, a pyramid of bribes reaching from the cop on the beat to El Presidente. Burroughs took an apartment at 37 Cerrada de Medellín, a dead-end street in a quiet residential neighborhood. He felt that he had found a spirit of tolerance that was absent from life in the United States. Not only was Mexico incredibly cheap, you could buy a garrafón, gallon jug, of Glorias de Cuba, a local rum, for $1, but a man could walk the streets without being molested by cops. A Mexican cop had no status, he was on the level of a streetcar conductor. Everything in Mexico City was to his liking. Drunks slept on the sidewalk and nobody bothered them. Everyone who felt like it carried a gun. Down here you didn't have to take nothing off nobody. The most they could hand you for shooting someone was 8 years. In Mexico, the frontier values he so admired were still in force. He had seen several cases in the papers where drunken cops, shooting an habitué in a bar, were themselves shot by armed civilians. There was no holier-than-thou posturing, since all the officials were corruptible. The Mexicans really loved children, and it was unthinkable to be refused a room because of little ones. Billy and Julie played every day with the well-behaved neighbors' children, an agreeable contrast to the Dago rock-throwing urchins in Algiers. The cost of medical treatment was reasonable because there were so many doctors, they advertised and cut prices. You could get the clap cured for $2, or buy penicillin and shoot it yourself. There was a general atmosphere of freedom from interference. Everyone seemed to have mastered the art of minding his own business, as in an Oriental culture. If a man wanted to carry a cane or wear a monocle, no one gave him a second glance. Boys and young men walked down the street arm in arm, drawing no attention. Burroughs chuckled over an article on the disgraceful conditions in Alameda Park, which said that vicious people lie about on the grass drinking tequila, smoking marijuana, and shouting insulting remarks at passing police officers. He signed up at Mexico City College on the GI Bill, which paid his books, tuition, and a $75 a month allowance. Despite his hatred of big government, he was not above benefiting from its programs. As he observed, "I always say, keep your snout in the public trough." He also had his family allowance of $200 a month, which went a long way south of the border. He took courses in Mayan and Mexican archaeology, and thought of becoming a Mexican citizen and buying a ranch with the money from his Texas land. With hunting and fishing, he could realize his dream of self-sufficiency. The one drawback to life in Mexico was that the Smith, Klein, and French Benzedrine inhalers that Joan was so fond of were unobtainable. She went through 3 weeks of suffering but pulled through thanks to faith and thyroid tablets. Now, however, as she wrote Allen Ginsberg, she was somewhat drunk from 8 a.m. on. Evil spirits here sell tequila for 40 cents a quart, and I tend to hit the lush rather hard. She had heard about Allen's hospitalization, and was not surprised, as I've been claiming for 3 years since her own commitment to Bellevue that anyone who doesn't blow his top once is no damn good. When I refer to it as a top blowing, I'm sure you know what I mean. No percentage in talking about visions or super reality or any such lay terms. Either you know now what I know, and don't ask me just what that is, or else I'm mistaken about you and off the beam somewhere, in which case you're just a dime-a-dollar neurotic and I'm nuts. Bill is fine in himself, and so are we jointly. The boys are lovely, easy, and cheap, 3 pesos equals 40 cents, down here, but my patience is infinite. Joan pretended not to mind when Burroughs went out at night to a gay bar called the Chimu. He knew just enough Spanish to pick up a boy, going up to one with the rather lame line "Por qué triste?" "Why are you sad?" to which the boy responded that he wasn't sad at all, and then following up with a more direct approach, "Vámonos a otro lugar, let's go somewhere else." In the hotel room, I ran one hand slowly over the boy's back, following with the other hand the curve of the chest down over the flat brown stomach. The boy smiled and lay down on the bed. Later we smoked a cigarette, our shoulders touching under the cover. Having decided not to return for his court date in New Orleans on October 27, Burroughs was worried about being extradited and went looking for a good lawyer. One day in the lobby of the Reforma Hotel he was saying to someone, "I need an English-speaking criminal lawyer," when a man came up and said, "Pardon me, I couldn't help overhearing what you said. The man you need is Burnaby Jurado." "What's your trouble, embezzlement?" "No, narcotics," Burroughs said. "Well, he's your man," said the passerby. Burroughs went to see Jurado, a tall, handsome, flamboyant hidalgo who held court at the Opera Bar, near his office on the Calle Madero. His sister was the actress Katie Jurado. One of his specialties was blocking extradition. In Mexico City there was an international community of fugitives who were being kept out of jail in their native lands thanks to the efforts of Burnaby Jurado, American numbers racketeers, Peruvian swindlers, Canadian embezzlers. Every time a foreign government tried to extradite one of his clients, Jurado would come up with a doctor's certificate saying that the client could not be moved, or he would pay off a judge, or he would send the client to a northern province whose governor was prepared to say, "There is no one here by that name." In fact, there was no attempt to extradite Burroughs, but Cryle, his lawyer in New Orleans, advised him on the phone to lay low for a while, saying, "I can't get the judge I want, and the judge I've got is very down on narcotics. You could go to jail." Laying low was fine with Burroughs, who had decided not to return to the United States under any circumstances. It was also thanks to Burnaby Jurado that Burroughs met Dave Tercerero, a street peddler who sold crucifixes and bracelets that were supposedly silver but turned black within the day. Jurado had said, "Bring M around to my office," where Burroughs saw him, and, sensing something about him that he knew all too well, invited him to dinner. When Burroughs said something about junk, Tercerero, who was known as Old Dave even though he was only 50, because of his wizened and cadaverous appearance, turned back the lapel of his jacket to reveal a hypodermic needle pinned to the inside. "I've been on junk for 28 years, he said. "Do you want to score? Was the Pope in Rome?" Old Dave at that time was scoring from Lola La Shatta, the best-known local pusher, whose product Burroughs found inferior. "You can get better stuff buying codeine in drugstores," he told Old Dave. They decided to find doctors to write scripts, which was easy because there were so many doctors. The problem was finding druggists to fill them. When they showed their narcotics script, which was bright yellow, like a dishonorable discharge from the army, to a pharmacist, he read it aloud: "Goddess para injector, drops to inject, and snarled, "No prestamos servicio a los viciosos. We do not serve addicts." From pharmacia to pharmacia they went, getting sicker with each step, for by now they both had a habit. Finally they entered a hole-in-the-wall pharmacia miles from their regular rounds. Burroughs pulled out the receta, prescription, and the pharmacist looked at the script and said, "2 minutes, señor." They sat down to wait. There were geraniums in the window. A small boy brought Burroughs a glass of water, and a cat rubbed against his leg. The pharmacist returned with the morphine, and when they went outside, the neighborhood seemed enchanted. An open market with crates and stalls and a pulqueria on the corner, kiosks selling fried grasshoppers and peppermint candy, boys in from the country in spotless white linen with rope sandals. They had found a Johnson, but had waded through Shitville to find him. There had to be a better way, and there was. One of the writing croakers suggested to old Dave that he apply for a government permit. He would get a certain amount of morphine per month at a low price. The doctor would put through his application for 100 pesos. It seemed too good to be true, but old Dave got on the program within 10 days, allowing him to buy 15 grams of morphine a month at $2 a gram. The permit had to be signed each month by his doctor and the head doctor at the Board of Health. Then he could get it filled. The first time Burroughs saw the pharmacist bring out a box full of morphine cubes, he felt like a kid who still believes in Santa Claus. He had never seen so much morphine all at once. He paid for the stuff, and they split it, with 7 grams allowing him about 3 grains a day, more than he'd ever had in the States. He was in junkie heaven, supplied with all he needed for $30 a month. Burroughs told old Dave to give up the crucifixes. He didn't want him standing on street corners and getting arrested for vagrancy. He urged him not to get involved in anything illegal. Old Dave had been a thief on his visits to the United States, stealing suits in department stores with a false-bottomed suitcase, but in Mexico he did not steal, for repeat offenders could be sent to the Tres Marias penal colony without a trial. In Mexico, you were either a big operator with political and police connections, or you spent half your life in jail. Old Dave lived modestly, and Burroughs kept him going. He had a beautiful girlfriend much younger than himself, named Esperanza, who was of course also on junk. They formed a little extended family of junkies, shooting up every day. At the end of the month when they ran short, old Dave would go back to scoring pharmacias. Sometimes he was able to score cocaine, and they shot speedballs, a mixture of morphine and cocaine. Dave was very good at hitting veins. He could have found a vein in a mummy, Burroughs said. Veins retreat and sometimes Burroughs couldn't hit, but old Dave always could. Sometimes Burroughs would have to take off his shoe and find a vein in his foot. When Burroughs was on junk, he wanted no sex or sociability, and spent all his time in the house. He was aware of the waste involved, and felt like one of those Tibetan Buddhists who push the "I've got it all inside" proposition to the extreme and wall themselves in a little cell with a slot where food is pushed in at them, and stay there till they die. He did not want to be that way, but could not help himself. Joan, who had always been so tolerant, perhaps because her own Benzedrine habit facilitated tolerance, now lost her patience. 2 days after connecting with old Dave, Burroughs was cooking up a shot when Joan grabbed the spoon and threw the junk on the floor. Burroughs was usually a model of gentlemanly conduct with Joan, but this was the one thing he could not accept, and he slapped her twice across the face. Joan threw herself on the bed sobbing, then said, "Don't you want to do anything at all? Don't you want to visit some ruins? You know how bored you get when you have a habit. It's like all the lights went out." "Oh, well, do what you want. I guess you have some stashed anyway." Burroughs did have some stashed, but this was a signal that Joan was through with meekly accepting his addiction. As deep as their attachment was, she was having doubts about following down the road to self-destructiveness, and mentioned the possibility of a divorce, their common law marriage being considered legal in Mexico. but the subject was held in abeyance when Lucien Carr and his girlfriend arrived that August of 1950. Lucien felt that Joan and Bill had an understanding on some deep level that people rarely achieve, something on a psychic level that you could actually feel. Sitting in the living room of their small apartment, he watched them play their favorite game. They sat at opposite ends of the room, and each one took a sheet of paper and divided it into 9 squares, and drew a picture in each of the squares, and when they had finished they compared the drawings, and there was an uncanny correlation. They had both drawn a scorpion, and they had both drawn a bottle, and they had both drawn a dog. About half the drawings were the same. To Lucien, this degree of telepathic communication was spooky, and it seemed to him that if either of the two was psychically stronger it was she, that if any signals were being sent, like saying I will draw a rat and you will also draw a rat, they were coming from her. Lucien's visit was brief. He was trying to decide whether to smuggle some dope back to the States, and Burroughs told him what would happen if anything went wrong. His car would be seized, for one thing. At the same time it was not likely that anything would go wrong. Lucien decided not to take the risk. After Lucien's departure, Joan went to Cuernavaca and filed for divorce. There was a small crisis when old Dave was picked up for peddling without a license and sent to Carmen, the city prison, for 15 days. Burroughs could well imagine the withdrawal sickness he was going through, and also knew that the commandante conducted thorough searches of visitors, confiscating the drugs he found. Burroughs brought old Dave a basket of fruit. He had a piece of opium wrapped in cellophane hidden in his mouth. After being searched, he was let into the yard with old Dave, who was gaunt and dehydrated, his eyes dulled by pain. Burroughs cut an orange in half, slipped the opium out of his mouth, and stuck it in the half he handed Dave. He could see the pain and sickness melt away when old Dave bit into the orange. He picked up right away, and started complaining about his fellow inmates, who would steal the pants off you while you slept. Such a lousy people they got in here, he said. Once out of jail, old Dave wanted to go on his annual pilgrimage to Our Lady of Hama, outside Mexico City. Burroughs went along, and they walked the 40 miles in 2 days. They took plenty of morphine. In fact, old Dave took about 20 envelopes to sell at the shrine, knowing all the users would be there. The first night they stayed at a farmhouse and slept in a haystack, and in the morning the farmer's wife brought Burroughs what he remembers as one of the best breakfasts of his life: blue corn tortillas with 2 fried eggs and strong coffee. The town was like a feudal village, with narrow cobblestone streets and a warren of houses with open patios. The river ran right through it, forming pools where the locals washed their clothes. The story was that Our Lady of Hama had pointed to the base of a tree outside town and a stream had started flowing beneath it. A dowser before her time, Burroughs thought. The tree was still there, with bits of paper attached to the branches, the prayers of the faithful. The church itself was like Lourdes, filled with pictures of people who had been divinely saved, off boats, or falling from ladders, and piles of crutches that the faithful had left behind. They had limped in and walked out. Ostensibly, Our Lady of Hama handled the crutch and wheelchair contingent, but sub rosa she was the patron saint for thieves and pushers, many of whom old Dave recognized. It was like an alumni reunion. He was furious when he saw his chief rival in the crucifix game, a dark-skinned, sharp-featured Mayan whom he called the Black Bastard, and who was in the habit of following him around and badgering his croakers. Old Dave was full of contempt for the Black Bastard, who did the last 2 miles of the pilgrimage on his knees, which Dave thought was ostentatious. Old Dave did a little genuflecting in front of the Madonna, nothing showy, and went from pew to pew selling his glass sign envelopes. To old Dave, it was a very satisfying trip, combining religious observance and financial gain, but to Burroughs this worship of a plaster saint was sordid and depressing, and he was glad to get on the bus back to Mexico City. The news upon his return was that Kells Elvins had arrived with his new and pregnant wife, Mary Ann. Disgusted with the uncertainties of farming in the Rio Grande Valley, Kells had sold his land and planned to take some courses at the college. He and his wife took an apartment in a new building overlooking a remodeled golf course on the highway to Guadalajara. The first time that Burroughs and Joan came to visit, Marianne Elvins, a well-bred and attractive woman, was so distracted by their appearance that in retrospect she could not recall one word of the conversation. Joan was a large, shapeless woman, with a doughy face and the kind of eyes that used to be placed in antique dolls, made of blue glass and quite vacant, reflecting everything and seeing nothing. She seemed placid and shy, and reminded Mrs. Elvins of a well-meaning mental patient let out for the afternoon. At one point, her pocketbook dropped on the floor and fell open. Pills of every color and shape cascaded out and rolled across the rug. Clumsily, Joan got down on her hands and knees and picked them up by the handful, pushing them back into her purse, smiling and murmuring to herself. Neither Burroughs nor Kells paid the slightest attention to her. Burroughs was cadaverous-looking, thin lips, bad teeth, yellow fingers, and eyes like death. Once in an Acapulco resort, Marianne Elvins saw a scorpion on the tile floor of their bungalow, and knew immediately that it was a malignant creature. She felt the same way about Burroughs. The prospect of spending much time in the company of these two freaks was intolerable, which Kells seemed to understand, since he did not press the matter. Once, they went to dinner at the Burroughs' apartment. Joan had cooked a roast beef, which she placed on the table, practically raw, for Burroughs to serve. He attacked it like a wild animal, tearing off hunks of meat which he threw at their plates, and then picked up a great slab of beef in both hands and gnawed at it voraciously like Charles Laughton playing Henry VIII. Marianne Elvins was having enough problems with her husband, who had a Jekyll-Hyde personality. He was attractive, charismatic, and well-read, and could hold everyone spellbound with his conversation. All in all, he was the most graceful man she had ever met. He was also alcoholic, volatile, and sadistic, and overly tolerant of the hangers-on who provided him with an audience. He required women, but did not like them, and had no close women friends. When he was drunk he went at Marianne. One evening, when Kells's son, Peter, by his first marriage, was visiting, he started on a story Marianne did not want him to tell, and she said, "If you tell that story I'm going to throw this bottle of milk right at your head." So he continued telling the story and she threw the milk, and a look of such fury crossed his face that Peter was sure he was going to throw her off the balcony, but then he collected himself and said, "If you're going to do a job you might as well do it right," and poured the rest of the milk over his own head. In the end, when her daughter, Tao, was born, Marianne decided to clear out, seeing that Kells was not ready to stop drinking. But one very important thing Kells was able to do for Burroughs, and that was to start him writing again, as he had done in 1938. Burroughs was unable to start on his own, completely lacking self-confidence. He needed someone to tell him that he had talent and could do it. Kells suggested that he simply set down, in a straightforward, repertorial manner, his adventures as a junkie, which he proceeded to do. He worked through the fall, despite his habit, writing the book like a diary, remembering with his photographic memory exactly what had been said, writing every day, taking the same amount of morphine every day, on an even keel, and by December he had a first draft. One morning just before Christmas, 1950, he was awakened at 8 by a knock on the door, which he answered in his pajamas. It was an immigration inspector, who said, "Get your clothes on, you're under arrest." Apparently the woman next door had turned in a long report on his drinking and drug taking, and there was something wrong with his papers. Burroughs knew the inspector would take a bribe, but since he was head of the deportation department, and had gone to the trouble of making a house call, he wouldn't go away for peanuts. After lengthy negotiations he had to cough up $200. Now that he had been chiseled out of $200 and squealed on by a neighbor, his early impression of Mexico as an idyllic repository of frontier values was radically revised. He fumed that the typical Mexican family dinner usually ended up with everybody staggering around blind, stupid, drunk, but still able to get in there with knives and machetes and broken bottles, and then some cop reeled in drunker than the rest and shot 3 or 4 before he realized he was in the wrong house, and the people he shot were not the ones who beat his time with some bitch he used to lay who had actually been dead 5 years. Mexico was not simple or jolly or idyllic. It was an Oriental society that reflected 2,000 years of disease and poverty and degradation and stupidity and slavery and brutality and psychic and physical terrorism. Mexico was sinister and gloomy and chaotic. Mexico City had the highest murder rate in the world. When a Mexican killed someone, it was usually his best friend. Friends were less frightening than strangers. Burroughs' plan to become a citizen and buy a ranch no longer seemed appealing. His papers, which he had spent $1,000 to obtain, were still hanging fire, and now the immigration department had lost his entire file. And even if his papers came through, his land would always be liable to confiscation. If you wanted to make a living or start a business, the government put every obstacle in your way. His own Mexican lawyer said, "You cannot trust these bastards." So he had decided not to invest one nickel or buy 1 square foot of property, and not even to try for citizenship, but to stay on as a tourist. With the new year, 1951, Burroughs resolved to kick, for his behavior was increasingly erratic. One day he started petting the cat, and tightened his hold when it tried to escape. He brought his face down to touch his nose to the cat's, and the cat scratched his face. He held it at arm's length, slapping it back and forth across the face with his free hand. The cat screamed and clawed, and started spraying piss all over his pants. He went on hitting, his hand bloody from scratches, until the cat twisted loose and ran in the closet, where he could hear it whimpering with terror. "Now I'll finish the bastard off," he said, picking up a heavy painted cane. At this point Joan intervened. He put down the cane, and the cat scrambled out of the closet and ran downstairs. "Bill," Joan said, shaking her head, "aren't you ashamed of yourself?" "Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know." Burroughs kicked, but started drinking heavily, which carried its own set of problems. One night he was sitting drunk in a bar, staring at a moldy bull's head over the rows of bottles, when a cop came and sat next to him. They started talking, but in his mind it was the cop of his dreams, an irritating presence who came in unasked whenever he was about to take a shot or go to bed with a boy. As if in a dream, he found himself drawing his gun and pressing it into the cop's stomach. The bartender grabbed his arm, twisted it away, and took the gun. Examining it, he said, "Esta cargado, it's loaded." Of course, Burroughs thought, what good is an unloaded gun? The cop took him firmly by the arm and said, "Vamonos, gringo, let's go." But once they were outside, instead of arresting him, as Burroughs had expected, the cop gave him a little push and said, "Andale, gringo, get going," keeping the gun. Burroughs was quite satisfied, despite the loss of his gun, to have had a showdown with a Mexican policeman. The next morning he woke up in a cheap hotel room, with his money, his fountain pen, and his pocket knife gone. Maybe he could hit Kells for a few pesos. It was a long walk to the golf course, but he found Kells in front of his apartment, walking his Norwegian elkhound, and looking dapper in whipcord slacks and a suede jacket. Burroughs told him about losing his gun, and Kells said, "You're going to get your head blown off carrying that gun. What do you carry it for? You wouldn't know what you were shooting at. You bumped into trees twice yesterday on Insurgents. You walked right in front of a car. I pulled you back and you threatened me. I left you there to find your own way home, and I don't know how you ever made it. Everyone is fed up with the way you've been acting lately. If there's one thing I don't want to be around, and I think no one else particularly wants to be around, it's a drunk with a gun." "You're right, of course," Burroughs said. "Well, I want to help you in any way I can. But the first thing you have to do is cut down on the sauce and build up your health. You look terrible. Then you'd better think about making some money. Speaking of money, I guess you're broke, as usual." Kells took out his wallet and handed Burroughs a 50-peso note, saying, "That's the best I can do for you." Burroughs took the 50 pesos and drank tequila for 8 hours straight. The next morning he started vomiting at 10-minute intervals until all he brought up was green bile. Old Dave came around and held him up as he vomited dribbles of bile into the toilet. "You got to quit drinking, Bill," he said. "You're getting crazy." Burroughs went to bed, and in the afternoon, he stopped vomiting and managed to drink some grape juice and a glass of milk. "It stinks like piss in here," he said. "One of them cats must have pissed under the bed." "No, nothing here," old Dave said as he sniffed around the bed. He sniffed near the pillows and said, "Bill, it's you that smells like piss." Burroughs smelled his hands and said, "Good Lord. I got uremic poisoning. Go out and get me a croaker." "Okay, Bill, I'll get you one right away. And don't come back with one of them 5-peso script writing bums." Old Dave returned with a Chinese doctor, evidently one of his script writers, who said there was no uremia since Burroughs could urinate and did not have a headache. "How come I stink like this?" Burroughs asked. "He says it's nothing serious," old Dave said. "He says you have to stop drinking. He says better you go back to the other than drink like this." Old Dave took the doctor into the hall, where Burroughs could hear him ask for a morphine script. Wanting a second opinion, he asked old Dave to find Kells and have him bring around his doctor. "All right," old Dave said, "but I think you're wasting your money. This doctor is pretty good." "Yeah, he's got a good writing arm." In an hour, old Dave was back with Kells and another doctor, who sniffed and smiled and nodded at Kells. The doctor explained in Spanish that Burroughs had incipient uremia and would have to stop drinking for a month. Picking up an empty tequila bottle, he said, "One more of these and you were dead." He wrote out a prescription for an antacid preparation, shook hands, and left. For a while, as he recovered from the uremia, Burroughs was off junk and off booze. He was back in touch with Allen Ginsberg, who had been released from the psychiatric hospital and was trying to live a conventional heterosexual life. Allen reported that he had lost his cherry to Helen Parker, an older woman with 2 children, one of whose attractions was her connection with great literary figures, having been engaged to Dos Passos and known Hemingway. Burroughs wrote him that it was not so simple to overcome queerness, and Allen replied, "You don't really want me to get over being queer." Burroughs wrote back that he would be glad to see anyone switch to women if they weren't putting a con on themselves. "I am acquainted with the drawbacks of being queer," he added. "Better acquainted than you. Like you say, it multiplies problems. But the point is not how dissatisfied you are with being queer. The point is, do you get everything you want in the way of sex from a woman?" Burroughs regarded his homosexuality as a handicap and a drawback, but also as a condition from which there was no escape. Yes, it created all sorts of problems, but those problems had to be faced, as the condition was not about to go away. Allen's attempts at sex with women seemed to him a form of wishful thinking. You had to accept what you were. He had read a book called The Homosexual in America, whose author recommended that queers learn to turn the other cheek. That was an attitude Burroughs found nauseating. He wasn't going to take any guff for what he was, and if people didn't like it, as the song said, "'Tis their misfortune and none of my own." Burroughs was disgusted with Allen's "let's take our place in a normal society" routine. Maybe the nut croakers had fucked him up permanently. Did Allen actually think that laying a woman made someone a hetero? Burroughs had been laying women for 15 years and hadn't heard any complaints from them. But what did that prove except that he was hard up at the time? Laying a woman or 1,000 women merely emphasized the fact that a woman was not what he wanted. Better than nothing, of course, like a tortilla is better than no food, he wrote Allen. But no matter how many tortillas I eat, I still want a steak. This letter to Allen was annotated by Joan, who was not only fully aware of Burroughs' tastes and predilections, but was able to joke about them. Around the 20th of the month, things get a bit tight and he lives on tortillas. Burroughs sent Allen the draft of his book on junk, which seemed to Allen, in his present solid citizen phase, to be a justification of addiction. Bridling at this interpretation, Burroughs wrote, "I don't justify nothin' to nobody." As a matter of fact, the book is the only accurate account I ever read of the real horror of junk. I don't mean it as a justification or deterrent or anything, but as an accurate account of what I experienced during the time I was on junk. Over his uremia, Burroughs started hitting the bars again, and one day ran into his old friend from Columbia days, Hal Chase, in the Hollywood Steakhouse, known as the Hollywood Stink House. Still studying anthropology, Hal had gone to Mexico on a grant to learn the Zapotecan language, and had been in the hinterland. Burroughs found him attractive, with his blonde, angular good looks, and got drunk enough to suggest they spend the night together. Hal said he wasn't interested, and tried to brush the whole thing off lightly, but Burroughs was mortified, feeling that he had been rejected in front of a third party, the bartender, in a nasty, bitchy way designed to insult him. He had been put in the position of the detestedly insistent queer, who is too insensitive to realize that his attentions aren't wanted. He decided that Hal was just a bore, and a hypochondriac to boot, always talking about the ailments he might or might not have, tetanus or typhoid, going to the hospital for tests, wanting to show you his urine test. When Hal left for Salina Cruz, supposedly to build a boat, Burroughs thought, the sooner he sails off into the sunset the better. In June 1951, Burroughs and his family moved to an apartment at 210 Orizaba, in a two-story house near the Sears, Roebuck building. It was not far from the bar patronized by American students, the Bounty, at 122 Monterey, which Burroughs began to make his headquarters. The Bounty was run by two Americans, Marvin Apt from Miami and John Healy, a good-hearted Irishman from Minnesota, who had been a tail gunner on AB-17 and was now enjoying the benefits of the GI Bill and cheap Mexican liquor. Healy had an apartment above the bar and occasionally slept with Juanita, the fat and 40-ish Mexican woman who owned the building. The Mexican front man for the Bounty was Luis Carpio, who had spent his childhood in Gary, Indiana, and was known as a poco, a term for a Mexican who hated other Mexicans. The Bounty was the meeting place for the GI Bill students who would rather hang out and get drunk than study. Merrymaking of epic proportions went on there, sometimes exploding into fights and shootings. The drinks were cheap and anything went. Burroughs, who always carried a gun, was known as one of the more colorful regulars, having on one occasion shot a mouse that someone had caught and was holding up by the tail. The bullet had gone through the mouse and lodged in a wall, and the bullet hole was shown to visitors as part of the Bounty's decor. Another regular was Arnold Copeland, who had the knack of regurgitating at will. On one of the rare occasions that he attended class, he threw up in front of one of the teachers, saying, "Doc French, your course makes me sick." When Copeland got drunk, he would do an impersonation of a dying Mexican. When a Mexican came into the Bounty, and many did, Copeland would stare at him until the man came over and asked him what he wanted. When Burroughs wondered out loud why he was always starting trouble, Copeland said, "Because they're so horrible." Then he shouted, "I tell you, we will all die like dogs." Copeland took a dislike to Burroughs for remonstrating with him about the Mexicans. He carried a .25 automatic, and one day he went up to Burroughs and said, "You don't know shit, you don't even know what the fucking Boy Scout motto is." Burroughs pulled out a .45 automatic and put it down on the counter and said, "Yas, be prepared." Another time, John Healy threw a goodbye party for Marvin Apt, who was going back to Miami a despedida. They had bought a kid goat in the country, which they were going to barbecue. They saw Burroughs walking down Insurgents, wearing his usual long drab trench coat and slouch hat, and looking sinister, and Healy said, "Hey, Bill, we're going to have a party tomorrow night, why don't you drop up?" Marvin Apt added, "But no guns, Bill." "Not even a little one?" Burroughs asked. When he got there they fanned him down, as a joke. Healy was in the kitchen, handing out plates of goat through a little serving window, and could see Burroughs sitting there with his legs crossed, wearing his usual three-piece suit, and there was a small automatic stuck in his garter. Two other bounty regulars were Eugene Allerton, name changed, and Eddie Woods, who had been friends since childhood in Tampa, Florida. They had been wild kids, skipping school and going down to used car lots and hot wiring cars, and joyriding until they ran out of gas, which was scarce in wartime. In 1946, 16-year-old Allerton joined the Army, and 15-year-old Woods joined the Air Force, one step ahead of reform school. Allerton was tall and Woods was husky, and they both looked older than their age. Allerton spent 3 years in Germany in the Counterintelligence Corps, operating a cryptograph machine and writing extracts from field agents' reports. He got out in early 1949, at the same time as Woods, and they went out on the town in Tampa and were arrested as juveniles for violating curfew, and had to pay a $25 fine. Welcome home, soldier. Allerton decided to go to Mexico City College on the GI Bill, a far more attractive idea than working. His aim in life, he liked to say, was get rich, sleep till noon, and fuck 'em all. Woods joined him there in August 1951. Allerton lived in a room upstairs from the bounty and went to class from time to time. He shopped around for classes with long reading lists, so that he could sell the books, which were paid for by the GI Bill. You could get 50% of the face price. Art through the ages was his favorite course. It had lots of big books with color plates, and Allerton took it 2 years in a row. Most of his time, however, he spent in the bounty, drinking rum and coke. It was there that Burroughs saw him, and was immediately attracted, although Allerton was not conventionally handsome, being tall and thin with a round face and jug ears. But he was clean-cut and boyish, and had a self-directed "I don't care who owns the place" manner. He had that very American look of false innocence, with something cold and calculating behind it. He wasn't strong or tough, but had learned a few things in the CIC. Once at the bounty someone pushed him and said, "Get out of my way, skinny," and Allerton hooked a thumb in his belt, pushing down, and brought his other hand up under his jaw, decking him, and stepped on his face. In the early summer of 1951, the 37-year-old Burroughs looked for occasions to connect with this 21-year-old, slightly disdainful straight youth. He was afraid that his wanting showed through his clumsy efforts. It was hard for him not to give himself away. One night at the bounty when Allerton had had a few, they got into a conversation and Allerton recounted some of his CIC experiences. One of their agents had conned them by inventing an entire spy network. As Burroughs listened to him laugh at his own story, he thought, he is without guile, like a child who has never been hurt. To hold his attention, Burroughs invented comic routines, connecting with the oldest tradition of storytelling. It went back to cavemen sitting around a fire. It went back to Scheherazade holding the Sultan's attention to stay alive. It was the frantic, attention-grabbing format that is probably at the source of all literature. It is an ancient mariner / and he stop peth one of three. This was not material he planned to use for fiction, for he did not yet think of himself as a writer. The routines were comic extrapolations of his experience, such as the information he had picked up on oilmen in Texas. They were an uninhibited bunch, who would find investors to buy leases, and when the geologist's report was negative, they'd say, "That boy is disappointed, and so are we. That's the way it is, ha ha ha." Dry Hole Dutton had brought in 20 dry holes before he struck oil. Then he bought a yacht, and he'd go into Corpus Christi and pick up people in bars and sail around and wake up in the morning and say, "What are these people doing on my yacht? Throw 'em off and let 'em swim ashore." So Burroughs hardly had to exaggerate when he went into his oilman routine. Well, that's the way it goes. Some holes got lubrication and some is dry as a whore's cunt on Sunday morning. Allerton thought he was a good raconteur and began to appreciate his company. One night Burroughs got him drunk on brandy and took him to a hotel and went to bed with him. Allerton responded without hostility or disgust, but in his eyes Burroughs saw a curious detachment. He already knew that loving a straight guy was doomed to failure, because even if he was willing to have sex it would be grudgingly. But on some level Burroughs was after the unobtainable. He saw himself as disembodied, which was why he needed other male bodies, not only to make love to but to occupy. His purpose was to possess and inhabit the lover. He was, as he put it, straining with a blind worm hunger to enter the other's body, to breathe with his lungs, learn the feel of his viscera and genitals. Perhaps, as Auden put it, homosexuality was a form of envy, a wanting of the other's maleness. When Allerton avoided Burroughs, he tried to win him back with favors, buying him meals, and getting his camera out of hock for 400 pesos. When Allerton refused him, his body going rigid with annoyance, Burroughs found it difficult to control his hurt. It seemed to him not only that he was doomed to failure in any love relationship, but that he was setting up his failure by going after a straight man. On one of the rare occasions when Burroughs was able to get him into bed, Allerton said, in medias res, "This does seem to be rather superfluous." Even though he realized that no reciprocal relationship would be possible, Burroughs could not let Allerton go, and invited him on a trip to South America. "It won't cost you a cent," he said. "Perhaps not in money," Allerton replied. "All I ask is be nice to Papa, say twice a week," Burroughs said. "That isn't excessive, is it?" Allerton finally agreed to go, saying, "It's always nice to see places you haven't seen before." In all this, Joan was the passive and acquiescing observer. She either had to accept Burroughs as he was, which he made no attempt to conceal, or leave him, which she had thought of doing, but had decided against. Their destinies were intertwined. There was, in spite of everything, a rare form of communion between them. One evening shortly before his departure, Burroughs and Joan were playing the drawing game, and Joan drew a picture of herself with little puffs of smoke around her head, and the caption "Troglodyte," or cave dweller. Troglodyte was also a word commonly used in the Mexican press to describe heinous criminals, as in Troglodyte so-and-so killed his mother and cut her up into small pieces. On July 9, 1951, Joan wrote Allen Ginsberg, "Bill has taken off for Panama and possibly Ecuador, in company with a pretty boy from school. He and the kid are going to look over prospects down there, and if they find anything that looks good the children and I will go on down. I think they're going to Panama City, and if that turns out to be too expensive, they'll go to Ecuador and maybe even Peru. We like Mexico, but Gobernation apparently doesn't like us one damn fine after another, no prospects of getting any papers, no possibility of any job or investment." In the meantime, Allerton and Burroughs had arrived by plane in Panama City, and repaired to a nightclub called the Blue Goose, which Burroughs had heard was an incomparable den of drugs and vice. But it did not live up to its billing, being just another drab Cathus bar. That was the trouble with Burroughs, Allerton thought. He was always picking things up in Argosy or some other magazine and giving them a little more credence than they deserved. He had this fixation about going to Ecuador and finding a hallucinatory drug the Indians used that he had read about somewhere, called yeg. From Panama City, they took a small plane to Quito, the capital of Ecuador, high in the Andes. It was cold and the air was thin and the town was full of ugly people and llamas. Tibet must be like this, Burroughs thought. A bitter wind from the Andes peaks blew rubbish through dirty streets. They left for the coastal town of Manta, and stayed at the Hotel Continental. When Burroughs asked for sex once too often, Allerton said, "I want to register a complaint concerning breach of contract." "You said twice a week." They spent a few days on the beach. The houses had bamboo walls, and vultures roosted on the roofs. They moved down the coast to the harbor city of Guayaquil, which was built on a river, with many parks, squares, and statues. Burroughs was getting sick of the inevitable statue of Bolivar, whom he called the liberating fool. The one in Guayaquil had a sort of limp wrist look, which Burroughs pointed out to Allerton saying, "What a flaming queen. That night, Allerton said he wanted to sleep alone, and Burroughs went into his possession routine, which could only distance Allerton all the more. If I had my way, we'd sleep every night all wrapped around each other like hibernating rattlesnakes. Wouldn't it be booful if we could just run together into one wet big blob? Even if it was intended to be funny, Allerton thought, the baby talk was repulsive. The river was the color of urine, so dirty you could not see half an inch below its surface. Allerton was quite happy sitting on the beach all day. They were thinking of buying a boat and sailing it back to Mexico, and picked out a modified lateen rig, and were wondering, should they go as the crow flies, or should they hug the shore, since neither of them knew anything about sailing, except that the sun set in the west. Allerton later reflected that had they bought the boat, modern American literature would have been deprived of one of its finer lights. But they were spared from being lost at sea by a border skirmish with Peru, so that Ecuador banned the sale of boats to foreigners. Then they heard that near Ambato, deep in the jungle on the border with Peru, there was an American botanist who lived with the Indians and knew something about yegg. The bus to Ambato was a jolting 14-hour ride. It wasn't even a bus, but a 2.5-ton truck with benches close together in the back, made for small Indians. Allerton was in agony, his balls ached, and when he said he had to throw up, Burroughs gave him his hat. It was the only thing he could do. They were wedged in on the bench until the next stop. At the mountain pass, far above the tree line, they stopped at a hut for a snack of chickpeas, and soon saw the snow-covered peak of Chimborazo. Then from Ambato to Puyo they drove along the edge of a 1,000-foot gorge. It was the most miserable trip Allerton had ever made, but Burroughs took it rather well. He was calm in adversity. But then, reflected Allerton, he'd had plenty of practice. Puyo was the end of the line. After that, it was jungle. Burroughs wanted to set out at once to find the botanist, Dr. Fuller, but Allerton asked if they could wait until the rain stopped. They got like a saying down here, Burroughs said. I'll pay you when it stops raining in Puyo. Allerton wondered how they would find Fuller, since there aren't too many street signs in the jungle, but Burroughs said he had directions. And so they set out on muddy trails, which were maintained by the Ecuadorian army so a donkey could get through, up steep slopes and across streams, watching for quebradas, deep crevices cut by streams, some of which were 4 feet wide and 60 feet deep. Every once in a while they would come up to an Indian and ask him how much farther Dr. Fuller was, and invariably the Indian would answer, 3 more hours. Allerton wanted to rest, but Burroughs said, no, if you rest your legs get stiff. Finally they reached the doctor's house, across a river from an Indian village. A thin, wiry man, Fuller lived there with his wife, a large red-headed ex-nurse. They reminded Burroughs of Jack Sprat and his wife. Fuller struck Allerton as a mad doctor type, going on endlessly about how he was due the entire credit for the development of the medical uses of curare, but one of his assistants had stolen his research material and published first. In fact, Fuller had nothing to do with the discovery of curare. Curare, which was used as a muscle relaxant, was a poison the Indians put on their darts to shoot monkeys. Pretty soon the monkey was so relaxed it fell out of its tree. Used in proper doses, it worked well in surgery. Burroughs and Allerton had brought a rather miserable present, a raunchy loin of pork, but Fuller seemed glad to have it, since their diet was skimpy. The Indians fished with dynamite obtained from a nearby shell drilling operation, and were by now reduced to sprat-sized catches. They had exhausted all the game with shotguns bought with their wages from Shell, and were now chasing groundhogs with machetes. As like fools as pilchards are to herring, thought Burroughs, in the words of the immortal bard. The only one left who still used curare was Dr. Fuller in his experiments. Fuller at first was cordial, but when he heard that they were planning to stay a while, he grew suspicious, asking a great many questions, as if they were emissaries from hostile interests come to steal more of his research. At the same time, he bragged about saving the daughter of an Indian chief, who had an incurable ailment, which gave him entree into tribal rites. If that was the case, Burroughs said, perhaps Fuller could help them find some yegg, which he was willing to try as a scientific experiment. Fuller was non-committal on this point. He grudgingly put up cots on the porch for them to stay overnight, but it was clear he would have preferred them to leave before sundown. During the night he heard a frog croak and rushed out to capture it so that he could inject it with curare. He too suffered from the absence of wildlife, for he had no experimental animals, but was too lazy to leave. The reason the frog was croaking was that it had been caught by some tree snakes, but Fuller wrestled it away from the snakes and triumphantly carried it to his laboratory. That night, sleeping on the porch under a mosquito net to keep off the vampire bats, Burroughs dreamt that he was standing in front of the Bounty, and heard someone crying. He saw his son, and knelt down, and took the child in his arms. The sound of crying came closer, and soon he was crying, too. He held little Billy close to his chest. A group of people were standing there in convict suits, and Burroughs wondered what they were doing and why he was crying. When he woke up, he stretched out a hand toward Allerton, then pulled it back, and turned around to face the wall. Realizing that Fuller was not going to be helpful, and indeed resented their presence, Burroughs decided to head back. Allerton was just as glad to get out of one of the less desirable places he had ever been in. The whole trip had been a fiasco, and Burroughs projected a calm and detachment that he did not feel, realizing that he would have to return another time. Lucien Carr had 2 weeks of vacation coming in August 1951 and wanted to drive down to Mexico in his battered Chevrolet. "I can't drive all that way alone," he told Allen Ginsberg. "Somebody's got to keep me awake." Allen agreed to join him. He had never been out of the country, except for his trip to Dakar, and, having read Jack's manuscript, he wanted to experience the road. When they got to Mexico City, Burroughs was gone, but Joan was there taking care of the children. Julie, by then 8, had become very pretty, and Allen told Joan, "She'll be giving you competition soon." "Oh, I'm out of the running," Joan replied. Her face had changed, Allen noted. It was lined and swollen. She had lost that Botticelli delicacy. Her hair was limp, and she walked with a limp. Allen assumed it was the drinking, for there was a bottle of tequila on top of her dresser. They went to a little hole-in-the-wall cantina on the corner and had Huevos Rancheros, which Allen had never eaten and thought were delicious. Joan seemed to be taking Bill's absence in stride, with ironic detachment. "Oh, Bill," she said, "who knows when he'll be back?" She talked about him the way you would talk about the weather. Joan and Lucien, who had never spent much time together, found that they hit it off. They both liked to drink and had the same kind of sense of humor. That evening they left Allen to babysit and went to the Bounty. 2 Mexicans were playing Pedro Infante songs on the jukebox, and Joan said, "That one is called El Cobard, which means the coward. I think they put it on to provoke you." "Well, that's interesting," Lucien said, as he tossed back shots of Oso Negro gin, with a little Coca-Cola to take the edge off. Another song came on and Joan said, "I think that because of your alcoholic consumption you have now been accepted. This one is called El Borracho, which means the drunkard." "Well, that's something of an improvement," Lucien said. What followed was a week-long marathon drinking binge, combined with a road trip through western Mexico that terrorized Allen and the children. It was one of the wildest, drunkenest trips Lucien had ever taken in his life. They left Mexico City in the direction of Guadalajara, the tires squealing as Lucien skidded around hairpin mountain turns, with Joan egging him on, saying, "How fast can this heap go?" In back with the children, who were huddled on the floor with their hands over their eyes, Allen was furious at Lucien, and said, "I can't stand this, you're scaring the kids." But he didn't want to say it too often because he didn't want to scare the kids worse. He felt he had to stay under control so they wouldn't panic. Obviously, there was a desperate quality in Joan that Lucien was playing right into. Lucien was so drunk at one point that he couldn't hold the wheel, which he turned over to Joan as he lay on the floor working the pedals. That night they got to Lake Chapala and drove the car onto a concrete pier where they spent the night. The next morning, they saw that they were about 2 feet from having driven the car into the lake. The next day they drove to the live volcano of Paracutan, which was in eruption when they arrived. You were not supposed to go in without a guide, but drunk again on Mexican gin, Lucien bumped over the fields of hardened lava, until the car got stuck in a crack and they decided to spend the night there. Molten lava from the volcano several miles away flew in the dark sky, and you could hear a roar like a subway under the street, a very palpable roaring of the powers of the earth, and Alan was overcome with a sense of the volcano's destructive force, which made him realize how the earth you were standing on could turn ugly. The next day they stayed at a hotel on a river, a lovely place that reminded Alan of Blake's drawing of Eden. Lucien and Joan went swimming drunk, and Lucien came out alone, saying the current was quite swift. Alan was happy that his two friends were getting along so well, that they were connecting in their intoxicated ecstasy, but at the same time he was afraid they were playing some kind of desperate game of dare. Alan felt the resonance of the past, felt that Joan was in a situation with Bill where he didn't treat her properly, felt that in Lucien she had found someone her own age who was more appreciative. But now she had floated downstream, Ophelia-like, and as he and Lucien ran up and down the bank calling her name he remembered her phrase, "I'm out of the running," and thought it was a poignant remark coming from a woman of only 27, in reply to his casual sophomoric statement, which he had meant as a compliment, "Your daughter will give you competition." They finally found Joan sitting on the bank in silent contemplation of the dark waters, and took her back to the hotel, and who knows, it was possible that she and Lucien made love that night. Alan wasn't sure, but Lucien did let pass that if he hadn't been already committed to a girl in New York. Time was running out, and they headed back to Mexico City, but Lucien, still drunk, insisted on seeing a lake that was on the map, and they drove over a dirt road with watermelon-sized rocks, skidding and tumbling and banging, and there turned out to be nothing there. The lake had dried up years ago, and there was nothing to eat and no place to sleep, and it was the middle of the night so they slept in the car. The next day they reached Mexico City, and with Lucien pressed for time, they dropped Joan and the kids at a bus stop at one of the glorietas near Chapultepec Park, and their last sight of her was Joan standing there wistfully, holding 4-year-old Billy with one hand and waving goodbye with the other. To Alan it was a poignant farewell, for he felt that she and Lucien loved each other, and Lucien said on the trip back that he had thought of taking her with him, but that she was the wife of a friend, with 2 children, and it just wasn't in the cards. A couple of days later, Hal Chase, who was back in Mexico City, ran into Joan in the street. Her head made that proud little welcoming shake he remembered, and he put his arm around her shoulders because she looked so awful. There were open sores on her arms and she seemed to have lost some of her hair. She told Hal that she had an incurable blood disease and said, "I'm not going to make it." Hal was shocked. Joan had been a beauty, graceful and delicate. Now she limped away awkwardly, swinging one arm more than the other. At the beginning of September, Burroughs and Allerton returned to Mexico City. The trip had been a failure in that they had not been able to find any yegg, and yet there had been some incidental pleasures, including the pleasure, at least for Allerton, of leaving places you never wanted to see again. Joan was glad Bill was back, and told him he had just missed Alan and Lucien. Burroughs was depressed. Something weighed down on him, which he could not identify. Perhaps it was coming back to the routine of family life after the freedom of travel. Perhaps it was the dilemma of being married to Joan, who did nothing but drink from morning to night, when he wanted to be with Allerton, who remained friendly but unaccommodating. No, it wasn't only that, it was something else, something deadening and oppressive, an inescapable sense of dread and foreboding, which Burroughs tried to drown in alcohol. As usual, there were money problems, and Burroughs decided to sell his .380 automatic. He didn't like it much anyway. It was a cheap gun, which he had tried out with Marvin Apt, and it shot low. John Healy had a buyer, and he was due to bring the gun over to his apartment above the Bounty on the afternoon of Thursday, September 6, 1951. In Quito, Burroughs had bought a scout knife with a tarnished metal handle, like something from a turn-of-the-century junk shop, which he had spotted in a tray of old knives and rings. On September 6, at about 3 in the afternoon, he heard the knife sharpener's whistle, and took the knife down to him. Walking down the street toward his cart, the sense of depression and loss that had been weighing on him intensified to the point that tears began to stream down his face. It was a feeling so strong that it seemed to fill his chest, making it difficult to breathe, and he wondered what on earth could be wrong. He gave the knife to the sharpener and went back to his apartment and started drinking. Then, around 6, it was time to go to Healy's place, and they left the children with neighbors. When he and Joan got there, the buyer had not arrived, but Healy was there with Jean Allerton and Eddie Woods. Evidently, a party had been going on for some time, for Healy's living room was strewn with empty Oso Negro bottles. By the time Healy left to tend bar downstairs, the 4 remaining guests were feeling no pain. In what happened next, the versions sometimes differ and sometimes overlap, and as there is no reason to accept one at the expense of the others, it seems preferable to give all 3. The Burroughs version: let's see, Joan was sitting in a chair, I was sitting in another chair across the room about 6 feet away, there was a table, there was a sofa. The gun was in a suitcase and I took it out, and it was loaded, and I was aiming it. I said to Joan, I guess it's about time for our William Tell act. She took her highball glass and balanced it on top of her head. Why I did it, I don't know, something took over. It was an utterly and completely insane thing to do. Suppose I had succeeded in shooting the glass off her head, there was a danger of glass splinters flying out and hitting the other people there. I fired one shot, aiming at the glass. The Allerton version: it was a convivial gathering, just the 4 of us. We were sitting around drinking, with Bill at a table, and Joan sitting across from him. The conversation was desultory. Bill had a gun. That was nothing unusual. Even I had one, a Belgian automatic I had picked up overseas, though it often wound up in the hock shop. When he said he was going to do his William Tell act, nobody said, "Look, Bill, this is not a good idea." There was nothing especially alarming about it. There had been some drinking, and Bill was known for his marksmanship. As for the reason Joan went along with it, you could ascribe it to her confidence in his marksmanship, or anything else you want to ascribe it to. At any rate, the gun fired low, and Joan was shot in the side of the head. We all sat there staring and not believing. But once I saw the red trickle, I was past disbelief. I knew what had happened. I had seen him pick up the gun and fire it. I think I was the first to move. The only thing I could think of doing was to get the hell out of there. I told you, I'm a natural coward. I knew that a Mexican medical student lived in one of the little cubicles on the roof, so I said I was going to get him. He wasn't there, so I came back down, and from then on I don't recall any particulars. Someone else called the cops. The Woods version: on this particular day, Allerton came to me and said, Bill is a little short of cash and wants to meet this fellow who wants to buy some of his handguns. But he doesn't want to do it at his place, he doesn't want the guy to know where he lives, so he's going to meet this guy in Healy's place, and he wants you and me to be there as witnesses. So we got there in the early afternoon, and Healy's living room was just a field of dead soldiers from the running party we always had the first of the month when the checks came in. Then Bill and Joan arrived, and Bill had an overnight bag, a little carry-all. I don't know how many handguns he had in there. Now I think you should take into account what my attitude toward Bill was at the time. I thought he was somewhat sinister, I thought he was a bad influence on my friend Jean. I didn't know what to make of him, and I was renting a room in Healy's apartment, and I didn't care for his holding his meeting there, but I was the new boy on the block and I couldn't object, and Allerton was involved, and we'd always been allies. So we were sitting around in this living room littered with bottles, and Joan was drinking gin with limonada, and Allerton and I were sitting on the sofa, and Burroughs was sitting in a chair within an arm's reach of me, so close that I could have reached over and grabbed his gun, and Joan was in a stuffed chair across from Jean and myself. I don't know how the conversation got around to it, but Burroughs said, "Joni, let me show the boys what a great shot old Bill is." So she balanced her glass on her head and turned her head and said with a giggle, "I can't watch this, you know, I can't stand the sight of blood." And then it dawned on me that he was actually going to pull the trigger, and I thought, my God, if he hits that glass there'll be shards flying all over the place, there'll be a hole in the wall, and how are we going to explain this to Juanita? It just seemed ridiculous to me. So I started to reach for the gun, but then I thought, you better not, 'cause if it goes off and hits her. She was 9-10 feet away. And then bang, that was the first impression, the noise. We were temporarily deafened by the sound. The next thing I knew, the glass was on the floor, and I noticed the glass was intact. It was rolling around in concentric circles, this 6-ounce water glass. And then I looked at her and her head had fallen to one side. Well, I thought, she's kidding. Then I heard Allerton say, "Bill, I think you hit her." Then he cried no, and started toward her, and then I saw the hole in her temple. Burroughs kept crying, "Joan, Joan, Joan." He was out of it, in shock. Allerton went to get a doctor, and I went to Juanita's place, leaving Burroughs there, kneeling in tears at her side, saying, "Talk to me, talk to me." And as I left, I could hear her death rattle horror. So I went to Juanita's and told her what had happened, and she called Burroughs' lawyer, and said she would call the police and an ambulance. She told me what Gerardo, the lawyer, said, that Allerton and I were the only witnesses and we should lie low in a hotel someplace and call him that night and he'd tell us what to do. An ambulance arrived and took Joan to the Red Cross hospital. She was dead on arrival. Inspecting the apartment, the police noted a blood-splattered chair, 3 ashtrays on the floor, and, on a table, 4 empty bottles of Oso Negro gin, 10 dirty glasses, and a star .380 automatic. Driving back with Lucien, Allen Ginsberg had the famous Tourista in the worst way, Montezuma's Revenge, the Aztec two-step, but Lucien didn't want to stop, so he bought a big ceramic bowl. Then the Chevrolet broke down in Galveston, and Lucien flew to New York, leaving Allen behind in a $5 a night seashore motel while it was fixed. A couple of days later, Allen picked up a paper and saw that Joan had been killed. It hit him hard, because he had introduced Bill and Joan, and had what he thought of as a sacramental connection with them. Joan was the one woman he really respected and admired. She was smarter than Bill, he thought. Bill needed someone like her to overcome his general testiness and disdain of the flesh. Remembering their frantic trip, and Joan's challenge to Lucien, "How fast can this heap go?" Allen wondered to what extent Joan had challenged Bill to shoot the glass off her head. He had sensed a death wish on her part in Mexico, in her acceptance of Lucien's reckless driving, in her swimming off alone down the river, and he wondered whether, drunk as she probably was, she had somehow controlled the situation. On one hand it seemed to him that Joan wanted to die, and on the other he knew there was in Burroughs a sense of perverse irresponsibility, and that he might have been showing off for Allerton's benefit. Was Bill entirely to blame? It seemed to Allen that Joan in some way might have goaded him. It was something unresolved that would not leave Allen's mind, and years later he dreamed that he went back to Mexico City and saw Joan leaning forward in a garden chair, her arms on her knees. She studied him with clear eyes and a downcast smile, her face restored to its delicate beauty. They talked and she asked, "What's Burroughs doing now?" "Bill, he's in North Africa," Allen said. "And Kerouac?" "Jack still jumps with the same beat genius as before." "I hope he makes it," Joan said. "Is Hunk still in the can?" "No, last time I saw him he was on Times Square." "And you?" "New Loves in the West." And then Allen knew it was a dream, but nonetheless questioned her. "Joan, what kind of knowledge have the dead? Can you still love your mortal acquaintances? What do you remember of us?" She faded in front of him, and in the next instant he saw her rain-stained tombstone with an illegible epitaph under the gnarled branch of a small tree in the wild grass of an unvisited garden in Mexico. After Joan's death, Burroughs knew that the rest of his life would be a form of atonement for that one inexplicable moment, not only for the wife he had killed but for the havoc he had brought to those closest to him, his son and his parents, and he was haunted by these lines of Edwin Arlington Robinson's. "There are mistakes too monstrous for remorse to tamper or to dally with." For the rest of his life, he would carry with him the dull, floating pain of his guilt. There would not be a single day that he would not be reminded in some way of what he had done. As a rational act, it could only be understood up to a point, and then you reached an opaque center. Perhaps there had been an element of provocation, he wasn't sure, and if there was, it was on a telepathic level, like that drawing of Joan's captioned troglodyte. Perhaps the shooting was the drawing game carried to its terminal outcome. Even if that was the case, and she had somehow willed him to do it, he did not accept it as a cop-out. The glass on the head had been his idea. He was responsible. He had pulled the trigger and fired the bullet that had killed her. You could say that it was an accident, but to Burroughs, there was no such thing as an accident. He believed that inimical forces caused accidents. In this case, he had been given foreknowledge that something awful was about to happen, that a smog of menace and evil was about to descend. He had broken out in tears, but he had not paid proper attention to the signals. If he had, he would have retrenched, cut his drinking, gone to bed. The inimical force that had caused him to kill Joan, Burroughs believed quite literally, was an evil spirit that had possessed him. This was a concept more medieval than modern, although whether the evil spirit is seen as coming from within or from without, the result is the same. A divided personality with a capacity for wickedness can look for a psychological explanation, or can believe that he is possessed by malignant forces. Both explanations are metaphors for the nature of evil, which religion and theologies do not satisfactorily define. In any case, Burroughs believed that there were occasions when an outside being took possession of him. This was not on the level of a save me from myself apology. Being occupied by an evil spirit was not an excuse for throwing oneself on the mercy of the court. Quite the contrary, each time a battle was lost in his struggle with the invading entity, the price was high, the sentence heavy. One might protest that the evil spirit was a post facto explanation, devised after Joan's death, and better than saying he had shot her deliberately. But the threat of an outside malevolent presence ready to invade him was something Burroughs had felt all his life, even as a young boy, the sense of dread that he could not name, the scene with the nurse and her boyfriend. However far-fetched it may seem, it was real to him. He lived with it from day to day. Joan was a self-designated victim. There was a quality of doom in her marriage to Burroughs. She was like an athlete who takes on an impossible feat of endurance, and breaks under the strain. In the name of living her own life, of defying convention, of finding an alternative to the smugness and hypocrisy of middle-class American life in the 40s and 50s, she destroyed her physical and mental health, and finally lost her life. In the vanguard of the counterculture, she became one of its early casualties. As brief as her life was, she was 27 when she died. It was baffling, impenetrable. One sees the cute Barnard girl, taking bubble baths, wearing Angora sweaters, looking for coxmen among the V12s with Edie Parker. And then one sees a woman with a tired, lined face, limping down the street, watching horrified as tiny white worms crawl out of her skin, and one wonders how it can be the same person. The one thing she proved was that you could not take unlimited amounts of amphetamines with impunity. In her choice of husbands, she was one of those women who take pride in marrying hard cases. She stayed with Burroughs even though he was a homosexual and a drug addict, even though he was often cold and remote, even though there was little of the usual physical affection between husband and wife. There was something brave in her resolve to keep on. but Burroughs, being an addict himself, was in no position to rehabilitate her. On principle, he could not bring himself to give advice. He could not tell Joan to stop taking Benzedrine when he was himself on junk. The irony of Joan's death was that it unlocked Burroughs' literary vocation. Thanks to Joan, he was able to pursue a career as a writer. One form of atonement was a description of his demons, and one form of defense against them was the written word. With Joan's death, the strands of his life converged: his sense of disinheritance, his fears of alienation and possession, his need to articulate his disgust with the state of American society. I am forced to the appalling conclusion that I would never have become a writer but for Joan's death, and to a realization of the extent to which this event has motivated and formulated my writing. I live with the constant threat of possession, and a constant need to escape from possession, from control. So the death of Joan brought me in contact with the invader, the ugly spirit, and maneuvered me into a lifelong struggle, in which I have had no choice except to write my way out. Aside from Joan's death, there was one other factor that helped Burroughs to become a writer, and that was the example of a kindred spirit, the English writer Denton Welch. In 1933, at the age of 18, while an art student in London, Welch was riding a bicycle when he was struck from behind by a woman motorist. His spine was fractured, and he lived in constant pain, mostly bedridden, until his death at the age of 31, writing 3 autobiographical books in the interval. Burroughs identified with Denton Welch, thinking of him almost as an alter ego, and memorizing passages of his books. Both Burroughs and Welch had become writers as the result of a terrible accident. Like Burroughs, Welch had felt a sense of foreboding on the day that left him an invalid for the rest of his life. Bicycling to Surrey to visit his uncle's vicarage, he stopped to have coffee and biscuits in a beautiful little 18th-century house converted to a luncheonette, and noticed the brass handles on the paneled shutters of the huge sash windows, some of which were broken or missing, and was struck by a sense of universal damage and loss. If he had lingered a little longer over his coffee, or if he had left at once instead of daydreaming, he would have missed his appointment with the motorist. Describing the intersection points where a moment's difference would have meant so much, Welch was able to charge a visit to a church where 2 nuns prayed, or a billboard advertising players' cigarettes, with a sinister significance. His anticipated feeling of impending doom was exactly like Burroughs. Welch would not have started writing except for the accident, a reminder of the origins of Burroughs' own vocation. Like Burroughs, he saw all of his writing as autobiographical. Like Burroughs, he was a homosexual with unfulfilled erotic needs. Indeed, this passage from Welch's journal applies as well to Burroughs. When you long with all your heart for someone to love you, a madness grows there that shakes all sense from the trees and the water and the earth. And nothing lives for you, except the long deep bitter want. And this is what everyone feels from birth to death. Finally, in his deep admiration for Denton Welch, Burroughs was identifying with the victim of the accident, as if he had been, as its instigator and survivor, the true victim of Joan's death. Joan was buried in Mexico City and Burroughs was locked up in Lecumberri prison, known as the Black Palace. He was fortunate that he had not shot his wife in the United States, where, added to his previous offenses, the charge of homicide would probably have put him away for quite a while. The pillars of the Mexican criminal justice system, however, were bribery and perjury, and in Burnaby Jurado Burroughs had a master in the use of both. Jurado came to see him in jail on the night of the shooting and said, "Well, your wife is no longer in pain, she is dead. But don't worry, I, Burnaby Jurado, am going to defend you, and you will not stay in jail. In Mexico is no capital punishment." Jurado saw at once that the William Tell version was not serviceable. You could not tell a judge and a jury that you had tried to shoot a glass off your wife's head and had shot her instead and get away with it. It was too grotesque to be convincing. He summoned Woods and Allerton to his townhouse to coach them in the version that he had devised. Which was that Burroughs was a collector of firearms who was demonstrating an automatic to a potential customer. During the demonstration, He pulled back the slide to see if the weapon was loaded, and it fired. Happy to help a friend, Woods and Allerton synchronized their stories. It would have been counterproductive to tell exactly what had happened. As they left Gerardo's house, they noticed that they were under surveillance, one man behind them and two on the opposite sidewalk, whom they playfully took on a long walk through the city. According to the Mexican system, a pretrial hearing was held on September 9 before a judge, who had an office in the prison. Gerardo had known the judge, Eduardo Urzáez Jiménez, since law school, and told Burroughs, "He's a bastard, but he's fair, and he cannot be bought." "That's all I want," Burroughs said, "a fair judge." The prosecutor, Rogelio Barriga, was an old friend of Gerardo's who occasionally did legal work for him, which didn't hurt. Taken to the judge's office, Burroughs stood on one side of an iron mesh grid, with the others on the other side: the judge and his stenographer, the prosecutor, Gerardo, Woods, and Allerton, and two policemen. Burroughs made a statement, which Woods and Allerton corroborated. There had been a friendly party, and he had 8 or 10 drinks. He had bought the automatic 6 months ago, and did not know whether it was loaded, not having handled it for 3 months. When he pulled back the slide to find out, the gun went off. Woods borrowed one of the cops' .45s to show how it could happen, while thinking, this would never stand up in an American court, because it would be impossible to fire a gun that way unless your finger was depressing the trigger the entire time. But the prosecutor didn't ask any embarrassing questions, and the judge ruled that Burroughs would be charged with imprudency, a criminal imprudence, which carried a maximum sentence of 5 years. Burroughs pleaded guilty to the charge, and was released on bail until his sentencing in a year's time. There was some perfunctory questioning about his common-law marriage, during which it came out that he and Joan had filed for divorce in 1950 in Cuernavaca, but were later reconciled. "I am sure she loved me as I loved her," Burroughs said. Burroughs was released from Lecumberri on September 21 after posting a bond of $2,312. He had spent a total of 13 days in jail. During his brief sojourn in the slammer, he had been greatly impressed by the kindness and decency of the Mexican people. At his first interrogation at the 8th Precinct, the cops had coached him, "You must admit this, you must deny that." In the chilly prison cell, where he slept on a slab of tin, a man had given him one of his 2 blankets. One of the guards told him that prison requires much calm and much resignation, adding, "It's too bad when a man goes to jail because of a woman." When Kells Elvins asked Gerardo if there was any chance that Burroughs would go back to jail, he said, shocked, "What? Mr. Burroughs go back to prison? Do you think I want to jeopardize my reputation as a lawyer?" Gerardo had sprung him in record time. The average for a homicide before bail was arranged was 2 months. Gerardo held Burroughs up as an example of his excellent work and showed him off to prospective clients. "There he is. 13 days. No one else in Mexico could have done it." It annoyed Burroughs when people said that he had been taken. Gerardo charged, but he delivered. Burroughs had paid him a $2,000 fee, sent by his father, and the only extra was $300 to bribe the 4 ballistics experts appointed by the court. He could not have made much on that. In Lecumberri he had met people with money and influence and less difficult cases who had been in 3 and 4 months. One fellow had run through 10 lawyers and $5,000 and was still in. No, he had to hand it to Gerardo, he had worked magic. In Mexico, bail was in effect probation. Every Monday, Burroughs had to report to the prison and sign in. If he didn't, his bail would be rescinded and he would go back to jail. Burroughs would get there early, pacing around the little square until 7, and join the line of 60 or 70 Mexicans, some of whom signed with their thumbprints. It was a weekly reminder of what his fate had almost been. In the American papers, and particularly in St. Louis, the Burroughs shooting was played up with headlines such as "Son of Sion slays wife," and "Stunt shooting of wife denied." Once again, Burroughs had brought shame upon his parents, who sent Mort to Mexico to make arrangements for the return of little Billy. When they met in Gerardo's office, Mort struck Jean Allerton and Eddie Woods as a dutiful, straight-laced sort who was fed up with bailing his brother out of messy situations but who had a family obligation which he intended to carry out. Afterward, when they went out for a drink, Mort started whining about his youth, when he had to go to night school and support a family while Bill had a free ride thanks to the allowance from his parents. Burroughs was released from jail while Mort was there, and went to see him at the Reforma Hotel. Burroughs would always remember the occasion, for it was the one and only time that Mort broke through his reserve and showed some emotion. They actually hugged, and Mort started to cry, and Burroughs felt a closeness that would never be repeated. Burroughs spent the night at the hotel, since his apartment was on the other side of town, and Mort talked about the importance of family ties. They slept in the same bed, and Mort, who was a little drunk, put his arms around him and said, "Blood is a hell of a lot thicker than water." This show of affection on the part of his normally undemonstrative brother gave Burroughs a sharp sense of the loss of childhood, when the family had offered some security, and of his own deliberate break, while Mort had stayed and shouldered the responsibility and paid the price, and suddenly he felt abject and began to weep, and Mort said, "Don't, Bill, don't." They agreed that Billy should go to St. Louis and live with his father's family. Mort also picked out and paid for a burial plot for Joan in the American cemetery, which was good for 7 years, after which she was disinterred, and her remains were thrown on the bone heap. When he got back to St. Louis, Mort told his wife, Miggy, that he was convinced his brother was crazy. Then Joan's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Vollmer, arrived to get Julie, and Burroughs saw them at the American consulate, a meeting he would have done anything to avoid. They kept up appearances and shook hands, but Joan's mother sat there just vibrating hostility. Burroughs could imagine what they thought of him, but he didn't think much of them either. They had never contributed 1 cent to Joan's support, and had written her off completely. They were taking Julie, and wanted to take Billy as well, since he was Joan's child. But Burroughs made them promise to stop in St. Louis and discuss it with his parents, which they did, and Billy stayed in St. Louis. In December, Burroughs heard from Allen Ginsberg that Phil White, with whom he had rolled drunks in the subway, had hanged himself in the Tombs. Phil, who used to say "I don't see how a pigeon can live with himself," had set up a pusher on the promise that the prosecution would drop 1 narcotics charge and 2 larceny charges against him. They double-crossed him and only dropped the narcotics charge, and he was due to follow the pusher to Rikers Island. Unable to face being identified by his fellow convicts as a pigeon, he hanged himself while awaiting transfer. One way or another, Burroughs reflected, we were held responsible